Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 301 Not Enough. Mingshan, somewhere in the mountain, several people were gathering together, talking in low voices. The auras of these people are extremely powerful, and they are all masters at the golden limit. In fact, these are the leaders of several small organizations who came to ambush in Mingshan at this moment. Come here. One of the tall men with a cold expression whispered. Another thin, yellow-faced middle-aged man chuckled and said, "You just walked into the Mingshan mountain blankly, do you think you can fly out with 2 flying dragons?" I have to say that although these young people from Dian are not weak and can climb the ladder, they are really young. The red-haired young man with a scar on his face said with some disdain, "Huangmashu, wasn't the Lia Sha sect you were in destroyed by the evil killing operation that some student from Great Yan participated in a year or 2 ago? Now that you are fleeing northward in despair, you can still say this, but you really don't have a long memory." The yellow-haired rat's face froze, and he suddenly looked a little ugly. He snorted coldly, "Without those tutors from Sun Moon Star to protect those students, even if those little sheep grew claws, they would not be able to push back our numerous people in the West Desert." Gang. The red-haired young man grinned and said, "Really? How do I remember that your Lia Sha sect was destroyed by a student from the Demon City? It seems that it was called a witch." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired rat's expression froze. "At this point, I can't talk anymore." The yellow-haired rat became angry and said, "Lin Ji, I'm warning you, don't call me yellow-haired rat again, otherwise, you may be in trouble." The yellow-haired rat is actually called Huangmashu. The yellow-haired rat is just a nickname given to him by various forces in the Black Wind region. Because he is greedy for money, lustful, unethical, loves to take advantage, and always slips away quickly when things happen. Even among the many forces, he is not popular. Like the red-haired young man, he despises the yellow-haired rat in his heart. It's just that the opponent's strength is indeed not weak, and he works alone. Many lower-level power organizations are unwilling to offend him. Lin Ji narrowed his eyes slightly and was about to say something when another bald man with a sinister face next to him grinned, "Hey, you two, please calm down. According to the time, that person is probably coming soon." At this moment, the tall man who spoke at the beginning seemed to have noticed something, and said in a serious voice, "The sentry said that people are coming." The bald man said, "Oh? It's faster than expected." The tall male said, "I'm going to activate the forbidden air barrier. You should prepare yourself." The bald man asked, "Wang Kun, can your forbidden air barrier pull down that giant dragon?" "Below the star level, there is no problem." "Okay, I'll leave first. I don't know how many liquid condensation pills there are, so please rely on your abilities." The bald man grinned and took the lead to leave. Everyone left, while the tall young man Wang Kun continued to form seals, penetrated into the ground, and activated the forbidden air barrier arranged here. Su Yuan and his party arrived in front of Mingshan Mountain. The mountain was quiet, and there was always the sound of birdsong. But Su Yuan opened his omniscient vision, and all the people hiding in the landform entered Su Yuan's field of vision without reservation. "Oh, there are so many people. It seems that I have underestimated the attraction of the liquid condensation pill." The omniscient vision continued to spread forward, but when he saw the depths of Mingshan, Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Not long after, 2 giant frost dragons flew into the sky above Mingshan Mountain. Before flying a few kilometers, accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation, the 2 giant dragons swooped down rapidly as if they were suppressed by something. "Ah!" Huangxiang suddenly exclaimed in fright. No wonder Huangxiang, people who can't fly will inevitably be frightened at high altitudes, let alone facing this situation. And if you fall from 1,000 meters altitude, even a gold-level person will probably not survive. Huangxiang had only one thought in his mind at this moment, luckily he had embedded reflection of light. "Is it a barrier?" There are actually people among these bandits and bandits who know this kind of barrier. Su Yuan was quite surprised, but he didn't look panicked. Because when I was talking to Zhang Chenjian before, I happened to talk about the forbidden air barrier, and now I just thought about it and already had a way to deal with it. Seeing that the giant frost dragon was only 20 or 30 meters away from the ground, Su Yuan grabbed Luo Bingtong, whose white hair was flying in front of him, jumped up from the dragon's back, and at the same time, the pressure of the Yuan magnetic force was stretched to the extreme. Boom! With two muffled sounds, the giant frost dragon fell to the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, Su Yuan and others landed smoothly on the ground without any injuries. Even the frost dragon only suffered some minor injuries. The power of the forbidden air barrier will be greatly reduced near the ground. In this area of 20 to 30 meters, the weight of the elemental magnet is deployed to compete with the barrier, instantly relieving most of the falling force. The frost dragon was too heavy and was stepped on by Su Yuan and others as a springboard, so he inevitably suffered some injuries. So dangerous. Huangxiang's face turned slightly pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Su Yuan let go of Luo Bingtong's waist and asked, "Are you okay?" Luo Bingtong shook her head slightly, "I have nothing to do." Seeing that her eyes were still calm, Su Yuan knew that with her physique, she would not be hurt even if she fell directly. "Huangxiang, how are you?" Huangxiang pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled, "Hey, it's a small problem." Su Yuan nodded, and then whispered, "Be careful, it's coming." "Yes, I know." Huangxiang took a deep breath and then stood up, having already forcefully adjusted himself in this moment. Before setting off, Su Yuan had already told the two of them that this journey might not be peaceful. If Huangxiang and Luo Bingtong hadn't also gone to Tianlong Palace, Su Yuan wouldn't have even let them come together. But there is no way, the two of them are also targets now. At this moment, dense waves of star power came one after another from somewhere in front. In just a short moment, lightning, fireballs, ice crystals, arrow rain, beam impact, all kinds of skills rained down on the three people on the field like a torrential rain. Although the skills used are different, they are quite disciplined and their power is not weak. Many of them are at the gold level. Su Yuan looked as usual and raised his left hand, Duan Kong. The silver light flashed in the palm, and a huge wall of empty space suddenly stood in front of several people. Tide-like attacks exploded on Duan Kong one after another, creating ripples. Even so, it was impossible to break through the defense of this huge 100-meter wall. As if realizing that such an attack was futile, the offensive soon stopped and dozens of people walked over from the forest. The leader among them was the bald man who had previously stopped Lin Ji and Huang Misha from continuing to quarrel. "Hey, boy, your skill is as hard as a tortoise shell. It's probably the top defensive skill. It's really powerful. But, there's no way you can just hold on like this, not to mention that you can't consume so many of us, and if we spread out, you can't stop us at all." Su Yuan had no expression on his face, just looking at the group of people. Not only did the opponent not restrain his aura at all, but he unleashed his own star power fluctuations, as if he wanted to intimidate himself and others. 1 gold limit, 12 gold levels, more than 60 silver levels. It has to be said that such a group of people is definitely very strong among the gold level forces in the Black Wind region. At least Huangxiang swallowed secretly, his expression solemn. Such a scene seems to have returned to the scene when Moyang Peak was surrounded by a group of star beasts. But today's Huangxiang, after countless trials of life and death, is no longer the Huangxiang who is scared to death when surrounded by a group of star beasts. Although he was tense and ready to take action at any time, he was not too nervous. Seeing that Su Yuan had no reaction, the bald man grinned and said, "Little brother, you are also a top genius in Dian, your own life is much more important than anything external to you. We have a lot of brothers here, and there are hundreds of people who will arrive soon. But if you are willing to hand over the condensation pill, I can let you go directly, how about it? It's not like the bald man doesn't think about anything. Not to mention climbing the Dragon Gate ladder, this young man can not only summon 2 giant frost dragons, but also display such strong defensive skills, which is definitely a challenge. Of course, no matter how tough the fight is, it will only be 3 gold levels. Not only myself, but now there are so many people in Mingshan, are you worried that you won't be able to bite it off? But if you can get the liquid condensation pill early and avoid fighting, that would be the best. I was lucky, and my men happened to be near the opponent's landing point. If I could force the opponent to hand over the liquid condensation pill directly, that would be great. Although the expressions of the young man and the white-haired girl could not be discerned, the solemnity and nervousness of the yellow-haired young man could not be faked. The bald man saw this and urged loudly again, "If I give you the liquid condensation pill, I'll let you go. If you don't give it, don't blame me for being rude. Give it or not. Guoxiang, do you still want to take advantage of the situation?" At this moment, a bitter voice came from the ground. I saw the soil on the ground rising from far to near, and the yellow-haired rat broke out of the ground, looking at Guoxiang and laughing. "You have a good plan. You took advantage of our situation and wanted to get the liquid condensation pill first while we were gone." Another steady voice also came from the other side, "Guoxiang, you are lucky to be so close." It was the tall man who had used the forbidden air barrier before, leading dozens of his men to block Sir Yuan's back. Not long after, Lin Ji and others rushed over, completely blocking the retreat of Sir Yuan and others from all directions. In addition to Guoxiang, Lin Tao, Huang Mishu, and the tall man, there is also a middle-aged woman with a gorgeous appearance, a little old man, and a young man with long hair and triangular eyes. All 7 of them are masters of the golden limit. When the bald man Guoxiang saw that everyone had come over, he also knew that he could not easily get the liquid condensation pill. He moved his fingers and made a clicking sound, and said with a sinister smile to Sir Yuan, "You didn't cherish the opportunity I gave you before, don't blame me now. So cruel. 7 golden limits, dozens of gold levels, 300 to 400 silver levels. In such a battle, there is a certain chance of winning even against a star-level star, let alone 3 gold level ones plus 2 giant dragons that cannot fly? Generally speaking, there is nothing wrong with what Guoxiang, Lin Ji, and others did. It's just a pity that a group of robbers and bandits are nothing more than frogs in the well. My vision is limited, so how can I have any idea about the top geniuses in Dian?" "Not enough," Sir Yuan said calmly. "What's not enough?" Guoxiang couldn't help but be confused when he heard that Sir Yuan seemed to want to negotiate terms. In a flash of silver light, Sir Yuan disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Guoxiang felt a sharp pain in his left chest. Along with splashing blood, a big hand intertwined with gold and fire had already reached out from his chest. And in this big hand, he still holds a beating heart. Guoxiang fell into a daze for a moment. He stared at the heart blankly and felt that his whole body became extremely cold in an instant. "I mean, this amount of people is not enough." A faint voice sounded behind Guoxiang's ears. Guoxiang's pupils shrank suddenly and he suddenly came back to his senses. "No. Well. No, no." Bang! The 5 fingers of Jin Huo's big hand clenched suddenly, and his heart exploded. A large amount of blood, foam, and rotten flesh flew everywhere, and finally spilled on the ground. Suddenly, the scene with hundreds of people suddenly became extremely silent, with only the shrill cries of a few cuckoos in the treetops lingering in the scene. Chapter 302 Fierce Killing, 1. The sudden and astonishing change immediately caused everyone in the field to freeze. But then, the whole place suddenly became commotion. "Brother! Guoxiang, dead! Be careful, he will move instantly, get away!" All kinds of exclamations and horrified sounds filled the venue, and everyone in the venue burst out with star power, widening the distance between them and Su Yuan. Even the remaining 6 golden limits were so shocked that they led their men back. It's clearly a situation where hundreds of people are surrounding the 3 of them, but the other party doesn't want to think about how to escape, but dares to take the initiative. This is something that Lin Ji, Wang Kun, and others never expected. Not only that, the opponent actually killed Guo Xiong instantly with one blow in full view of everyone. Although there is an element of surprise, this is not a manifestation of strength. Lin Ji and others thought that they were at the same level as Guo Xiong. Since the opponent was able to kill Guo Xiong instantly, he also had the opportunity to kill others instantly. After all, almost everyone was completely unprepared just now. At the thought of this, the 6 golden extreme masters suddenly felt a cold sweat rising from their backs. Fine. Fortunately, it was Guo Xiong who died. Most of the people temporarily distanced themselves. Only the subordinates who were behind Guo Xiong saw that their boss was dead. They immediately waved their weapons in anger towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked indifferent and didn't look back. He opened his left hand and with some spatial fluctuations coming from above his head, a big silver hand with a diameter of tens of meters was suddenly photographed. Bang! There was a loud noise, the ground cracked, and smoke and dust rose. As the big silver hand slowly raised, the first few people who rushed over had all turned into a pile of rotten flesh on the ground, with no human form at all. This! The people who were rushing behind him immediately stopped and looked at the big silver hand that had returned to the void with wide eyes. They felt that their legs were weak and a chill came from behind. If you rush a few steps faster, you will be the one who is turned into a pulp. Letting Guo Xiong's body hit the ground, Su Yuan withdrew his right hand and took out the Fengqi knife. His indifferent silver pupils glanced around. Since there is an ambush here, I guess you are all prepared to be killed. Don't be afraid of him, there are so many of us, let's go together. I don't know who shouted, the voice was strong and powerful, and many people suddenly recovered from their shock. But now Su Yuan's thunderous method was really shocking, and for a moment, everyone hesitated. After all, this is not an army, it is just a group of gangs and thieves and bandits. Of course, it will not be as easy to dispatch as the army when encountering strong dangers. Wang Kun naturally understood what these people were thinking when he saw this, and immediately shouted, "Use long-range attacks." Since all parties are reluctant to step forward for the time being, it's a good idea to use long-range attacks to test the reality first. Lin Ji and others nodded slightly, and also called on their men to launch long-range attacks. Suddenly, hundreds of people all activated their skills, and attacks that were even more exaggerated than before and rained down on Su Yuan from all directions. Su Yuan could naturally block it with Sky Break, but that would be a waste of star power. This kind of melee shouldn't be too easy for someone with teleportation. Su Yuan teleported away from the scene, came behind a gold-level ponytailed woman holding a long sword, and slashed it with his sword. After teleporting to kill Guo Xiong, everyone was already on guard against teleporting. The same goes for this ponytailed woman. At this moment, she felt a faint spatial fluctuation coming from behind her. Without thinking, she stepped forward. At the same time, she used her body as a cover and stabbed behind her with a long sword from under her ribs. This battle response can be said to be very good. However, a silver chain rushed out of the void, and she was already immobilized after taking half a step. As for Su Yuan, who had opened up her omniscient vision, all her movements were naturally in his eyes. Easily dodging the stabbing sword, Su Yuan cut off her neck with a single slash. Heads flew up and blood spurted out. Wang Feng. When the 7 or 8 other people nearby saw Su Yuan suddenly appeared and beheaded their companions, they were horrified and angrily surrounded him with knives. Su Yuan looked indifferent, grabbed the 5 fingers of his left hand, and several silver chains shot out from the void above the heads of several people around him. Regardless of silver level or gold level, everyone was frozen in place. With Su Yuan's current terrifying star power, even an ordinary gold level junior or middle level opponent would be able to be locked up for a while by just an empty lock. And a moment is enough to be fatal. But seeing the black light surging from Feng Qi knife wound, Su Yuan raised his hand and slashed out with several cutting lines. The blood mist exploded, and the remaining limbs flew around. The few people who were immobilized, and even more people behind them, were all cut off in the middle like grass. At the same time, Su Yuan's left hand didn't stop, and the void monument breaker struck down from mid-air, and slapped the 4 or 5 people who came after him into pieces with one slap. Not just Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong and Huang Xiang also moved immediately at the same moment Su Yuan made a move. Even in the face of hundreds of powerful enemies, Huang Xiang did not hesitate to take action as soon as Su Yuan moved. With fewer enemies and more enemies, high-pressure environments are commonplace for Huang Xiang. Put on a pair of yellow gloves. This is another good blue star weapon, rock mud fist gloves, which was exchanged for several hundred gantry coins after exchanging reflection of light. In addition to the hardness of the Earth system star itself, it also has powerful power amplification, self-repair and the ability to undergo some changes. The black evil energy of the 7-injury evil fist covered the glove, and Huang Xiang directly swung his fist to meet the long knives slashed by the 2 people in front. The fists and knives were exchanged, and the 2 men were directly knocked away. As soon as the blue light on Huang Xiang's body spun, his speed suddenly increased and he dragged out a string of phantoms. In an instant, he caught up with the 2 people who were knocked away, and then punched directly on the chests of the 2 people. Well! The power of these 2 punches was astonishing. The 2 people who were hit vomited blood on the spot, and their eyes almost burst out of their eyes. They fell to the ground and could not get up again. More people gathered around, and Huang Xiang was not afraid at all. He rushed forward with open arms, attacking more and defending less, exchanging injuries for injuries. The 7-injury evil fists are extremely domineering and powerful, and Huang Xiang's fighting style is even more crazy. The fists roared and the blood boiled. A person who had just entered the gold level used this pair of simple fists to actually force many masters around him to retreat. Anyone who dares to step forward, even if their cultivation level is higher than Huang Xiang's, will be killed or injured, and no one can retreat safely. For a moment, no one even dared to confront him head-on, and there was a vague invincible demeanor of a little bully. At the same time, Luo Bingtong was there. Snowflakes were flying in the palm, and the ice glass knife fell into his hand. A bit of cold light flashed out from Luo Bingtong's feet, and he hit directly in front of a black-faced man with a high gold rank nearby. Just a little girl. The black-faced man reacted very quickly. Instead of being surprised, he laughed ferociously, stepped forward, swung the broad-backed sword and struck out. The slender ice blade struck the broad-backed sword, but the black-faced man's eyes suddenly widened. I have a strength qualification of 59, which is infinitely close to sea level, but at this moment I actually feel a power several times stronger than my own. The tiger's mouth cracked open, and the broad-backed sword was blown away by the ice glass knife. The black-faced man looked down in horror at the white-haired girl who was not as high as his chest. How come? Luo Bingtong's eyes were cold and indifferent, and with a twist of the long knife, he slashed through the body of the black-faced man. The black-faced man fell to the ground, his body covered with frost in just a few moments. Luo Bingtong, on the other hand, kept taking one step at a time, transforming into an icy flying shadow that swept across the field at high speed. Wherever it passes, the cold air surges, frost and snow dance, causing death and injury. No one can stop it. As for the 2 giant frost dragons, although it cannot fly, the strength of the frost dragon itself is there. With the high-level gold strength and the powerful combat power of the boss level, it is not a problem at all to deal with these gold level and silver level star card masters who are basically green cards. Lin Zhe, Guo Xiang and others are, to put it bluntly, some masters of martial arts in the Black Wind territory. It is closer to the Black Snow country, and its knowledge is quite limited. It has never seen a high-level star beast such as the Frost Dragon. With the frost armor on his body, just with these people in the field, it is almost impossible to break through the Frost Dragon's defense if he is not in the middle or high gold level. On the other hand, the two giant dragons launched ice crystal blasts and bombarded them one by one, causing everyone in the field to fall over and scream. If someone dares to get close, the huge size, sea-level strength, combined with the frozen claws are enough to deal with several gold level ones in a short time. The two giant frost dragons cooperate and cover each other, so there is no need to worry. Whether it was Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong, or the giant frost dragon, the attacks and the aftermath of the attacks were beyond the ability of ordinary silver-level players to withstand, and they would almost kill them upon contact. From the time Su Yuan took action until now, in just a short time, hundreds of enemies who were ambushing him had already killed and wounded hundreds of them. Spread out, don't get together. His subordinates were crushed to death in droves, causing Lin Ji, Wang Kun, and other top leaders to feel heartbroken. Several people have realized the strength of Su Yuan's group. Normal gold cannot stop them at all. Only high-level gold and even their own gold limit can block one or two. We can't let him act like this. Wang Kun shouted loudly, Zhang Jiao, you three go and deal with those two people and the two giant dragons. Wang Kun, Huang Mishu, stop this kid first. Zhang Jiao, that middle-aged woman with a gorgeous appearance, was from the same area as the little old man and the young man with triangular eyes next to her, and they were relatively close. There were originally 7 people, except for the yellow-haired rat. Each of them had dozens of people under their command, including many gold-level masters. In Wang Kun's opinion, with so many people, it should be enough to deal with everyone except Su Yuan. The two ice dragons cannot fly, and their melee combat capabilities are not as good as their star power output. As long as they can get close, they can still be killed. Huang Xiang's playing style of exchanging injuries for injuries may seem fierce, but he is only at the beginning of the golden stage. Not to mention that he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long, even if a few more powerful masters broke out together, they could kill him in one fell swoop. Maybe Luo Bingtong seems to be more difficult. The battle situation was changing rapidly, and men were dying every second. Wang Kun, Zhang Jiao, and others did not have much time to discuss. Good. Zhang Jiao glanced at Su Yuan not far away and knew that this was reasonable, so she immediately agreed. So all parties took action on their own. Chapter 303 Fierce Killing, 2. Lin Ji and Wang Kun went straight to Su Yuan with all their strength. However, the yellow-haired rat's eyes flashed, and it quietly fell a few steps behind Lin Ji and the other two. Unlike other people, the yellow-haired rat is alone. Although it is weak, it can retreat at any time in such a dangerous situation. At this time, watching Lin Ji and Wang Kun move, the yellow-haired rat was not in a hurry to rush forward, but planned to check the situation first. Su Yuan was swinging his sword to kill the enemies locked in front of him by the lock of the sky. Under his omniscient vision, he had already noticed Lin Zhe and his 2 men approaching rapidly. Without stopping, Su Yuan swung his sword to kill the person in front of him, and opened his left hand on the other hand. As the flames jumped, 2 blue flames shot out from his palm, shooting towards Lin Tao and Wang, who were coming from a distance. Kun. Lin Tao used his fists, and Wang Kun used his sword. Both of them exploded with star power and smashed into the blue flames that came from the electricity. The flames collided with the star power, but Lin Ji and the 2 of them groaned, and they were slightly injured in just one encounter. This flame is actually so powerful. There was a little surprise in the eyes of the 2 people. Judging from the charging time, momentum, and fluctuation, the skill that the other party released casually was just a green skill at most. How could it be so powerful? Su Yuan casually pierced a gold-level young man in front of him who was using a short knife, and glanced sideways at Lin Ji and others who were hit by Bingdi Kanjian. The golden limit is to be stronger than others. Then kill all the others first. Looking around at the people around, there are more than half left. Su Yuan originally wanted to crush these people with divine fire, but after taking a subtle look deep into the forest, he changed his strategy. With a move of his left hand, all 12 airlocks were withdrawn and escaped into the void. Su Yuan's body ignited with yellow flames, and he teleported to widen the distance between him and Lin Ji and Wang Kun. Afterwards, Su Yuan hung the Fengqi sword on his waist and gathered momentum with both hands at high speed. I saw the gates of hell unfolding one after another in mid-air around me, with firelight overflowing and flames surging. What a strong energy wave! Lin Ji and Wang Kun were both shocked. At a glance, they knew that Su Yuan was charging up some big move. A casual strike of the blue flames before was so powerful. Once this astonishingly powerful fire skill is unleashed, I'm afraid not many of the people under my command can withstand it. Lin Tao immediately jumped forward and shouted loudly, "Stop him quickly!" At this time, some of the people closest to Su Yuan were so frightened that they backed away. Su Yuan's combat power was too terrifying, and he could easily kill gold-level people. What's more, at this moment, the yellow flames burned his body and his aura surged. But when their boss spoke, everyone hesitated for a moment before bracing themselves and bursting out with star power and rushing forward. However, the overload of Su Yuan's master-level breath accumulated too fast. In just a short moment, more than half of the 18 flame gates were opened, and more astonishing star power fluctuations filled Su Yuan's body. Lin Lao's expression changed slightly as he rushed over, and he immediately shouted, "Jing Yan tread!" Flames burned on his legs, and flames exploded with every step Lin Lao took. His speed suddenly surged, and he passed everyone else and rushed to Su Yuan in a few breaths. "If you dare to use this power charging skill in front of your face, you will die." The orange-red flaming lion on Lin Ji's right hand turned into a phantom, with astonishing power, and suddenly punched Su Yuan. The more skills require momentum, the harder it is to interrupt. This is common sense. According to common sense, Su Yuan now has only two ways to deal with Lin Ji's attack. First, the skill is released in advance, but due to insufficient storage, the power will be greatly reduced, resulting in high consumption and low power. Second, directly interrupt the energy storage to withstand the backlash, so that the star power will be recovered a lot and will not be wasted. The more powerful the skill and the longer it is charged, the more severe the backlash will be. Therefore, in Lin Ji's opinion, Su Yuan would definitely release his skills in advance and then try to deal with him. However, I used Shocking Flame Tread to rush over in just a moment. At such a close distance, the opponent would not be able to use the second skill after finishing charging. At this time, your own Golden Lion Flame Strike can break through the opponent's hastily released charging skills and hit him in one fell swoop. But Su Yuan curled his lips and chose the third method. As his left hand continued to accumulate strength, Su Yuan directly raised his right hand and pressed it against Lin Tao. Lin Ji suddenly felt a strong spatial fluctuation above his head. What the hell? Lin Ji looked at the big silver hand lowering above his head, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he could only change his fist posture and hit it in the air above his head. Bang! The Void Monument Breaker and Lin Xie's Flaming Lion fist struck each other. There was a muffled sound, and the Golden Flame Lion exploded. Suddenly, blood mist exploded all over Lin Ji's body, and he was slapped to the ground. His body was covered in blood and flesh, and it was difficult to get up for a while. How can he attack while charging up? Until now, Lin Ji didn't understand why Su Yuan could still launch an attack. This was so contrary to common sense. And the reason is of course because of the fight between the left and right that we just got. At this moment, Lin Tao, who was slightly unconscious after being slapped with a palm, suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from the side. From the corner of his eye, Su Yuan saw 18 raging flames all around him, and all the doors opened. The flames inside were so powerful that it made people's scalp numb. The several gold-level masters who followed Lin Ji and rushed towards Su Yuan saw the raging flames about to emerge from the 18 gates of hell. Their expressions changed drastically and they tried to escape. "Run!" someone reminded loudly. However, it was already too late. The lock of the sky that had just been recovered by Su Yuan had already sneaked into all directions to block the surrounding area, locking most people within the range of the hell flames. The flames were as bright as day, and 18 rays of hell flames shot out in a fan shape, covering most of the blocked area. The several gold-level masters in front of Su Yuan were instantly enveloped by the flaming beams of light, and suffered superimposed damage. They were unable to resist for a moment and turned into ashes. After absorbing the immortal evil fire, the power of all fire skills is greatly increased due to the protection of divine fire. In addition, Su Yuan spread out the yellow flames to burn his body. The flames of hell at this moment, even if the 18 rays spread out to carry out a range of attacks, let alone the silver level, even the gold level will melt when touched. Except for a few experts who are agile or who use powerful defensive skills, most people who are hit by the flame beam have no resistance at all. Ah! Screams came and went, and the entire scene was like a blazing hell. 200 to 300 people were killed and injured in an instant. Wang Kun, who narrowly escaped the bombardment, had a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. The yellow-haired rat in the distance kept moving its small eyes, but it disappeared into the ground without hesitation. "It's all over." Lin Ji, who fell to the ground, was stunned. He knew that this time, everyone might fall here. At this moment, Lin Ji heard footsteps approaching from the side, but it was Su Yuan who came over. Su Yuan didn't say anything nonsense, and pierced Lin Xie's heart with a knife. Then he looked ahead at Wang Kun, who had narrowly escaped the flames of hell, and teleported over in a flash. Wang Kun's pupils trembled slightly, and he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. Calmness is based on strength. When faced with a situation of life and death, it is rare to be able to calmly say no, but it is very rare. Obviously, this Wang Kun does not belong to those very few people. Seeing Su Yuan suddenly appear, all the star power in Wang Kun's body exploded, the blue aura rushed several feet high, and he slashed at Su Yuan with his sword. Dang dang dang! The two sides exchanged swords, but how could Wang Kun be Su Yuan's opponent? He was sent flying by a sword in a few rounds. Before it hit the ground, Su Yuan opened his left hand, and the void monument breaker appeared behind him and grabbed it in his palm. "By now!" Su Yuan clasped his 5 fingers, then squeezed his big silver hand suddenly, and Wang Kun turned into a puddle of flesh and fell from the air. "Boss Wang is dead too. That's too perverted, run away." The situation took a sudden turn. What was originally a situation where hundreds of people surrounded and killed 3 people has now been completely reversed. The remaining people were already frightened and fled in horror. Facing the attack of so many people, the 12 sky locks that blocked the entire area soon began to tremble. "Looks like we need to speed up the cleaning." Su Yuan made a secret to summon Hellfire and Hellfire Steelbone Wolf, then raised his hand to cut off a series of broken lines. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and screams arose, just like slaughtering chickens and killing dogs. This is the Star Card Master who advocates personal force. When the gap in strength is so large that there is a gap, no amount of numbers can fill it. Of course, this situation is not unsolvable. After all, they are still at the gold level. As long as Su Yuan's star power is exhausted, he can still win. But according to Su Yuan's current speed of killing enemies, he might be able to kill everyone before his star power is exhausted. What's more, the remaining people, after witnessing Su Yuan killing hundreds of people alone, were already defeated, leaving only endless fear. The other side. As the battle progressed, Huang Xiang, who had deviated from the original battlefield, also went all out, entangling several gold men and 20 or 30 silver men. It's just that such a battle is still too forced for Huang Xiang, who has just entered the first level of gold, and his whole body is already covered with bruises. Of course, if it hadn't been for such a serious injury, allowing boiling blood to fully exert itself, it would have been impossible to cope with the current siege. However, these gold-level star card masters are different from the lower-level 3-level star beasts with low intelligence. After noticing that Huangxiang became more courageous as he fought, they made an immediate decision to contain him. A high-level gold man said, "This kid is a bit weird. Not only can he not be killed, but he also seems to be getting stronger and stronger. I will entangle him, and you guys will prepare your skills to explode together and finish him off in one go." Good. The remaining gold-level players all agreed and prepared their skills. Even though Huangxiang's boiling blood increases very quickly, the gold-level high-level people still have the confidence to dare to do this. His hands were opened wide, and countless golden electric currents burst out and gathered in front, forming a spiral electric light vortex with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Electronic vortex. Huangxiang's figure suddenly became sluggish. Not only was his whole body numb and his movements slow, he was also constantly being pulled away by the center of the electronic vortex. No, thunder control skills. Huangxiang felt slightly shocked. The eyes of the many gold-level besiegers lit up, and they seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. At this moment, white cold stars the size of fingernails appeared one after another on everyone who besieged Huangxiang. Several of them reacted very quickly. As soon as their expressions changed, they immediately interrupted the spell and jumped to the side. At the same time, they exclaimed, "Quick move! Ice Divine Sword Hangzing!" A cold yet soft voice suddenly sounded. The white cold star bloomed, and a large number of ice spikes exploded as the frost surged, freezing to death all those who stayed in place in an instant. After such an incident, the few people who got out of the way in time could not care about Huangxiang. They all turned around and looked at him as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But he saw a white-haired girl walking from a distance, holding a snow-white sword in her right hand, with two slender ice bone wings slightly stretched behind her. Why is she here? Where is Sister Jiao and Old Man Chu? Several people were immediately shocked. Yes, Sister Jiao and the others asked us to entangle this yellow-haired boy. Didn't she and Old Man Chu deal with this white-haired girl? Why are they here? The high-ranking gold man who unfolded the electron vortex looked into the distance, and his face suddenly turned pale when he seemed to see something. He pointed with a slightly trembling finger at several ice sculpture fragments not far behind Luo Bingtong, which were broken on the ground. Look, the head in the ice is that of Sister Jiao. The few remaining people took a closer look, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Then they looked at the white-haired girl in front of them, and felt a bone-chilling chill rising from their hearts. Run! However, Huangxiang naturally would not let these people run away. Exploding Bull Demon Fist. 72 flaming fists spread out in a fan shape, covering everyone in front of them. They did not want to defeat these people, but just wanted to stop them. Luo Bingtong also made a move. He stretched out his hand and cold light surged on the ground in front of him. The 4 ice walls stood up and instantly formed a gorgeous ice palace, trapping all the remaining people in it. Then Luo Bingtong swayed and rushed into the ice palace without any hindrance. Chapter 304 Processing. Not only were Su Yuan, Huangxiang, and Luo Bingtong exerting their strength, but the 2 giant frost dragons were also not resting. Although unable to fly and slightly injured, as a boss-level dragon star beast, the frost dragon has super high qualifications and racial advantages, and is by no means something ordinary people can easily handle. Ouch! Accompanied by a soul-stirring dragon roar, the ice-cold tide suddenly erupted and covered hundreds of meters in radius. Among the group of people surrounding the 2 frost dragons, more than 30 people in the inner circle who were fighting in close quarters all turned into ice sculptures and were frozen in place, including the triangular-eyed young man at the golden limit. It was the frost dragon's instant burst of AoE, killing him in the frosty sky. Condensed green brilliance flowed from the body surface of the triangular-eyed young man, and countless small insect energy bodies gnawed at the ice from the inside out. Soon, the ice crystals shattered inch by inch, and half of the upper body of the triangular-eyed young man was freed from the ice. This giant dragon actually has such powerful skills. Seeing his subordinates who were frozen into ice sculptures around him, the triangular-eyed young man's face turned pale, but he was a little thankful despite being horrified. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and activated the nether fire corrosion shield. At this moment, the young man with triangular eyes looked up, only to find that the giant frost dragon nearby was turning to look at him. A purple mark on his forehead lit up, and the ice blue light in his eyes kept flashing. The triangular-eyed young man felt a chill rising from his heart, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. No! Help me! The triangular-eyed young man shouted to his men behind him. But the people on the outside saw that even he was frozen, and the others didn't know whether they were alive or dead, so they didn't dare to get close for a while. The triangular-eyed young man was shocked and angry. Damn it! This powerful explosive skill must have a cooldown, you bunch of idiots, what are you afraid of? Maisie, Black Panther, come here to help me. Everyone was also frightened by the powerful explosion of the frost dragon without warning. After hearing what the triangular-eyed young man said, they knew that this was probably the case. Maisie and other gold-level masters came forward to help. But in this moment of hesitation, the purple mark on the forehead of the frost dragon became extremely bright. The face of the young man with triangular eyes changed suddenly, and the star power in his body was running at full strength, urging the fireflies to crazily eat the remaining ice on his body. The frost dragon uttered a few words of dragon language, and as a beam of purple light descended from the head of the triangular-eyed young man, the extreme cold curse had already landed on him. The young man with triangular eyes trembled, his eyes were blank, the same runes as those of the frost dragon appeared on his forehead, and a little bit of frost appeared on the surface of his body. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Maisie exclaimed. "Boss!" These people finally realized that something was wrong, and they all used their weapons to dig out the ice at the feet of Triangle Eye, trying to dig him out completely. However, the aura of the triangular-eyed young man continued to weaken at a speed visible to ordinary people. He struggled to rebound from time to time, but it had no great effect at all. The frost dragon has sea-level mental qualifications and talent blessings and blue mental attack skills. Even if it hits a target with sea-level mental qualifications, it will be difficult to block it, let alone the triangular-eyed young man in front of it. Not long after, the frost froze, and the triangular-eyed young man showed no injuries on the surface, but his aura had been completely wiped out. As the ground shook, 2 Hellfire and Hellfire Steel Bone Wolves also rushed over to assist the frost dragon in killing the remaining opponents. Outside Mingshan, waves of people gathered from a distance. "Old Feng, why don't you give up?" one of the lean men asked. The middle-aged brown-robed man named Lao Feng curled his lips. "With so many gold level ones, how many can reach the shining star? Of course, you can't let go of something like the condensation pill, let alone 3 of them." Another young woman who was around 27 or 80 years old said calmly, "Some of the truth is true, and some of the false is true. There may be liquid condensation pills, but it is not certain whether there are 3. At this time, a bearded man came over with someone and nodded. "Sister Menjao is right, the source of the information may not be true." "Hey, Cao Bang, I thought I couldn't come," the lean man said to the bearded man who had just arrived. The bearded man said, "We are the only people in the area near Longmen City. You are all here. Of course I will not come." A group of people were communicating, but their movements were not slow, and they were getting closer and closer to Mingshan. "There seems to be something wrong." Old Feng frowned and said. The lean man asked, "What's wrong?" Cao Bang looked into the forest and said, "It's so quiet in the forest." Old Feng nodded and sighed, "Yes, the battle should be over. It seems that they have probably captured those few people, hey? The lean man raised his eyebrows, is it so fast? I thought those few people could climb to Tianlong Palace. I'm afraid they have some strength and can sustain it for a while, but it turned out to be faster than expected. Cao Bin frowned and thought, always feeling that something was wrong, and immediately turned around and ordered a gold-level calm middle-aged man next to him. Yang Huai, go and investigate. Be careful, there may be someone inside. Good. Yang Huai responded, then turned into a phantom and rushed inside. When the other teams saw this, they were not in a hurry to move, but were waiting for the results of the investigation here. Anyway, judging from the current situation, it's probably over. There's no point in rushing. It just depends on the specific situation. Yang Huai turned into a shadow and carefully sneaked into Mingshan. The surroundings were extremely silent, which made Yang Huai even more worried. What's going on, so quiet? Yang Huai was confused when he suddenly noticed something and sniffed carefully, the smell of blood, and the smell is very strong. Yang Huai raised his eyebrows and looked up into the depths of the mountain forest. Dark light flowed around his body, turning into shadows again, and he walked forward cautiously. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger along the way, and Yang Huai became more and more frightened. There was no doubt that at least dozens of people had died. Are those young people so powerful? Yang Huai knew that there were hundreds of people from all sides who were guarding the mountain and wanted to ambush them. There is no way, the liquid condensation pill is too precious, especially for people of high gold level and gold limit, the attraction is even higher than the epic star card. If a small organization can have one more brilliant master, the entire force will immediately rise by 1 or 2 levels, and the benefits and resource allocation will be even more astonishing. This is why so many people are extremely jealous and come to compete for the liquid condensation pill. After a while, after Yang Huai crossed a small slope, his body suddenly froze and his pupils trembled. This is... What you see is the ground sprinkled with fresh blood, broken limbs and broken arms, and hundreds of mutilated corpses lying all over the place. Chapter 305, Blocking the Road. Yang Huai quickly scanned the hundreds of mutilated corpses lying on the ground in front of him, and Yang Huai was even more horrified. Lin Ji, Guo Xiang, Wang Kun, this. What's going on? Yang Huai felt hairy all over, and an extremely bad feeling arose in his heart. At this time, a silver light lit up in front of Yang Huai, and an unusually young and handsome young man appeared in front of him. This young man has a pair of beautiful silver pupils, but his gaze is a little indifferent. Sure enough, you are still looking for death. Su Yuan said calmly. Yang Huai looked at the person in front of him, and combined with the corpses on the ground and the rich blood, he still didn't understand what happened. Did he kill all of Lin Ji and hundreds of others? Yang Huai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He suddenly remembered something. With a flick of his sleeve, a talisman fell into his hand. However, silver chains were shot out from all around, holding it firmly in place, making it impossible for even the fingers to move. Su Yuan took the talisman in Yang Huai's hand and threw it on the ground. At this time, Huang Xiang and Luo Bingtong, who had helped search for the corpses, also walked out from a short distance away. Luo Bingtong didn't have any injuries on her body. Although Huang Xiang looked injured all over his body, he was quite embarrassed. But his recovery ability is amazing, and since he didn't suffer any fatal injuries, it's not a big deal. It's just that the consumption of physical strength and star power is a bit large, and the state has slipped a bit. Su Yuan said, Huang Xiang, Bingtong, I'll leave those people coming from outside to you too. If you can't solve it, find a way to escape. Ensuring your own safety is the first priority. What about you? Luo Bingtong thought for a while and then asked. There is a group of people hiding in front. After I deal with them, I will wait for you in front. Luo Bingtong looked at Su Yuan for a while, and seemed to feel that it was not as simple as Su Yuan said, but she still nodded obediently. Su Yuan smiled and couldn't help but rub her head when he saw her being so obedient. Afterwards, Su Yuan took out a pair of talismans and handed one of them to Huang Xiang. This talisman was found from the rings of the previous bosses. Huang Xiang, take it. If anything unexpected happens, activate it immediately. I will come at full speed immediately. Huang Xiang took the talisman seal and after a brief inspection, he found out the function of the talisman seal. This is a two-way positioning alarm symbol. It can not only sense the location of the other party within a certain range, but also send an alarm to the other party when needed. Huang Xiang grinned and said, "Don't worry, boss, leave it to us." Huang Xiang knew in his heart that there were more than 100 people outside, and it was almost impossible to deal with those people outside in his current state. But there is Luo Bingtong. Huang Xiang is secretly frightened when he thinks of the strength Luo Bingtong showed just now. In this case, it shouldn't be difficult to solve. No matter what, even if he couldn't defeat him, he just had to ensure Luo Bingtong's safety. Luo Bingtong and Huang Xiang set out for Mingshan. More than 100 people, 20 or 30 gold-level people. According to the strength Bingtong showed just now, plus the Wanhua Xianbing that has not yet been used, it should not be difficult to deal with this group of people. Su Yuan thought for a while and then nodded slightly. Since the talisman was there, he would know immediately if there was any accident. Turning to look at Yang Huai, who was locked by the sky lock in front of him, Su Yuan's fingertips lit up with fire, and he pierced the opponent's eyebrows with a single flaming finger. Then Su Yuan put away the lock of the sky, turned around, and looked deep into the forest with silver light in his eyes. "I really kept you waiting for a long time." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly teleported towards the depths in a flash. Silver light flashed, and after a while, Su Yuan appeared in an open space somewhere deep in the mountain. Suddenly, Su Yuan stopped, and there were two people waiting quietly in front of him. One of them was an old man with a stooped figure and a black sheep head staff, and next to him was a young man in green robe with a somewhat sinister smile on his face. As expected of someone who is equally favored by City Lord Qin and the Imperial Envoy of the Patrol Division, has he actually noticed our presence from such a distance? A dry, unpleasant voice came from the old man's mouth. Su Yuan looked at the two of them with a slightly cold expression. "If I remember correctly, you should be from the side of Yan Luo Kingdom, right? The two of you who are stopping here at this moment have forgotten the warnings of City Lord Qin and Yushi Xiao?" Su Yuan had seen these two people before in Tianlong Palace. If I remember correctly, they seemed to be two shining star masters from Netherworld Mountain near the north of Yan Luo Kingdom. The old man's name was Haishan Weng, and the other man's name was Guo Feng. Both of them obtained the green carp talisman in the Transcendent Realm. Haishan Weng said, "If you want to blame it, it's because the thing you got is too good. The golden carp talisman and seal are probably enough to exchange for the epic star weapon. There is an epic star weapon in the redemption list given by the Dragon Gate Treasure Hall. Since it is there, it can probably be redeemed. As for who has the best chance of redeeming it, it can only be Su Yuan who obtained the golden carp talisman through the Transcendence Realm." Guo Feng even sneered, warning. Longmen is about to expand, and Qin Xiangyang has so many things in his hands, how can he take care of others in a short time? As for the Tianxian division, after finishing this matter, we are just about to go to the north. Can the Tianxian division still manage to go to the north? For an epic star weapon, it is still worth doing this. Su Yuan said, "I need the liquid condensation pill and I haven't replaced the epic star weapon." Guo Feng sneered, "How is it possible that if you don't replace the epic star weapon, do you think we are so easy to deceive?" Naturally, Guo and Feng didn't believe it. The difference in value between the liquid condensation pill and an epic star weapon was not even the slightest bit. For example, Su Yuan is already at the golden limit at a young age. Sooner or later he will be promoted to the shining star. An epic star weapon will greatly enhance his strength. How can he not change it? Seeing this, Yuan shook his head slightly. It's really a waste of words. It seems that the only way is to break through it with your own hands. Realm cultivation is the foundation, star weapons and the like are external objects. For me, as the realm goes up, it is naturally not difficult to obtain epic star weapons and the like. But the breakthrough time saved by the liquid condensation pill is permanent. Of course, people like Guo Feng and Haishan Wang, who are almost always shining stars in their lives, will not understand these things. Create a road with your own hands. When Guo Feng heard this, he seemed to have heard something extremely funny, and couldn't help laughing sinisterly. I was very curious. Now that you found us here, you didn't take a long detour. Instead, you deliberately separated your two friends and came up on your own. I began to think that you gave the epic star weapon to your two friends to take away, but now from your tone, it seems that you want to deal with us alone? Guo Feng looked at Su Yuan's body with a scrutinizing gaze, and then smiled coldly. Why on earth do you have such confidence? Do you still expect Qin Xiangyang or the royal envoy of the Tianxian division to come from Longmen City to save your life? Don't think about it, not to mention that this place is not close to Longmen City, so it won't be that fast to get there. Moreover, we have deployed isolation spells in advance. The Dragon Gate is so far away, so we won't notice it at all. I never expect others to save my life. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, and clasped his left hand on his chest. His black robe suddenly moved automatically without any wind, and then an indescribable and shocking wave rose from his body. But I have to rely on myself. As soon as he finished speaking, infinite dark and evil black flames burst out from Su Yuan's body and shot up to a height of tens of meters. The evil flames roared and star power surged, and in a moment he turned into a giant of pitch-black fire. The astonishing aura that made people numb their scalp, and the energy fluctuations that destroyed everything, caused Guo Feng and Haishan Wang who were opposite them to feel uncontrollable heart palpitations. What kind of heretic incarnation is this? Chapter 306 Fighting Two Shining Stars Alone. Haishan Wang and Guo Feng, as brilliant masters, are well informed and have seen a lot of strange and weird skills. But neither of them had ever seen such an astonishingly powerful heretic skill before them. The strength of outsider skills is mainly seen as driving energy. The young man on the opposite side is obviously just a golden limit, and it stands to reason that the strength of the star power is limited, but the energy fluctuations on the black fire outer path that are unfolding at this moment have already faintly overwhelmed the two of them. However, I was frightened, and this alone could not scare the two shining stars. I want to see if he is really powerful or a paper tiger. The Black Mountain Wang snorted coldly, suppressing the surprise in his heart and raised his sheep's head staff to point at the black giant. Years of rain of eclipse arrows. With a low cry, the black light surged above the sheep's head rapidly, and hundreds of 3-foot-long black air arrows were shot out like a heavy rain. Each of these black air arrows has astonishing energy fluctuations that are several times that of the gold level. Ordinary gold may not even be able to catch one. However, facing the rain of hundreds of black arrows coming at them, Su Yuan, who was in the center of Su Xiansheng's chest, watched quietly with a normal expression, showing no intention of defending or evading. In this way, nothing can be done to show the evil and the holy. In the blink of an eye, a rain of arrows enveloped him, and countless black air arrows hit the huge body of Su Xiansheng one after another, sparking bursts of exploding black flames. But such a seemingly ferocious offensive was like heavy rain hitting the water, causing ripples, but it had no effect. The unparalleled recovery ability of Su Xiansheng has just made up for the part of the black body that was defeated by the arrow rain in just a blink of an eye, without consuming any energy. This is the divine fire technique that perfectly matches the divine fire itself. The characteristic of the immortal evil fire is that it is immortal. As long as a little bit remains, it can continuously absorb the star power of heaven and earth and rekindle it. The same is true for Suxi manifestation, which is driven by immortal evil fire. As long as it is not broken in an instant, it can recover at an infinitely high speed, and it consumes almost no money on the user. Under the rain of arrows, Suxi Yen-sheng stood firmly, and the black flames easily swallowed up all the black arrows that hit him. Haishan Wang said in shock, "My rain of eclipse arrows has a corrosive effect and is designed to break down defenses. Even the defensive skills deployed by the Shining Star cannot be completely blocked. How can he be a gold level 1? At this time, Su Yuan thought, Su Yen-sheng had already rushed towards the two of them with rapid strides. Although the body is huge, Su Xie's movements are not cumbersome. "I come!" Guo Feng shouted low, shook his sleeves, and the rich green miasma rolled forward with himself as the center. Wherever he passed, all the vegetation turned black and withered in half a second, and was covered with various yellow-green spots. It was obviously poisonous. Soon, the thick green miasma overwhelmed Suxi Yen-sheng. Chi chi chi! The sound of poisonous miasma corroding kept ringing. Black Mountain Wang's eyes were filled with joy. Is it useful? After Guo Feng frowned and sensed it, his expression suddenly changed. No, flash! I saw a huge black shadow approaching in front of me. Along with the billowing black flames, Suxi Yen-sheng had broken through the miasma and appeared in front of the two of them. Two giant black hands shot down. Guo Feng knew something was wrong immediately and reacted quickly, jumping aside quickly. The giant black hand smashed down on his side, and the black flames exploded, knocking Guo Feng away. However, facing the giant hand that suddenly came from the poisonous miasma, Black Mountain Wang slowed down a step, and was directly slapped to the ground by Su Yen-sheng's big hand. Guo Feng, who was in the distance, hummed and stood firm. He looked up and saw that Black Mountain Wang had been slapped under the palm of Su Yen-sheng. He couldn't help but said in surprise, "Old Hey!" After a moment of silence, the surrounding star power suddenly became sticky. Guo Feng's expression moved slightly, and he immediately realized something, and immediately pulled away and distanced himself backwards again. Erosion pulse. An astonishing wave of star power suddenly arose, and hemispherical black pulses spread in all directions from the hands of Su Yen-sheng. The ground is sinking, and everything in its path is being eroded by black pulses. Even Su Yen-sheng's arms and entire body were quickly wiped out and kept collapsing as if they had been radiated. This move is exactly the skill used by Black Mountain Wang with the help of corrosive soul power. It explodes instantly, and its power is extremely terrifying. As expected of a shining star, no one should be underestimated. Silver light floated in Su Yuan's eyes, and his omniscient vision controlled the overall situation. He was already prepared when Haishan Wang mobilized all his star power to secretly gather momentum. At this moment, Su Yuan locked his eyes on Guo Feng who had fled far away, and a large number of silver light chains suddenly rose up from under him. Transformation! Su Yuan said coldly. In the blink of an eye, he exchanged places with Guo Feng. Guo Feng, who had pulled away, only felt a strange wave acting on his body. As soon as his eyes blurred, he fell into the range of the corrosive pulse unpreparedly. The power of the corrosive pulse washed over his body, and Guo Feng was unprepared when the blood mist exploded, and the flesh and blood all over his body was eroded and disappeared piece by piece as if being picked off. Ah! Stop! Guo Feng screamed, and at the same time erupted a strong green poisonous miasma to resist the surrounding corrosive pulse energy. Haishan Wang looked at Guo Feng who suddenly appeared in front of him and reacted. He was shocked and immediately stopped the continuous casting of pulse nova. At this time, the black robe on Haishan Wang's body had long been burned, and his exposed skin was black and red, and his skin was torn. He had been seriously injured by Su Yen-sheng's slap. And Guo Feng was even more unbearable. He was completely disfigured and bloody. More than 30% of the flesh and blood on his body had been consumed by the erosion of the pulsar nova. Exposed bones could be seen everywhere. It can be said that these two people are more miserable than the other. But it's not over yet. The moment Haishan Wang stopped, Su Yuan teleported over again with Su Yen Sheng. Without giving the two a chance to breathe, he raised his black fist and smashed it down. Displacement, teleportation. Haishan Wang and Guo Feng were already a little dizzy from the successive space transformation skills. Haishan Wang had already been hit hard, and he had just unleashed his ultimate move. The old power had just gone, but the new power had not yet arisen. Even if he reacted at this moment, he was powerless and could only use the star power to block his head. Although Guo Feng was miserable, it did not affect his actions much. Calyx miasma man-eating tree. Guo Feng let out a sharp shout, and then a huge man-eating tree with thick vines and a ferocious mouth on the top rose up behind him and hit the fist that was smashed above his head. When the two sides came into contact, the man-eating tree exploded, unable to crush the fist. But Guo Feng didn't really try to use the man-eating tree to defeat Su Yen Sheng, as long as he could resist it for a while. At this moment, Guo Feng's body swayed and he was about to turn into a green light and rush out. However, at this moment, 12 potential void locks suddenly appeared, blocking all directions. Guo Feng looked at the two silver chains in front of him, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately waved his right hand and slapped it with green miasma surging in his palm. The locks of the sky at this time had not been strengthened by the great sun-burning body technique. Facing the attack of the shining star, these two locks of the sky were shattered with only a slight shock. However, the air locks were extremely flexible. Before Guo Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, several other air locks had already gathered together. Damn, what the hell? Guo Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he smashed the remaining air locks one by one with his palms. However, the man-eating tree had completely exploded, and a huge fist filled with fire suddenly hit Guo Feng's head. Bang, bang! There were two loud noises in succession. Su Yesheng hit the ground with his fists, and the whole place fell silent instantly. The shining star's body is indeed much harder. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and he observed the two people who were smashed into the pit through perspective. If a gold-level person were to take such a beating, he would probably turn into mincemeat immediately. But although their bodies were chapped, covered in blood, and almost lifeless, they still maintained their human form. Then come a few more times. Su Yuan had no expression on his face, and Su Yen Sheng immediately raised his huge fist and smashed it at the two people below him. Bang 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 bang! Deafening loud noises continued one after another, and a large amount of smoke and dust exploded from the ground. After throwing dozens or 20 punches in a row, Su Yen Sheng stopped and put away his fists. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, the black flames on Su Yen Sheng's body surged and decomposed, and all of them converged towards him and disappeared into his body. The consumption is really huge. Su Yuan's face turned pale and he felt the state of his body for a moment. In just a moment, nearly half of the star power has been consumed. Just the consumption of Suxi manifestation itself is not small, and the use of transposition and teleportation with Suxi manifestation is even more expensive. But compared to the invincible power of Su Yen Sheng, this kind of consumption is not worth mentioning. Su Yuan looked thoughtful, then looked at the two huge pits ahead. Black Mountain Wang and Guo Feng had completely turned into two puddles of flesh. Apart from some pieces of clothing and a broken sheep head staff, their identities were completely unrecognizable. Su Yuan stepped forward and fiddled with it for a while, and found the space ring where the two of them had sunk into the ground. Fortunately, the space ring can still be used, otherwise it would be a big loss. Su Yuan mentally reached into the ring, checked it briefly, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. There are countless miscellaneous materials, so I won't go into details. There are hundreds of thousands of star stones each, and the two sides add up to a total of 280,000 cents of star stones. In addition, there are many kinds of talismans, strange props, star cores, star weapons, etc. If all of this is dealt with, I'm afraid we can get hundreds of thousands of star stones. As expected of a star-level net worth, it is not on the same level as gold and silver levels. Su Yuan smacked his lips. Although the best thing is just a few shining star master star cores, there are too many different things. As for epic star cards, of course there are none. Epic star cards are also extremely precious to shining stars. This kind of treasure is already difficult to buy with money. If there were any, Hai Shenwang and the other two might have used them long ago, so how could they keep them? Chapter 307 Crisis Renewed. Su Yuan launched Suxi manifestation as soon as he came up. Apart from the high consumption, it didn't take much time to solve the two shining stars. Bingtong and Huangxiang shouldn't have much of a problem, but we'd better go back and take care of them. After Su Yuan thought for a moment, he quickly hurried back to the north while recovering his star power. The reason why Luo Bingtong and Huangxiang were separated before was because they were worried that something might happen to them when they faced the shining star. If you are alone, no matter what happens, you can move forward and retreat freely with teleportation and transposition. After passing through the Dragon Gate ladder, he entered the Golden Limit and advanced greatly in strength. Dealing with such an ordinary shining star who only obtained the Green Carp Transcendence Talisman was as expected without much pressure. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to see Luo Bingtong and Huangxiang rushing toward him through long vision. Has it been solved? It's much faster than expected. Su Yuan smiled and immediately quickened his pace, his eyes flashing with silver as he was about to teleport away. However, at this moment, Su Yuan's body that was about to disappear was slightly distorted, and then he reappeared in the same place. Isolated. Su Yuan's heart trembled, and he instantly realized something was wrong, and started the phase shift without thinking. And in the sky, a beam of extremely strong golden light suddenly descended from 1,000 meters in the air and landed directly on Su Yuan's position just now. The golden light flashed slightly, and then, the rich golden light that was so bright that it was difficult to open your eyes suddenly burst out. Boom! The ground shattered into pieces in all directions like tofu, and in just a moment all the mountains with a radius of 1,000 meters were flattened. Su Yuan, who was in the secondary space, could naturally see all this clearly. Such an astonishing and powerful blow immediately made Su Yuan's heart feel a little chilly. If he hadn't carried out the phase shift at the moment when the teleportation failed, otherwise he would never have been able to withstand this blow with his own body alone. Are there other masters who are interested in epic star weapons? Su Yuan quickly thought about the current situation in his mind. Logically speaking, the Huiho class would not easily take action against the younger generation for the sake of epic star weapons, especially when the Great Yan Sky Patrol Division clearly spoke. Among the shining stars, there are only a few people who dare to take risks and ignore the warnings of the Sky Patrol envoy. Although Su Yuan couldn't figure it out for the moment, he also knew that the more important thing was how to deal with the current situation. The teleportation is blocked by something, but there may be a chance to exchange places by changing places. There are also many low-level star beasts in the forest. When encountering a strong enemy ambush and the situation is unknown, it is better to get out first. Su Yuan had a plan in mind to return to the main space and try to transfer. However, at this moment, a square barrier rose into the sky around him. In the blink of an eye, everything in the field disappeared. Bingtong, don't worry, boss, nothing will happen to him. In the mountain forest, Huangxiang took long strides and panted heavily to chase Luo Bingtong, who was flying at high speed in front of him. Luo Bingtong's face was expressionless and she had no intention of slowing down. Thinking of what Su Yuan said before, Luo Bingtong felt that things were not that simple, and there might be powerful enemies. So after leaving Mingshan with Huangxiang, Luo Bingtong directly sacrificed Wan Huaxianbing. Below Shining Star, unless the opponent masters epic skills, Divine Fire and Black Ice are invincible. Luo Bingtong went all out and killed Cao Bang, Lao Feng and hundreds of others without mercy. Except for a few people who escaped, almost the entire army was wiped out. Then, Luo Bingtong turned back and wanted to meet Su Yuan. Suddenly, a dazzling golden beam of light suddenly descended from high in the sky in the distance. Following an astonishing roar, another huge square light curtain rose into the sky and quickly dissipated. No, something seems to have happened. Huangxiang's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Su Yuan is over there. How could it be such a coincidence that someone else happened to be fighting here? It was most likely Su Yuan. Although the barrier rising behind was of no use, the golden beam of light falling from the sky was so powerful that it made one's scalp numb. Seeing this, Luo Bingtong suddenly felt an extremely bad feeling in her heart. Cold energy surged around her body, and she directly launched her ice soul transformation and shot out. Huangxiang's expression also became serious, and blue light flowed around his body, dragging out a long phantom and chasing Luo Bingtong. Soon, the two of them arrived at the place where Su Yuan was previously. But apart from the crumbling and sinking ground and some star power fluctuations that gradually dissipated, there was no trace or breath of anyone in all directions. No one. Huangxiang took a deep breath and clenched his fists unconsciously. Don't let anything happen to you, boss. Luo Bingtong relied on the ice soul to transform and fly into the air, searching back and forth around for a moment. However, even if the search scope was expanded, nothing was found. Can't find it. After searching to no avail, Luo Bingtong's always cold eyes showed a hint of uneasiness and panic for the first time. Yes, Bingtong. At this time, Huangxiang on the ground suddenly spoke loudly. Luo Bingtong turned to look at the ground, only to see Huangxiang holding a talisman in his hand. There is a location on this talisman. Huangxiang said in surprise, holding the talisman given by Su Yuan earlier. The two slender ice wings flapped, and Luo Bingtong appeared in front of Huangxiang in a blink of an eye. Looking down, the activated talisman in Huangxiang's hand was indeed pointing somewhere to the west. I want to find him. Luo Bingtong took the talisman in Huangxiang's hand, then rose into the sky again in a flash and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Huangxiang couldn't keep up with Luo Bingtong's speed, he didn't stay where he was. Instead, he moved his legs and quickly chased towards the west. Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and the surrounding scenery changed drastically, and he was now on a desolate and barren plain. Did you teleport directly out of Mingshan? It must be at least hundreds of kilometers away. Although Su Yuan didn't know exactly where he was obviously no longer in the forest-covered Mingshan mountain. But this is not important. What is important is the three people who appear outside. A handsome man with long golden hair, wearing a white dress and a pair of golden gloves, behaved elegantly. Next to him, there was a fat man about 1.8 meters tall, who was chewing a bunch of meat in a row. As for the last person, she was a beautiful blonde woman wearing a suit with a cold expression. She looked to be about 30 years old. These three people were Frank Gray and his team who had locked Su Yuan in Longmen City early. What a strong pressure! Su Yuan's perception was very keen. Just looking at these three people at this moment, he felt a strong pressure. It was a completely different feeling than when facing Haishan Wang and Guo Fengzi. Even if he is not Hu, he is still a master among Yaoxing. It would be extremely difficult for me to face one alone, let alone three of them. And Su Yuan didn't feel wrong. Because the Hu level target was too large and easily attracted attention, the Bok family only sent 3 members of the Shining level Frank team to the south to deal with the murderer. And these 3 people are all Zika star card masters. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light and he tried to teleport, but found that this place had been surrounded by a barrier in advance and he could not teleport outside. Prohibition of transfers, forced teleportation over long distances, the levels involved in these things are definitely not something ordinary forces can come up with. Coupled with 3 masters of this level, such a big move is just to kill a gold level me. Su Yuan's mind raced, and he soon vaguely guessed the origins of these people. Looking up at the few people, Su Yuan said in a deep voice, Qi Guang, the Bok family. Chapter 308 Minced Meat. The Bok family. Hey? Did you guess it so quickly? Frank smiled gracefully, and then took out a small crystal bottle. At this moment, a ray of breath in the crystal bottle is actively wandering inside the bottle, and there is also a faint ray of blood on it. Su Yuan's heart sank slightly, as expected of a member of a big family, he can actually come to our door like this. It must be a bit of luck. No matter what, I did find you. Su Yuan asked, so you have been secretly observing the previous battle. I'm responsible for teleporting you here, so of course I have to keep an eye on you all the way. Having said this, Frank smiled appreciatively. It's really impressive to defeat 2 shining stars with a golden body. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us in Kigwang to find 1 or 2 geniuses like you. Su Yuan had no intention of feeling the other party's appreciation at the moment. Facing the ambush of the 3 masters, he did not dare to take it lightly. Putting his left hand on his chest, black flames burned into the sky, and Su Yuan once again launched the Suxi manifestation. The indifferent Elentine's eyes froze. What an amazing heretic, I'm afraid it has the strength of a star. In order to ensure the ultimate goal, Elentine has been setting up a barrier here, but she doesn't know what happened in Mingshan before. Frank smiled and said, with this outsider skill, he defeated 2 shining stars with just 1 gold level. Well, even though they were 2 useless shining stars. The 2 of them were chatting in a relaxed manner, but Su Yuan was not so careless and directly controlled Suxi Xiansheng to raise his right hand and slap several people on the ground horizontally. Although Frank and Elentine were communicating, their movements were not slow. Elentine is extremely good at speed. As an epic purple card star card master, he has agility qualifications up to B level. With a flash of fire on his body, he easily dodged under Su Xianshen's hand. Although Frank was not as fast as Elentine, he turned into a golden light in time to avoid it. Only Gray, who had a face full of meat and was still eating a big piece of meat at this time, didn't know whether he couldn't escape or his reaction was slower, and he still stayed in the same place. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiansheng's big black hand slapped him firmly. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and white air waves exploded in all directions, stirring up a strong burst of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Su Yuan's pupil shrank. I saw that the fat man Gray was still holding a big skewer of meat in his right hand, but he just stretched out his left hand to block Su Xia's big black hand. What a terrifying power! Su Yuan's heart became more solemn, but his movements did not stop. He immediately controlled Su Xiansheng with his other big hand and clapped it over. With a pop sound, Su Xiansheng's 2 palms came together, slapping Gray in his palm like a mosquito. Such a blow would have been extremely difficult for Guo Feng and Haishan Wang to take. However, at this moment Elentine and Frank, who had just dodged, looked as normal, as if they were not worried that Gray would be killed by this blow. This is also true. After a moment of silence, the 2 closed black hands undulated, as if something was exerting force inside. Soon, a gap appeared between his hands. Looking carefully, it was Gray who used his hands to open it slightly. As for the bunch of uneaten meat in his hand, it had fallen to the ground. Gray looked at the meat skewers that fell to the ground, and an increasingly intense look of anger was visible on his face. My earthly dragon meat! Gray roared angrily, and the muscles in his arms became knotted and suddenly expanded twice. With a little force, Su Xiansheng's 2 big hands were directly shaken open. This kind of power is probably a B-level power qualification. Su Yuan took a deep breath. It was amazing that this fat man could actually shake off Su Xia and reveal his sage in a head-on fight. There is no doubt that this fat man is a star card master who is good at strength, but he is much stronger than the strength-based opponents he encountered in the Transcendent Realm. After all, the Transcendence Realm is based on the Golden Limit, and the fat man in front of me is probably one whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary people among the shining stars. It's tricky. Just after the fight, Yuan realized that these opponents were probably stronger than imagined. Ruan, mend the demon. Yuan said through the soft hand on his wrist. Pfft. Ruan responded and immediately deployed the Sea Soul protection to repair Yuan's demons. Feeling the steady supply of star power, Yuan felt a little relieved. At the same time, he took out 2 shining star cores from the rings he had just obtained from the Haishan Wings and handed them to Ruan, who turned them into bracelets. You can swallow the bull demon star core I gave you earlier as a reserve of star power. If it's not enough, swallow these 2 as well. Pfft, Master, don't worry. Ruan directly incorporated the 2 star cores into his body. Ruan has met many enemies with Yuan. When he heard what Yuan said, he immediately understood that the 3 enemies facing him now might be much stronger than the previous enemies, and this time they might even be in danger of life and death. Thinking of this, Ruan couldn't help but feel waves of self-blame and guilt. It's such a dangerous time, but I am so weak that I can't stand up and fight side by side with my master, I can only be a power bank. You must become stronger quickly, Ruan. While thinking this, Ruan began to swallow the earliest bull demon star core at high speed. It seems that angering Grey saves us from taking action. Frank crossed his arms and smiled. Enlightenment also stood there, showing no intention of taking action in a hurry. In terms of frontal combat power and difficulty level, Grey can be said to be quite strong. It's just that this guy is a bit lazy and self-centered. Now that he's irritated, it's rare for him to be so proactive, but he actually suits Frank and the other 2's wishes. At this moment, the angry Grey also expanded his legs in a circle, stepped on his feet, and his whole body ejected like a cannonball towards Yuan. In a blink of an eye, he rushed to Su Xiansheng's chest and punched him. Bang! With a muffled sound, Su Xiansheng's chest suddenly became dented, and even his huge body was knocked back a step. However, this kind of physical attack, unless it can smash the entire Suxi Xiansheng into pieces at once, is naturally nothing to Suxi Xiansheng, who can continuously repair it. As the black flames flowed, the injuries on Suxi Xiansheng's chest quickly recovered. At the same time, Suxi Xiansheng's big hands patted Grey on the chest again. Enlightenment, who was watching the battle nearby, was even more surprised when he saw this. Not only is this heretical incarnation so strong, but its defense and recovery power are also so abnormal. You know, this caster is just a gold level. Frank smacked his lips and said with envy, taking it all together, it's definitely a heretic skill of epic quality. Such a good thing, let alone us, even the direct geniuses of the 5 major families have a hard time getting it. Fortunately, this guy is only at the gold level. If he were at the shining star level, it would be really difficult to break through this heretic skill. Enlightenment nodded. Even if it is an epic quality heretic skill, if a gold level person uses it, several people will still find various ways to break through it. The simplest way is to wait until Yuan's star power reaches the bottom and is unable to maintain the illusion of evil. If gold level star power can maintain such skills, it will definitely not last long. But at this moment, in mid-air, Grey saw Su Xiansheng's 2 big hands slapping at him, and he punched him unceremoniously. After all, he had already felt the power of Suxi's manifestation before, so Grey thought he could easily handle it. Die! Grey's face was swollen, and with a low shout, his sandbag-sized fist struck Su Xiansheng's big palm. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. However, this time, at the moment when the fists and palms clashed, a large group of heart-stopping black flames surged out from Su Xi's palms and hit Grey. In an instant, the aroma of meat overflowed, and the smell of roasted meat came from Grey's body. Ah! Black fire burned his body, and Grey suddenly screamed. Even if a large amount of star power is released, it will be difficult to completely overwhelm these domineering black flames in an instant. The fat body was already full of oil, but it was immediately roasted by the black fire that suddenly appeared. It was like adding fuel to the fire, and it burned quite vigorously. This sudden change immediately caused the expressions of the 2 Franks below to change. Shenhuo! Frank exclaimed, and then reacted, no wonder, this outsider's skill is actually the divine fire skill of Shenhuo, no wonder it is so strong. Ilenton looked at the divine fire in front of him, and while he was surprised, a look of deep envy rose in his eyes. There is no fire star card master who does not yearn for divine fire. Elentine thought to herself that if she had a divine fire in her hands, she would immediately be able to reach the level of the top shining star. She would not be afraid of Frank and Gray even if they were 1 against 2. But such a divine fire appeared in the hands of a gold-level person? Elentine took a deep breath to calm down Tianwu's violent mood, turned to Frank and asked, "Do you want to help?" "No need, the divine fire of the gold-level envoy, just like this, there is nothing you can do about it." "That's okay." Elentine responded calmly. Frank and Gray often move together, and the 2 are more familiar with each other. Since he said no, I think Gray can handle it on his own. But at this moment, along with a burst of putrid smell, large parts of Gray's body that had been burned by the undead evil fire suddenly began to squirm. Countless rotten flesh and blood suddenly gushes out from all over Gray's body, forming a large flesh ball, which props up the burning immortal evil fire. Afterwards, Gray escaped from the shell of the meatball like a golden cicada taking off its shell. In this way, he avoided the constant burning of the undead evil fire. Sure enough, it's not that easy to deal with. Su Yuan secretly thought it was a pity. I wanted to take advantage of this fat man's mentality of underestimating the enemy and use divine fire to directly solve it. However, these 3 people are indeed not on the same level as the previous Black Mountain Wing. Even if the immortal evil fire hits directly, they still have ways to deal with it. At this time, the obese Gray did not expect that he would be so embarrassed by a gold-level man. His big eyes were already red, and his body was full of blood and flesh, and more rotten flesh and blood surged out of his body. "Minced meat!" Gray yelled angrily, and more rotten flesh and blood surged out of his body, eventually transforming into a 5 to 6 meter tall small mountain of flesh covered in rotten minced meat. Chapter 309 Breakout. As the small meat mountain appeared, a large amount of light red minced meat gas filled its body, and the nauseating smell directly caused Elentine and Frank to take dozens of steps back. Fortunately, I had the foresight and didn't go together. Frank breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. Elentine frowned and didn't even want to open her mouth, lest the smell of these rotten gases enter her mouth. Just thinking about it made her sick. At this moment, Gray, who had transformed into a small meat mountain, directly turned into a high-speed rotating meatball and crashed into Su Xiansheng. Suxi Xiansheng, on the other hand, waved his right hand with immortal evil fire towards the flesh ball, trying to swat it away. However, what I didn't expect was that the high-speed rotating meatball actually smashed Su Xiansheng's palm directly. After being slightly hindered, it went straight to Su Xiansheng's chest unabated. "You actually broke Su Xiansheng's hand at once? I don't know how much this power has increased." Su Yuan was secretly frightened, and without hesitation increased the star power output, and urged more undead evil fire to rush towards Su Xiansheng's chest. But with a bang sound, the meatball had already hit him. In an instant, Su Xiansheng's chest sank and a large piece of it collapsed where he was hit. However, Su Yuan was well prepared. While Su Xiansheng was repairing at high speed, many immortal evil fires gathered in his chest also rushed towards the flesh ball. However, the result he got made Su Yuan's eyes freeze. The light red fleshy aura on this small mountain of meat seems to have amazing energy resistance. The undead evil fire was greatly hindered when it eroded on it, and the burning speed was nearly half slower than before. And that's not all. Although it was much slower, the mountain of flesh transformed by Gray could not be blocked so easily. The layers of rotten flesh were burned into charcoal and fly ash by the undead evil fire that enveloped the whole body. But the problem is that the body of this meat mountain is like a bottomless pit, and more minced meat is constantly pouring out of the body to make up for the burned parts. And even half of his head, which was burned off by the undead evil fire, was able to replenish his flesh and blood on his own, which was simply astonishing. And this is Gray's soul power: minced meat. By constantly devouring meat, it turns into minced meat and is stored in the body. When used, it can not only enhance one's own strength and restore one's own injuries, but also remove the enemy's power, while possessing extremely high energy resistance. Faced with the burning of the immortal evil fire, Gray used his body as a mountain of flesh to resist, refusing to retreat at all. Instead, he unleashed all his fire power, punch after punch on Su Xiansheng's chest. With the huge power after transforming into a mountain of meat, every punch that Gray makes can destroy a large area of Su Xiansheng's chest body. The speed of this destruction is faster than Su Xiansheng's high-speed repair speed. I don't know if it's because he's angry or because he doesn't want to get too entangled with a gold-level person like Su Yuan. Gray's posture is obviously to penetrate the Shui Xiansheng and kill Su Yuan in one go. Gray was getting closer and closer to Su Yuan, and more undead evil fire had completely enveloped Gray, burning crazily, and large areas of charred black fly ash kept blowing up. This Gray, is he so reckless? Elentine raised her eyebrows, quite displeased with Gray's reckless fighting style. Although our side has a huge advantage, we have also set up a barrier to prevent our opponents from running away. But after all, the opponent has divine fire, so it's better to be careful and kill the opponent steadily and steadily. However, Frank was not too surprised by this. He smiled and shook his head. This is his style. Although it is a bit rough, you see, if there are no surprises, the kid will be caught and beaten to death by Gray in a while. Elentine asked, what if there is an accident? Is there an accident? Frank looked at Gray, who was burned by the evil fire, and Su Yuan, who was in the body of Su Xiansheng. Then we still have to give him the cover. Elentine nodded, but didn't say much. In fact, from Elentine's point of view, there will be basically no accidents in this mission. That is to say, Zeno's identity is too precious, otherwise our side would be overkill in such a large formation. The hill-like Gray kept smashing open Suxi to reveal his saint, getting closer and closer to Su Yuan. However, Su Yuan didn't have much expression. In his pair of silver eyes, the leaves-like patterns of the world were extremely bright. Instead, he kept scanning deeply over Gray's body. Su Yuan knew very well that there must be a source for Gray to be able to continuously release so much minced meat. Once he was able to break through his supply source, he would naturally no longer be able to resist the burning of the divine fire. At this moment, the other party kept using his abilities, and Su Yuan quickly made a discovery through the perspective of omniscient vision. Ruan, swallow the fluctuations in my body. Su Yuan immediately said. Pfft. Ruan, who was always on standby, immediately launched his devouring power, and through contact with Su Yuan's arm, swallowed up all the fluctuations emanating from Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan directly unfolded the green flames to burn his body. At the same time, silver light flowed in his eyes, and a large amount of silver space power gathered in his eyes like a whirlpool. Soon, Gray suddenly felt something bad in his heart. He raised his head and saw the silver light in Su Yuan's eyes was extremely dazzling. Dongxiu. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with silver light, and a silver light appeared out of thin air on Gray's stomach at the same time, and then quickly annihilated and spread, directly opening a hole in his stomach. Logically speaking, such a hole is nothing to Gray, who can constantly make up for the lack of flesh through minced meat. But Gray's expression changed, and there was a strong look of shock and anger in his eyes. Because what was broken was the meat non where the minced meat was stored. The meat nugget was broken, and although it could be practiced again, in a short period of time it could no longer replenish itself with rotten minced meat to resist the divine fire. After just a brief calculation, Gray knew that he couldn't reach Su Yuan, so he immediately and decisively flew back to retreat. Su Yuan's eyes turned cold. Do you want to use the rotten flesh to continuously recover and carry the divine fire to kill me? How can you leave easily without taking off 2 layers of skin? Su Yuan raised his hand and made a move, and 12 airlocks shot out from the void, holding Gray in place, while the undead evil fire burned his body more violently. The lock of the sky was trembling, and it was obviously extremely stressful to face the terrifying power of the mountain of flesh that Gray had transformed. However, the lock of the sky, which Su Yuan used when his body was burned by green flames, could not be easily broken away in a short while. As the immortal evil fire continued to burn, Gray suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. The metnon was originally broken and suffered backlash. At this moment, the body like a mountain is still getting smaller and smaller under the burning of the undead evil fire. It is not said to be in a desperate situation, but it is already quite dangerous. Frank, help me! Gray shouted. The golden light flashed, and Frank saw that something was wrong, so he jumped over to help. Su Yuan was already prepared. When he raised his left hand, a wall of broken space stood up in front of him. At the same time, the red light in his right hand circulated and he took out an object. Frank snorted coldly, and the golden light from his fist suddenly hit the empty wall. The sound of click came one after another, and in just a moment, the empty wall that had been almost unbreakable in previous battles was smashed into pieces. Frank didn't stop for a moment before continuing to rush towards Gray, who was enveloped in black fire. However, at this time, accompanied by a fiery breath, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Frank and slashed with a knife. Frank's expression changed slightly, he put his hands together, and a small holy light shield immediately appeared in front of him. When the holy light shield trembled violently and blocked the blow. However, Frank looked up at the sudden appearance of the figure, and his expression darkened. Incarnation! The man blocking him in front of him was covered in green flames. Except for a pair of blood-red eyes, he was exactly the same as Su Yuan in terms of figure and appearance. It is the incarnation of the demon. At this time, Gray's screams were heard not far away, and it was obvious that he was getting weaker and weaker under the torment of the immortal evil fire. Frank immediately shouted loudly, "Elentine, help!" Without Frank speaking, Elentine already knew that the situation was a little out of control. She cursed in her heart and immediately drew out the thin sword from her waist and flew forward. With a ray of fire and an astonishing speed, he appeared next to Gray, who was burned by evil fire in a blink of an eye. The golden flames on the sword danced, and Elentine slashed down with his sword, directly cutting off the lock in the air. But Gray only felt that the power of restraint was greatly reduced, and he suddenly exerted force and broke all the remaining air locks. Before he could say anything else, Gray had to shed off the rotten flesh wrapped in divine fire to get out. Elentine was extremely surprised that the other party didn't stop her. In fact, Su Yuan could feel that Gray's vitality was extremely tenacious and his physique was astonishing. He was probably B-level. It would be okay if he was the only one, I was sure that I could wear him to death with the help of Rura. But there were 2 other people there now, and he couldn't kill them completely before the other 2 rescued them. If he was to be killed by force, the other 2 would definitely take action to keep him. These 3 people are too strong. In their current state, not to mention the consumption of star power, they have already used up to 77 or 88 methods, and it will be difficult to deal with the remaining 2 people. It's definitely not worth exchanging one for the other. So Su Yuan's purpose is to break out first. Taking advantage of the gap between Elentine cutting the airlock, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he disappeared from the place with Suxi Xian Sheng, and teleported directly to the edge of the barrier. After a teleportation, Su Yuan put away Suxi and revealed himself, with green flames burning underneath him, and rushed towards the edge of the barrier at full speed without looking back. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed to be trying to escape, Frank immediately unleashed his star power to suppress the demon incarnation in front of him. However, the green flames on the demon soul's incarnation body suddenly turned into a purple-gold color at the Dachan level, and his strength increased sharply again. Locks in the sky, flames of hell, void monument crackers. With the help of left and right fights, various moves were constantly thrown out from the hands of the demon incarnation. The attack was so fierce that even Frank was overwhelmed and was tightly entangled. Frank immediately shouted to Elentine, "He is going to run, stop him." Liu Guang Hokage. Elentine shouted low, turned into a rapidly moving golden stream of fire and chased after him. That astonishing speed was even faster than the speed at which Su Yuan Qingjian burned his body. There is a level 4 barrier set up in advance. I'd like to see how you get out in a while. Frank and Elentine were not too worried, after all, there was still a barrier. At this moment, a dazzling silver light suddenly lit up in the eyes of the monster that had entangled Frank, and astonishing spatial fluctuations faintly emanated from it. "It's that move just now." Frank's heart froze slightly. This move was able to penetrate even Grey, who had transformed into a mountain of meat. There was no doubt about its power. Holy light surged in his hands, and Frank immediately deployed the holy light cross shield. The next moment, the eyes of the demon incarnation were filled with silver light, and dazzling flames even overflowed from the eye sockets. However, Frank was stunned. The holy light cross shield in his hand didn't even move at all. The operation failed. Frank was slightly confused, but when he saw the shimmering silver light in the eyes of the demon incarnation that had not dissipated, he suddenly thought of something, his expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. "But I saw that a big hole had been opened in the distant barrier by the power of silver space." At this time, Su Yuan had already arrived in front of the barrier, turned into a cyan figure and jumped out of the barrier. Not good. Seeing Su Yuan running away, Frank's expression changed drastically. Turning to look at the demon incarnation behind him, Frank's face had completely darkened. "I don't have time to play with this incarnation anymore." Although he knew that this incarnation would probably dissipate on its own soon, Frank had no time to wait any longer. With a chill in his eyes, Frank flew high into the sky, a large amount of holy light surged between his hands. After a moment of gathering momentum, he shouted, "Holy light sword domain!" A frightening wave of star power came from above the head, golden light bloomed in the sky, and countless star-cross lightsabers descended from the sky above the head like a torrential rain towards the demon incarnation below. Bang bang bang! After more than 10 seconds of violent roaring, the entire scene suddenly became quiet, and in the scene, the incarnation of the demon with the same immortality had not even a trace of ash left in the roaring holy light. Chapter 310 Black Wind. Su Yuan rushed out of the barrier, his eyes lit up with silver light, and he looked into the distance with his far-sighted vision. Everywhere you look is a desolate scene, making it difficult to identify your direction. If it's the adjacent areas around Great Yan Kingdom, Su Yuan can still recognize some of them. However, in the Black Wind region, Su Yuan could not recognize it except for some places he had already visited such as Longmen City. Behind him, Elentine had turned into golden flowing fire and chased after her from the air. Su Yuan did not hesitate and continued in the current direction, relying on the sun-burning body technique and teleportation to rush out. Not long after, Su Yuan felt that the connection between the demon incarnation and himself was interrupted. Fortunately, I acted decisively and managed to break through by severely injuring one person before they joined forces to attack. Otherwise, the outcome would be little better than the incarnation of the demon. Su Yuan was slightly shocked. So far, the demon's incarnation was almost exactly the same as him except that it did not have divine fire, summoning spells or other star weapons. Even so, it only lasted for a while. Among the shining stars, although there are no divisions between junior, middle, and high levels, the difference between the upper and lower limits of strength seems to be greater than that of the gold level. Su Yuan secretly exclaimed. After fighting against two groups of shining stars one after another, Su Yuan truly felt the difference. Previously, Haishan Weng and Guo Feng were easily dealt with by just launching the Suxi manifestation. But at this moment, he was using all his methods. With the other two people standing by and watching the battle, it was difficult for him to take down the fat man Grey one-on-one. Epic Star Card Master, Strength B and Constitution B, coupled with the power of the soul, the strength level increases exponentially. At this moment, although the siege was broken, the crisis was not over yet. So Yuan immediately gathered his thoughts and continued to move forward quickly. With enhanced agility and instant movement, you can't even catch up with me. Behind Su Yuan, Elentine turned into flowing fire and followed Su Yuan closely, frowning slightly. He has a B-level agility qualification and is good at speed, but now that he has launched the flowing light fire shadow skill that greatly increases his speed, he can't catch up with Su Yuan in front of him. First you went through a big battle, and now you use these enhanced skills to escape. I want to see how long your star power can last. Elentine's cold light flashed, looking at Su Yuan who had once again moved away from him through teleportation, and sped up to catch up. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a long time had passed since he broke out of the barrier. But Su Yuan, who was moving at high speed, still felt solemn in his heart, because Elentine behind him was like candy, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard he shook it off. This is the trickiest part when facing a speedy opponent. Generally speaking, enemies who are good at physical fitness, strength, etc. can still run away even if they can't be defeated. But facing a speedy opponent, it's hard to beat or even escape. And it wasn't just Elentine, Frank and Grey, who was slightly sluggish, also caught up behind them. Be gentle, mend the demon. Su Yuan lowered his head and ordered. Pukshishi, there is no more star core. He said weakly. Su Yuan was startled, have you used up all the previous ones? Pfft, yes. Su Yuan did not hesitate and took out 2 more brilliant star cores from the Black Mountain Wang Ring and a large number of lower 3rd level star cores and fed them to Ruan. Ruan immediately devoured it at high speed, and soon, large areas of star power poured into Su Yuan's body through the protection of the Sea Soul. With enough star power to support him, Su Yuan picked up speed again and ran towards the distance. However, Su Yuan was not at ease. The one chasing after him was a shining star, and it would be too much of a disadvantage to consume him. He has been using the Great Sun Burning Body technique to ensure that he will not be caught up by Elentine. In other words, he has Ruan constantly devouring star cores to replenish his demons, so that he can maintain this state. Although I have just obtained a lot of star cores and star stones, I am not afraid that my star power will be exhausted for a while. But procrastinating like this is still not an option. Still have to try to find variables. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and he once again expanded his omniscient vision and farsightedness. This place is really true. Not to mention star beasts, there are not even ordinary creatures. There is no need to change places. Otherwise, we would have distanced ourselves long ago. Still finding nothing, Su Yuan was slightly disappointed. But at this moment, Su Yuan saw gusts of rustling black wind suddenly appear deep in the same desolate plain, and then quickly disappear. Black wind. Su Yuan was a little surprised at first, then his eyes flashed. Although it was the first time he saw it, Su Yuan immediately recognized that this was the most representative black wind in the Black Wind territory. The Black Wind territory is called this because this extremely destructive black wind blows from time to time in many places throughout the Black Wind territory. And because of this black wind domain was divided into pieces, making it difficult to form 1 or 2 large organizations or forces. The reason why this place is barren and desolate, with no vegetation let alone star beasts, is probably because of the black wind. Su Yuan suddenly felt enlightened and kept thinking at the same time. This kind of black wind is very destructive, but it is not the most troublesome. The most troublesome thing is that the black wind comes and goes without a trace, its size is uncertain, and it can appear quickly from anywhere at any time. Therefore, as long as the Star Card Master steps into an area where the black wind is raging, he must be on guard and beware of the sudden appearance of the black wind. Not to mention the third level, even the Yaoxing and Huido levels are quite dangerous if they encounter a large black wind. At the moment, Su Yuan also faces two choices. First, take a detour to the left and right, but this will inevitably lead to the close distance or even direct pursuit by Elentine and others who are chasing behind them. Faced with the siege of several people, there will be more danger than danger. Second, continue moving forward and enter the dark and windy area. The danger of black wind is indeed not small. But for me, it is an opportunity. In just a blink of an eye, Su Yuan made a decision. Don't dodge or avoid, speed up and jump forward. He has epic pupil skills and omniscient vision, so he can definitely deal with the elusive black wind more easily than others. At least it would put some distance between him and Elenten and the others. And, that's not all. Su Yuan looked back at Elenten, who was chasing after him, with murderous intent looming in his eyes. If we can separate the three of them, maybe we can get rid of them first. Su Yuan is not without anger. This is the first time he has been chased so far since he embarked on the road of Star Card Master. Originally, the three people on the opposite side were very powerful. They were all masters of the Shining Star. It was difficult for me to withstand them together. But now, with the unpredictable black wind, it is possible to create an opportunity to deal with these people one by one. Later, when he saw Elentine speeding up again after Su Yuan replenished his star power, his expression became increasingly ugly. Can he still accelerate? What's going on? He can't use up all his gold-level star power. Elenten frowned tightly as she looked at Su Yuan, who was about to disappear from her perception in the blink of an eye. It stands to reason that the average gold limit would have already exhausted all its star power after the battle just now. And Su Yuan can actually maintain this flame-burning enhanced state for a long time, which is far beyond the gold level. If it weren't for the energy that led to the crystal bottle, I might have been lost. Thinking of this, Elentine's face became even colder. It's just a gold level. I am the person who got the title of Flashing Flame Sword Lady in the underground world, but today I was hung up by a gold level person for so long. Elentine's right hand unconsciously touched the thin sword at her waist, murderous intent almost bursting out of her eyes. Don't let me catch up, otherwise, I will poke 180 holes in you. The golden flames on her body became even hotter, and Elenten used her star power to pursue Su Yuan without stopping. Not long after, Su Yuan stepped into the area where black wind appeared from time to time. Soon, Su Yuan felt a restrained and concentrated energy suddenly gathering at his side. Not only does he have an omniscient vision with no blind spots, but Su Yuan's own perception is extremely keen. At this moment, he noticed something, reacted quickly, and immediately moved aside. The next moment, a gust of black wind suddenly appeared out of thin air and blew quickly from the side. It was only a few meters away from Su Yuan and almost hit Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked at the whistling black wind, his eyes moved, and he planned to test the strength of this black wind. The blue flame on his left hand lit up, and the blue flame condensed at high speed in his palm. The ring on his right hand flashed, and a green quality long stick that was casually stored in the ring appeared in his hand. The Cang Yan Strike and the long stick were driven into the passing black wind by Su Yuan. The imaginary explosion of fire did not appear. The black wind twisted and completely wiped out the Cang Yan Strike in the blink of an eye, not even allowing the full power of the Cang Yan Strike to explode. As for the long stick, after entering the black wind, it immediately made a clang, clank, clank metal friction sound, and a large number of dense scratches were visible to the naked eye, as if it had been cut by a large number of sharp weapons. A ball of scrap metal. The power of this black wind is only stronger than what others have said. Su Yuan's heart froze slightly, and he immediately became more careful, but this would undoubtedly slow down his progress. It didn't take long for Elentine, who was chasing after him, to catch up. Caught up. A cold light grew in Elentine's eyes. After chasing for so long, Her suppressed anger could no longer be contained. Enlightenment immediately grasped the hilt of the sword, and golden flames rose from the obsidian scabbard, turning into a burst of golden fire and leaping towards Su Yuan. As for the occasional bursts of black wind ahead, Enlightenment naturally noticed it, but didn't take it too seriously. The black wind is restrained and concise, and does not send out too many fluctuations. In appearance, except for its color, it is almost the same as the ordinary breeze. Su Yuan knew the power of black wind in advance, while Enlightenment was from the north and had limited understanding of it. Not long after, Enlightenment hit a large black wind that suddenly blew in front of her. In an instant, the golden flames lingering outside Enlightenment seemed to be greatly suppressed, trembling violently like a candle swaying in the wind, and almost extinguished in just a moment. Not good. Enlightenment's expression changed, and he immediately exploded with star power to withdraw from it. The golden flames surrounding his body were almost extinguished, and several shallow blood stains appeared on his body. This black wind is so powerful. Enlightenment was shocked. She didn't expect that this inconspicuous black wind could be so powerful, and it could break through her defense like this. Looking at Su Yuan, who was about to disappear from sight in the blink of an eye, Enlightentment's face was as dark as water, and she felt her heart getting more and more angry. Damn it, I must kill you. Enlightenment immediately opened up his star power defense, increased his vigilance to avoid the black wind that was gathering and dispersing in front of him, and turned into a streak of fire again to chase after him. Chapter 311 Chase. As Su Yuan went deeper, the black wind became denser and stronger. Even with omniscient vision, Su Yuan had to be more careful. However, what was unexpected was that not only was Enlightenment not thrown away by Su Yuan, but because of the anger that continued to accumulate in her heart, it didn't take long for Enlightenment to burst out with star power and rush towards Su Yuan against the black wind, getting closer and closer. Is this woman so resentful? Su Yuan frowned slightly. Even though there was still a distance, Su Yuan could already feel the suppressed murderous intention behind the other party's indifferent expression. And it is not unreasonable for Enlightenment to dare to do this. At this moment, Enlightentment's body became like a furnace, bright and red, and from time to time, the sound of burning flames could be heard from it. Faced with the black wind whistling past, Enlightenment was only scratched out with some bloodstains of different shades, and was not injured at all. B-level defense qualification. Su Yuan's eyes became more solemn. Gray used to have B-level strength and B-level physique. The Enlightenment chasing now has B-level agility and B-level defense. Su Yuan knew that Enlightenment was chasing at such a speed despite the black wind, but he still had to dodge. If he kept going like this, he would be overtaken sooner or later. In this case, he also had to speed up. At this moment, a hint of black appeared in Su Yuan's eyes as he looked towards the horizon, and his pupils suddenly shrank. This is... But in the distance, I saw a large black hurricane lying in front of me like a tsunami, roaring and raging, with no boundaries left and right. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and he immediately began to look far into the depths of this black hurricane. The roaring black hurricane seemed to be endless. It wasn't until Su Yuan's far-sighted vision reached its limit that he finally crossed over the black hurricane and found a quiet and peaceful place. Through this, Su Yuan could roughly see the situation of this endless hurricane. It was like a huge hurricane ring, but there was a quiet area without black wind in the center. Such a large black hurricane! Su Yuan's eyes flashed. He already had a plan in mind, and he immediately teleported before the roaring black hurricane. With his left hand clasped on his chest, countless black flames burst out from his chest. Su Xie shows his holiness. Su Yuan's eyes shone brightly, black flames shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Su Xie's Yen Sheng appeared outside his body. Su Yuan then controlled Su Xie's Yen Sheng and rushed directly into the roaring black hurricane. In an instant, Su Yen Sheng's whole body was torn apart by the black wind, and exploded into large swaths of black flame energy. Hands, feet, head, Su Xiaoxianchen's body was continuously crushed by the black hurricane. The huge body became smaller and smaller, and Su Yuan, who was located in the middle of the chest, became more and more dangerous. However, Su Xiaoxianchen's immortality inherited from the evil fire cannot be broken so easily. The divine fire mark in Su Yuan's star power cyclone was fully activated, and the bright light almost came out from Su Yuan's chest. Black flames erupted all over Su Xiansheng's body, and he relied on his immortality property to constantly repair himself at an astonishing speed to resist the damage caused by the black wind. Not long after, when only the chest cavity was left in Su Xianchen's huge body, the speed of self-repair finally reached a balance with the destruction speed of the black hurricane. Sure enough, I can handle it. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately controlled Su Xiansheng, unfolded the weight of Yuan magnetic and flew towards the depths of the black hurricane. Enlightenment, who was following closely behind, saw Su Yuan rushing directly into the endless black hurricane, and his expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. It's just a gold level, aren't you really afraid that you won't be able to get out? After pondering for a moment, Enlightenment's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to form a seal, and golden rune marks appeared all over his body. Glory furnace, open! Enlightenment shouted low, and along with bursts of explosions, the furnace-like body suddenly emitted a terrifying, heart-stopping high temperature. The brilliant glow of the furnace radiates from Enlightenment's body, and from time to time, a cluster of golden flames jumps out of the body and wraps around the body. Then, Enlightenment's body swayed, and she rushed into the roaring black hurricane. In another direction, dozens of kilometers away from Su Yuan, a white-haired girl with a pair of ice bone wings flew straight into this desolate land. The girl held a white jade bottle in her left hand, which contained a white liquid like nectar. From time to time, the girl would pick up the white jade bottle and take a sip. The star power that had been consumed in her body was more than half recovered in just 10 seconds. In the girl's right hand, she holds a talisman. The girl opened her right hand, checked the direction pointed on the talisman, and rushed into the black wind without hesitation. The white-haired girl has keen senses and quick movements, and she nimbly avoided the black wind that appeared at the beginning. However, as it went deeper, the black wind became stronger and more numerous, and the girl was finally hit. 2 shallow scars immediately appeared on the body that was as smooth as ice and jade bones. But the girl just glanced at it and continued to go inside without slowing down. Her ice blue eyes were fixed, as if there was something she must find. After a while, the girl's body was covered with many scars. At this time, because he was going too fast, he was hit by a strong black wind, which directly opened a 2-inch long wound on his back. The white-haired girl's face was expressionless, and as she thought, a layer of ice crystals covered the blood that had solidified and overflowed from the wound, and she continued to move forward without stopping for a moment. This white-haired girl is naturally Luo Bingtong, who came all the way quickly through the locator. At this time, somewhere in the shadow of Luo Bingtong's clothes, a black spiritual light suddenly surged, and then a black 4-winged snake jumped out of it. The 4-winged snake was covered in black light, and soon transformed into a lean and capable black-haired woman with clear features in black clothing. The looming aura in his body is extremely astonishing, and he is clearly a Huido-level master. "Miss, please stop." The woman quickly called out to Luo Bingtong. Luo Bingtong looked at the woman who suddenly appeared. He obviously recognized her and couldn't help but stop in confusion. Auntie Ming. This woman was none other than Ming Shi, who was sent by Bai Ziyi to secretly protect Luo Bingtong. Song Snake looked cold and unsmiling. "Miss, you can't go inside anymore. There is a stronger black wind inside, and it is difficult to resist it with your current state." Luo Bingtong looked at the talisman in her right hand and didn't say anything. She turned around and continued inside. Upon seeing this, Ming Shi followed closely without saying a word. At the same time, he raised his hand to form a seal. 8 runes flew out from his hand and spread out to cover Luo Bingtong's body, forming a three-dimensional defensive shield. Even if there is a black wind blowing, after the three-dimensional defense shield is weakened, it will be difficult to cause any harm to Luo Bingtong. On this trip, Ming-Shi secretly protected Luo Bingtong and went to Longmen to obtain the dragon beads under Bai Ziyi's order. It was Ming-Shi who immediately reported to Bai Ziyi that Luo Bingtong and Su Yuan were traveling together. Along the way, Ming-Shi also noticed Su Yuan's performance. I originally thought that Luo Bingtong would follow Su Yuan, but this trip would be easier. Even the ambush of a few hundred people in the end, in Ming-Shi's opinion, Su Yuan and others could handle it, so it was nothing. But I didn't expect that such a thing would happen in the end. As for the life and death of other humans, Ming-Shi naturally didn't care at all and thought that Luo Bingtong was going to return to the Demon City immediately. But what surprised Ming-Shi was that Luo Bingtong not only did not return, but also took such a big risk to find Su Yuan. This is completely incomprehensible to Song Snake, who is indifferent by nature and only knows how to obey orders and kill. However, the situation is still under Ming-Shi's control. Since the young lady wants to move forward, she will follow her for the time being. And if the black wind becomes stronger and he cannot protect the young lady, then he will take her back by force. Thinking like this, Ming-Shi followed Luo Bingtong and continued moving forward. But not long after, the two came to an area shrouded in a raging black hurricane. Looking at this swirling hurricane with no end in sight, Luo Bingtong stopped. Luo Bingtong raised his left hand, frost and snow surged in his palm, and a huge icicle 100 feet long shot into the roaring black hurricane ahead. And this huge frost-hard icicle, under the stranglehold of the black hurricane ahead, did not hold up for long before it turned into large pieces of ice and was torn and crushed. Luo Bingtong's eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked down again at the talisman in her hand, pointing towards the depths of the black hurricane. "Miss, that's it for now, we should go back." Ming-Shi reminded him with a slightly solemn tone. Luo Bingtong looked at her, lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then flapped her wings behind her and suddenly rushed into the black hurricane. In just a moment, many scars appeared on the ice soul body, but with a thought from Luo Bingtong, many water-like ices poured out of the body and covered it. "It is Wanhuashian Bing." These black hurricanes blew on the Wanhuashian ice and tore cracks. However, the Wanhuashian ice was extremely flexible and healed like water in a blink of an eye. With the help of Xianbing, Luo Bingtong temporarily blocked the destructive power of the black hurricane and moved forward at high speed. Ming-Shi frowned, completely unable to understand what Luo Bingtong was doing. The shadow on his body jumped, and suddenly turned into a black light and came behind Luo Bingtong in an instant. As he raised his hand, countless shadows surged out from Ming-Shi's hand and covered Luo Bingtong in it. It not only helped Luo Bingtong block the raging and roaring black hurricane around him, but also controlled Luo Bingtong. Ming-Shi said solemnly, "I'm sorry, miss, I can't let you go any further." Looking at the black hurricane around him that was violently destroying his body protecting star power, Ming-Shi wasn't sure whether he could get out of it after getting deep into it, let alone the gold-level Luo Bingtong. There's nothing wrong with him, but he must not let anything happen to Luo Bingtong. So Ming-Shi has decided to force Luo Bingtong to leave. However, what Ming-Shi didn't expect was that Luo Bingtong, who was wrapped in shadow, took out a silver talisman and activated it directly. It was the high-level space teleportation talisman given by Kong Xian to save his life. Ming-Shi's pupil shrank, and her expression changed. "Stop, little." Before he finished speaking, silver light flashed, and the next moment, Luo Bingtong disappeared from the spot. Chapter 312 Gathering. Somewhere in the Black Wind territory, inside a large rotating hurricane ring. Along with an exciting fluctuation of star power, a young figure bumped in. With a delicate appearance, a pair of silver pupils, and many bloodstains all over his body, it was Su Yuan who broke into the black hurricane. "What a risk, we finally got in." Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since it broke into this black hurricane, it was okay at first, but as it penetrated deeper into the inner circle, the power of the hurricane became stronger and stronger. Until the end, even Su Xian Sheng could no longer hold on, and was put away by Su Yuan in advance. Fortunately, with the powerful defense and healing effects brought by the soft sea soul protection, Su Yuan finally made it in despite suffering some injuries. Su Yuan raised his left hand, and a ray of holy light fell on his body. The injuries on his body were healing visibly to the naked eye. Then Su Yuan touched the softness on his wrist, took out a few star cores and handed them to it. Ruan, please add it quickly, there is still a battle to come. Puff, 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 okay. Master, come on. In order to get through the hurricane, Ruan has been transmitting energy and providing defense to Su Yuan through the protection of the Sea Soul. Although the energy is sufficient, it is also quite hard. But Ruan knew that Su Yuan was the most tired. Ever since he left Longmen City, he had been fighting and running with almost no rest. Ruan cheered up, responded, and began to devour the transformation energy to replenish it to Su Yuan. Feeling more star power coming from the soft body, Su Yuan felt a little relieved. Then, the next step is to kill those who are chasing you first. Su Yuan raised his head and looked towards the place where he came from with silver light in his eyes. There, Enlightenment, who was exuding a dim glow, was approaching quickly. Su Yuan thought quickly in his mind. This opponent was good at speed and defense, but even so, it was impossible to completely block his attack. Among his many powerful methods, the demonic soul incarnation and Dongxu have been on cooldown and cannot be used, while the Suxi appearance of saints and the great sun burning body technique, etc., although relatively expensive, can still be used. In addition, he still has divine fire, so he still has a good chance of burning the opponent. Not long after, the heat energy in the hurricane surged, and Enlightenment, who had become a self-made furnace, came close and was about to break through. Su Yuan held the Fengqi knife in both hands, with the tip pointing straight ahead. Soft, cover our breath. Pfft. Ruan immediately deployed the power of the devouring law to swallow the fluctuations on Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan's thoughts moved, and as black flames lingered on the long knife, groups of flares lit up one after another. Soon, there was a surge on the hurricane wall, and Enlightenment suddenly rushed out of it. There were a lot of wounds all over his body, and even his furnace-like body was a lot darker. Compared to Su Yuan, who cleverly used the infinite recovery properties of Suxi manifestation to rush over, Enlightenment relied entirely on his own body and defense skills to withstand the attack, which shows that his defense is astonishing. At this moment, Dan saw a flash of red and black brilliance, and the Fengqi knife that had already been prepared ejected and instantly hit Enlightenment, who had just entered. Concentrate and reach the top. Even in the face of such an opponent with astonishing defensive capabilities, the anode divine spear blessed by the immortal evil fire still shot through the opponent forcefully after a moment of stalemate. However, there was no joy in Su Yuan's eyes, instead his expression was slightly condensed. The impact of this sudden attack seemed to be smaller than expected. You really dare to stop and ambush me? Enlightent's shiny left hand grabbed the Fengqi knife blade that pierced her chest. She looked up at Su Yuan, her eyes full of coldness. This is up to me. It only accounts for less than 10% of the possibilities. I have to say that you are indeed very courageous. Enlighten's combat experience is not lacking. Logically speaking, from Enlighten's point of view, it was impossible for a gold-level person who was in good shape after the battle to face him and dare to turn around and fight again. But through the battle between Su Yuan and Gray, Enlightent judged that Su Yuan might have the possibility of counterattack. So Enlightent had just taken precautions while resisting the black wind. Faced with the attack from the anode divine gun, he reacted in time and avoided the critical point. It even pierced my furnace body. This move is really powerful. But unfortunately, this move doesn't have much effect on me. Enlighten's furnace body roared, and the golden red fire inside her body kept beating. At the same time, the brilliance on Fengqi's knife rapidly declined visibly to the naked eye, and there was a faint sign of melting. Not good. Su Yuan's heart froze, and he faintly noticed something, so he was about to withdraw the Yangji divine spear. However, Enlightenment's eyes were cold, and she tightly grasped the Fengqi knife with her left hand, refusing to let go at all. Cut it off! Enlightenment shouted low, and with a clang sound, the Fengqi knife was immediately broken from her chest, and all the excess parts including the tip of the knife turned into liquid and merged into the body of the furnace. Su Yuan disarmed the anode divine spear, looked at the broken blade, his eyes were slightly cold, and put it away for the time being. Although Fengqi Dao can repair itself, it will not be used for a while. Su Yuan put away the Fengqi sword, a strange red light surged in his palm, and the Red God Emperor Demon Sword fell into his hand. This knife of yours seems to be very unusual. Enlightenment looked at the demon knife in Su Yuan's hand, with a flash of fire in his eyes. The incarnation that even Frank could block just now came from this knife, right? Su Yuan said, you will know if you become a ghost under the sword. Really want to kill me? Enlightenment was startled, and a sneer appeared on her indifferent face. Do you think the one that sent you here before was a barrier? Saying this, the star power surged in Enlightenment's hand, and seals were formed at high speed. Seeing her move like this, Su Yuan suddenly felt a little bad in his heart, and immediately controlled the 12 sky locks that were already lurking around and shot them. However, Enlightenment had seen this move before, and was already on guard at this moment. Before the lock of the sky reached his body, it turned into a flash of golden flame and shot out from the place, easily avoiding it. Holy appearance technique, Uriel holy light comes. Enlightenment shouted low, and 8 blazing light wings appeared behind him. Then the golden light around him shone brightly, and a huge golden portal opened behind Enlightenment. Then, the 2 people walked out of it, and it was Frank and Gray. Gray had absorbed a large amount of meat stored in the ring and had recovered to a certain extent. At this moment, he saw Su Yuan in front of him, his eyes full of anger. Have you caught up now, Enlightenment? Frank raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, it's really amazing. Now that you have learned this trick, it seems that we can form more teams in the future. When the holy light comes, it can teleport all the creatures within the range covered by the star power of the light system. When Frank bombarded Su Yuan with the divine punishment skylight, in addition to trying to kill Su Yuan with one move, he also wanted to cover that area with light elements so that Enlightenment could use the holy light to teleport Su Yuan over. Enlightenment said, let's solve this goal first and then talk about it. Frank smiled and said, don't worry, I won't give him any chance this time. Are you back to the original situation all of a sudden? Su Yuan looked at the 3 people in front of him who were about to attack together, took a deep breath, and secretly thought that he had taken it for granted. Opponents of this level have endless methods. But Su Yuan is not completely unsure, he still has some precious trump cards in his hand. Then beat him to pieces, I will eat him alive. Gray was already impatient, his limbs swelled, he stepped forward and rushed towards Su Yuan first. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out a talisman, looking past Gray in front of him and locking his eyes on Frank behind him. Su Yuan had a vague feeling that this man was the strongest among the 3. The blue flames on Su Yuan's body were burning, and he had to recall the lock of the sky to lock the opponent first. At this moment, the hurricane wall on the left stirred slightly, and then a petite white figure rushed in and hit Gray from the side. Bang! There was a loud sound, and the petite figure took a few steps back, but the sudden impact knocked the surprisingly powerful Gray to the side. Bing tong! Su Yuan was surprised when he looked at the white-haired girl who suddenly appeared in front of him. He never expected that she would appear here at this time. Luo Bingtong turned around and looked at Su Yuan. Together. Only then did Su Yuan clearly see Luo Bingtong's current state, and his heart moved slightly. A white shirt was almost completely stained red with blood, and his body was covered with a large number of scars of varying depths. These wounds did not heal, but were temporarily frozen by the power of frost. There were several wounds more than a foot long that were still oozing blood. Su Yuan knew at a glance that these were caused by the hurricane. Su Yuan was extremely clear about the power of the hurricane, especially when it approached the inner circle. This girl. Su Yuan looked at the white-haired girl walking quietly with wounds all over her body, and couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. Su Yuan raised his hand, and the holy light fell on Luo Bingtong. However, her injuries did not improve significantly because the injuries were too deep. Interesting, there is another one. Frank looked at Luo Bingtong with a smile, and at the same time took out the crystal bottle of qi. In addition to Su Yuan's breath, another breath was activated. I thought the Xianbing from back then was on you? Since it's been delivered to your door, let's kill it together. Frank jumped out, the holy light surged from his fist, and he suddenly hit Luo Bingtong. Elentine also rushed out with a thin sword in hand, the golden flames flashing on the sword, extremely condensed. On the other side, Gray, who had been knocked out, also stepped forward, his arms swelling, and he joined the siege together. Cold air surged around Luo Bingtong's body, and a large amount of ice water surged out from under his feet like a tide, sweeping towards everyone around him. The holy light explodes, the golden flames beat, and the fist trembles. For a moment, Frank's 3 attacks were actually blocked by the surging ice water. The 3 of them were shocked. It looked like a puddle of water, but it was infinitely harder than gold and iron. In addition, there was an astonishing chill on the ice water, almost freezing the body. Chapter 313 Intertwined. Frank immediately thought of something and reminded loudly, "Be careful, this is Xianbing." Elentine and Gray quickly pulled back and looked at the water-like thing in shock. Is this ice water-like thing actually Xianbing? Su Yuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw Luo Bingtong forcing the 3 people back as soon as he took action. In this case, it is not that there is no chance to deal with these people directly. Su Yuan glanced at Gray beside him, and quickly said to Luo Bingtong, "Bingtong, can you restrain the blonde man and the woman for a while?" Among the 3 enemies, Gray, who has lost his meat, is undoubtedly the target that should be dealt with first. If Luo Bingtong could hold off the other 2 for a while, then he would be sure to deal with them. Luo Bingtong didn't say anything, a blue rune lit up between his eyebrows, and then 2 pure white dragon horns and an ice dragon tail grew out. Frost surged, and his aura suddenly surged. Luo Bingtong raised his hand and pointed, and a huge ice palace instantly stood up and trapped Elentine and Frank in front of it, and then he rushed in a flash. There was silence in the entire ice palace, not only blocking the line of sight, but even the sound was completely inaudible. Obviously, Luo Bingtong's move has made great progress compared to the original one. Outside the ice palace, Gray had no idea that Elentine and Frank would be entangled by the sudden appearance of Luo Bingtong. At this moment, he looked at Su Yuan, who was not far away. Apart from being angry, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. That's fine as usual, but now that my meat noodle is broken, how should I deal with the divine fire? The painful feeling of being burned by divine fire was still vivid in his mind, and Gray couldn't help but feel his heart tremble when he thought about it now. At this moment, Luo Bingtong was fighting 1 against 2. Su Yuan had no intention of entangled with Gray for too long. As soon as his mind moved, surging black evil fire surged out of his body and rushed towards Gray in front. Gray didn't hesitate, bursting out star power on the spot to resist the divine fire while dodging to the side. Although not as fast as Elentine, Gray is still a star master after all. His physical body and star power are not weak. While using star power to block the approach of the evil fire, while keeping distance, the undead evil fire actually came true for a while. Can't catch up with him. Gray knew very well that as long as he persisted for a while, Frank and Elentine would definitely be able to deal with the little girl. When the time comes to deal with Su Yuan together, there will naturally be no suspense. But at this moment, the green flames on Su Yuan's body surged, and he suddenly teleported behind Gray and struck him with a knife. dare you come up by yourself? If it comes to divine fire, Gray can't resist it now, so he will naturally retreat. But Su Yuan came to the door himself. How could Gray be afraid at all? He immediately turned around and punched him. But the moment the fists and knives were exchanged, Gray's expression suddenly changed. This power! Gray felt that the power in Su Yuan's body at this moment was much stronger than before. Looking carefully, Su Yuan held a talisman with a golden carp in his left hand. The talisman was flowing with brilliance, and wisps of dark blue brilliance followed Su Yuan's body. It's just that these dark blue brilliance are covered by Su Yuan's burning green flames, and you can't even see it unless you look carefully. It is the Transcendence Talisman. With the amplification of the Golden Carp Transcendence Talisman, Su Yuan's strength greatly increased. This unexpectedly powerful sword directly knocked Gray into the surging tide of black fire from behind, and he was drowned by the black fire in the blink of an eye. No! There were bursts of screams that lasted for a long time. Su Yuan's eyes were slightly cold, it's really resistant to baking. Obviously, with Gray's amazing physique, it would be difficult to burn him to death even if he was exposed to the immortal evil fire for a while. However, Su Yuan was already prepared for this. He held the Transcendence Talisman and with a thought, transferred the power of transcendence from his own power to the immortal evil fire. A large amount of transcendent power was absorbed into the divine fire mark in the body. In an instant, the undead evil fire that was forging Gray became darker and deeper, flowing with a luster like obsidian, and exuding a heart-stopping terrifying aura. It was at this time that Gray's screams became more and more shrill, and he began to cry out for help. "Save me, Frank! Frank! Ah! Ah!" In just a short while, the screams suddenly disappeared after reaching their peak. The divine fire dispersed, leaving only a piece of white fly ash dissipating in the air. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly glanced at the golden carp transcendence talisman in his hand, and consumed nearly half of his energy in one go. Putting away the transcendence talisman, Su Yuan immediately turned around. At this moment, hundreds of holy lights suddenly shot out from the huge ice palace. Then, the ice palace broke into pieces in large chunks like tofu. Along with a violent roar, a white figure was hit by the surging holy light and flew out quickly. Bing tong! Su Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he appeared behind him in a flash to catch him. But Luo Bingtong's chest was blurred, and a wisp of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Su Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and murderous intent emerged. "It's just a gold-level person who can actually push the two of us to this point." At this moment, Frank and Elentine flew out of the collapsed ice palace. The clothes Frank originally wore were gone, replaced by a white robe with the sacred light flowing constantly. As for Elentine, her blonde hair has completely turned into red gold, and the golden flames of the furnace are constantly overflowing from the corners of her eyes. Obviously, both of them have already deployed considerable means. But soon, Frank's expression changed slightly, and he scanned the whole place, but he didn't find Gray anywhere. "Where's Gray?" Frank asked in a deep voice. "It has turned into ashes." Su Yuan looked up at the two of them and said coldly, "Don't worry, it will be your turn next." "Dead. Damn it!" Frank didn't expect Gray to die so quickly, and his expression immediately darkened. The two had gone through many battles before, and Gray was simply unbeatable. Will he be killed by a gold-level man who controls divine fire today? No matter what Frank thought, Su Yuan waved his hand, and the strengthened immortal evil fire rushed towards Frank and the two of them in the distance. Frank formed a seal with his hands, then brought them together in front of him, and a huge pillar of holy flame light hit Su Yuan. Frank originally thought that the holy flame light pillar would penetrate the undying evil fire and hit Su Yuan, but as a result, the holy flame light pillar was burned clean by the undead evil fire not long after it submerged into the black fire. Has this divine fire become stronger? Frank had also seen the power of the immortal evil fire before. Now combined with Grey, who was burned to ashes by the divine fire, he still didn't understand that the power of the black divine fire had been greatly strengthened. Seeing that the large fire was about to sweep forward, Frank immediately shouted, "Elentine!" Elenton took a few steps forward, his body glowing with flames, and he raised his left hand directly to face the surging immortal evil fire. Large swaths of undead evil fire seemed to be drawn by some kind of force and poured directly into Elenton's body along his left hand. Elentine seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the divine fire, and soon a large amount of skin on her body broke apart. However, Elenton formed a seal with his right hand, and a furnace several feet high appeared, and all the immortal evil fire that rushed towards Elenton merged into the furnace. The furnace roared, as if it was constantly smelting the power of the immortal evil fire, becoming brighter and brighter. "Can it smelt fire energy?" Su Yuan frowned, feeling troubled, and withdrew a large amount of divine fire with a wave of his hand. Elentine also put away the furnace. The golden fire in her eyes was beating and extremely bright, and even the many injuries on her body were recovering visibly. "My speed and defense are both above the same level." Elentine held the rapier at her waist with her right hand and spoke slowly, "And the furnace can help me improve my strength, star power, and recovery ability. In fact, this furnace can not only smelt fire attribute materials and energy, but also materials and energy with other attributes. It's just something with two attributes, gold and fire. It's smelting faster and has a higher conversion rate." At this moment, Elenton's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Su Yuan like a flash of light, with the rapier in his hand flashing with golden flames and raised high. Melting furnace strong attack. Elenton suddenly slashed with his sword. Su Yuan's pupils shrank, and the golden flames on his body suddenly turned purple and gold. At the same time, he raised the god-demon sword to resist. Bang! The golden flame exploded, and Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, who was holding him, were suddenly thrown to a desolate mountain wall 100 meters away and smashed into it. The rocks shook and smoke and dust suddenly rose. Su Yuan groaned and slowly stood up with Luo Bingtong. "Fortunately, I used the power of transcendence to strengthen my physical body at the critical moment." At the critical moment just now, Su Yuan once again used the power of transcendence to strengthen his body and was able to block the opponent's extremely powerful counterattack. With silver light in his eyes, Su Yuan looked at Elenton in the distance through the smoke and dust. "We must deal with her first. Unless she dies, the evil fire will not be able to exert its power." At this time, Luo Bingtong seemed to sense Su Yuan's intention and said, "I'll do it." Luo Bingtong was covered in wounds. How could Su Yuan let her take action? Su Yuan shook his head, grabbed Luo Bingtong, who was about to take action, and prepared to use the teacher's talisman. "In this current situation, we can no longer bear to leave. I don't know how effective this talisman is. It would be best if it could kill both of them in one fell swoop. Even if it doesn't work, after taking care of Elenton, the remaining one won't be completely unable to handle it." But at this moment, because Su Yuan held Luo Bingtong, the ice and fire ring that was touching the palms of both of them suddenly lit up with a little brilliance. A vague and strange fluctuation appeared in the hearts of both of them at the same time. As blessed as his soul, Su Yuan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Looking at Luo Bingtong in front of him, Su Yuan just pondered for a moment and then asked, "Can I leave you to me temporarily?" Luo Bingtong tilted her head and glanced at Su Yuan, then nodded obediently. "Can." Su Yuan touched her head, and the ring in his hand became brighter and brighter. Fire and ice. As Su Yuan thought, red and blue brilliance suddenly rose under the two people's feet, wrapping and merging them into one place in the blink of an eye. Chapter 314 Soul Luo. Outside, Frank flew next to Elentine and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would have to go through a lot of trouble in the face of such intense divine fire." Elentine looked solemn. "It just so happens that my ability is a little restrained. If this divine fire were stronger, I wouldn't be able to block it." Frank looked at the smoke-filled mountain wall in the distance and frowned, then let's deal with them quickly to avoid another accident. It's obviously just a small gold level 1, but he can easily crush it to death with one finger. But this time, the three of them not only took action together, but also made such elaborate arrangements, but the situation still happened frequently. Not only has the target not been killed yet, but even Grey died in the hands of the opponent. Frank felt agitated and even felt a little uneasy, always feeling that something unpredictable might happen if things continued like this. Okay, then kill them all as soon as possible. Killing intent emerged in Elentine's eyes, and she couldn't wait any longer. She immediately raised her rapier and turned it into a golden flash of light to kill quickly. Frank's body swayed, and he quickly flew up to follow. However, at this moment, the gravel that rolled down from the entrance of the cave exploded, and before Elentine, who was flying close, could react, an extremely fast figure rushed out of it. Bang! Frank heard a muffled sound, and then saw Elentine, who had just rushed out, flying backwards from his side. The turbulent airflow ruffled Frank's long golden hair, and Frank looked up and looked forward, but his pupils shrank. A young man who was strange but somewhat familiar was stopping in mid-air in front of him, staring at him quietly. Wearing a robe transformed by black flames, with white hair and silver eyes, she is cold and beautiful, with dragon horns and tail. This man held a white ice blade in his left hand and a strange red knife in his right hand. His aura was vague and unclear, but it made Frank feel extremely dangerous. What is this? Frank was horrified. This white-haired man is the life form after the fusion of Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong. The ring of ice and fire can fuse two creatures with the same will and master the power of ice and fire respectively. After getting this ring, Su Yuan specially found the frost dragon and combined it with the hellfire to form a fusion pair. But Su Yuan never thought that he would use this item on two people, because it is too difficult for two people to have the same intention from the bottom of their hearts. Even if the fusion is successful, if the will and goals of the two people are even halfway biased, it will lead to the fusion being mutually exclusive. Perhaps it was because the two had a common will, but just now, the ring of ice and fire actively guided the two to merge. At this moment, Su Yuan, oh no, let's call him Sol Luo. Sol Luo looked at Frank in front of him. He took one step and appeared in front of him, slashing out with two swords in his hands. Not teleportation, but extremely fast speed. So fast. Frank's expression changed, and he immediately waved his golden fist to greet him. Dang dang dang. The two swords and fists clashed at high speed, and black and white star power and golden light continued to explode. Bang! But for a moment, Frank could no longer resist, and was slashed in front of him by Sol Luo and sent flying. Under the huge force, Frank groaned as if he had been hit hard, and a little blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, this white robe was also transformed by the holy appearance technique. It was extremely tough and could resist Sol Luo's attack while the brilliance was flowing. What terrifying power and speed! But although Frank was frightened, his hands were not slow. Frank's strength is not in his physical body, but in his amazing star power. Seeing that Sol Luo was about to chase him, Frank, who was well prepared, immediately raised his hand to form a seal. God punishes Tian Guang. There was a flash of light in the sky, and then, a beam of extremely dazzling golden light suddenly fell down. It was the same move used to ambush Su Yuan earlier. Boom! Golden light exploded in mid-air, and a tide of spiritual light surged out, filling half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Hit! Frank's eyes showed a bit of joy. I was originally worried that Su Yuan would use phase shift again to avoid the blow, but I didn't expect that the other party would be hit just like that after he seduced him a little. You are still young after all, hey. The smile on Frank's face faltered, and through the surging tide of golden light, he could faintly see what seemed to be a huge figure. That is. But seeing two big hands of black fire tearing apart the tide of golden light, a demonic demon with a dark body and an ice skeleton appeared in Frank's field of vision. The void evil reveals the holy ice bone. The original Su Xian Sheng was only at the entry level and had limited strength. But now, because he has merged with Luo Bing Tong, he has also obtained part of the power of the myriad transformation Xianbing, and actually condensed the Xianbing bone inside. Just like any divine fire, its super destructive power is beyond its most basic attributes. No matter what kind of mysterious ice it is, its hardness is also the most basic attribute. Su Xian Sheng, who has bones transformed by Xianbing energy, has raised its defense by several levels, reaching an extremely astonishing level. That's not all. Su Xian Sheng opened his hands, and 2/10 meters long ice blades fell into his hands amid the surge of frost. Then, large black flames naturally coiled around the ice blades, greatly increasing their destructive power. Frank was a little stunned for a moment when he looked at Su Xian Sheng, who was bathed in the tide of golden light, and his momentum changed drastically. God's Punishment Sky Light is one of the 3 spells in the Epic Skill Temple Secret Code. It is famous for its penetrating power and subsequent explosive power. How could it be blocked like this? At this time, Su Xian Sheng had already slashed at him with a sword 10 meters long. So fast! Frank's heart skipped a beat and he quickly activated his defensive skills. Star-Cross Secret Shield! Frank shouted loudly. The golden cross of holy light lit up above the head, forming a huge square light shield in an instant. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the cross light shield cracked and shattered layer by layer, and was cut through by the ice fire sword in less than half a second. A strong air wave exploded. Although Frank had escaped the frontal attack, he was still hit by the aftermath and collapsed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that Su Xian Sheng was about to attack again, but with a flash of fire, a golden fire shadow quickly rushed behind Su Xian Sheng. It was Enlightenment. Golden flames flashed, and the sword in Enlightenment's hand stabbed at high speed like a flash of light, stabbing dozens of swords in a matter of seconds. Lines of sword energy stayed in front of him, and when Enlightenment made his final sword strike, they shot out instantly and landed behind Su Xian Sheng. Bang bang bang! Dozens of golden flame sword energy exploded behind Su Xian Sheng, but it was difficult to cause effective injuries to Su Xian Sheng, whose defense had increased sharply at this time. However, Enlightenment is not discouraged, because the dozens of swords in front are all introductions, and the real killing move is in this last blow. Enlightenment raised the sword again, and countless golden flames came from the sword. At the same time, the dozens of sword energy piercing the back of Su Xian Sheng formed a golden 6-pointed star with golden flames. The sparkle in Enlightenment's eyes flashed, and lightning shot out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped on the back of Su Xian Sheng and stabbed him with his sword. Star, burst! Enlightenment shouted loudly, and stabbed the center of the 6-pointed star on Su Xian Sheng's body with a sword, and the 6-pointed star suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Bang! But after hearing a loud noise, the scalp-numbing golden flame exploded on Su Xian Sheng's body, and the terrifying golden light shot back thousands of meters and pierced through large mountains and clouds. This is Enlightement's strongest trick. An epic sword move that combines light and fire, a temple sword skill that can penetrate everything, and a holy flame starburst. Hee hee, hee hee. The sudden explosion consumed too much physical and star power. Enlightenment gasped slightly and stared closely at the golden light of the holy flame that gradually dissipated in front of her. Frank, who was collapsed into the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared into the air intently. Obviously, Enlightenment wanted to use this extremely powerful sword to directly penetrate Sol Luo, who was located in the middle of Su Xian Sheng's chest. The flames gradually dissipated, only to see Sol Luo in the middle of Su Xian Sheng's chest being wrapped in layers of black ice bones. Unscathed. Just, blocked it. Such a result could not help but make Enlightenment and Frank stunned. However, Sol Luo didn't pause at all. He moved both hands together, making a secret with his left hand and empty hand with his right hand, and immediately released the prepared technique. The light of frost and snow surged under Frank's feet, and an ice palace rose from the ground to trap him inside. 12 airlocks around Elentine shot out from the void, locking Elentine's sexy and beautiful body tightly. Not good. Elentine's mind was shaken, and the furnace body was running at full strength, struggling with all its strength while smelting the space power of the lock of the sky. However, at this time, under the cold light, Elentine raised her head with difficulty, and an ice knife dozens of meters long had been cut down mercilessly from the top of her head. When? Ah! Elentine, who had slightly broken free of the lock of the sky, screamed in agony. The flesh and blood on her right shoulder exploded and the bones shattered. However, the ultimate defense of the furnace body was able to withstand this huge ice blade that was countless times larger than her own body. But the next moment, a layer of dark space power flowed along the blade to the entire long knife, emitting terrifying fluctuations that cut everything apart. Elentine's eyes were about to burst, and a look of horror and despair suddenly appeared on his face. No, no, no! Ah! Blood spurted and the scream stopped abruptly. Elentine was cut in half from the shoulders down and died suddenly on the spot. Chapter 315 All-powerful enemies are wiped out. At this time, Frank had already broken through the ice palace, and just in time to see Elentine, who was divided into two halves and locked in the sky, his face suddenly turned pale. 6. Soluo retracted the lock of the sky, letting Elentine's corpse fall from mid-air, and then turned to look at Frank. An opponent who is good at star power attacks. Frank's heart skipped a beat when he saw Susie turning around. He didn't dare to hold anything back. Holy Manifestation Technique, Light Mystic of Light. The white robe on Frank exploded with brilliance, turning into a chain of holy light and wrapping around his body. Frank's entire body also turned into a body of pure light energy, his blonde hair turned into white hair, and waves of unusually strong star power fluctuations came from his body. Frank flew high into the sky, opened his hands, and layers of holy light filled the entire sky in an instant. Star-cross lightsabers with astonishing power surged out from the holy light in the sky. They were the same holy light swords that had been used to deal with the demon incarnation before. It's just that the star-cross lightsaber under the blessing of the light mystic state at this moment, whether in power, size, or quantity, is far from what it was when dealing with the demon incarnation before. The holy light sword domain is similar to Dongxiu, which places a huge burden on star power. After using it once, it will be difficult to use it a second time in a short period of time. However, when Frank deployed the Mystic of Light, he forcibly used the enhanced version of the Sword of Light domain. Are you good at star power attacks? Soluo looked at the rain of swords that was about to fall from the sky. The black fire surged and dispersed Su's Yenshang directly. At the same time, the ice bone wings shrouded in purple flames stretched out from behind, which was the fusion technique of purple flame burning body and ice soul transformation. Soluo clasped his left hand on his chest, and a terrifying chill surged out. As the frost flew, a huge ice barrier suddenly spread out from under his feet. Xianbing technique. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Countless runes shine on the barrier, as if facing the holy swords all over the sky. Countless ice blades stained with dark fire rise from the barrier and hang in the air. In the blink of an eye, there are thousands of them. Kill. The holy sword and the ice blade collided with each other in an instant. In an instant, air waves exploded and star power surged. The spiritual light exploded in large swaths like a tidal wave, and the extremely terrifying fluctuations made the surrounding dark hurricanes tremble. But not long after, the situation in the confrontation shifted. The cold ice blade gradually overwhelmed the sky-wide holy sword unstoppably. The ice blade is derived from black ice, but the holy sword is an ordinary energy body. When there is not much difference between the two sides, the holy sword is no match for the ice blade formed by Xianbing. Its hardness and sharpness are simply incomparable, not to mention that there is evil fire energy attached to it at this moment. Pieces of holy swords were shattered by the ice blades, and many ice blades were knocked away and then merged into the blue ice torrent. One side fights less and less, while the other side suffers almost no losses, and the gap between the two sides becomes wider and wider. Until the end, countless ice blades smashed through the mighty holy light sword territory and completely shattered it. What kind of monster is this? Frank stared blankly at the infinite ice blade that flew towards him after smashing the holy light sword domain. Naturally, he had already figured out that the man with white hair and silver eyes was the fusion of Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong. But not to mention that the fusion of the two is really incredible, and the strength after the fusion is even more powerful to an unimaginable level. Frank couldn't understand why there was such a big gap. But he didn't have a chance to think about it anymore. The overwhelming ice blades swarmed in and were drowned in Frank's desperate look in the blink of an eye. Before he could even scream, they were twisted into countless ice shards and scattered from the air. Sol Luo waved his hand, and many ice blades flew back from mid-air and sank into the ice barrier one after another. With ripples, thousands of ice blades disappeared together with the ice barrier. Has everything been solved? Sol Luo looked around. It was a mess after the battle, but there was no trace of Frank and the others. Except for Elentine's fallen body, the other two were so dead that not even a scrap was left behind. Sol Luo's eyes were indifferent and he fell from the air. Undo the fusion. Sol Luo was thinking like this, but suddenly thought of something again, and slightly lowered his head and looked down. There was no rise or fall in the chest, which was not surprising. Needless to say, Su Yuan, even Luo Bingtong was flat. As for further down, Su Yuan looked a little strange. Have you become asexual? Sol Luo shook his head, his eyes condensed, and a large piece of red and blue light lit up on his body, and then split out and turned into two figures. As soon as they separated, Su Yuan suddenly felt a feeling of weakness, as if his body's strength was greatly overdrawn. In addition, his head was also a little dizzy. As the one who activated the skill, Su Yuan also provided additional mental power. Rubbing his eyebrows, Su Yuan looked at Luo Bingtong in the distance. The other party was also looking up, but the look in his eyes seemed a little different than before. Su Yuan walked to Luo Bingtong in a few steps, but suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. The situation was urgent before, so I didn't think too much about defeating a strong enemy. But now that all the powerful enemies are gone, thinking about it afterwards, it is really not polite to merge with a girl or something. Especially the feeling of sharing one body with Luo Bingtong can be said to be very wonderful. Thinking of this, Su Yuan felt even more embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. Are you okay? But at this time, Luo Bingtong took the initiative to ask. Hearing her question, Su Yuan couldn't help but relax a little. If the other party didn't mind, it wouldn't matter. Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay, but it's a bit expensive. What about you?" "All right." Su Yuan nodded, recalling the state of the body just now. The power of the soul seems to be unusable, but the physical fitness and even the star power have undoubtedly increased to an astonishing level, probably a 6B qualification. And if that were the case, it would probably be difficult to deal with Frank and the others so easily. There is also a more important reason, that is, the divine fire and mysterious ice in the two of them seem to have been greatly increased. Phoenix and Dragon. Divine fire and mysterious ice. Whether it's strength or fit, there's nothing to say. That's why he has such terrifying strength. It's a pity that I still haven't been able to get a glimpse of my soul power. Although he felt quite regretful, Su Yuan quickly calmed down. Looking at the injuries on Luo Bingtong's body, and then at the swirling hurricane around him for a long time, Su Yuan said, "Let's rest and recover for a while." "Yet," Luo Bingtong responded. Puff. 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 At this time, the softness in Su Yuan's hand suddenly returned to its original form and jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder. It transformed into a small hand holding Su Yuan's neck and looked at Su Yuan with tears in his eyes. "Puk Shishi, are all the bad guys dead?" Su Yuan smiled and rubbed it. "They are all dead." Ruan, who had been worried, finally let go of her worries, hugged Su Yuan tightly and cried loudly, just like a frightened child. Puff puff puff, Ruan doesn't want to be separated from his master. Obviously, this life and death crisis really scared Ruan. Su Yuan comforted Ruan. However, Luo Bingtong next to him blinked and looked curiously at the blue slime that suddenly appeared. Su Yuan saw this and introduced, "This is Ruan, my contracted beast." Ruan, this is Bingtong." Ruan rubbed her tearful eyes, jumped in front of Luo Bingtong, stretched out her hand and said, "Puff! Puff! Puff!" Seeing this, Luo Bingtong also stretched out her hand to shake it. A cold touch came, and Ruan felt a refreshing and comfortable feeling, and she immediately looked at Luo Bingtong with bright eyes. Pfft! Luo Bingtong was stunned, not knowing what Ruan meant. Although they were both monsters, Luo Bingtong still couldn't understand the language of the slime, so she turned to look at Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled and said, Ruan seems to like you very much. It's not surprising that a water-type star beast likes ice-cold things." Luo Bingtong looked at Ruan, then stretched out her hands to hold it in her arms. "Very soft." Luo Bingtong rubbed it gently. Ruan narrowed her eyes comfortably. Su Yuan looked at the harmonious appearance of the girl and the slime and smiled, but he thought of something. Ruan, please use the Sea Soul Protection to treat Bingtong." Pfft! Ruan responded, and then a layer of water surged up Luo Bingtong's body. When it comes to treatment, it still depends on the water system. Under the healing effect of Sea Soul Blessing, whether it was the injuries caused by traveling through the Black Wind or the injuries caused by fighting Frank and others, they all recovered a lot visibly. When Su Yuan saw this, he went aside to look for trophies. Chapter 316 Trophies. Grey was burned to ashes by the divine fire, leaving nothing behind. However, Elentine and Frank's rings have not been destroyed yet. It didn't take long for Su Yuan to find their rings and the missing star weapon on the ground. It is worthy of being an epic shining star, and the star weapons used are also good things close to the level of Yunzong's sword. Su Yuan looked at Frank's golden gloves and Elentine's rapier, and nodded secretly. These two star weapons are respectively named Blazing Fist of Holy Light and Sword of Glory Guard. In addition to extremely high star power increase, they also have the ability to strengthen elements and have high penetration. Even if you don't use such good things, you can still sell them at a high price or exchange them for some rare items. Su Yuan put away the two star weapons, and then opened their rings. So many star stones! Su Yuan's expression moved slightly. The previous Haishanwang and Guofeng had a combined total of 280,000 centimeters of star stones, which Su Yuan thought was a great harvest. And now, Elentine alone has more than 300,000 centimeters of star stones, Frank has even more, a total of more than 400,000 centimeters. These more than 700,000, plus the 280,000 from Haishanwang and the other two, isn't that another million centimeters of star stones? Thinking of this, Su Yuan, who had never seen the world, couldn't help but be startled. Before he came to Longmen City, 20,000 centimeters of star stones were a huge sum of money to him. Now you make more than 1 million cents in one day? Hiss! Su Yuan took a deep breath and sighed in his heart. As expected, the star-studded net worth is far beyond what can be compared to the lower three levels. Other than that, killing people and buying goods is indeed the fastest way to get rich. Among the rings between the two, the star stone is still the most basic. In Elentine's ring, there is also a ready-made epic star card that exudes a dense purple light. Arrow of God's Destruction. Quality, Epic, Attribute, Fire. Introduction, Sacred Prayers, Rebellious Flames, a blow that can kill the gods. It needs to be used in combination with bows and crossbows, otherwise it can only exert 30% of its power. Destroy the gods? This description is quite astonishing. Yuan smacked his lips, then frowned slightly, but it needs to be used in combination with bows and crossbows. In fact, Enlightenment got this card not long ago. If it weren't for the fact that this card requires a crossbow, Enlightenment might have embedded it long ago. I still have 2 skill slots on my body. An Arrow of God's Destruction looks like a fire-based point-killing skill, which can be used as an upper-level replacement for Hell's Flame. It's just that I don't have a suitable star weapon longbow in my hand now. If I want to exert the power of this epic skill, I'm afraid I must at least have a blue high-grade longbow. Yuan looked thoughtful. He had the teleportation ability to quickly approach the target. Such long-range skills were not necessary. However, this skill still has value to me. Currently, he has 2 powerful long-range burst skills, namely Yangji Divine Spear and Dongxiu. But both have their own flaws. After all, the Anode Divine Gun relies on the weapon skill of the Fenqi sword. Not only does it take a few days to recharge, but its power has almost reached its upper limit when facing enemies with a star level. As for Dongxiu, it is indeed an extremely powerful and ultimate killing move, but this move carries too much burden and is difficult to use continuously. Therefore, if the Divine Destruction Arrow is embedded, this limitation can be broken. Keep it for now. It just so happens that there are still 2 skill slots left. If there is no better choice, just insert this one. Yuan looked at this Arrow of Divine Destruction and carefully put it away. After all, it is an extremely precious epic purple card. It is better than the blue card no matter what, and it can definitely be used as an alternative. In addition to this epic purple card, there are also numerous blue star weapons and more than a dozen dazzling star cores. After counting the harvest, Yuan was extremely satisfied. In this battle, he did not suffer much loss. He just used the Golden Carp Transcendence Talisman he had just obtained, which consumed nearly half of its energy. It seemed like it could be used again. But it's nothing compared to such a victory. Yuan suppressed the joy in his heart and came to Luo Bingtong's side with 2 rings. Bingtong, let's divide these things. Luo Bingtong tilted her head and looked at Yuan with some confusion. This is an enemy we will defeat together, and of course you will get half of it. Yuan smiled and touched her head, taking out all the main things, Epic Star Card, Shining Star Core, and these stars utensils, Star Stones. However, Luo Bingtong just looked at the Epic Star Cards and more than 700,000 Star Stones on the ground quietly, expressionless. Seeing that she had no intention of taking it, Yuan said directly, I may need this Arrow of Divine Destruction. If you don't mind, I will take this purple card. Yet. Luo Bingtong nodded. Now that I have taken the Arrow of God's Destruction, I will give you all the more than 700,000 centimeters of star stones. In addition, you can take the star tools, star cores, etc. if you need them first, and I will take care of the rest. Handle it, otherwise you won't be able to handle it all. Give it all to you. Luo Bingtong pushed everything over, including the star stone. What a little rich woman! Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, the star weapon and star core can be worth a lot of money if I dispose of them. I will give you all the star stones, so you must accept them. Seeing that Yuan's expression was a little more serious, Luo Bingtong couldn't help but lower her head slightly. Pfft! Luan Ruan held in Luo Bingtong's arms looked at Luo Bingtong with big eyes, and then at Yuan. She felt that the atmosphere seemed a bit tense, but she didn't know what the situation was. After a while, Luo Bingtong reached out and removed half of the piles of star stones and put them into the ring. These are good. As he said that, Luo Bingtong turned away slightly. When Yuan saw this, he knew he couldn't defeat her. Okay, just wait and see if there are any good things in the future and then make it up to this girl. Thinking like this, Yuan sighed secretly and put away all the items and more than 300,000 star stones. Afterwards, Yuan gathered his thoughts and looked at the hurricane ring around him. The black wind can actually form such a large-scale whirling hurricane. I have never heard of such a thing before. Although black winds can gather and become stronger, there are still relatively few on this scale. Yuan turned around and said, "Wait for me for a while." Pfft. Luo Bingtong and Ruan responded. Yuan flew up, opened his omniscient vision, and scanned the entire inner circle carefully. But nothing was found. It seems like it's nothing. Yuan shook his head. Speaking of it, the black wind in the black wind territory was really tricky. Because of the existence of black wind territory is in disarray, barren and desolate. It is even difficult for ordinary people to survive in black wind territory. If there is a way to deal with black wind and make it whole, then the entire black wind territory can achieve great development. However, for countless years, no one has dealt with this matter. I don't know if many big guys look down on this area, or they can't solve it, or for other reasons. Now that Qin Xiangyang has achieved the king level and unified the black wind domain, if he wants to have better development, then this black wind is a huge breakthrough point. It depends on how he handles it. But this has nothing to do with him. There are so many natural energy phenomena like black wind on Helan star that it is no wonder. Yuan gathered his thoughts and put the matter behind him for the time being. At this time, the black hurricane has become much weaker than before. Take the time to rest and recover for a while before preparing to leave. Yuan returned to Luo Bingtong's side and sat down to have a good rest. The consumption of star power is secondary, and Ruan can replenish it. The main reason is that the consumption of physical strength and energy after continuous battles is too great. Not long after, the black hurricane in front suddenly shook slightly. Yuan immediately opened his eyes, stood up, and took out the demonic demon sword with his backhand. At this moment, a figure shuttled in. Although it was quite embarrassed, there were not many injuries on its body. It was the snake that was looking for. When Ming Shi saw Luo Bingtong, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the black light on his body became blurry. The next moment, he actually emerged from the shadow under Luo Bingtong. Pfft! Ruan was so frightened that she jumped directly on Yuan. Not only because the snake appeared quite suddenly, but more importantly, Ruan felt the extremely intense pressure from the snake who was also a monster. Ruan knows that the other party is definitely a very, very powerful demon. Huido-level monster. Through the warning from the demonic god sword, Yuan also felt the terror of the incoming person. He tensed up his body and secretly formed seals in his hands while being frightened. The 12 airlocks had already sneaked into the surrounding void. Ming Shi seemed unaware, without even looking at Yuan, and said directly to Luo Bingtong, "Miss Aunt Ming." As soon as Yuan heard this, he understood that this person was probably here to protect Luo Bingtong, and he couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ming Shi checked Luo Bingtong up and down, and then nodded. "It's okay, miss." The voice was cold, with almost no emotion. "Hello, senior." Yuan greeted politely. However, Ming Shi glanced at Yuan, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and did not give Yuan any good looks at all. If it weren't for Yuan, Luo Bingtong would never have done such a risky thing, even using the precious teleportation talisman. You know, the teleportation talisman given to Luo Bingtong is not an ordinary random teleportation talisman, but a teleportation talisman that can be directed to teleport. That is to say, in the Black Hurricane, the teleportation talisman is blocked by energy and the transmission distance is greatly reduced. Otherwise, it can be teleported dozens of kilometers away in one go. But what Ming Shi didn't know was that the reason why Yuan encountered this kind of thing was because he helped Luo Bingtong subdue Xianbing and killed Zino. Su Yuan didn't care at all, he just slightly distanced himself from this person. Ming Shi looked around and then said to Luo Bingtong, "Miss, can you go back now?" Luo Bingtong nodded, stood up with Ming Shi, and winked secretly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan understood what she meant, smiled secretly and followed from a distance with Ruan. Ming Shi ignored Su Yuan who was following him. The black hurricane had weakened a lot at this moment. He opened the star power shield and protected Luo Bingtong as he entered it. Su Yuan, on the other hand, started to show off his evil spirit and followed the two of them away. Su Yuan, Bingtong. After leaving the black hurricane ring, Su Yuan and others met Huangxiang not long after. Huangxiang was quite embarrassed. It could be seen that he was probably hit several times by the black wind along the way. Although he has not yet entered the swirling hurricane, this area is already quite dangerous for him. Su Yuan, I knew you would be fine. Seeing Su Yuan who was fine, Huangxiang was very happy. Su Yuan raised his hand and a baptism of holy light fell on Huangxiang, and said seriously, "You are a little reluctant to come here. It's okay, I can get used to this level." Huangxiang chuckled, and then asked in a low voice, "Who is the one next to Bingtong?" Su Yuan whispered, "Huiyu level master." "Master Huiyu?" Huangxiang was startled. Looking at the back of the snake in front of him, he immediately covered his mouth and did not dare to say another word. "Miss, now that the Dragon Ball has been obtained, please return directly to the Demon City," Naruto said. "Yet," Luo Bingtong responded. Ming Shi turned her head and glanced at Su Yuan and the two of them, a hint of warning flashed in her eyes, and then disappeared into the shadow of Luo Bingtong's clothes. Seeing this, Su Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's quite stressful to have the cold-tempered Huiyu Great Demon next to you. Su Yuan saw Ming Shi's indifferent eyes, and was really worried that she would take care of him if she didn't like him. Fortunately, I am also a person with peacock feathers. Although the opponent was still on Luo Bingtong at this time, he was at least better than being by his side. Su Yuan stepped forward and said, "Then let's leave as soon as possible, lest there are people chasing us from behind." Although half a day has passed, if Frank and others had reinforcements, they should have arrived long ago. But it's better to be careful. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. It's better to return to Dian as soon as possible. Naturally, Luo Bingtong and Huangxiang had no objections, so the group speeded towards the south. Because they were accompanied by Huiyu level masters, Su Yuan and others moved forward quickly without any scruples. Fortunately, there were indeed no other accidents. A few days later, Su Yuan and others finally arrived at Arctic City and flew directly back to the Demon City. Chapter 317 Enlightening the Five Families. At Yeadu Academy, Su Yuan and Huangxiang arrived successfully. As for Luo Bingtong, she went directly to Prince Ming's mansion with Ming Shi. Huangxiang scratched his head and said, "Boss Su, I learned a lot from the last battle, and I feel like I am about to break through to the intermediate level. See you later." "Okay, go ahead." "Okay, remember to call me next time if something happens." "No problem." Seeing Huangxiang running away, Su Yuan sighed and smiled. This talent is really enviable. Although Huangxiang was about to break through to the intermediate gold level when he stepped onto the 900-step Dragon Gate ladder, it was too fast. Shaking his head, Su Yuan gathered his thoughts and then went directly to the library tower. Demon City Academy, Library Tower. "Teacher." Su Yuan saluted and then sat down. Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan sitting opposite and nodded in admiration. "I've also heard about the Dragon Gate ladder. Have you really reached the golden limit? It seems that the Dragon Gate City Lord's transcendent power is a bit more mysterious than expected. The Fish Leaping Dragon Gate Conference is quite popular during this period. Most people may not know much about the specific situation, but it is not difficult for a Scorching Sun master like Yang Yifeng to obtain first-hand information." Not only the situation on the Longmen ladder, but also the transcendent laws practiced by the new King Qin Xiangyang and the situation on the Tianlong Palace, Yang Yifeng also knew everything. Su Yuan nodded and replied, "It is indeed quite mysterious. Su Yuan has experienced the Dragon Gate ladder, Transcendent Realm, and Transcendent Talisman. This transcendent power is not only mysterious, but also very powerful." Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan, but then asked instead, "But you came back earlier than I expected, and you look so dusty. Why are you coming back in such a hurry?" Su Yuan's expression calmed down a little, and he shook his head and said, "No, he was ambushed." Yang Yifeng raised his eyebrows, naturally knowing that Su Yuan was not talking about the gold level who was interested in liquid condensation pill. No matter how many of those minions came, they would not be able to threaten Su Yuan. If Su Yuan can rush back to Dian without stopping, he must have an extremely difficult enemy, that is, the Yao Star. Yang Yifeng asked directly, "The people in Tianlong Palace, or the killers sent by Professor Kigwang Moss last time?" Hearing Moss, Su Yuan was also startled, and then shook his head with a wry smile. There were really a lot of potential risks for him. There were 2 mediocre shining stars in Tianlong Palace. I have already dealt with them, but after that, I was ambushed by 3 epic shining stars. 3 epic shining stars. Yang Yifeng's expression changed slightly. For Yang Yifeng, a few epic stars are nothing, but for Su Yuan, who is still at the gold level, it can almost be said to be a decisive victory. Yang Yifeng thought of something and asked, "So, did you use the talisman I gave you?" "No, because with Luo Bingtong's assistance and the Transcendence Talisman obtained from Longmen, we finally managed to break through this murderous situation with many dangers." Yang Yifeng smacked his lips, "Boy, it's really not easy. I can't even deal with the shining star at your time, let alone 3 epic shining stars. However, it is impossible for ordinary forces to activate several epic shining stars. Is it really the killer sent by Professor Moss?" Speaking of this, Yang Yifeng's tone became a little colder. Su Yuan shook his head and said, "No, it should be someone sent by the Kigwang Bok family." Not only did Frank admit it, but Su Yuan did find something that could prove his identity from their rings. Although these 3 people do not belong to the Bok family on the surface, they are actually elite mercenaries raised by the Bok family and roam the underground world. Qi Guang Bok. Yang Yifeng was surprised and frowned slightly. Why would the Bok family send people to kill you, and even go to such great lengths? Su Yuan then told Yang Yifeng about killing Sinobok in the secret realm of snow burial. Yang Yifeng's eyes widened and he pondered, "So that's how it is, killing the direct descendants of the Bok family among the 5 major families, no wonder he used such tricks to deal with you, a 3rd-level person." Su Yuan was quite curious, 5 major families. Seeing this, Yang Yifeng explained to Su Yuan, "Kigwang is very different from our Dian system. There is no class distinction among us in Dian, it all depends on strength." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. However, within Kigwang Kingdom, there are nobles of various classes. There is a clear distinction between nobles, and between nobles and commoners. The hierarchy is strict, and sometimes it even overrides the strength. The 5 major families are the 5 most noble families in Kigwang: Dillons, Bok, Astria, Diamond, and Howard. Dillons, Bok, Astria, Diamond, Howard. Su Yuan secretly remembered it in his heart. Yang Yifeng continued, "Each of the 5 major families once had emperor-level masters, and some of the family histories can be traced back even further than the history of Kigwang Kingdom. Even though its strength is not as strong as the Holy Church, the most powerful military organization in Kigwang today, it is still deeply rooted. Some are elders from the founding period of Kigwang, some control the economic lifeline of Kigwang, and some rule the underground world. There are 11 seats in the Kigwang Kingdom's Holy Council, and the 5 major families alone occupy 5 of them, with overwhelming power. For countless years, no matter what changes Kigwang has experienced, the 5 major families have always stood firm. Su Yuan's eyes widened in thought, it's really different from our Dian family. The power of this family is much stronger than that of our Dian family. After hearing what Yang Yifeng said, Su Yuan truly realized the power of Qi Guang's family. Yang Yifeng said, there is a more important point. Our Dian family pays attention to spreading branches and leaves, but the Kigwang nobles do not. The Kigwang nobles not only pay attention to being well matched, but also have extremely high requirements on the bloodlines of both parties. In order to ensure the purity and superiority of their bloodline, some extreme nobles even choose to marry close relatives, so there are very few direct descendants of the nobles. Of course, among the offspring born from such a combination of high conditions, there are often quite outstanding geniuses, and the one you killed is likely to be one of them. Su Yuan suddenly understood. To put it simply, the direct lineage of the Kigwang family is much more precious than the direct lineage of the Dian family. No wonder the other party did not hesitate to send elite masters to ambush him, even though he was thousands of miles away. Yang Yifeng said sternly, since you are already at the gold limit and you still have the liquid condensation pill, you should be preparing to break through the shining star level next, right? This is a good time to stay in China. When you break through to the shining star level and your strength improves greatly, you don't need to be so afraid. Su Yuan nodded, that's what I planned too, but there is still a problem. What is the problem? The gold level skills are still lacking. Oh! Yang Yifeng was startled at first, and then laughed, I didn't expect that someone would encounter a problem like yours. Yang Yifeng knew that Su Yuan had 5 skill positions, which was more than ordinary people. But the more important reason is that Su Yuan entered the country too fast. Otherwise, there would be no problem of reaching the gold limit and not having all the skill slots filled. Yang Yifeng said, no matter what, your skills cannot limit your realm breakthrough. How many skills do you still have? Missing 1. Even if you include the divine destruction arrow you just got, you still have 1 more skill left. 1? That's not bad. Yang Yifeng nodded, and then thought about it, I don't have the epic space skill. As for the fire skill, I have 2 or 3 here. Which skill do you want? Field skills, martial arts skills, spiritual skills. Su Yuan said everything he lacked. Yang Yifeng shook his head, the several fire purple cards I have here are relatively conventional attack and defense star cards. Yang Yifeng didn't get the divine fire at the beginning, so he naturally didn't prepare any fire skills. He just got a few fire purple cards from the star beast he killed many years ago. Is this so? Su Yuan was quite sorry, but this was normal. Domain-level star cards were indeed too rare. I don't have it, it doesn't mean that others don't have it. Yang Yifeng thought for a while, but suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, I have thought of a place. I will take you to a place in a while, maybe you can get a martial arts class. Skills? Su Yuan's eyes lit up, okay, thank you teacher. Yang Yifeng waved his hand and looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of expectation. In addition, I heard that the Tiangxuan division has been in contact with you again. Yang Yifeng asked. Su Yuan responded truthfully, yes, I received the invitation from Zukyu. I will accept the trial after breaking through the glory star. Yang Yifeng nodded slightly, Suzaku is a good place to go, very flexible. Su Yuan asked curiously, I wonder which movie the teacher is from. I'm in Beiwu. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly, remembering what Hou said about the functions of the White Tiger Emperor. However, despite being surprised, Su Yuan did not continue to ask any more questions. After the master and apprentice communicated for a while, Su Yuan returned to the dormitory. Chapter 318 Processing. After Su Yuan returned to the dormitory, he took a good shower, fell directly on the bed, and fell asleep soon. On this trip away from Dian, we rushed, fought, and rushed, almost never stopping. While he was always vigilant outside, Su Yuan could completely relax in the academy. So this night, Su Yuan also slept very soundly. Noon the next day. In the darkness, Su Yuan felt that his face was soft, as if something was constantly pushing against the side of his face, and some familiar sounds were made. Soon, Su Yuan opened his eyes and woke up. What comes into view is the familiar dormitory bedroom, which makes people feel extremely at ease. Next to her, Ruan was pushing her face hard again and again. Puff, puff, puff. Puff, puff, puff. Su Yuan smiled and squeezed the soft tissue. Okay, I'm awake now. This was because he had ordered Ruan to wake him up at noon. Sure enough, because he was too tired and was in the academy, he actually fell asleep. Pfft. Seeing that he successfully woke up Su Yuan and completed the task, Ruan's eyes lit up and he rubbed Su Yuan's face affectionately again. Su Yuan rubbed it, then stood up and walked to the computer desk next to him to sit down. Unconsciously, it's already a new semester. Su Yuan turned on the computer, looked at the time, and found that it was already mid-March. And March is also a new semester. Su Yuan opened the college forum and browsed the recent relevant news. Oh? Did Xiaoyu take the lead in breaking through to the silver level a week ago? He is indeed the only genius who reached the bronze intermediate level at the beginning of school. There are a few outstanding young talents in the freshman year, including Yi Zishan and Lei Ji. The secret realm of Suanji Valley has arrived in Ronzi City, a secondary city in the west. It is expected to end in 2 or 3 days. According to the current situation, Demon City Jixian and Demon City Xiang Dingqian may become the biggest winners. The popular girl idol singer Yi Shengsheng is going on tour in Yeadu. There are various kinds of information, including information about Demon City and the entire academy. Su Yuan browsed it briefly and had a general understanding of what happened during his absence. The Suanji Valley secret realm is also a very famous secret realm in Dian. The location where it appears varies every time, but it has been 30 or 40 years since it was last opened. This is a complete secret realm of inheritance, and there are quite a lot of good things in it. Looking at this post, Xiang Dingqian may have gained a lot in Suanji Valley this time. Su Yuan exited the forum, thought for a moment, opened the communication with Xiaoyu and typed a message. Lots of new goods, apply for transaction. Not long after, a line of text popped up on the opposite side. Got it, come right over. Su Yuan smiled, boiled water and took out 2 sticks of instant coffee. Not long after, Xiaoyu rushed over. A light and luxurious red dress, with black socks that just cover her calves. Su Yuan placed the brewed instant coffee in front of Xiaoyu and said, "Congratulations, you have been promoted to the silver level." "Absolutely so. With my talent, this is the speed." Xiaoyu crossed her arms and raised the corners of her mouth, obviously very proud of herself. Xiaoyu looked at Su Yuan, but still couldn't see anything as before, so she cast her eyes on Su Yuan's left hand, Ruan, and greeted, "Ruan." Pfft. Upon hearing the greeting, Ruan immediately transformed back into his original form and jumped onto the table. "Long time no see, Ruan. Xiaoyu kneaded happily. "Puffchi puffchi, long time no see." Su Yuan smiled and then took out 2 rings. "I have gained some things when I went out this time. I would like to ask you to take a look and help me deal with them." "Let me take a look." Xiaoyu took the ring and inspected it. With the experience from the last time, Xiaoyu was mentally prepared this time, but after seeing the various precious items in the ring, she was still stunned on the spot. So many things, there are dozens of blue star weapons alone. You want to sell them all?" Xiaoyu originally wanted to ask, "Where did you get it?" but she changed her words. Su Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, sell them all." Xiaoyu was even more shocked when she received a positive answer. The last transaction was for tens of thousands of star stones, this time. I'm afraid it must be at least hundreds of thousands. In fact, this is not all the harvest. The most valuable shining star core, Yuan, is left behind for Ruan as food. Ruan blamed herself because the previous battle had not come in handy. So I worked hard, and since I came back from the Black Wind territory, I have been practicing hard day and night. With the law of devouring and a large number of radiant star cores, Ruan could eat enough to keep her full every day. If it hadn't been that her body couldn't bear it if she hadn't devoured it too fast, she would have already broken through to the high level of gold. It is estimated that all the remaining radiant star cores will be swallowed up, let alone reach the high gold level. I am afraid there is hope for the gold limit. If the star core is not enough, then go directly to the star stone. He and others need the star mist pool to convert the star power in the star stone. Of course Ruan does not need it at all. The pure energy of the star stone will only be absorbed faster than the star core. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and picked up the star weapons one by one in Yuan's room to identify them. A rough estimate shows that the total is over 200,000 star stones. After a long time, Xiaoyu breathed a long sigh of relief and leaned back on the chair. Yuan nodded secretly. Since there was no shining star core, he estimated that the remaining amount was only around 200,000. Xiaoyu asked, I'd better take these things back and give them to the people in the Demon City branch for recycling. Do you have any special instructions? No. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and put everything back into the ring. Yuan spoke again, but besides these things, I have another item in my hand. I want you to help me see if there is anything I can exchange. Exchange? Xiaoyu was still a little surprised. But when Yuan turned over his hand and took out a star card filled with purple light, Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly went straight. Yuan covered the purple card on the table and then pushed it in front of Xiaoyu. This is it, take a look first. Xiaoyu's breathing quickened and became rapid, and her hands even trembled slightly. She carefully picked up the purple card along the edge of the card. On the card surface, there is a flaming light arrow directly hitting the god. The arrow of God's destruction. Just seeing this name, Xiaoyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Where does this come from? Now, Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask this question. Not to mention the silver level, purple cards are extremely difficult treasures for gold and shining stars. It is even rarer to see a silver level one. Even Xiaoyu Egui, the eldest lady of the Baidu Consortium, has never personally touched an epic quality star card. Yuan said casually, good luck, I got this trophy from an enemy. Xiaoyu took a deep breath and looked at the arrow of divine destruction in her hand. She didn't know what kind of enemy could possess such a star card. But there is no doubt that it is far beyond his current level. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu felt that the confidence and joy she had just broken through to the high level of silver were inexplicably torn apart by the young man in front of her. Damn it, this guy is really a pervert. Xiaoyu couldn't help but cursed secretly in her heart. What's wrong? Yuan didn't know why the other party suddenly looked a little angry. Nothing, Xiaoyu waved her hand quickly, and then asked, did you say you wanted to exchange this card before? Yes, I want to exchange space system and other fire system star cards. Although it is extremely difficult to buy epic star cards on the market, your major consortiums should have exchange channels for such high-end items, right? Xiaoyu pondered, yes, there is, but the success rate of this kind of transaction is relatively low. I can only burn the card information first, and then help you post it on the platform. No problem, I'm just giving it a try. Xiaoyu nodded, okay, let me burn it first. Forget about the previous things, but the value of treasures like the epic purple card is immeasurable. Regardless of whether Yuan Xiang believed in him or not, it was impossible for Xiaoyu to just accept this card casually. Xiaoyu took out a white mock card and put it on the arrow of God's destruction. The stars flickered slightly, and it didn't take long for part of the information on the card to be burned. Handing the arrow of God's destruction back to Su Yuan, Xiaoyu reminded, however, if you hang it on this platform, you will be charged some fees whether it is publicized or traded. I'm afraid it will cost several thousand cents. Stone. It's a small matter. Su Yuan smiled. It might take some time to deal with the items in front, so he took out another 10,000 star stones and gave them to her. You can just hang them up. Xiaoyu smacked her lips. You are really rich. I will replenish the extra money to you together with the star stone that recycles items. That's really hard on you. Xiaoyu crossed her arms and said, Hey, what's the use of talking? If you think it's hard, why don't you give me a good reward? Su Yuan smiled and pointed to the many star weapons on the table, then why don't you choose one of these star weapons? It is still very troublesome to deal with so many things. With Xiaoyu handling it, you save time and worry, and you don't have to worry about the price being too low. So it was appropriate for her to choose a star weapon as labor fee, and Su Yuan had nothing to feel bad about as a trophy. That's not necessary. I will recycle it for you, and our Baidu Chamber of Commerce will also make money. Xiaoyu seemed not to want the labor fee, and rolled her eyes and said, If you are sincere, treat me to a meal. Okay, it doesn't matter. Su Yuan smiled, you set the time. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with joy, and she thought for a moment and said, I have to deal with these things today and tomorrow, so let's do it the day after tomorrow. Good. Chapter 319 First Meeting with Xiaoxian. In a blink of an eye, it's the third day. X.com. In the training room, Su Yuan sat down quietly, while Ruan in front of him closed his eyes and lay in his arms, as if he was asleep. At this time, Ruan opened her eyes, and a circle of purple light lit up in her eyes, as if there was an inexplicable power falling down, and then there was no movement. Puff, chi. There was obvious frustration in the soft tone. It's okay, you can't control your dreams. Su Yuan smiled and asked, what are you dreaming about this time? Puff puff puff, lots and lots of coke. Ruan looked a little more excited, but then became depressed again. What Ruan is currently doing is the experiment of dreams take care of me. For Ruan, it is too difficult to dream about practicing in dreams, and she has never succeeded until now. Su Yuan touched the soft skin and said comfortingly, don't worry, work hard to refine the star power of the star core first, and you will find a solution later. Once you get that yesterday reappearance, it will not be difficult to control your dreams. Ruan's top priority now is to improve his level. Otherwise, even if you are only at the gold level, you will not be able to form effective combat power for yourself. Just as Su Yuan was thinking, the cell phone beside him suddenly rang. Su Yuan immediately stood up and walked over to pick up the phone. It was Xiaoyu who called. Xiaoyu. Su Yuan, there may be one more person for dinner tonight. Oh? Anyone else? My sister is coming too. Your sister? Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. Xiaoyu's sister? Isn't that the witch Xiaoxian from the Magic City? Xiaoyu, let me come. Su Yuan was about to ask when he heard a sudden change of voice on the phone. Are you Su Yuan? I am, you are. I am Xiaoxian. I want your divine destruction arrow, and I also have what you want. Let's talk about it tonight. Xiaoxian spoke quickly and got straight to the point. What do I want? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly and asked. What exactly do I want? Garcia Western Restaurant, let's meet and talk at 7 p.m, how about that? Good. Beep, beep. When Su Yuan agreed, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Su Yuan didn't mind. He looked at the time and felt a little expectant in his heart. Su Yuan originally had no expectations for anything he could get in exchange for the arrow of divine destruction. At worst, he would just use it himself. Unexpectedly, I received a reply in just 2 days. Which Xiaoxian? Su Yuan looked thoughtful. So far, he had heard this name more than once. Although he is one level younger than Qi Tian and others, his reputation is even louder. It is said that he graduated early after reaching the star level, and I don't know what he is doing now. But that's not important. What Su Yuan is looking forward to now is what the other party can come up with. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the night is getting darker. In the Demon City, in an open private room of Garcia Western Restaurant, two very similar-looking girls were sitting side by side. Both of them were wearing white shirts, burgundy jackets, and black skirts underneath. But the difference is that one of the girls has a pair of ponytails and a pair of black pantyhose under her skirt. The other girl had a high ponytail, a smile on her face, and a pair of beautiful, fair, and delicate legs exposed to the air without any obstruction. Good legs, good face, good figure, and double happiness. It undoubtedly attracted the attention of many customers outside the box. Even the waiters passing by couldn't help but slow down and want to take a closer look inside. At a table closer to the box, a rather handsome boy looked straight at him. Those two girls are really pleasing to the eye. The fatter companion next to him knocked on his plate and reminded, "Be careful, don't stare too much. It's too rude. Are you polite? You hold your watch and look at it every half a minute, right? What do you know? I call it the timed observation method. It's polite and not easy to expose." The two of them insulted each other for a while, and then the fat boy said, looking at them sitting on one side, "Are they waiting for someone else?" The handsome boy was startled. Could it be a man? No way. The two were communicating when a boy's question suddenly came from not far behind them, which immediately attracted their attention. "Excuse me, where is private room No. 16? The waiter next to me replied, "Just turn right in front, please." "Okay, thank you." Su Yuan thanked him and walked straight towards private room number 16. The handsome boy and the fat boy watched Su Yuan turn around and walk past the two girls' private room. They couldn't help but look at each other, their eyes almost filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. "Damn it! You two have been waiting for a long time." After Su Yuan entered the box, he closed the door behind his back. Xiaoxian said, "It's okay. There are still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. You are not late." Su Yuan looked at Xiaoxian and found that her appearance was indeed 50% or 60% similar to Xia Yu's. There is a strong aura around him, as if appearing here, he naturally becomes the center of attention from outsiders. While Su Yuan was sizing up Xiaoxian, the other party was also sizing him up. There seemed to be flames pulsing in the red pupils. Soon, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoxian's eyes, and she praised with a smile, "Amazing, he is indeed the most famous genius in the entire Dian. Has he already reached this level?" Hearing what Xiaoxian said, Su Yuan knew very well that the other party had probably seen through his realm, and most likely he was also proficient in breathing techniques. Xiaoxian stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers, and then a layer of star power slowly spread out around her. "Simple soundproofing." Xiaoxian smiled. Su Yuan nodded to express his understanding. The food on the table is very rich, including pastries, pizza, steak, red wine, etc. However, Su Yuan didn't have any need for these, but he said straight to the point, "You want to exchange arrow of divine destruction?" "Of course." Xiaoxian nodded, and simply took out a purple star card. "This is what I used in exchange, but I also have to see your god's destruction arrow in real form." "Can?" Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out the arrow of divine destruction, placed it on the table, and took the purple card from Xiaoxian. Gate to space. Quality, epic. Attribute, space. Introduction, use the power of space to open the door to space. After a short spell, you can teleport over long distances. Note that strong energy attacks may cause the space gate to collapse and the transmission to fail. Su Yuan was slightly shocked. the other party actually had such a good thing. Although you may be interrupted by the enemy when using this skill, you cannot force yourself out of the battle. But it's not that difficult to hold off the enemy for a while, especially if you have the incarnation of a demon. When encountering an invincible opponent, just let the demon incarnate and resist for a moment, and at the same time open the space door to escape. After Xiaoxian picked up the arrow of divine destruction and inspected it, a bit of excitement could not be suppressed in her eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this is a skill produced in the heaven plane, right? Xiaoxian took a deep breath and looked at Su Yuan and asked. Su Yuan nodded and said, although I'm not sure, it's probably true. Many of Frank and Alenton's skills are from the heaven plane. Especially Alenton, whether it is the holy appearance of holy light or the holy flame starburst, it seems to be this way. Xiaoxian nodded slightly and calmed down her expression, but she was very satisfied in her heart. As soon as he heard that his sister said that there was an epic star card for fire and bow, he rushed over on the spot overnight. But now it seems that the power of this god-destroying arrow is probably much stronger than I expected. There are not many epic star cards that suit me, especially one that suits me like this. Xiaoxian looked at the divine destruction arrow in her hand, her eyes burning and she couldn't put it down. Although in terms of value, space-based skills may be more scarce and precious. But what suits you is the most precious. Xiaoxian suppressed the joy in her heart, put the arrow of God's destruction back on the table, looked at Su Yuan and asked, how about this space gate? Does it still suit your liking? Su Yuan also put down the space gate, it's not bad. Although it's difficult to use in battle, it's good for traveling. If it's Xiaoyu, forget it, just say whatever you think. But she was not familiar with her sister's words, so naturally she couldn't show too much desire, lest the other party ask for an exorbitant price. Really? Xiaoxian shook the red wine glass and said with a smile, it's also an excellent life-saving skill in battle. If you can't beat him, just run away. After one teleportation, no one else can catch up. Su Yuan shook his head and said, not to mention that teleportation may not be possible in some places, and this technique is time-consuming to use and will be interrupted by strong fluctuations. It is difficult to use it successfully in a fierce and fast-changing battle. Xiaoxian took a sip of red wine and said, it shouldn't be difficult for a genius like you to buy some time for yourself, right? Seeing that the other party wanted to improve himself in his words, Su Yuan chuckled, when I use this move, I'm afraid the opponent I face is also stronger than myself. It's not that easy. On one side was her sister and on the other was her classmate. Xiaoyu watched the two of them arguing, but she couldn't get a word in. In fact, it doesn't matter what you say about this kind of transaction whose value is difficult to measure. What's important is whether you can see through the other person's psychological bottom line. At this moment, Xiaoxian stopped pulling and stared at Su Yuan with her red eyes. This arrow of divine destruction, plus half of the star stones you get from recycling items for Xiaoyu, will be exchanged for my space door. Sister? Is it too much? Xiaoyu was shocked. Those items were worth 200,000 centimeters of star stones. Even half of them were worth 100,000 centimeters of star stones. For Su Yuan, who was at the third level, it was an astonishing sum of money. And sitting next to him, he could naturally feel his sister's excitement of getting the arrow of divine destruction just now, and she was obviously very satisfied. Su Yuan looked at the girl with a high ponytail staring at him in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, deal. Okay, let's do that. Xiaoxian smiled and said to Xiaoyu, these star stones will be treated as a gift for you from my sister's visit. Xiaoyu was startled, this is too much, I won't be able to use it all. Xiaoxian's lips curled up, then go take a dip in the star mist pool. Before Xiaoyu could recover, Xiaoxian had already picked up the arrow of divine destruction on the table and stood up. Okay, then I won't disturb your date. By the way, Xiaoxuan leaned over and whispered in Xiao Yu's ear, "Xiao Yu, please remember to come back tonight." Although the voice was very low, Su Yuan, as a gold-level star card master, could not hear it. "Elder sister." Under the light, Xiao Yu's face turned red visibly, and she glared at Xiaoxuan in embarrassment for teasing her. Xiaoxuan smiled and then walked straight out of the private room. Su Yuan naturally pretended not to hear, put away the space gate and thought about it secretly. "Su Yuan, my sister is like this, don't mind." Su Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Actually, she could have asked for more. The space system star card is cherished too much, no matter how hard it is, this is a fact." So in Su Yuan's view, it was reasonable for the other party to take everything away, but only wanted half of it. On the other side, Xiaoxuan walked out of the Western restaurant and looked up at the moonlight. "Since you are the one who saved Xiao Yu, it doesn't hurt to give you this space gate cheaply." Chapter 320 by Fang. A few days later, in a mountain range south of the Demon City. "Do you know who is the most accomplished person in the demon capital in terms of weapons and martial arts below the king level?" Yang Yifeng asked while climbing the steep green mountain. Su Yuan followed Yang Yifeng, shook his head and said, "I don't know much about Sun and Moon Star Masters, so I'd like to ask the teacher for advice." Yang Yifeng said slowly, "It is the owner of this mountain." Su Yuan looked towards the mountain. "Is he taller than the teacher?" Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "In terms of martial arts alone, he is better than me." "Oh!" Su Yuan felt slightly surprised. To be honest, Su Yuan had never seen Yang Yifeng take action, so he didn't know what Yang Yifeng's strength was. However, as Yang Yifeng was the first in the pre-selection sequence and a former powerful person in the Tianxian division, Su Yuan always felt that Yang Yifeng was very powerful. The man on the mountain was more accomplished in martial arts than Yang Yifeng, and Su Yuan couldn't help but become curious. Yang Yifeng continued, "This person is known as the Master of Swords and Bows. He has created hundreds of sword and bow skills by himself, and nearly 2 hands of them have reached epic quality. So smart." Su Yuan was really shocked. He had created nearly 10 epic martial arts skills by himself. His talent in this area was simply a monster. Only a few humanoid star beasts can perform martial arts such as swords, guns, swords, halberds, fists, and kicks, and kung fu. In addition, most of them are burned by masters of self-created martial arts. However, it takes a lot of effort and cost to repeatedly burn self-created skills into martial arts star skills. Yang Yifeng said slowly, "Because I also use a knife, I have communicated with her several times, so I am familiar with her." "Don't you know the name of that senior?" Yang Yifeng smiled, "Don't worry, you will know after you get up there." Su Yuan nodded and continued to follow Yang Yifeng to climb the mountain. This green mountain is not too high, but it took Yang Yifeng 2 or 3 hours to lead Su Yuan up step by step. During this process, Su Yuan's vision broadened, his mind became clear, and many distracting thoughts dissipated. The heart is like a mirror lake, and the cave is dimly lit. This state after climbing the mountain seems to be very suitable for practice. The mountain road has reached the end, and Su Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "I will take you to the mountain road instead of flying up directly. Firstly, it shows respect for the owner here. Secondly, this is the reason. Both sides of this mountain road are planted with dingxian trees and heart-nourishing trees. Walking along this road will calm you down. So that's it." Su Yuan looked back at the trees on both sides and nodded slightly. The dingxian tree and the heart-nourishing tree are 2nd and 3rd level spiritual plants respectively. They both have the effect of eliminating distracting thoughts and clearing the mind. "Old man Yang, you haven't been here for several years, right?" At this time, a sonorous and powerful voice came from the top of the mountain. Su Yuan immediately looked up and saw a woman with red hair and a gold hairpin wearing a brocade robe. At this moment, the other party was sitting at a stone table under a big golden sycamore tree on the edge of the cliff. There was a pot of tea on the table. He obviously knew that Yang Yifeng was coming up the mountain and had already prepared it. Needless to say, this person must be the owner of this mountain. Ha ha ha, it's been almost 7 or 8 years. Yang Yifeng greeted from a distance, and then took Su Yuan over. Yang Yifeng sat down and Su Yuan stood behind him. The dignified woman glanced at Su Yuan and said, "Is this your student? Is that Su Yuan?" Su Yuan was startled. He didn't expect that this senior master actually knew his name. He immediately saluted and said, "Hello, senior." Yang Yifeng introduced Su Yuan, "This is Prince Ming's mansion, Bai Fang. She is actually Bafang." Su Yuan looked at the woman in front of him and bowed again, "Senior Bai Fang." Su Yuan also knew why the other party had heard his name. He had peacock feathers, and he was relatively close to Luo Bingtong. Speaking of which, I have been lucky enough to meet the 3 great demons of Prince Ming's mansion, Bai Zi, Kaiang Qi and Bafang in front of me. On the contrary, it is a burning sun expert on the human side. Apart from the teachers in the academy, I have never seen one. But could someone so good at martial arts actually be a monster? Yang Yifeng took a sip of tea, looked at Bai Fang and said, "We haven't seen each other for so many years, and the taste of this Shenkai tea has not changed at all. Well, you are still the same as before, young and beautiful." Hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't hold himself tight. Good guy, my teacher can really say anything. But being able to make such a joke, it seems that the relationship between the two is not bad. Don't do this to me, the little old man is not serious. Bai Fang raised his eyebrows, glanced at Su Yuan behind him, and asked, "Tell me, you brought a student here this time because you want to beat me up? What's the idea?" "I can't hide it from you," Yang Yifeng laughed, then crossed his legs and pretended to be casual, "I just want to see if you have any better martial arts here, so that no one wants it and the natural resources are wasted." Bai Fang looked at Yang Yifeng with a half smile, making Yang Yifeng feel quite embarrassed. However, Bai Fang didn't say anything else. Instead, he thought seriously, "I still have some good things in my hand, but even if it's our friendship, I won't give it away easily." Yang Yifeng nodded, "That's natural. You can tell me what conditions you have." Bai Fang looked at Yang Yifeng, and suddenly there was a burning feeling in his eyes. "My conditions are not difficult, as long as you fight me with all your strength." "With all your strength?" Yang Yifeng pondered, turned to look at Su Yuan who was standing half a step behind him, and suddenly smiled, "Okay. Maybe I haven't done my best for a long time, and my hands are itchy, so I just want to practice with you." Bai Fang's eyes lit up and he seemed quite excited, "Okay, let's do it now." "Okay." Yang Yifeng turned to Su Yuan and said, "Su Yuan, please wait for us here for a moment." "Yes." Su Yuan responded respectfully. Bai Fang waved his hand, and the big sycamore branches and leaves around him collided with each other, making a clang sound, and at the same time, large swaths of golden flakes of light were shed. Then, Yang Yifeng and Bafang, bathed in the glow, slowly closed their eyes, as if falling asleep, but they still sat upright, with their auras rising and falling, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Su Yuan looked at the two of them with thoughtful eyes. Although the specific situation is unclear, there is no doubt that the two have already started fighting in some form. Su Yuan himself has experienced a lot of similar situations, such as the Sword Heart Space, Transcendence Realm, etc., so it is not surprising. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of this confrontation. Time passed, and nearly an hour passed. When the tea cooled on the table, the golden glow of sycamore leaves began to shine on Yang Yifeng and Bai Fang again. Bai Fang opened his eyes and groaned, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Bai Fang's pupils shrank and he looked at Yang Yifeng who had not yet opened his eyes in surprise. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's really amazing. I lost this time. When Su Yuan saw this, he was surprised and immediately congratulated, teacher is mighty. I had seen Qianqi take action with my own eyes. He had suppressed 3 Huio with just one move. His power was simply terrifying. How could Bafang, who was as famous as him, be so simple? But Yang Yifeng still won, and he was worthy of being a master of the Sky Patrol Division by Huiyu. But Yang Yifeng hasn't responded yet, or even opened his eyes. After a while, Yang Yifeng opened his eyes and waved his hand, it's just a narrow victory. Su Yuan was behind Yang Yifeng and was not very aware of it, but Bai Fang caught Yang Yifeng's change immediately. His eyes dimmed a little, and although it was hard to notice, there was obviously a loss of energy and energy. Bai Fang suddenly frowned and said, what's going on? It's only been a few years, and your vitality. Before he finished speaking, Yang Yifeng interrupted the other party and said with a laugh, Bai Fang, now you can bring out some good things you have collected. Experts like me rarely use all my strength. Bai Fang took a deep look at Yang Yifeng, then snorted and said, of course, I have learned a lot from this fight with you. What's more, after being defeated by you, I am naturally willing to admit defeat. But having said that, you really like this student very much. Until this moment, Su Yuan also vaguely felt that this battle might not be easy. Teacher. Su Yuan was about to ask, but Yang Yifeng spoke first, with such an outstanding student, of course we have to pay more attention to him. Bai Fang looked Su Yuan up and down, then nodded, he is indeed a rare genius. With Bai Fang's critical eye, he had to admit that this young human whose name he had heard several times recently was indeed a rare genius. Perhaps only Xiao Bingtong could compare with him. Moreover, the other party still has peacock feathers. After some pondering, Bai Fang turned over his hand and took out a dazzling purple star card and placed it on the stone table. This martial art is the culmination of many sword techniques that I have mastered and created. It focuses on the technique, and the user can fill it with different energies according to needs. Is it an epic martial skill that is compatible with various attributes? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Yang Yifeng picked up the star card, checked it briefly, and then looked up at Bafang in surprise. Hey, that's really good stuff, thanks. Yang Yifeng chuckled. Yes. Bai Fang responded as usual, unable to tell what he was thinking. Yang Yifeng handed the star card to Su Yuan and said with a smile, see for yourself. Thank you, Senior Bai Fang, thank you teacher. Su Yuan thanked him and then carefully took the card. 3-1. Quality, Epic. Introduction, Bafang's masterpiece of swordsmanship, a swordsmanship with the ultimate killing power. There are 3 styles in total. With a flash of the sword, the 2 heavens are at the same level, and the 3 poles are unified. Looking at the information from this star card, Su Yuan couldn't help but secretly take a breath. This star card actually has 3 types. There are 3 moves, but that doesn't mean you need to add all 3 together to achieve epic quality. But it shows that these 3 styles must at least reach the minimum threshold of epic. After all, the boundaries of epic quality cannot be broken through simply by superimposing quantity. To integrate skills into one star card, these 3 moves must be related or formed into a system. To create such a star card, the energy required is unimaginable, and even most people who create their own skills cannot do it. And having multiple moves is much more flexible in dealing with different situations than having just one move. Therefore, although the name of this Trinity Star card is extremely simple, its preciousness is unimaginable. Su Yuan solemnly thanked him again, and then put away the card. It was a rare meeting between the 2 of them, and Yang Yifeng communicated with Bai Fang for a long time, which didn't end until the sun was about to go down. The way down the mountain was not that troublesome. Bai Fang flew directly to the foot of the mountain with Yang Yifeng and Su Yuan. Bai Fang looked at Yang Yifeng and sighed secretly when he thought of the previous situation. See you next time. After pondering for a while, Bai Fang finally said. Yang Yifeng laughed, okay, see you next time. Chapter 321 New Star. After returning from Bafang, Su Yuan followed Yang Yifeng to the library tower. Regarding the breakthrough, Yang Yifeng explained and warned in detail. After that, Su Yuan returned to the dormitory. He casually took out 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator and handed them to Ruan, while Su Yuan went directly to the training room on the 2nd floor. Su Yuan flashed his hand, inlaid the trinity he had just obtained, and then thought about it secretly. Refining star power. Su Yuan recalled in his mind what the teacher had just said. Breaking through the shining star level at gold level is like jumping high by stepping on a cornerstone. If you jump up and reach it, you will have successfully broken through. If you don't jump up, the breakthrough will fail, and most of the previous accumulation will be lost. To achieve a breakthrough, it mainly depends on 3 factors. Cornerstone height, target height, and jump height when breaking through. Target height, this is determined by talent. The higher the talent, the lower the target height, making it easier to jump up. Jump height, this is whether the breakthrough process is smooth. Some skills, elixirs, props, etc. may make the breakthrough process smoother. As for the final cornerstone height, that is the current state of the breakthrough. Generally speaking, as long as you reach the high level of gold, it means that the star power cyclone has expanded to the maximum level of the next 3 levels, and you are qualified to break through the shining star level. But usually, high-level gold star card masters will not directly break through, but will continue to improve until they reach the gold limit. This is to increase the foundation height and get closer to the shining star. But the gap between the gold level and the brilliant level is too big. Even if the gold limit is reached and the star power is inextricable, few people can break through. At this time, if you want to increase the foundation and reduce the height difference with the shining star, there is another way, that is to refining star power. After reaching the golden limit, every time a trace of star power is refined, the star power in the body will not increase, but the newly refined star power will replace the original star power, and it will be more condensed than before. Therefore, every time you refine 1 point of star power, the foundation stone will also increase by 1 point. And after refining the star power completely, the foundation stone will be significantly improved. However, the limit of star power retraining is 3 times. The further you get to the back, the longer it takes and the weaker the effect. After 3 times, there will be no effect. If during this process, you feel that you can break through, then you can try to break through. And if you still feel like you can't break through after practicing your star power 3 times, then you have limited qualifications. Either break through forcefully, or maintain the state of 3 temperings for life. No wonder I haven't had any premonition of breakthrough. It turns out that I still lack some firepower. Refining star power may seem like a time-consuming task, but with the star mist pond, the progress can be greatly accelerated. With his current physical body, it is no problem to carry the star mist pool 10 times or 11 times. The college has 50 hours of star mist pool every month. In addition, I also have the hundreds of thousands of star stones I just got. It is 10 times the concentration. 7 or 8 hours a day, less than 100,000 star stones a month. I can really soak up the stars without any worries. It's foggy. The skill position matters have been resolved, and everything is ready, let's make the final sprint. Su Yuan's eyes were bright and he did not hesitate. After making some arrangements, he immediately went to the Xingguo Pavilion. There is no time to practice, and more than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan works at 2 o'clock every day. In addition to replenishing food, he basically goes back and forth to the dormitory and Xingguo Pavilion every day. Even among the most popular figures in the academy, few people have seen Su Yuan in the academy. However, Su Yuan had already greeted Yang Yifeng, He Yanan, and other related people in advance. It's just that the teachers won't say anything until they break through to the Yaoxing star. Without someone, the world will not stop. And without Su Yuan outshining others, not only Yeadu Academy, but also major colleges have gradually begun to talk about many other geniuses. This day, Yeadu College, the Dean's office. Dean Cai Tan Songlin knocked on the door and came in. Before the case, Dean Cai was practicing calligraphy with a brush in his hand and said casually, "Songlin, what's the matter?" Tan Songlin said, "It's already the end of April, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and the national competition will be here again in early June." Dean Cai didn't stop holding his hands and said casually, "So?" Tan Songlin thought about it for a while and said slowly, "Our Yeadu College has not won the national championship for many years. This year, we have a chance. Songlin, come and see how my handwriting goes." Dean Cai put down the brush in his hand and asked. Tan Songlin didn't feel impatient after being interrupted. He took a few steps forward and saw 4 words on the rice paper on the case: teacher's dignity. Tan Songlin's expression was slightly stagnant, but he couldn't say what he just wanted to say. Cai Qinglong said slowly, "With the strength Su Yuan has shown, it is indeed not difficult to win the national championship. So you want to stop Su Yuan, who is sprinting for a star breakthrough, and let him participate in the national competition before continuing?" Tan Songlin gritted his teeth and said, "Dean, this is a rare and good opportunity. We can provide him with a lot of resources afterwards." "You are confused." Cai Qinglong blew his beard angrily. "Cultivation and breakthroughs are all about condition. He has been sprinting for more than a month now and is in good condition. After refining the star power once again, it is very likely that the breakthrough will be successful. Go call him out at this time. Not to mention that you have to wait for more than a month. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find him in this state." Tan Songlin said quickly, "Dean, please calm down." Cai Qinglong snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Our college aims to tutor more students to become talents through the resources it obtains, rather than using students to obtain more benefits. Such an idea is simply putting the cart before the horse. Especially for such a talented student, who will not be born for hundreds of years. He is likely to be the real pillar of my Dian in the future, but you want to hold him back for a national competition championship?" Cai Qinglong stared closely at Tan Songlin. The astonishing pressure of star power instantly filled the entire office, and countless papers turned into flying debris like snowflakes in an instant. "Songlin, remember, you are a teacher first, and the dean of the college second. Don't forget your original intention. Don't mention this matter again, get out." Tan Songlin could feel that Cai Qinglong was really angry this time. Under the king-level pressure, cold sweat broke out on Tan Songlin's forehead, and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. I'll go down first." Tan Songlin bowed and then withdrew. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. In the star mist pool of the college, there was a slight fluctuation, and the star power fluctuations in Su Yuan were a little stronger than before. "I finally completed the first round of star power retraining." Su Yuan opened his eyes, a look of joy on his face. After being completely re-refined, the star power is more condensed than before. There is no need to continue to refine more star power, Su Yuan can clearly feel that it is enough. In the next few days, Su Yuan neither went to Xinggu Pavilion nor practiced again. Instead, while guiding Ruan's cultivation, he goes to bed early and gets up early on time every day, burns incense and bathes, and constantly adjusts his own state. On this day, Su Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the training room on the second floor, quietly looking at the Juling divine tree in the distance, feeling that his energy had reached its peak. About there. With this thought flashing through his mind, Su Yuan's leisurely eyes suddenly condensed, he put away the soft ball he was practicing next to, and closed his eyes. With the thought in his mind, the star power vortex in his body suddenly surged more and more violently. Countless star powers gathered together, boiling, entangling, compressing, and converging, as if they were going all out to transform and sublimate. Time passed. I don't know how long it took, and the entire star power cyclone trembled slightly. Among the surging star power, a drop of liquid suddenly appeared, emitting powerful fluctuations that far exceeded the surrounding star power. This is a beginning. As this drop of liquid star power appears, more and more liquid star power around you condenses. Gradually, most of the entire star power cyclone has turned into liquid, but the speed is getting slower and slower. So Yuan did not hesitate, took out the condensation pill and drank it. As soon as the elixir is swallowed into the body, it is dissolved by the star power. Soon, Dang Xiao merged into the star power cyclone. The originally tired star power cyclone seemed to be recharged. It turned on its full power and condensed gaseous liquid again at a faster speed. Time passed little by little, and under the influence of the liquid condensation pill, this process was extremely smooth. After a long time, the last trace of star power also completed the liquefaction. A large amount of transparent liquid star power swirled and flowed in the star power cyclone, as if a certain mechanism had been touched. The star power cyclone shook slightly and began to evolve and transform. At the same time, accompanied by a Chiang Chiang cry, the Phoenix Soul card in the blue sky shined brightly. The rich power of space covered the entire card, and the shape of the phoenix in the blue sky also became blurred, undergoing some kind of change. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yuan's body shook slightly. The original star power cyclone had completely turned into a surging sea of stars, in which countless liquid star powers were surging and flowing back. At the same time, with the star power cyclone as the foundation, the evolution of the soul card has reached the final stage. Chiang Chiang! The phoenix roared, and the space shook. A huge black phoenix flew up from behind Su Yuan, making a sound like knocking gold against stone. Although there were talismans used in advance to block the situation, at this moment, the kings in the academy, even Yang Yifeng and other Zhou Yang were already aware of it. Have you made a breakthrough? Cai Qinglong turned his head and glanced south, smiled and nodded. Okay. Very good. Very good. On the library tower, Yang Yifeng's face was full of surprise, excitement, and relief. He Yanan, Zhang Chunsheng, and others also looked at the south dormitory and were amazed. He is really a genius like a monster. He has already entered the realm of shining stars in less than 2 years. It is unprecedented. In the Nanyuan dormitory, the Black Phoenix had already flown into Su Yuan's body, and the aura on his body increased at an alarming rate. After a long time, Su Yuan opened his eyes. The eyes are filled with brilliant light, and the divine light is absorbing, the space around the body is distorted, and the mysterious light is extinguished. Yaoxing. As if the days are opposite, even in the daytime, you can see a bright starlight high in the sky. In the south, a bright new star rises. Chapter 322 Qingming Xianfeng. Su Yuan looked forward, his ears and eyes clear, his heart relaxed and happy, and every inch of his body could feel the changes in the star power of heaven and earth. When you step into this situation, everything is completely different. After the star shines, Su Yuan's whole temperament seems to have changed in some way, giving him a sense of transcendence. In fact, this is the upgrade of life. When the level of life becomes higher and higher, it will naturally change. Su Yuan stretched out his hand slightly and could feel that his control over the concept of space was getting easier and easier. With a flash of light in his eyes, Su Yuan teleported to high altitude and stood quietly in the sky. This time, Su Yuan no longer relied on the heavy pressure of the elemental magnet to levitate, but relied on the star-level flying ability and the control of space. At this moment, Su Yuan stepped on the void. Not only did he not use any star power, but he also moved like a fish in water, moving much faster than ordinary people. This is also one of the strong points of the space system. For space system star card masters, there is almost no disadvantageous battle environment. Because as long as we exist in the world, we are always in the dimension of space. As a space system star card master, you can naturally enjoy the convenience and bonuses brought by space anytime and anywhere. After being promoted to the Yaoxing star, in addition to the improvement of the realm, equally important is the second awakening of the soul card. Then let's see how the soul card changes after the second awakening. After Su Yuan took a moment to understand his own state, he directly opened the system panel. Soul card, Qing Ming Xian Feng. Quality, Epic. Race, Phoenix. Attribute, Space. 6 dimensions, Strength B, Agility B, Defense B, Constitution B, Spirit B, Star Power B. Throne of Heaven, the intertwined space, the world of only me, the core power from the Overlord of the Sky, possessing infinite possibilities of mystical power. In the Sea of Stars, the original phoenix of the blue sky has indeed evolved into a big black phoenix, with a dignified body and a majestic look. Deep space fluctuations are flowing around the body. It looks much more domineering than the original beautiful phoenix of the blue sky. Qingming Xianfeng, 6B Qualification. Awakening cannot cross a large level, from Master to Epic is already the limit. The original 6C qualifications have all been further improved to 6B. This time the awakening is already full. After all, the 3 soul cards inlaid by Su Yuan from bronze to gold, air cutting, phase transfer, and omniscient vision are all impeccable. Coupled with the potential of blue sky phoenix itself, such an evolution is also reasonable. In addition to the 6-dimensional qualifications, after the shining star, there is another thing that is more important than the 6-dimensional. That is soul power. The throne of heaven. Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Is this my soul power? Chiang. As if sensing Su Yuan's wishes, Qingming Xianfeng resonated. Then please let me borrow your power. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, deeper and deeper black space fluctuations appeared around him. In an instant, a circle of pitch-black space quickly spread out from under his feet towards the surroundings. The scenery in front of him changed, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan was already trapped in an empty space. You can actually create your own space. Su Yuan was slightly shocked. Soul power comes in all kinds of shapes and forms, some are enhancements, some are skills, some are tools, some have special effects. However, unlike ordinary skills, soul power has infinite possibilities for change and growth. Su Yuan had imagined his own soul power many times, but he never expected that it would actually give him a space to carry with him. This space, with a radius of about 10 kilometers, looks empty when you look down, but when you look up it seems to be endless with no end in sight. No wonder it is called the Throne of Heaven. It seems that not only can this space store things almost infinitely, but it also seems to be able to absorb air and energy from the outside world and store living things. Su Yuan looked thoughtful, but these can only be regarded as auxiliary abilities. In this space, Su Yuan felt that his space power had been astonishingly strengthened again, as if he controlled this space, with all kinds of wonderful functions. The plasticity of this soul power is indeed very strong. Let's try the stability of the space first. Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands, and the 18 gates of hell unfolded behind him, finally converging at one point and bombarding the boundary of nothingness and chaos ahead. Bang! The flames bloomed on the wall of the distant border like a huge flower of hell, and the flames that burned everything surged up. After the strong explosion, there was no damage to the space boundary except that it sank a few minutes. And the few points that sank, within a few seconds, absorbed the power of the external space and recovered. Hiss! Su Yuan took a breath. 18-in-1 hell flames exploded, and with his now greatly increased star power, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary stars to stop it. Once the enemy is dragged in, he may be trapped to death without taking action. But this is a place where you can practice your skills as you like. So Yuan thought and tried the summoning skill again. Summoning skills are closely related to one's own realm and spiritual power. Now, not only has his strength been greatly improved, but his mental power has also been raised to B level, and his summoning level has been greatly improved, and he has given these summons a hard blow. Hellfire and Frost Dragon are still closely following the version, reaching the Shining Star level. It's just limited by the summoning card, the upper limit is master quality, and without evolution, there is no soul power. Even so, the epic star beast evil dragon demon formed by the fusion of the two through the intertwined ring of ice and fire is still a powerful combat force in his hands. After all, epic star beasts are relatively rare among the shining stars. As for the Hellfire Steelbone Wolf, although he barely reached the Shining Star level with the support of Su Yuan's strong mental power, he could only make a start. The Green Star Beast without soul power has much lower combat power than Black Mountain Wang and Guo Feng. When he was at the gold level, he could easily kill the two of them, but now his strength has skyrocketed, and he is far away from opponents of Black Mountain's level. After testing the skills in this space one after another, Su Yuan probably has a grasp of his own strength. Since it is the ability of Qingming Xianfeng, let's call it Qingming Realm. After Su Yuan tested it carefully, he chose a name for this space alone. The future is promising, and for now it can at least be used as a field skill that greatly improves one's spatial capabilities. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then withdrew from the green underworld and returned to the practice room. This time I have advanced to the Glory Star, my strength has improved greatly, and I can barely be considered a little master. Pfft! While Su Yuan was thinking, a soft voice suddenly came from the beast control space. Breaking through the Glory Star level, the beast controlling space was simultaneously upgraded to level 4, and the softness in it was naturally felt immediately. Su Yuan smiled and released Ruan. He immediately threw himself into Su Yuan's arms, excited. Puchy, master. Puff, breakthrough. Su Yuan smiled and rubbed the soft tissue. The next step is to help you break through to the Shining Star level. In the past 2 months or so, after Ruan devoured all the star cores and tens of thousands of star stones, she had already reached the golden limit and began to refining her star power. Originally, Ruan was not far away from the Shining Star level. Now that the beast controlling space has been upgraded to level 4, and under the influence of the beast controlling contract, Ruan's cultivation will only become easier. Su Yuan waved his hand, and a pile of 100,000 centimeter star stones appeared on the ground. Previously, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to break through the star stone, but now that I have broken through, I can let Ruan devour it to his heart's content. Puff, please do it softly. Ruan's eyes were shining, and she nuzzled into Su Yuan's arms excitedly. Then he jumped to the side, enlarged his body, took a small pile of star stones into his body, swallowed them and refined them. Seeing that Ruan quickly entered the cultivation state, Su Yuan nodded secretly, and then began to think carefully. After entering the Shining Star level, it is difficult to make major progress in a short period of time. But right now, I happen to have 2 things to do. The first is to kill the star beasts and hunt the star dust. It is difficult to increase the realm, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in strength. Let's not talk about the 5 new skill slots for now, but the many original epic skills are not full yet. There is also breathing method, it's time to try it out. Both skill levels and breathing methods require a lot of stardust. To get the stardust, you need to hunt the star beast. As for Su Yuan, there is another item that needs to be improved, and he also needs to hunt the star beast. That is the Royal Demon Sword. God Demon Sword. Progress of slaying demons, Epic Stage 1 Glowing Moon level, 0/1, Shining Star level, 0/20, Gold level, 0/100. Complete this demon slaying progress, and you will be able to evolve to epic quality. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Although I don't know if there will be epic level 2 or level 3 in the future, being able to evolve to epic can be regarded as completing a qualitative change. This sword will definitely be greatly improved. It's just that it's really difficult to kill the Huido level star beast here. Su Yuan originally wanted to ask the teacher to help deal with a Huido level star beast. However, after what happened with Bai Feng, Su Yuan temporarily suppressed this idea. First, the teacher has been of great help to me, so I can't always trouble the other person. Second, through Bai Feng's words, Su Yuan also vaguely realized that there might be something wrong with the teacher's body. Let's take it one step at a time. No matter what, the goals of Shining Star and Gold level can be completed first. Anyway, to hunt for Stardust, we have to kill star beasts. As for the most suitable hunting location, there is no doubt that it is the ancient Forbidden Area. The ancient Forbidden Area was very dangerous for me back then, but now, not only has I stepped into the Shining Star, but I also have skills like the Space Gate. As long as you are not targeted, you can go to the first stage of the ancient Forbidden Territory. As for the second one, Su Yuan's eyes fell on Ruan next to him. It's time to train Softa properly. Chapter 323 Soft Evolution. Ruan turned around as the Demon King, but for some reason he was reincarnated as a weak slime. If his qualifications are exhausted, his star power is C, and his combat power is extremely weak. However, as the Shining Star is an important stage in the growth of the Star Beast, Su Yuan can vaguely foresee that this will inevitably be a turning point for Ruan. Apart from anything else, as the ultimate law, the law of devouring, in addition to assisting in training, may also have a way to make Ruan stand up from fighting the 5 scum salted fish. Therefore, Su Yuan planned to wait for Ruan to break through to the Shining Star level before going to the ancient Forbidden Area to hunt for star beasts. Level 4 beast control space and devouring law and sufficient star stones. This process must not take much time. In addition, there is also the matter of Ruan practicing through dreams, and he also needs to obtain the yesterday reappearance star core in the arsenal. Thinking of this, Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out a talisman, which was left by Ho Wu earlier. Ho Wu said at the beginning that if he broke through to the Shining Star level, he would use this talisman to contact him. This talisman has conditions for use. If the star power does not reach the Shining level, it cannot even be activated. Tianxian Division, Suzaku Yu. After Su Yuan pondered for a moment, he put the talisman away again. Since there are still things to do at hand, the matter of joining the Tianxian Division can be put aside for now. Otherwise, the task of joining the company may be arranged at any time, and I will have no time to hunt for Stardust. At this moment, the phone rang. It was a message from Yang Yifeng. After Su Yuan took a look, he immediately got up and went out, heading towards the office building. Yeadu College, Dean's office. Yang Yifeng walked in with Su Yuan. Dean. Dean Cai. Yang Yifeng and Su Yuan greeted each other. You are here? Sit down quickly. Cai Qinglong was very happy to see the two coming. He immediately stood up and took out a box of tea leaves from the drawer on the side. I'll make you a pot of good tea, the dragon silver tea that I have been treasured for last year. I didn't even give it to the Dean of Kigwang Nation's Bauhenia Academy last time he came. Yang Yifeng quickly stepped forward and took the tea from Cai Qinglong's hand. Dean, I'll do it. There is no reason to let the Dean personally make tea for the two of them. Su Yuan also stood beside him. Neither of them were sitting down, so how could I just sit down? After a while, Yang Yifeng made tea. The whole room was filled with the aroma of tea, and several people sat down. Okay. Heroes have been born since ancient times, and our Yeadu Academy really has an amazing and talented student. Cai Qinglong looked Su Yuan up and down, amazed and happy. Su Yuan said respectfully, without the support of the dean and the college, I would not be able to be promoted to the Shining Star today. Su Yuan understood that Yeadu Academy not only provided him with an excellent training environment, but also actually gave him a lot of help and opportunities, including breathing method teaching, Magic City Holy Spring, South China Sea Trial, Void Monument Breaker, Dongxiu, etc. Not to mention that many of these things are not available outside. Even if they can be obtained, they may not be encountered at the most suitable time. Cai Qinglong also guided Su Yuan on some matters related to the cultivation of the Star. As the Dean of the Demon City and a king-level master himself, Cai Qinglong's insights into the cultivation of the Sun and Moon stars are naturally unmatched by others. The reason why Yang Yifeng called Su Yuan over was that after breaking through the Yaoxing star, he should pay a visit to the Dean. Secondly, I also thought that this education giant could give Su Yuan some guidance and instructions. Dean Cai, are you saying that after reaching the star level, in addition to cultivating the realm, you must also meditate and communicate with the soul card to promote the growth of the soul card? Cai Qinglong nodded and said, yes, after the star shines, the soul card is separated from the realm and belongs to two different systems, soul power and star power. Practicing star power is to improve one's realm, and meditation is to strengthen one's soul power. It's just that the improvement of soul power cannot be achieved overnight, and the effect will not be great before a qualitative change occurs. Therefore, many people only focus on actual state improvement and ignore meditation, which seems to have little effect. But you have to remember that the cultivation of star power and soul power should go hand in hand. Su Yuan was new to Yaoxing, so he didn't have much idea about it, but since it was Dean Cai's instructions, of course he had to follow his instructions. Anyway, I don't need to practice breathing. I have more time than others, so I just need to spend more time meditating. Yang Yifeng added, in addition, the Star Card Master's soul card is different, and the soul power is also different. Regarding the use and development of soul power, you have to rely on yourself, and you can communicate more with the soul card. Su Yuan nodded to express his understanding. We gradually talked about spiritual matters. Finally, Cai Qinglong asked, now that you have achieved a star level, you have graduated early. I wonder what your plans are in the future. Su Yuan replied, I have received an invitation from the Tianxian Division. There is no need to hide the affairs of the Tianxian Division from Cai Qinglong. When Cai Qinglong heard this, he smiled happily and said, the Tianxian Division is a good place to go. From now on, you will be my pillar of Dian. The purpose of the Academy's existence is to provide Dian with a steady stream of talents. Cai Qinglong, as the dean of the first college, what could be more gratifying than seeing talented students from his college join the country's most powerful military institution? Dean, you are serious? Su Yuan said politely, and then asked curiously, by the way, Dean, where did Senior Qi Tian go after graduation? Cai Qinglong stroked his beard, Kishan? This kid is not afraid of anything. He said he wanted to travel around the world. He went out to practice and work early after leaving the hospital. I don't know where he is now. Is that so? Su Yuan nodded. In fact, this is also the choice of many star card masters. When you don't have the strength, you can't go far, but after you have the strength, it's normal to want to go out and experience. The world is so big, and Great Flame is just a corner in the south. And this is only in the eastern continent. Besides the eastern continent, there are several other continents. It's just that there are stars and sand blowing on the sea, and it's better not to think about other continents unless it's under the scorching sun day. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 weeks have passed. Su Yuan stayed at home and practiced in his dormitory. While waiting for Ruan to refine his star power to make a breakthrough, Su Yuan was also consolidating his star-level realm and familiarizing himself with his now skyrocketing strength in the green underworld. According to Ruan's training speed, it should be just these 2 days. Su Yuan secretly estimated in his mind on the open-air balcony of the training room. Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little sick when he thought of the star stones that Ruan had consumed in the past few days. I have hundreds of thousands of star stones, but now I only have more than 200,000 left. Speaking of the racial advantage of slimes, maybe it is that the total amount of star power contained in the body is larger, right? But Ruan doesn't seem to have more, it's even higher than his total star power at the same time, which is simply astonishing. You must know that I have full star power qualifications and the blessing of the star spring of proficient level breathing. Of course, Ruan's total star power is large, which is a good thing. It's just that refining star power costs more star stones, and it's really a bit painful to become stronger with Krypton gold. Fortunately, Ruan had already retrained her star power 2 days ago, and was now adjusting her state to prepare for a breakthrough. Su Yuan was thinking when he suddenly felt a wave of fluctuations in the beast controlling space, and then, increasingly intense fluctuations filled the entire beast controlling space. Here we go. Su Yuan's expression condensed, and he immediately closed his eyes and sunk his mind into the beast controlling space. The golden lines on Ruan's body became extremely bright, the water around her was turbulent, and a large black vortex spread out with herself as the center. Gradually, the black vortex becomes stronger and stronger. From a distance, Ruan itself looks like a rotating black hole in the abyss. Time passed, and finally, the blue water light and the black vortex converged, covering Ruan's body and turning into a blue egg. This egg has a mysterious golden mark and a swirl-like black pattern. Breath-like fluctuations continued to come from the egg, and each fluctuation seemed to be a little stronger than the previous one, as if something was constantly gestating in it. When Ruan's breakthrough reached a critical moment, Su Yuan also put aside other things and stared closely at the situation in the beast controlling space. Time passed, and more than 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. This process is much slower than Su Yuan's own breakthrough. However, Su Yuan remained motionless and paid attention all the time. Finally, 4 hours later, the golden mark on the egg suddenly brightened, and the blue eggshell gradually cracked along with the black lines. At the same time, a deep, advanced, yet familiar aura came from it. Breakthrough. Su Yuan was overjoyed, and then he was looking forward to soft changes. He didn't know what else the slime could evolve into. Soon, the eggshell was completely broken from top to bottom, and a slime that was almost the same as before appeared. The answer is that after a slime evolves, it is still a slime. Of course, there is no difference at all. After the evolution of Ruan, some of the golden lines on his body disappeared and turned into deep and complex black lines, but his eyes were still golden and brighter than before. Su Yuan was stunned for a moment, then chuckled to himself, "It's just as good as before, no need to be so fancy." Not long after, Ruan successfully completed the breakthrough and jumped high with excitement. Pfft! With this jump, Ruan disappeared directly from the beast control space, and the next moment, she landed directly in Su Yuan's arms outside. Su Yuan was also happy for Ruan, so he immediately retracted his mind and opened his eyes again. But when he saw it, Su Yuan was slightly startled. What came into view was a handful of beautiful long indigo hair and snow-white, delicate skin. Lying in his arms was no longer a soft slime, but a girl with long blue hair. In an instant, Su Yuan understood the current situation. Transform. Owner. Su Yuan hugged her tightly, her eyes were shining, and her pair of golden eyes with fine patterns were extremely eager. She looked extremely excited. Su Yuan's expression remained normal, and with a flash of the ring in his hand, he took out a black robe and quickly covered her body. With my figure of over 1.7 meters, this dress can completely cover my limp body. Master! Ruan kept rubbing herself in Su Yuan's arms excitedly. Sit tight. Su Yuan sat down in front of her and warned her sternly, Ruan, you are already a powerful star-level monster, you must be more mature. Ruan listened carefully. Just when Su Yuan thought Ruan understood, she rushed over excitedly. Master, master! Su Yuan waved his hand, and black ripples spread out, sending her to the green underworld. Calm down first. Su Yuan rubbed his eyebrows and suddenly felt a headache. Chapter 324 Messenger of the Abyss. Yeouido College, South First Campus, Dormitory Number 4. With a burst of distorted black light, Su Yuan and an extremely beautiful girl with long ocean blue hair appeared in the room. This girl looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, but she was wearing a rather mature and cool white shirt and trousers. However, this outfit is obviously too big. The top can be held up, but the sleeves and trousers are drooped and can only be rolled up. This blue-haired girl is naturally Ruan in human form. Su Yuan temporarily found this outfit from Elenton's ring and put it on Ruan. Su Yuan took Ruan to the table on the first floor and sat down. Ruan, did you remember everything you just said? Remember it, master. Ruan stood next to Su Yuan and looked around again curiously. After transforming into a human form, everything in the room has a different feeling. Sit down too. Su Yuan asked her to sit down. Okay, master. Ruan sat down on the table. Su Yuan held his forehead. Sit on the stool. Ah! Good master. Ruan usually sits on the table, but she didn't realize that she was now in human form and should be sitting on a stool like her master and others. Now that I've written it down, just repeat it again. Su Yuan looked at Ruan and said. Ruan dragged her chin, thinking about reciting Su Yuan's rules just now. First, you are not allowed to change into human form when outsiders are around. Second, you are not allowed to turn into human form when you go out. Third, if you change into a human form except during combat, you must report it in advance. As if he had finished memorizing it, Ruan stopped and raised his head slightly to look at Su Yuan. Su Yuan continued to ask, what else? Ruan choked, and then said in frustration, fourth, when you transform into a human form, you can't make any affectionate gestures to your master casually. Su Yuan nodded and said happily, yes, you are right. It seems that due to the reincarnation of the Demon King, Ruan is much smarter than ordinary transformed monsters, and can understand everything quickly. However, Ruan pursed her lips slightly. Su Yuan smiled and asked, how do you feel about this breakthrough? Speaking of this, Ruan immediately became excited and said excitedly, very good. Master, I seem to have become a lot stronger. Su Yuan looked at Ruan, who was full of energy, and suddenly felt that his mentality had become younger and more lively. Speaking of which, I am only 20 years old now. But Su Yuan didn't think much and opened the soft panel directly. Seeing that Su Yuan's eyes were slightly out of focus, Ruan was not surprised. Beast Control, Ruan, Messenger of the Abyss. Rule, Devour, Breath Gathering, Energy Devouring, Plundering, Decomposition, Mimicry. Level, Brilliant Star. Quality, Epic. Race, Slime. Attribute, Water. 6 dimensions, Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power B. Skills, Gigantization, Purple Mastery, 0/4W, Superspeed Regeneration, Purple Mastery, 0/4W, Ever-Changing, Purple Mastery, 0/4W, divided into achievements, Purple Entry Level, 0/1W, Mobile and Silent Arms, Purple Entry, 0/1W. Additional skills, 3 heads and 6 arms, Purple Mastery, Sea Soul Protection, Purple Mastery, Dream Illuminate Me, Purple Entry Level, Water Moving Ice Prison, Blue Mastery, Torrent Spear, Green Mastery. Although the original 6-dimensional foundation was not high, as the reincarnation of the Demon King, it still reached epic quality. The messenger of the abyss is already gradually moving closer to devour. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Although he still looked like a slime, he finally looked more extraordinary. In fact, compared to its harmless appearance, the soft panel can be called luxurious. The original 3 blue skills of gigantization, regeneration, and transformation have all been upgraded to epic purple, and because they have been cultivated to perfection, the Gigantamax, super speed regeneration, and ever-changing skills after this upgrade have also directly transitioned to the mastery level. In addition, there are 2 more epic skills divided to achieve success and moving and silent weapons. The division can make it look like a clone technique or an incarnation technique. Dynamic and static weapons seem to be strengthening skills. Since it is an epic quality skill, it is definitely not bad. How specific it is, you will naturally know when you go to the ancient forbidden area to experience it. What Su Yuan is paying more attention to now is the 2 additional abilities of the devouring law, decomposition and mimicry. Ruan, what are the functions of decomposition and mimicry? Su Yuan asked. Ruan held her chin with her right hand and thought for a while. It seems that one can take the target into the body and force it to decompose, the other can become a creature that has been successfully decomposed, copying the opponent's visual model, acquiring the opponent's 6-dimensional attributes, and inheriting some abilities and skills. Transform into other creatures and inherit attributes and abilities. Su Yuan was startled, and then asked after thinking for a while, Ruan, are you sure? Ruan nodded heavily, Ruan is sure. Su Yuan looked at the soft little man in front of him, and his heart was filled with surprise. If you guessed correctly, this skill may be a key to Ruan's strong combat power at the current stage. In terms of skills, in addition to the ability to swallow the law, he also has 5 epic skills. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of the Demon King, and there is nothing to say about it. But now, apart from combat experience, the only thing that limits Ruan's combat power is skill level. If the levels of each major skill can be raised, the upper limit of Ruan's strength will skyrocket. And this involves yesterday reappearance again. Su Yuan thought for a moment, turned his hand and took out Houwu's talisman, injecting the shining star power into it to activate it. We have broken through the shining star, but it will take some time before we can enter the company. In addition, we hope to advance a star core with the yesterday reappearance skill in the arsenal. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan sent this message. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Yesterday reappearance is just a blue skill, so there won't be any problems if you ask. If you get yesterday reappearance as soon as possible, if it can really have the expected effect, Ruan can start to improve its strength as soon as possible. In addition, there are no tasks that are suitable for newcomers to enter the company. Agree on the time in advance so that the Sky Patrol Division will have suitable tasks and it will be easy to arrange. Not long after, the talisman lit up slightly, and a message came back. Receive. Su Yuan looked thoughtful and didn't know whether this receipt meant an advance payment or not. But less than 2 hours later, Su Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Military Region Express, please go to the school gate to pick up. Oh? So fast. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he immediately stood up and headed to the school gate. Ruan, stay at home, I'll be back soon. Pfft. Before he finished speaking, Ruan had transformed back into his true form as a slime and jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulders, excitedly slapping Su Yuan on the face. Puff puff puff, Ruan wants to be with the master. Okay. Su Yuan smiled and rubbed it, still more familiar with the softness in this state. With Ruan in mind, Su Yuan walked quickly to the entrance of the college, and from time to time there were many excited discussions around him. Su Yuan. Kaizi, Wang Jun, look over there, it's Senior Su. Is that a slime? Why does Senior Su Yuan have a slime? Going to the entrance of the college, there were many more students along the way than going to the remote Xingguo Pavilion. As the most popular student in Yeado College, there is almost no one in the entire Yeado College who does not know about Su Yuan, and even most people are fans of Su Yuan. Fighting against the 6th Academy alone, sealing the Demon King of the South Sea, defeating the Kigwang genius, plus the situation of the Dragon Gate Conference that came from the north not long ago. Su Yuan is now a living legend in the eyes of students from various colleges in Dian. There is even a saying that is widely circulated among students in various colleges. You may not know the dean and famous teachers of Yeado Academy, but you must know Su Yuan. Fortunately, perhaps because of his great fame, even though these students stopped and looked at him from a distance, no one dared to come up and say hello. Originally I thought using the space gate was too high profile, but now it's not much better if I just walk through it like this. Su Yuan secretly shook his head. Not long after, Su Yuan came to the door. There was already a young soldier in military uniform standing straight and waiting beside the door. He was also a gold level master. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The temperament of the military soldiers is still very different from that of the college students, and it has also attracted the attention of some students from the Demon City. As soon as Su Yuan came over, the students shifted their focus and all their eyes turned to the face of Demon City Academy. Su Yuan stepped forward and took out his Star Card Master's certificate. Hello. The young soldier checked Su Yuan's ID, then took out a box and handed it to Su Yuan. Hello, this is your express delivery, please sign for it. Su Yuan signed his name and took the box. Thank you. The young soldier gave a military salute, then jumped up and left quickly. Su Yuan had no intention of staying any longer and quickly returned to the dormitory under the gaze of onlookers. Put the box on the table and open it. What is inside is the star core with yesterday reappearance. Su Yuan ordered Ruan, swallow it and get the yesterday reappearance skill. Pfft. The soft man on his shoulder immediately jumped on the table and swallowed the star core. After a while, Ruan finished swallowing it and had mastered yesterday reappearance. How about it? Pfft. Ruan learned it. Su Yuan communicated with Ruan and found that this reappearance of yesterday could indeed completely reproduce what happened yesterday in the form of a dream in a short period of time by consuming mental energy. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, black waves appeared, taking Ruan into the Qing netherworld. Su Yuan looked forward to it and said, Ruan, as I said before, let's start practicing with the main focus on becoming a giant. Pfft. Ruan jumped down from Su Yuan's shoulder, and the star power in his body began to grow rapidly. In just a moment, he was already several stories high. In the process of maintaining giant growth, Ruan also released the plundered skills such as the water-shaped ice prison and the torrent spear, and practiced them together. After reaching the gigantic time limit and shrinking, Ruan rests for a while, then expands to gigantic size again, and repeats this process. After Su Yuan left several bottles of coke and a large number of star stones for Ruan to quickly replenish star power, he left the Qingming realm first. Whether it works or not, it depends on tomorrow. Chapter 325 Skill Practice. In a blink of an eye, one day passed. The next day, Su Yuan came to the Qingming realm again. Puff, chi. Seeing Su Yuan come in, his weak and tired expression immediately cheered up. He shrunk his body and jumped back to Su Yuan. Ruan, as a shining star monster, has been practicing his skills for a day and a night, and is already a little tired. Su Yuan smiled and rubbed its head. Ruan, you did a good job. Pfft. Ruan jumped happily on the spot. Su Yuan himself can detect the situation in the Qingming realm at any time. Naturally, he knows that Ruan has hardly stopped when practicing. It can be said that he works very hard. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out 2 2L bottles of iced coke. Ruan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he transformed into 2 hands. He opened the bottle and poured it into his mouth with one hand. In the blink of an eye, the 2 bottles had reached the bottom. Pft! Burp! Burp! After drinking 2 bottles of iced Coke, Luan Ruan's eyes were shining, and he had completely recovered his energy. The refreshing effect was more effective than pills like Star Stones. Su Yuan smiled. Next, just unfold the dream to take a look at me, and use yesterday's reenactment to repeat yesterday's whole day's practice. Pfft! Ruan twisted her body, and blue light emerged from her body, but it was not the reappearance of yesterday. I saw the water flowing on Ruan's body, and boom turned into 2 Ruan. Can the split be achieved? Su Yuan immediately remembered Ruan's skill. The 2 softly closed their eyes, and the blue brilliance on their bodies was flowing unsteadily, and they had used together to recreate yesterday. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and he observed the energy fluctuations on the 2 soft bodies through his omniscient vision, only to find that the energy flow on the 2 bodies was exactly the same in terms of intensity and root, without any difference. Can't you tell if it's true or not, or, both are the same entities? Su Yuan looked thoughtful and didn't know what the purpose of Ruan's hand was, so he waited quietly. About half an hour later, both softies opened their eyes. A circle of purple brilliance lit up in my eyes, waves of mysterious feelings filled my heart, and the power of my dream suddenly surged into the 2 soft bodies. Pfft! Feeling the changes in their bodies, the 2 softies jumped up excitedly, and then they stuck together and turned into 1 softie, jumping up and bumping into Su Yuan's arms. Ruan, how do you feel? Su Yuan hugged it quickly and asked. Ruan looked up at Su Yuan and said happily, puff, 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 it works on both bodies. Both bodies work? Su Yuan's pupils narrowed and he immediately understood the meaning of this sentence. Are you saying that the skills and experience gained by the 2 avatars through dream photos can be superimposed? Pfft! Ruan nodded repeatedly. Su Yuan took a deep breath. This, double cheating? Originally, Ruan was recreating yesterday's hard training experience through yesterday's reappearance and dream, and cheating to double the training experience. But now you can use points to turn into 2 soft ones, which doubles the experience of free prostitution. Su Yuan immediately asked, how many bodies can you divide into the highest number? If you can separate several bodies, you can get some practice experience in vain, which is the key. Puff 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 puff, puff puff puff, there are only 2 now, there should be more after upgrading. Okay. Su Yuan was delighted. From this point of view, the split body of Ruan can be divided into parts can indeed be used to superimpose the effect of dreams shine on me. The points can become Ruan's own skills. You can use Stardust to fully maximize this skill first. After this, Ruan will be able to rely on dream photo and yesterday reappearance and points to form a combination of exercises, geometrically increasing the speed of his own skill cultivation. Su Yuan smacked his lips secretly and asked, then can you do it again now? Pfft, Gigi, no. Ruan's face drooped. After talking to Ruan, Su Yuan probably understood. According to Ruan, dreams follow me is only at the entry level right now. It consumes a lot of mental energy and is too much to be used continuously. It is estimated that it will take a day before it can be used. As for yesterday reappearance, as the level increases, it seems that it can expand the time range and time period that can be traced back, such as looking back to certain days within a month, instead of being limited to yesterday. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. After all, I learned it through the experience of free prostitution in the dream. It is understandable that such a magical technique consumes a lot of mental energy. When the dream reaches the same level as me and yesterday's reappearance, your cultivation will definitely be smoother. Now that Ruan has made a breakthrough, everything is ready to go. Su Yuan immediately said, then, let's go hunting with me. Ruan's eyes shone and she jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulder. Pfft! Ruan jumped onto Su Yuan's shoulders excitedly, gearing up, her eyes shining. This time, I finally don't have to be a mascot. Su Yuan returned to the dormitory with Ruan, raised his hands, and the turbulent silver light surged violently in front of him. After a while, a silver space door formed in front of him. Su Yuan stepped in and disappeared. An entry-level space gate can teleport dozens of kilometers at a time. Except for a small cooling time in the middle, the speed of traveling is much faster than that of an airplane. In less than half a day, Su Yuan had arrived outside the ancient forbidden territory. Last time I wasn't strong enough and couldn't hunt properly, but this time I can let go. Looking at the forbidden line in front of him, Su Yuan's eyes froze and he immediately jumped over. Su Yuan did not restrain his aura. Just like last time, some star beasts with low intelligence around him saw humans crossing the line and rushed over fiercely without thinking. As the strange red light danced, the demonic demon sword had already fallen into Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan raised his hand and waved the knife, and black lines of space were drawn across the void. The dozens of star beasts that surrounded him were all cut into two pieces and died violently on the ground as soon as they took a step. When some of the star beasts that had just approached behind saw this, they were immediately frightened to death. They turned around and backed away in fear. The mountain forest immediately became noisy. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and the black thread cut through the void at high speed as he swung the knife, and then hung on his waist. In just a few seconds, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Everything was invisible under the omniscient vision, with a radius of several hundred meters. Whether it was the star beast that rushed towards Su Yuan or the unrelated star beast that was resting alone, they all died on the spot without any resistance. Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, while the bright red light was flowing on the god demon sword, and he seemed to be extremely excited. Progress of demon slaying, gold level, 2/100. Puff. The soft shoulder shouted for Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his hand and opened the door of hell. Many shining star hellfire steel bone wolves rushed out from the door of hell, scattered around and began to collect the star cores just now. It can be said that it is quite a luxury for Yaoxing to come to pick up the corpse. Ruan also jumped down from his shoulders and transformed into a human form. He gathered the star cores brought back by many bone wolves into the water network woven by the star power and handed them to Su Yuan. Master, give it. Su Yuan reached out and took the star core of one of the silver-level elite star beasts, subconsciously extracting and decomposing it as before. But at this time, Su Yuan received a reminder from the system. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he immediately turned to secretly command, System, decompose this star core. A burst of strange energy covered the star core through Su Yuan's right hand. Soon, the star core turned into a piece of spiritual light and completely decomposed and dissipated. At the same time, all the energy essence in the star core was completely plundered by the system. Su Yuan immediately opened the system. Originally, a green card only had 40 stardust points, but this time it directly absorbed the star core, which increased by a full 86 points. The system has also been upgraded. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. When one person attains enlightenment, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. As he advanced to the shining star level, the system's performance actually improved. Not only can it directly absorb star cores, but the stardust obtained has also increased a lot. Su Yuan immediately took out the star core of another silver-level elite star beast and decomposed it. This time, he gave 92 points. Because the star core essence is directly decomposed and absorbed, the energy waste caused by the step of extracting the star card is avoided. Su Yuan probably understood, so he also absorbed the star cores of the two gold-level elite star beasts, and both received hundreds of stardust points. In other words, the stardust obtained by decomposing it in this way is more complete and specific, and is it also linked to the level. Su Yuan nodded secretly and casually disintegrated all the star cores. Regardless, this is definitely a good thing for yourself. Su Yuan raised his hand and summoned the Frost Dragon and Hellfire again. Let's go, the hunting begins. Ruan raised her fist high in excitement, charge. Chapter 326 Rapid Improvement. Although the initial section of the ancient Forbidden Territory is less than 1/10 of the area of the middle part of the ancient Forbidden Territory, it is still extremely vast. Among them, there are countless star beast forces who occupy the mountains as kings and encircle a place. There are thousands of them. According to the level of strength, there are 4 first-rate forces, 32 second-rate forces, 72 third-rate forces in the initial section of the Forbidden Area, and the rest are all inferior forces. Except for the unqualified forces, despite the passage of time, the total number of third-rate and above forces has basically remained at 108. This was recorded in the information Su Yuan purchased from the Star Card Master Association before he came over. Because he suffered a big loss when he was chased by 3 Huito-class people last time, Su Yuan specially spent a high price to buy the most detailed information and map about the ancient Forbidden Area this time. For the number 108, Su Yuan probably wouldn't understand the reason if it were in the past. But after Yang Yifeng's explanation, Su Yuan now naturally knows that this is related to the star pulse. Where the star veins are located, the natural star power is stronger and the cultivation speed is faster. And if there is no star power, or the concentration of star power is not enough to meet the basic needs of one's own cultivation, then the senior star card masters and star beasts will not only be unable to improve their cultivation, but may also regress in cultivation. Therefore, Cave Heaven Paradise and high-level star veins are the foundation for achieving a power. The world's star veins are divided into 4 levels: Dragon, Tiger, Wolf, and Dog. In the early section of the ancient Forbidden Area, there are 2 Tiger veins, 8 Wolf veins, and 18 Dog veins. As people move higher, the water flows lower. Slowly, 108 star beast forces are formed, each feeding on the star veins with their respective strengths. Like the burning ember ridge where Su Yuan originally went when he conquered the evil fire, even if the tribe was led by the 2 shining star monsters, the bull demon and the fox demon, they were not popular at all. However, Blackwood Valley, with 2 Huito-level commanders, is ranked among the 32 second-rate forces in the first section of the Forbidden Area. With the last experience, Su Yuan knew that the star beast forces in the ancient Forbidden Area were more or less related, especially the forces on the same star vein. Therefore, Su Yuan did not go looking for these star beast forces at will, but tried his best to choose lone shining star beasts and many lower level and third level star beasts to hunt. Not to mention completely hiding from all the forces in the first section of the Forbidden Area, it can at least reduce and delay their attention. Just like that, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the ancient Forbidden Territory, Su Yuan took Ruan and a group of summons to harvest leeks in the ancient Forbidden Territory every day. While enjoying the pleasure of Stardust's rapid growth, he was exercising Rura's practical abilities. Life is simple, yet fulfilling and efficient. After all, every bit of Stardust captured can be truly transformed into strength for Su Yuan. And because of his entry into the Shining Star, the evolution of the system, and the high-quality and high-density star beasts in the ancient Forbidden Area, the original Stardust number of 4,000 or 5,000 a day directly turned into tens of thousands a day. In just over a month, 1,000,000 Stardusts were harvested. Su Yuan directly perfected the advanced sun-burning body technique and the 5 gold-level skills: Flame Fire Control Technique, Dongxiu, Left and Right Fighting, Space Gate, and Trinity, and his power was greatly improved. As for the omniscient vision that was already perfect, Su Yuan even brought it to the realm of transformation. After reaching the transformation state, the omniscient vision finally appeared with new characteristics. True vision: within the scope covered by omniscient vision, you will also have the ability to see through illusions, escape techniques, invisibility, and other skills. In the past, omniscient vision lacked the ability to see through illusions, but now it makes up for it. Because Stardust is limited, so Yuan just added divide and make it to Ruan first. Starting from the entry level, one more clone can be split at each level. At the perfection level, it can be split into 6, and the transformation level is increased to 8. These 8 clones can inherit 70% to 80% of the attributes of Ruan's original body, and can also use most skills. It's just that the more clones it splits, the greater the consumption and the shorter the duration. Even so, it's quite strong. Moreover, leaving aside the combat aspect, what is more important is that Ruan can use the dream skill to recall the fierce battle of the previous day every day when the score is turned on. Combat experience and skill levels are rising like a rocket. With the improvement of these two aspects, Ruan's actual combat power becomes even more amazing. The first section of the ancient forbidden area, in the southeast direction. There seemed to be some activity going on a certain hilltop in the Fulong Mountains, and it was really lively. 3 transformed monsters were sitting on the table, eating delicacies from the mountains and seas. There were many star beasts scattered around below, watching the 2 humanoid star beasts with grey horns and black scales in the middle wrestling with each other, and from time to time they let out bursts of excited shouts. "Zhuang, hurry up and work harder for me. Let me win." The muscular man sitting in the central seat clenched his fists, wishing he could end up in person. A middle-aged man with a goatee sitting on his left laughed and said, "Brother, don't get excited, I tell you that Taizu will definitely win." The muscular man glanced at him, "I don't believe it." But it didn't take long for the tall, thin middle-aged man's words to come true. The star beast named Dazhuang had muscles in its arms, and it was already exhausted and was pushing the iron pillar on the opposite side with great force. But Taizu relied on his physical advantage, leaned forward, and pressed his feet firmly against the ground, almost motionless like a hill. Do it all at once, second time tired, third time exhausted. After being unable to attack for a long time, Dazhuang was short of strength. Taizu took the opportunity to counterattack and knocked it away. "Ho ho ho! Woo!" Various voices shouted excitedly from the mouths of the surrounding star beasts. The muscular man in the main seat above slapped his thigh in annoyance and said, "Hey! Even this big, middle-level gold-level iron pillar can't defeat the first-level gold-level iron pillar." Another thin young man sitting on the right-hand side of the main seat said, "Ha ha ha, big brother, Taizu's strength and physical qualifications are higher than Dazhuang, so it is normal to lose. That's all." The muscular man waved his hand, and with a flash of the ring in his hand, a jade gourd appeared in the muscular man's hand, and was handed to the middle-aged man with a goatee on his left. "I'm willing to admit defeat, my second son, here you go." The tall and thin middle-aged man from before took it happily, opened the lid of the gourd and took a sniff. This begwilling wine is really fragrant. It's exactly the same as the previous bottle. Thank you so much, brother." The muscular man curled his lips. "I brought back only 5 bottles from Fulong Mountain in the past few months, and now you, my second brother, cheated me out of 2 bottles. The middle-aged man with a goatee touched his goatee and smiled. "Brother, what you said is wrong. How can you call it a lie? I said at first that I would choose Dazhuang, but you insisted on stealing from me. You can't blame me." "Young man." The strong man wanted to say something, but suddenly he raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. The tall, thin middle-aged man and the thin young man sitting on the left and right sides immediately noticed the change in the strong man's expression and quickly looked above his head. "Brother, what's wrong?" As soon as the thin young man spoke, he saw a silver light shining high in the sky, and then turned into an open silver door. A young man with silver hair and silver eyes and a handsome face walked out of it first. And behind him, there was a girl with long blue hair. Although this girl looks young and short, she has a beautiful appearance and a rather peculiar temperament. These 2 people were naturally Su Yuan and Ruan who were hunting star beasts in the ancient forbidden area. Su Yuan stepped on the void and looked down at the many star beasts looking up from below. 3-headed flaring stars, hundreds of third-level beasts, there are quite a few star beasts in this place. I'll leave them all to you, Ruan. He smiled softly and responded excitedly, okay master. Where are you from and what are you doing? Facing the two people high in the sky, the muscular man stood up and asked loudly. There was no obvious aura emanating from the two people in the air, and the muscular man didn't know where they came from. They were transformed monsters that suddenly ran to his Cangyan mountain. In fact, the strong man only knew some monster masters around him and within the radiation range of the Fulong Mountains. He had never seen these two people in the sky. He just thought they were transformed monsters from other places and had never targeted humans. To think. However, the two people above were talking to themselves and seemed to have no intention of responding. The muscular man frowned and winked at the thin young man next to him. The thin young man understood, nodded, and flew directly to the sky. Looking at the two people whose origins and intentions were unknown, the thin young man asked in a deep voice, "This is Cangyan Mountain, where did you two come from?" However, at this time, the blue-haired girl opposite raised her hand and grasped the thin sword hanging on her waist. The thin young man faintly felt a bad feeling, and immediately shouted, "Send your name quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." Before she finished speaking, the blue-haired girl stepped forward and turned into a watery phantom and flew out at an extremely fast speed. The thin young man felt his eyes blurred as the blue-haired girl was about to pounce in front of him. Not good. The skinny young man's pupils shrank, but he was alert. As soon as he thought, a thick layer of dark star power gathered in front of him for defense. But the next moment, the thin young man felt a cramp in his chest. When he looked down, he saw that the blue-haired girl had pierced him with a sword. That thick layer of star power defense and his powerful body didn't even hinder him for a moment. How is that possible? The thin young man looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him in shock. The opponent was wearing a pair of golden gloves, holding a rapier in his right hand, and there was a layer of blue water flowing rapidly on his body, giving people a strong sense of oppression. To Yuan, Ruan was indeed a little too clingy. But towards other people who had nothing to do with Yuan, Ruan was extremely indifferent, as if he were treating unimportant ants, with no sympathy or pity in his golden pupils. After piercing the thin young man, he raised the thin sword in his hand and completely cut open the opponent's body. Blood flew everywhere, and the body of the thin young man immediately fell from the air. Chapter 327 The Mission is Coming. Third Brother. The expressions of the muscular man and the tall, thin middle-aged man changed drastically, and the eyes of many star beasts below also burst out with strong anger. The other party actually suddenly attacked and killed the third master. The muscular man appeared under the thin young man who was falling and caught him. At the same time, a powerful wave of star power swayed from the hands of the goatee middle-aged man. Godly cannon! The middle-aged man with the goatee roared loudly, and then a red light surged in front of him, and a powerful red cannon burst into the air. Bang! The surging crimson artillery exploded after hitting Ruan, bursting out a large flame, covering Ruan and Yuan behind him. Goatee was slightly happy, I won. But when the flames gradually dissipated, Goatee's expression turned dull. I saw that the blue-haired girl high in the sky was covered with a layer of still water without any ripples, and her long hair was flowing, unscathed. In her raised left hand, some remaining red flames and black smoke were gradually dissipating, and she surprisingly took the blow with her bare hands. How can it be? Goatee's expression changed drastically. Although the divine cannon was not an epic skill, it was one of his most skilled attack skills that he had perfected. Yet he was actually caught by the opponent with his bare hands without any damage? Could it be Huio level? Thinking of this, Goatee's face suddenly turned pale. Yuan looked at the soft man in front of him who was blocking the divine cannon, and couldn't help but nodded secretly in his heart. Ruan's moving weapon is really powerful, even stronger than the sun-burning body technique. That's right, what Ruan is using now is another epic skill that appeared together with Fenzenchange after evolution, dynamic and silent weapons. Dynamic and static weapons are divided into two states, running water and stop water. It moves like a torrent, with thunderous momentum, which greatly enhances strength, speed, and destructive power. It is as still water and has no waves, which greatly strengthens the defensive physique and enhances defensive power. With this skill, Ruan has an amazing improvement in both attack and defense. Just now, Ruan used the running arms to quickly kill the thin young man, and then used the water stop arms to block the divine cannon. Otherwise, with Ruan's sea-level defense qualifications, it would be impossible to block this blow with his bare hands, even if he was wearing the blazing gloves of holy light left by Frank. As for the thin sword held in Ruan's hand, it is also the sword of the shining guards left by Alenton. These two good things, which are close to the level of Yun Zongjian, are the only trophies Yuan left behind last time. Even if the attributes are wrong, the star power enhancement and toughness of these two items are still very high, so they will be used by Ruan first. Damn it, who are you? The muscular man looked up into the sky and roared angrily. However, Ruan ignored him, and her body was filled with water, as if endless terrifying star power suddenly surged out of her body. A large expanse of sea water instantly swept over and surrounded a 1,000-meter radius, turning into a wall of swirling giant waves that trapped all the star beasts on the mountaintop. Facing such turbulent and vast star power, both the muscular man and the goatee looked horrified. The master's order is to kill them all. Ruan said, then she dived down from high altitude with a thin sword to kill. Nearly an hour later, the huge waves gradually dissipated, leaving only hundreds of star beast corpses on the entire ground. And with a flash of silver light in front of him, Yuan had already arrived at the edge. Ruan said happily, "Master, the order has been completed." Yuan looked at the corpses of the star beasts lying on the ground and the weak ones with almost no injuries, and nodded secretly. "Yes, your actual combat ability is not weak now. As long as you have the opportunity to compete with the masters again, I believe you will be able to stand alone soon. Although the number of these star beasts on Konggu Mountain is large, their quality is limited. With the experience accumulated over the past few days and its own strong hard power, Ruan is not difficult to defeat. But when facing experts like Frank and Elentine, or even more difficult ones, it might not be so easy. However, it seems from these days that Ruan is naturally intelligent and has high fighting talent, and will grow up sooner or later. Yuan is not too worried about this. He, thank you master. Ruan was immediately happy when she heard the compliment. Ruan, never able to withstand praise. Yuan said, let's take care of the star core next. Okay, Ruan responded, and then started to cut out the star cores one by one with ease. Yuan also packed up. However, before picking up a few star cores, Yuan suddenly noticed something and took out a talisman. It was the talisman seal given by Ho Wu. My thoughts penetrated it, and a message was conveyed. The task of joining the company requires arriving at Arctic City within a week. Do you accept it? Are you here? It's a mission to join the Tianxian division. Yuan's expression changed slightly. The mission of the Sky Patrol division came a little earlier than he expected. However, I have almost improved what I should improve now, and all skills are basically maxed out. The remaining skills that have not reached the transformation level are not in a hurry for a while. After pondering for a moment, Yuan immediately sent a message and replied accept. The talisman flashed briefly and the message was conveyed. Yuan nodded, put away the talisman, and then took out the map he bought at a high price. There is a space gate, so there is more than enough time to go back, but since we are leaving, let's do something big before leaving. Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he focused his gaze on the current Konggu Mountain. After scanning the map for a while, he finally landed on a location east of Fulong Mountain. Jilei Ridge. According to the information in the Star Card Master Association, Jilei Ridge is a densely forested sea of thunder bamboos, where many powerful thunder star beasts gather. Among them are 3 epic star beasts including the golden-winged Leipeng and more than a dozen shining star beasts. In the Fulong Mountains, it can be said to be the strongest third-rate force in the surrounding area, only weaker than the second-rate force Fulong Mountain. 3 epic star beasts, just in time. Before leaving, look for 1 or 2 excellent mimicry objects for Ruan. Su Yuan was thinking about it when Ruan had already finished packing and came over with a lot of star cores and piled all the star cores in front of Su Yuan. Master, they are all here. Su Yuan nodded, stretched out his hand to enchant the pile of star beasts, and in just a moment, the pile of star cores turned into blue light and dissipated. Master is so powerful, I can't even swallow so much at once. Su Yuan didn't say much and turned to ask, Ruan, do you want to take a rest? Ruan immediately shook his head, I didn't spend much effort just now. After the shining star, the power of the soft star is even more terrifying. By virtue of his racial superiority, he has a star power similar to that of Su Yuan, coupled with the many secondary cores of Sea Soul protection. The total amount of star power is probably more than twice that of Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded, turned to look east, confirmed the direction and opened a star power door again. Then let's go, Ruan. Good. Ruan walked happily and followed Su Yuan into the door of space again. Chapter 328 Going straight to Huanglong. In the early section of the ancient Forbidden Area, in a lush green bamboo sea, thunder surging and green lightning roared. The rich thunder element filled it, and there was a faint hint of cyan in the entire bamboo sea. On a hillside a few kilometers away from the Sea of Clouds, the space trembled slightly, and a silver door opened. Su Yuan walked out of it with Ruan, his eyes lit up with silver light, and he looked at Jilei Ridge in the distance. As expected of the strongest third-rate force here in Jilei Mountain, there is such a large formation barrier in Jilei Mountain. Above the entire sea of bamboo, there is a huge hemispherical formation on top, with thunder and light flowing on it, and from time to time, some green lightning from thunder bamboos explodes. This is also the natural advantage of Jilei Ridge. There are so many Jilei bamboo, and with a little arrangement, they can form a large formation that can defend against enemies. There is no reason to just leave it like this. Gathering the power of the entire bamboo sea, with so many thunder elements gathered together, one attack would be enough to hit even the Huido level. Su Yuan's expression became more solemn. Through his omniscient vision, Su Yuan could clearly see the amazing energy contained in this lightning formation. It is not difficult to cross this barrier, and it is still possible to change places. But after entering, most of the star beasts inside can also mobilize the power of thunder clouds, but it needs to be considered. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan ordered, Ruan, leave a clone. Ruan responded, and the water on his body rippled, and then split into 2, turning into 2 identical Ruan. The clone that can be formed by dividing it is somewhat similar to the aura tail splitting technique used by Jun Chen to watch the fire fox in Burning Ember Mountain. They are all separated from the main body to form a clone, and there is no difference between the main body and the clone. The score can become an epic skill with fewer restrictions, higher strength, and smaller backlash after damage. It's just that the more you share, the weaker each clone will be. At this moment, after one clone was separated and stayed in place, the other Ruan turned into a bracelet and put it on Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan nodded, looked up into the bamboo sea, and quickly selected a target. A large silver brilliance rose under his feet, and then Su Yuan disappeared. Instead, there was a silver-level master star beast, the thunder-spotted badger. G. The thunder-spotted badger was still absorbing the energy of green electricity in the bamboo sea, but was suddenly moved here by Su Yuan. It was so shocked that it rushed out without hesitation. But of course it is impossible to do so. The soft clone left here raised his hand, and a large amount of water suddenly poured out, forming a water prison and trapping the thunder-spotted badger inside. The reason why it is not killed directly is because it needs to be used as a target that can be exchanged during an unexpected situation when it is transformed and retreated. The transposition with the strike characteristic is still easier to use than teleportation and space gate when crossing the barrier. At this time, the many thunder spots on the trapped thunder-spotted badger lit up, and a large amount of yellow-brown rushed out from the body, screaming violently, trying to break the shackles of the water prison. But it's just a small silver level, how can it be possible to escape from the water prison cast by Soft's clone? The thunder was loud and the raindrops were light. The numerous thunder and lightnings were like stones sinking into the ocean, unable to create even a single ripple in the water prison. And the other side. Yuan appeared in a quiet valley among the bamboo sea. The surroundings are thunder-accumulating bamboos that breed green electricity from time to time, and among the many first-level thunder-accumulating bamboos, some transform into second-level thunder-accumulating bamboos. This thunder-spotted badger seems to be one of the more outstanding star beasts in Gile Ridge. Even at the silver level, there is such a good place to practice alone. Yuan looked around, then looked far into the depths of the Zuhai Mountains. There are a large number of caves and more than a dozen rough-style palaces scattered throughout Gile Ridge. Ordinary star beasts will not live in palaces, only transformed star beasts will live there. Yuan used farsight and clairvoyance to continue to look deep into these palaces. The true nature of these transformed star beasts could not be seen from the outside. But soon, Yuan found a palace that was significantly larger and more imposing than the other palaces. Because of their early interactions with humans, the star beasts in the ancient forbidden area not only learned formations, alchemy, etc., but also learned to build palaces. Moreover, building a palace is surprisingly popular among many transformed star beasts. In the eyes of most star beasts, a larger and more imposing palace can better demonstrate their strength and status. So at this moment, Yuan immediately determined that this largest palace was probably the residence of the leader of Gile Ridge, Golden-Winged Lei Peng. The silver light in Yuan's eyes became even brighter, and he looked through and saw the scene inside. In the palace, a majestic-looking blonde middle-aged man was talking to a burly man with purple pupils and a sharp and deep look. These two people are none other than the golden-winged thunder rock and the purple-eyed thunder horn beast among the three epics of Gile Ridge. At this moment, the majestic-looking golden-winged Lei Peng suddenly noticed something and turned to look to the west. Has an outsider crossed the thundercloud barrier and broken in? Golden-winged Lei Peng spoke sharply, and golden lightning exploded from time to time in his eyes, which was extremely sharp. The purple-eyed thunder horn beast took a look outside and said, "I'll deal with it." Golden-winged Lei Peng was about to nod, but suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Come here directly? It's really not easy, Zai Jing, get ready to welcome the guests." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver light in the palace flashed, and the door to space appeared, and a handsome young man walked out of it. "I have met Mr. Lei Peng," Yuan said softly. Purple lightning flashed across the body of the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast. He took one step forward and was about to rush over, but was stopped by the golden-winged thunder rock. "Your Majesty, you are so brave as a master of art," Golden-winged Lei Peng said coldly. His majestic and sharp gaze and extremely oppressive aura can almost make ordinary stars unable to lift their heads. But Yuan looked as usual, shook his head and said, "Your Excellency Lei Peng has a keen sense. Now that he has been discovered, I have to come directly." Golden-winged Lei Peng's eyes were slightly focused. Although the other party took it for granted, in fact, shouldn't the most correct decision in this situation be to flee immediately? At this moment, the opponent not only refused to retreat, but also rushed over in such a swaggering manner. How could Golden-winged Lei Peng not know that the other party could sneak in silently and dare to face the two of them after being discovered? He was by no means a simple person. It's just that this is Gilealing. Why on earth would the other party dare to come in alone like this? Golden-winged Lei Peng pondered for a moment and asked in a deep voice, I wonder what you want to do when you come to Jilei Ridge. The purple-eyed thunderhorn beast also looked up. Su Yuan looked at the two of them and said calmly, I just want to use your body. Before he finished speaking, a layer of dark space power suddenly spread out from under Su Yuan's feet. In the blink of an eye, all three people in the hall disappeared, and only a blue bracelet fell down. It's the green underworld. The fluctuations in the green underworld will not be transmitted to the main world. This skill is very useful for attacking and killing targets. The fallen bracelet transformed into a soft body with a twist. Ruan sensed the place where Su Yuan disappeared, then restrained her aura and hid in the palace. At the same time, somewhere in the main hall of Jilei Ridge, a young woman who was practicing suddenly opened her eyes and looked up somewhere. What's going on? There seems to be some strange fluctuations in the direction of Lei Peng Palace. The woman seemed to notice something, but quickly shook her head. How could anything happen in Lei Peng Hall, not to mention Zai Jing is there too? The woman thought for a moment, then closed her eyes and continued practicing. Chapter 2 later. I watched TI11 today, and the Chinese team was alone and GG again. I am several years older, but the Chinese team has not yet won the championship, hey! Chapter 329 Owl Head. In the blue underworld, the golden-winged Lei Peng and the purple-eyed thunder-horned beast looked at the empty space around them and Su Yuan hovering in midair in front of them. They didn't know that they were trapped in each other's territory, and their expressions suddenly turned ugly. When the golden-winged Lei Peng raised his hand, a golden bolt of lightning immediately shot out from his hand and hit the space boundary on the right. However, apart from causing some ripples, it had no obvious effect. Golden-winged Lei Peng's heart sank again, and he said, Go with all your strength and kill him as soon as possible. Good. The purple-eyed thunderhorn beast responded. Turbulent star power surged out, gold and purple lightning shot into the sky, and the two of them had already unfolded their true bodies. A golden-winged thunder rock with a wingspan of 10 feet, and a purple-eyed thunderhorn beast with 2 hands and 2 feet and thunder horns. Roar! The two star beasts roared loudly, and immediately rushed out together with the extremely domineering thunder. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, jet-black flames burned into the sky from all over his body, already unfolding the manifestation of the evil spirit. Moreover, the perfect Suxi manifestation now is very different from before. Not only does it have a layer of obsidian-like reinforced armor, it also has bones in its body, and it also holds a black flame blade in its hand. If he was a reckless man with super high physical fitness before, now he is a fully armed warrior, and his combat power has been greatly improved. And the originally blurry face has become clear, as if it is a demon god who is not angry but powerful. Facing the two powerful star beasts that were charging towards them, the flaming blade in Su Xie's hand had already been slashed out. The golden-winged thunder rock and the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast on the opposite side had no intention of retreating, and attacked them with their thunder-covered claws and fists. Bang! Thunder and flames are violent and extremely destructive energies. At this moment, when they collide, they explode like a ignited explosive barrel, erupting with a strong spiritual light. However, the expressions of the golden-winged Lei Peng and the purple-eyed thunder-horned beast changed and they backed away slightly. But they saw a black flame breaking through the thunder star power surrounding the two of them. This is divine fire. The two men's pupils shrank, and without hesitation they burst out with surging lightning to forcibly annihilate the immortal evil fire on their bodies. Suppressed by the power of thunder regardless of consumption, this immortal evil fire cannot withstand it and will soon be wiped out. But at this time, 2 astonishing silver hands had already shot down from the void above their heads. The purple-eyed thunderhorned beast snorted coldly, clenched his palm into a fist, and the purple electricity in his palm roared and screamed. He raised his hand and punched the big silver hand above his head. Qing Tian Ben Thunder Strike. The thunder fist collided with the big silver hand, and the purple-eyed thunder-horned beast groaned, with some blood seeping out of its body. The big silver hand that was photographed above the head also shook suddenly under this punch, exploding a large amount of light debris, and its power was greatly reduced. Next to him, golden-winged Lei Peng suddenly had dense golden currents flowing around him. He spread his wings and shot out from under the void monument breaker's hand in the blink of an eye. His whole body was cut like a brilliant golden moon blade. On the body of Suxi Xian Sheng. Epic skill, Lei Yao Shuo Jin Zhan. Bang! Under such an astonishing blow, Suxi Xianshen's flame-armored body was cut in half directly under his left rib, and a large area of billowing black flames burst out. This blow should at least be able to severely damage him. Golden-winged Lei Peng stabilized his figure and turned around, looking at the large black flames that had been slashed on Su Xiansheng's body, but his pupils suddenly shrank. I saw that the black flames that exploded were like going back in time, twisting and intertwining and returning to Suxi Xianshen's body. In just a short moment, they had returned to their original state. How can it be? Golden-winged Lei Peng's expression changed slightly, and he didn't expect that his full strike skill would have no effect. A high-level battle is not just a confrontation of star power, but also a battle of mechanisms. Unless the strength is strong enough to crush the mechanism, how to break the move is very critical. At the moment, in the face of Su Xiansheng's immortality characteristic, the golden-winged Lei Peng's unique attack is equivalent to a wasted effort, and he has to use other skills after being frightened. But at this time, golden-winged Lei Peng suddenly discovered something, and suddenly felt a chill on his back, an endless coldness could not stop rising from the bottom of his heart. Because Su Yuan, who was originally located in the center of Su Xiansheng's chest, suddenly disappeared. Golden-winged Lei Peng didn't even have time to use his senses to see where Su Yuan had gone, and immediately burst out with all his star power. Thunder Prison. The golden light flourished, and countless golden thunder and lightning surged out from under the feet of the golden-winged Lei Peng, turning a kilometer in radius into a thunder pool purgatory in the blink of an eye. At this time, high in the sky, Su Yuan looked at the golden-winged Lei Peng below, with his legs slightly bent, his left hand clasping the long sword, and already unfolding the sword-drawing posture. The undead evil fire is continuously flowing into the God Emperor Demon Sword. The originally bright red O God Demon Sword has now turned into a heart-stopping deep black. Flash! Su Yuan's eyes flashed with light, and suddenly turned into a black line as fast as lightning, plummeting down from a high altitude and passing over the body of golden-winged Lei Peng. The next moment, the golden thunder pool that was still spreading at a high speed suddenly stagnated, and then turned into countless chaotic thunder elements and exploded into pieces. As for the golden-winged Lei Peng, he was decapitated with a knife, and his body separated and fell from the air. There was still a bit of shock on his face. The body is intact and should be usable. Su Yuan looked at the body of the golden-winged Lei Peng that fell in front of him. The black fire swayed from his body and drove away the lightning that exploded above his head. The trinity given by Bai Fang can replenish energy on its own. And Su Yuan filled it with immortal evil fire. Facing the golden-winged Lei Peng, who was a little careless because he cut through Su Xie to reveal the saint, he instantly killed the opponent without giving the opponent any chance to defend. As for Su Xiansheng, after his skill was upgraded to Dacheng, Su Yuan was able to temporarily leave Su Xiansheng. That's why Su Yuan was able to take the opportunity to teleport to high altitude just now, gathering momentum and dodging. Everything was happening between lightning and flint. At this time, the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast that had just followed not far away saw the golden-winged Lei Peng, who was instantly killed. He felt his head buzzing and suddenly became a little confused. The evil fire wrapped around Su Yuan's body returned to Su Xiansheng's body again, and controlled Su Xiansheng to wield the black flame blade and kill the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast. Outside Lei Peng Hall, a young woman hurried over from a distance and stepped into the hall. What's going on? Where are those two people? Looking at the empty hall, the young woman suddenly frowned. This woman is none other than the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake, the last epic star beast in Jilei Ridge. Just now, the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake originally wanted to continue practicing, but after thinking about it, he still felt it was wrong. Thinking about the strange and faint fluctuations, there was always a bad feeling in my heart. At this time, the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake took a closer look at the scene. The auras of Lei Peng and Ziyijing have not dissipated yet, as if they suddenly disappeared. The Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake suddenly stopped and looked at the void in front of it. Right here. The Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake's eyes were fixed, and it was determined that Lei Peng and the two disappeared here, and after opening his senses and looking carefully, there seemed to be some faint spatial fluctuations here. I want to see what it is. A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake. Wind was generated in his left hand and thunder was generated in his right hand. He put his hands together and suddenly shot towards the void in front of him. But at this moment, a sharp flash of water suddenly slashed out from the side. What? The Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake was startled, and he hurriedly removed the strength from his hands and dodged to the side. But even so, a small incision was made on his waist by the sudden aqua-colored sword light, and a piece of blood was shed. The Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake covered its wound and looked up in surprise, but a blue-haired girl walked over from the side. "You can't attack at will here," the blue-haired girl said with a smile, holding a thin sword in her hand. Chapter 330 Soft and Powerful. The Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake looked at the blue-haired girl walking in front, and his expression became cold. "I can see changes in heat with my eyes. Why can't I feel your presence? Even now, I can't see any heat on you." He smiled softly, "I can't tell you that. Using the law of devouring, Ruan has completely isolated the smell, breath, temperature, and star power fluctuations on his body. Of course, the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake cannot detect him." The double-ringed snake snorted coldly and said, "Where are Lei Peng and Ziyijing? Were they taken to a different space by you? Or, is it you?" Double-ringed snake knew very well that there were probably still people here fighting Lei Peng and Ziyijing in the void he had just discovered, otherwise there would be no need for the blue-haired girl in front of him to stay here alone to stop him. However, he held onto the rapier softly and had no intention of saying anything more to her. The task that the master has given him now is to deal with the enemies who came here and tried to attack Qingning realm from the outside. This involves the mechanism of Qingming realm. Although Su Yuan can enter the Qingning realm at any time and can also bring enemies into the Qingning realm, the Qingning realm is not invincible. The green underworld is a portable space with Su Yuan as its origin. Once Su Yuan himself enters the green underworld, the green underworld will automatically connect to the current location of the main world. Otherwise, Su Yuan would not be able to find the direction from the green underworld to return to the main world smoothly. In this case, the outside world can contact the Qingning world through the location where the Qingning world connects with the main world. So Ruan is now staying to deal with those who may come to attack the Qing netherworld. The violent flowing water light enveloped the body, and Ruan deployed his rushing weapons and went straight towards the double-ringed snake. The double-ringed snake was surrounded by Wind and Thunder at its feet. It withdrew and exited the hall. At the same time, it formed seals with both hands. A bolt of thunder had already rushed into the sky, and then suddenly exploded. Such a huge movement may not be noticed by the entire Jilei Ridge. She called someone. Ruan pursed her lips, but there was nothing she could do. "I haven't learned any control skills yet, so I can't stop the other party from calling people. Even if they interrupt the opponent now, once the fight breaks out, the fluctuations in the battle here cannot be concealed. If it's Master's lock of the sky, maybe she can still be controlled. Ruan will have to learn some control skills when she goes back." With Ruan thinking like this, she was already approaching the double-ringed snake with her sword. As one of the three epic star beasts in Jilei Ridge, the double-ringed snake is not incompetent in its own strength. With a flash of inspiration, a pair of extremely dexterous and slender hands were once again born under its ribs. Auxiliary skills, double-ringed hands. The ring in his hand flashed, and a pair of thorns fell on the two newly born hands. 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands, but Ruan smiled slyly when he saw this. As the light on his body flowed, 4 arms suddenly grew out, but there were 2 more than the double-ringed snake. It is the unparalleled epic skill in melee combat, 3 heads and 6 arms. You actually have 2 more hands than me. The double-ringed snake was stunned for a moment, but he didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly greeted him. The 2 sides exchanged blows at high speed, but the double-ringed snake unexpectedly felt very relaxed. Although Ruan has upgraded his 3 heads and 6 arms to the proficiency level, he is still far from it. This skill is too demanding to operate. Ruan can only manage to have 6 arms without affecting each other. As for how much combat power it can increase, it is quite difficult to say. On the other hand, the double-ringed snake uses wind and thunder magic with 2 hands, and uses double stabs with the other 2 hands. It is flexible and experienced. The moves are complementary and the advance and retreat are measured. The combat power has increased by no means compared to before. After just a short period of fighting, Ruan was put at a disadvantage by the double-ringed snake. In the past month, most of the opponents Ruan encountered were far behind him in terms of physical strength, and they could crush them to death without much skill. The double-ringed snake in front of him was not only similar to himself, but also fought in a very organized manner, which made the newborn calf feel extremely troublesome. However, instead of being impatient, Ruan became calmer and calmer, with light looming in his golden pupils. While observing the attack rhythm of the double-ringed snake, he continued to optimize his own fighting method. After a while, rays of spiritual light flew from all directions, but other transformed star beasts rushed over after sensing the movement. That's not all, the ground was shaking, and more lower-level third-level star beasts were approaching continuously. This little girl's film should be unstoppable now. The double-ringed snake was thinking this way, but saw Ruan's face was calm, and she didn't seem to be too nervous about the arrival of the people around her. "Crite, what's going on? Who is this person?" A 4-winged thunder eagle arrived first. Seeing Ruan fighting against the double-ringed snake, the 4-winged thunder eagle quickly asked loudly and wanted to come up to help. The double-ringed snake immediately stopped him. "Hurry and take a look at the center of Lei Peng Palace. There is an anomaly in the space there. Leave it to me." "Lei Peng Palace? Okay." When the 4-winged thunder eagle heard that there was a problem in Lei Peng Palace, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately rushed towards the main hall below. At the same time, the double-ringed snake also increased its offensive, suppressing the wind and thunder spells and sword moves at the same time to prevent Ruan from withdrawing to block it. At this moment, the water on Ruan's body lit up, and another Ruan split from its body, unfolded its running weapons and jumped down to block the 4-winged thunder eagle. "Clone!" Double-ringed snake frowned, then snorted coldly, "I want to see how many people you can stop." After just a short while, 2 more shining stars and a dozen gold-level star beasts arrived. Suddenly, water lights appeared one after another on Ruan's body, and 3 more clones suddenly appeared, easily blocking 2 radiant stars and a dozen gold-level ones. However, after 3 clones were separated at once, Ruan's strength suddenly dropped a few points. This time, the double-ringed snake felt very clearly. Although he was surprised that the opponent could actually separate 3 clones, he was not slow in his hands. Wind and thunder appeared on the thorns of his left and right hands, and he thrust out with great speed in an instant. Wind and thunder. The sword was born with wind and thunder, and Ruan was unable to dodge, so he immediately transformed into stillness and deployed his water-stopping weapons. But this time, because the defense and star power were reduced again, Ruan was unable to completely block the double-ringed snake's stab. "Well!" Ruan groaned and was stabbed by 2 thorns on the spot, and blood flowed down. The double-ringed snake withdrew its double thorns and laughed coldly, "It seems that there are so many clones, you will be unable to stop them." However, Ruan didn't say much. He glanced at the wounds on his body and then attacked the double-ringed snake again. As for the wounds on the body, they healed quickly in just a blink of an eye, without even leaving any scars. The double-ringed snake was horrified. Such a terrifying regeneration speed was several times stronger than his own. What is the origin of this girl? She actually has so many advanced skills. Whether it's regeneration ability or change ability, the opponent clearly outdoes me. They are absolutely epic skills. And this clone technique, presumably it is also an epic skill. 3 epic skills have already been displayed in such a short time? Among the many star beasts, only the golden-winged Lei Peng has 3 epic skills. And since she can separate these powerful clones, why not use them from the beginning? If that happens, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to resist. The double-ringed snake suddenly realized this problem. It was at this moment that Luanruan's hands wearing golden gloves accurately pushed away the double thorns of the double-ringed snake and slashed with a sword towards his right hand that was using the thunderstorm technique. The double-ringed snake quickly retreated, but a long wound was opened on its arm by a sword. The thunderstorm technique in his hand was interrupted, and a large amount of thunder and lightning exploded, covering the face of the double-ringed snake. At the same time, the double-ringed snake felt a shiver in its heart, and suddenly figured out why the other party didn't directly deploy its clones to surround itself. She is actually trying to practice with me. The double-ringed snake's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Ruan in surprise. From the first encounter, he was put at a disadvantage by himself, and now his strength was weakened by the clone, but he was injured instead. It didn't take long for this to happen. Such a speed of progress visible to the naked eye is simply mind-numbing. Coupled with the endless high-quality skills, this is simply the most talented monster I have ever seen. What on earth is she from? In addition to this, the double-ringed snake was quick in thinking and immediately thought of another question. Since this blue-haired girl has the leisure to practice with her here, it must mean that she is not worried about the sudden return of the golden-winged thunder rock and the purple-eyed thunder horn beast, nor is she afraid of all the stars up and down Jilei Ridge. Beasts are surrounding you. When he thought of this, double-ringed snake felt an inexplicable chill rising from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, let's get rid of you completely first. A coldness flashed in the eyes of the double-ringed snake, and he made a secret in his hand. Wind and thunder are only one part of my ability, as for the other part of my killing move. The double-ringed snake made a secret in its hand, and suddenly a layer of strange black light like tentacles appeared from the many wounds on Ruan's body, and it tried to enter the body along the wounds to perform some kind of backhand. However, after these black tentacles were submerged into the soft body, they became silent as if they had disappeared into the sea. The double-ringed snake was stunned. Why is my snake venom useless? But Ruan smiled. Are you talking about the toxins that flowed in from the wounds and the remaining star power just now? They have all been decomposed by me. It's impossible. Even Lei Peng and Ziyijing couldn't resist the toxins just now. Why do you decompose them? Of course it is based on the law of devouring. Naturally, Ruan wouldn't say much to her, and once again bullied her and charged towards the double-ringed snake. Although his attributes in all aspects have been reduced, he is able to cling to the double-ringed snake with his superspeed regeneration. And as time went by, the 3 heads and 6 arms became more and more comfortable to use, and Ruan actually showed signs of suppressing the double-ringed snake in close combat. As for other places, the soft clones have already taken advantage and even won. The 4-winged thunder eagle that arrived first was already frozen inside a huge ice cube, and its aura was getting weaker and weaker. It was the water element that suppressed the ice prison. The shining star beast that came from behind was also put at a disadvantage when faced with the soft clone with 3 heads and 6 arms and unfolded dynamic weapons. At the lower 3rd level, a large piece of them was killed by a punch from the soft clone that had transformed into a super giant. With several clones, he could defeat hundreds of enemies without losing. At this moment, Ruan was beginning to show some of the demeanor of the reincarnated Demon King. Chapter 331 Extinction. At this moment, facing such a powerful enemy, coupled with the missing golden-winged Thunder Rock and the purple-eyed Thunder Horn Beast, the many star beasts besieging Jichuling Ridge are becoming more and more unsure. Where have King Lei Peng and the others gone? I do not know. The double-ringed snake saw that everyone was starting to panic. Even though he was even more uneasy, he still had to comfort these people. Lei Peng and Ziaijing just dragged the enemy into another battlefield. They will come back soon. Before that, we must take down the person in front of us, otherwise you will know the consequences if Lei Peng blames him. Hearing this, the dozens of besieging shining star beasts also thought of the severity of the golden-winged Lei Peng. They immediately gritted their teeth and each began to suppress the bottom of the box. Thunder Cloud Storm. Thunderbolt Chop. Double thunder explodes. Because Ruan has just broken through the shining star level and formed combat power, many aspects of its methods are still lacking, not just control skills, but pure defense skills, attack skills, etc. are also insufficient. At this moment, facing the unreserved attacks of more than a dozen shining star beasts, even the static weapons and superspeed regeneration were a bit overwhelmed. But at this time, the double-ringed snake took advantage of the two shining star beasts who had just arrived to hold Ruan back, and turned over his hand to take out a cyan talisman. The double-ringed snake activated the green talisman, and with a thought, the thunder bamboos and thunder elements wandering throughout Jilei Ridge resonated. Countless green lightnings gathered high in the sky above their heads, and bursts of thunder formed a huge thunder vortex. It's a formation. Feeling the terrifying power of thunder gathering high in the sky, Ruan's complexion changed slightly, and his small face became much more solemn. The cyan talisman in the hands of the double-ringed snake is the talisman that controls Jilei Ridge's thunder and lightning formation. Each of Jilei Ridge's 3 epic star beasts has one. At this moment, there was heavy thunder and frightening lightning in the thunder clouds, and a terrifying attack was ready to go. Seeing the double-ringed snake mobilizing the lightning formation, all the shining star beasts surrounding the soft clones had already distanced themselves to avoid being accidentally injured. Ruan looked solemn, but was not too worried. Instead, he scattered all the clones in the field. In this way, even if a clone is destroyed by the other party, it will only suffer some backlash. Ruan knew very well that the level of his static and dynamic weapons was not high enough, and he did not have other defensive skills. Facing the power of such a formation that gathered countless thunder elements, he could only dodge, but could not bear it. I knew you would make such a plan. Seeing Ruan's arrangement, Double-Ring Snake sneered. Let's blast it, thunder! The double-ringed snake shouted, and there was a loud noise in the thunder cloud. A terrifying current light beam with a diameter of dozens of meters came down and hit the golden-winged Lei Peng's Golden Rock Palace. Boom! The materials made by Jinpeng Palace are mixed with many third-level materials and are extremely hard. Even so, he only persisted for a moment, and then the land was razed to the ground under the torrent of thunder. A burst of thunder blasted the Jinpeng Palace to pieces, causing the surrounding star beasts to be stunned. The double-ringed snake actually destroyed the Jinpeng Palace? Most of the star beasts who came over didn't know what was going on, but they just knew that the blue-haired girl in front of them seemed to be the enemy. However, at this moment, the expressions of Ruan, who had multiple clones, all changed. So soft and careless. Shocked in their hearts, all the soft clones got rid of the enemy's offensive entanglement in front of them and retreated to the destroyed hall. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about Qing Ninja, Ruan couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In such a situation, many star beasts did not know that there was something abnormal in Jinpeng Palace. After a brief investigation, they all discovered the strange fluctuations in that space. Could it be that Master Lei Peng and Lord Ziyijing are trapped inside by each other? It seems like there may be more than one enemy. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. While everyone was talking, the double-ringed snake did not stop. Countless green thunders gathered again. In just a few seconds, the second thunder was ready to go. Ruan stared closely at the thunderous thunder above her head, thinking rapidly in her mind. The master is fighting two powerful enemies inside. If Qing Ninja is suddenly hit by such an astonishing thunder from the outside, I wonder if anything will go wrong. Thinking of this, Ruan gritted his teeth, and all the clones gathered together, and the vast star power surged out of his body like a sea. Such an astonishing star power caused the breathing of many star beasts around to become stagnant, and even the double-ringed snake could not help but change color. What's the use of having more star power? Personal power can't withstand the power of heaven. Under the power of thunder in the entire Jilei Ridge, how can you, a little girl, still be able to withstand it? A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the double-ringed snake, and then a thunderous light burst from high in the sky, and another torrent of thunder suddenly fell down. The water-stopping weapons on Ruan were fully mobilized, and they had to bear the blow head-on. But at this moment, a layer of black light suddenly spread out around Ruan. Host! Boom! A huge torrent of thunder crashed down and hit the original Jinpeng Palace. Infinite thunder and lightning surged in all directions, and the ground sank several meters in its path and turned into powder. When the thunder and lightning dissipated, there was no trace of the original Jinpeng Palace. Where it originally stood, only a huge pit remained. As for the original softness, it has disappeared, not even the slightest breath remains. Did it turn into rubble? The faces of many shining stars were overjoyed. Even the Huiho class was unwilling to face the power of the Jilei Ridge formation head-on. Now that the opponent has disappeared, there is a high probability that he was killed by the bombardment. However, the double-ringed snake's eyes froze, frowning and looking at the void above the big pit. The space fluctuations on it became more and more obvious under the thunder bombardment. It immediately activated the formation green talisman to gather the thunder again. But at this moment, a layer of black light lit up above the big pit, and a handsome young man appeared out of thin air. The face of the double-ringed snake changed drastically. Since the other party appeared here, where are Lei Peng and Ziyijing? The best outcome is to be trapped by the other party. As for the worse outcome, the double-ringed snake trembled, but did not dare to think any further. Thunder, kill him! With a loud shout, the torrent of thunder and lightning was about to hit again, but with a flash of silver light on Su Yuan's body, he had already arrived in front of the double-ringed snake, with Fengqi in his left hand, Yushan in his right hand, and the black flames on the sword were beating like a demon. First class in 2 days. The 4 words spoken out sounded like the whisper of death in the ears of the double-ringed snake. But seeing the crosses of black light passing by each other, blood splashed high, and then the double-ringed snake fell into a pool of blood in shock. There was sudden silence on Jilei Ridge. The double-ringed snake was killed, and the golden-winged thunder rock and the purple-eyed thunder horn beast were missing. The monsters around were shocked and had no idea what was going on. How could Jilei Ridge, which had 3 epic leaders, be so broken? With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, many airlocks had already fled around, and then he released Ruan and summoned the evil dragon demon. Let's sort it out. Good master. Ruan saw that the opponent he had been unable to defeat for a long time was killed by Su Yuan in one glance. Although he secretly praised that he was worthy of being his master, he also felt his own shortcomings again. Ruan put away the mood that had been a little buoyant due to the surge in strength these days, and immediately broke out to kill the remaining star beasts, including more than a dozen radiant stars. In fact, Su Yuan had already dealt with the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast, and just wanted to give Ruan more opportunities for high-intensity fighting. But in the end, Ruan wanted to resist the thunder formation in order to protect Qingning realm. Su Yuan was worried that she would be injured, so he took action directly. But now, all 3 epic star beasts have been killed, Ruan and the evil dragon demon are fighting together, and Su Yuan is still sitting in, so the remaining enemies are naturally powerless to resist. After a long time, all the star beasts in the entire Jilei Ridge were dead. Progress in slaying monsters, Shining Star level, 20/20. Su Yuan nodded slightly. After this trip, the progress of killing the Yaoxingxing beast with the royal demonic sword was finally completed. And the progress of killing the golden star beast has already reached 100. Now we are only 1 Huidol level away. However, Huidol level star beasts are not that easy to kill. After reaching the 3rd level, the difference in strength between each level is difficult to measure. Killing enemies by leapfrogging becomes increasingly impossible. Even if Su Yuan's strength has greatly improved now, he must take a long-term approach if he wants to kill the Huidol level. And it's best not to be in the ancient forbidden area. If there is a stalemate and other Huidol monsters come after hearing the news, the consequences are unimaginable. Master, it's finished. Ruan and the evil dragon demon piled a large pile of star cores in front of them, as many as 700 or 800, and there were almost no bronze level ones. Su Yuan put his hand on the pile of star cores and disintegrated all the star cores in a blink of an eye. A master quality star core of a shining star can bring thousands of stardust. Just a dozen stellar star cores amount to 50,000 to 60,000 stardust. The remaining star cores also totaled nearly 100,000. As for the 3 epic star beasts, the corpse of golden-winged Lei Peng, including the star core, was all left to be swallowed softly. The star cores of the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast and the wind and thunder double-ringed snake are taken out to extract epic skills. The thunderhorns and snake skins on the 2 beasts were also valuable star beast materials, and the bodies were temporarily stored in a corner of the green underworld. Ruan, you should go back and devour the golden-winged Lei Peng first. Ruan's face showed excitement. Yes. Thank you, Master. Su Yuan smiled and rubbed her head, then sent her into the Qing netherworld. Now that it has been resolved, let's go back as soon as possible, but before that. Su Yuan turned to look north, and with a sway, he arrived 2 kilometers north of the entire Jinpeng Palace, which was the center of the entire bamboo sea. There is a quite different green bamboo with golden patterns here. It is majestic and surrounded by green thunder, like the core of 10,000 bamboos. Just now, when the sky thunder was gathering, Su Yuan immediately felt its presence among the tens of thousands of thunder bamboos. 4th level spiritual plant, Qing Shen Yao Lei Bamboo. Su Yuan took a deep breath. There was no reason to let such a good thing go once he encountered it. If it were in the past, Su Yuan might just intercept a section for his own use. But now that I have a new horizon, I have to take a longer view. At the moment, there is nothing in the green underworld, and it is the time when it needs to be enriched. I want to take you to another place. Su Yuan said immediately. Qing Shen Yao Lei Zhu seemed to understand. Green thunder surged through his body, and after a burst of crackling, a concentrated blue lightning suddenly surged out. When Su Yuan saw this, he immediately raised his hand to call out Duan Kong. Zila! Zila! The green lightning screamed, but it was still unable to blast through the air. After a few seconds, the green lightning dissipated, and Qing Shen Yao Lei Zhu put away the lightning on his body, shook his body, and agreed with Su Yuan's words. Qing Shen Yao Lei Zhu knew very well that he was just a spiritual plant. Now that golden-winged Lei Peng and others were all dead, he naturally could not resist the people in front of him. Su Yuan nodded, walked a few steps to the Qing Shen Yao Lei bamboo, stroked the bamboo body, and said, Qing Ming. A layer of deep black light spread out from under Su Yuan's feet, covering the entire central bamboo sea in front of him, including the Qing Shen Yao Lei bamboo. In just a short moment, it was absorbed into the Qing netherworld together with the soil. In the central bamboo sea, there are not only the blue god thunder bamboo, but also many third-level thunder bamboo and second-level thunder-gathering bamboo. It can be said to be the core of the entire bamboo sea. What Su Yuan wants now is not just 1 or 2 items that are enough for his own use, but to enrich the ecology of the green underworld and truly build it into a world with strong strength. Looking at the huge pit in front of him, Su Yuan was satisfied. During this trip, I had 3 major gains. First, I harvested a large wave of stardust before leaving. The second is that Ruan swallowed the golden-winged thunder rock. The rock clan is also one of the higher star beast races, with a strong body and extremely fast speed. If Ruan can transform into a golden-winged rock, his combat power and overall performance will be greatly improved. Thirdly, in this central bamboo sea, there is actually a 4th-level blue god Yao Lei bamboo, which is really an unexpected surprise. Now, you can leave. Once the matter is resolved, leave as soon as possible, otherwise things will change later. If the Huio-level monsters from Fulong Mountain come over, it will be quite difficult. Su Yuan opened his hands, the power of a large silver space gathered, and a huge space door appeared in front of him. Su Yuan took 1 step forward and disappeared into the messy Gilei Ridge. Chapter 332 Small Trade Fair. 3 days later, outside Arctic City. The door to space opened, and Su Yuan walked out with Ruan. Ruan, change back to your original form. The brilliance of Ruan's body flowed and turned into a slime again. He jumped up to Su Yuan's shoulder and rubbed it. Pfft! Su Yuan smiled and squeezed it, then took Ruan into Arctic City. There are not many people who can control beasts, but there are quite a few who have summoning skills. Although it was quite strange to have a slime on Su Yuan's shoulder, it didn't attract much attention. With the perfect space door there, Su Yuan easily rushed back in advance. And now that there are still 3 or 4 days before the agreed time, Su Yuan is not in a hurry. It is time to take a good rest after hunting for so long. After finding a hotel at random, Su Yuan took a day's rest and took Ruan to the Aurora department store, the largest department store in Arctic City. The first is to buy some clothes for Ruan, and the second is to deal with the harvest in the ancient forbidden area. Over the past month or so, Su Yuan has obtained a lot of miscellaneous good things from many shining star monsters such as the golden-winged Lei Peng. Apart from anything else, there are a lot of various materials on these star beasts in the ancient forbidden realm. It's just that materials are very precious to those who need them, but to those who don't need them, they are just at the bottom of the box, and they don't know when they will be put to use. However, star stones are a universal trading currency and can also be used by himself and Ruan to practice and replenish their star power. So of course it is best to deal with it as soon as possible. Arctic City is located on the border and is the largest exit to the outside world. Many star card masters come and go here, and countless supplies and materials come in and out here. Arctic City is naturally quite convenient for the acquisition and trading of high-end items. If you take care of these things by yourself, you won't have to go back to Xiaoyu for help. Wingdings, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond, black diamond. The current Aurora department store is owned by the Aurora Consortium among several major consortiums in Dian. Below are some ordinary products, but the top floors are all Star Card Master related businesses. After buying a lot of clothes for Ruan, Su Yuan took her directly to the top and found the person in charge of recycling from the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. This, so much. The manager of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce here was stunned when he saw Su Yuan bringing out a large number of blue star weapons and various materials. This pair of double thorns is of very high quality. It should be mixed with some 4th-level materials such as broken gold and super blue star weapon. It should cost more than 30,000 centimeters of star stone. Isn't this a colorful jade silk flower? This is an extremely rare spiritual plant among the 3rd grade. It is said that it can only be produced in the ancient forbidden area. There are also glazed wood, honeysuckle, gold leaf snowstone. The steward only took a brief look, then immediately stood up and clasped his fists, saying, "Dear guest, please wait a moment, I will call 2 more appraisers over." Su Yuan nodded, "As soon as possible." "Okay, okay, be right back." After the manager said that, he went out to look for someone. Soon, the manager called for 2 more appraisers, and next to him was a middle-aged man who seemed to have higher authority. "Brilliant Star Master." Su Yuan could tell the strength of the other party after taking a short look. The middle-aged man said politely, "I am Wang Han, the manager in charge of this place. I don't know the name of your distinguished guest." Wang Han said hello and looked at Su Yuan, but found that he couldn't see through the cultivation level of the young man in front of him. As for Ruan sitting next to him, Wang Han ignored him because he was still young, thinking he was just an ordinary person. Su Yuan responded, "I don't mind your surname being Su." Wang Han nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Su, we will calculate the results soon." The 2 appraisers and the previous steward carefully appraised it and finally came up with the price. "Manager Wang, the results are out. If we give this distinguished guest the rest, the total will be 60,000 centimeters." At this point, the manager and the 2 appraisers both showed a bit of horror in their eyes. Even in the Aurora Chamber of Commerce, such a large amount of recycling is still rare, which is equivalent to the entire net worth of a shining star. When Wang Han heard this, he asked the manager, "Is this price the purchase standard for ordinary customers?" "Ah, that's right. Upgrade this customer to a Gold Card VIP, and this order will be based on the Gold Card VIP recovery standards." The steward was startled and then responded, "Okay." The steward quickly recalculated and finally said, "Manager Wang, the total is 40,000. Okay." Wang Han nodded and said to Su Yuan, "4W, if the distinguished guest accepts it, that's the price." Su Yuan smiled, "No problem. Although I don't know if the 2 of them were singing along just now, the price is quite satisfactory. 1 cubic centimeter of star stone is 1 centimeter, and 1 cubic decimeter is 1000 centimeters. Wang Han immediately took out 30 star stones with a size of 1000 centimeters and 4 small star stones with a size of 1000 centimeters from the ring. In addition, there is a gold card. 40,000 star stones, and a gold card from our Aurora Chamber of Commerce, which has multiple permissions and high recycling standards. Mr. Su can bind them after injecting star power." Su Yuan nodded, and with a flash of the ring in his hand, he received all the star stones into the green underworld. Later, this gold card was activated. The Aurora Chamber of Commerce has branches in most cities, especially border cities. It will be convenient if you want to recycle things in the future. Wang Han said to the steward, "Send these things back to the warehouse for sorting immediately." "Yes." The steward responded, and then left with the 2 appraisers. "Then I'll leave first." Su Yuan was about to leave, but Wang Han said, "Mr. Su, please be patient. I wonder if Manager Wang has anything else to do." Wang Han took out a gold-plated invitation letter and handed it to Su Yuan, and said with a smile, "Our Aurora Chamber of Commerce organizes small trade fairs every month. It's better to come early than to come by chance. Tonight happens to be this month's trade fair. Since Mr. Su is rushing, you can go check it out when you get up. It's in the luminous pavilion behind the department store." Su Yuan thought for a moment and took the invitation casually, "Okay, I will participate if nothing happens." Wang Han smiled and said, "Then I'll just wait and see." Gatherings like this are also a way for chambers of commerce to bind VIPs by providing a platform. It can be regarded as mutual benefit, but Su Yuan is not repulsive. It just so happens that at the trade fair, I happen to have something to trade. In the evening, around 8 o'clock, Arctic City is bathed in all kinds of lights. The department store is still extremely lively, but the nightlight pavilion at the back is undoubtedly much quieter. "Please present your ticket." Su Yuan directly took out the gold-plated invitation letter given by Wang Han. After a little verification, the waiter said respectfully, "Please come with me. Also, this is your mask." The waiter took out a black cat mask from among the many animal masks in his hand and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took it and put it on. It was quite cool and close to the skin. The mass-produced blue star device has the effect of masking the appearance and aura, and can even change the sound. Su Yuan had a rough understanding of the mask's effect, and it was pretty good. It would probably be difficult to see through a normal shining star without using magic. At gatherings like this, there will be many enviable good things, and it would be good to have an extra layer of protection. Su Yuan walked into the club under the leadership of the waiter and came to a dimly lit and luxuriously decorated hall. "Please." The waiter made a gesture, and Su Yuan walked in on his own. In the dim light, there were more than 20 people wearing animal masks sitting. When Su Yuan came in, he didn't attract much attention. This is also the benefit of the mask. Although it can be seen that Su Yuan is younger, the exact age cannot be seen from his figure. If he were 20 years old, he would still be quite eye-catching. Su Yuan sat alone in a corner. Time passed, and when it reached 8 o'clock, a few more people came, and the number of people was fixed at 32. It is indeed a relatively small-scale trade fair. Not long after, a man wearing the uniform of the Aurora Consortium walked onto the stage first. "Hello everyone, I am Wu Wenhuan of the Aurora Consortium, who is responsible for hosting this trade fair. At the trade fair, I, Jig Wang, do not receive any remuneration. I am only responsible for hosting. Everyone can trade according to their own wishes." This was not the first time for most people to attend the trade fair. Everyone nodded and there were no problems. Wu Wenhuan said, "Okay, I won't take up your precious time. If you have goods in hand, just come up on your own. If you need to discuss or trade, you can also go to the private rooms nearby to discuss on your own." After Wu Wenhuan finished speaking, he retreated to the edge and sat down. The people who come here are all experts with buying and selling needs, so naturally they will not be coy, and there is no such thing as being indifferent. As soon as Wu Wenhuan came down, a tall man wearing a tiger head mask walked up. Going out to have an impromptu dinner with friends, Chapter 2 will be later. Chapter 333 Purple Card Transaction. The tiger-headed mask said, "Then let me start. Various precious fire-based materials, including fire-catching wood, phoenix nirvana stone, flame dragon heart rock, etc. I want to exchange for top-notch star cards with wind attribute, heretic type or field type can be used. Is there even a rare item like phoenix nirvana? However, this level seems a bit low. Even if the phoenix nirvana stone is rare, it is only a third-level item." Su Yuan secretly shook his head and looked behind him first. Maybe others had the same idea as Su Yuan. After all, the tiger-head masked man didn't get anything, so he came down quickly. After that, people wearing animal masks came up one by one. Fourth-level materials, epic star cards, rare props, all kinds of high-level items appeared one after another, and there were a lot of them. After all, most of the people who come here are at the level of Yaoxing, and the things they bring out are still valuable enough. People like the tiger-head masked ones at the beginning are only a minority. Super Blue Star Weapon, a water mirror sword, which has a powerful effect of reflecting attacks. In exchange for a Super Blue Star Weapon of the Light System, or a Star Stone of 120,000 centimeters. At this time, a man wearing a white elephant mask walked away. He went up and took out a blue long sword and showed it briefly. The Super Blue Star Weapon is a star weapon that exceeds the limits of blue star weapons, but does not reach epic quality. Because the gap between the epic star weapon and the blue star weapon is too large, there is a gap in the middle. The price of an ordinary blue star device is usually between 1,000 centimeters and a few thousand centimeters. Further up, it becomes difficult to improve, even if you have the best skills. But there is no way to break the limit, and the method is very simple, that is, adding fourth-level materials. Although the cost has skyrocketed, it can indeed bring about another increase in the power of the star weapon. Therefore, satellites that exceed the blue limit and are made by doping some 4th-level materials are called super blue satellites. Such ultra-blue star weapons as the sword in the cloud, the sword of the brilliant guards, and the demonic god sword are all priced from tens of thousands of star stones to hundreds of thousands of star stones. The average epic star card costs from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Therefore, the super blue star device can be said to be quite expensive, with low-cost performance, and will only be considered if it has a star rating or above. At this moment, Su Yuan looked at the long sword displayed by the other party, but his eyes were full of thought. A super blue star device with reflected attacks. Previously, Ruan said that Kono's brilliant sword was too thin, good at stabbing but not good at cutting, and it was not that smooth to use. X.com. Nowadays, this water mirror sword is quite suitable. It is also a long sword with water attributes. And it just so happens that I actually have 2 light system star devices. After thinking for a while, Su Yuan decided to get this long sword for Ruan. The man in the squirrel mask waited for a while and saw that no one raised his hand, so he sighed secretly. After all, it was in Great Yan, and there were indeed few star weapons of the light and dark systems. But at this moment, a man wearing a black cat mask raised his hand in the left corner. The squirrel-masked man's eyes lit up, he nodded immediately, walked down the stage and walked to Su Yuan. "Friend, do you have a light system device?" Su Yuan nodded, flashed his hand, and then a cross-thin sword with radiant light appeared in his hand. Cross sword? A star weapon obtained from the north. The squirrel-masked man was startled, and then became a little confused. Like Ruan, the rapier does not suit the usage habits of southerners, especially great flame star card masters. Su Yuan said, "This sword was once the sword of an epic star. You can take a look first." As soon as these words came out, everyone around them changed their expressions slightly, and even Wu Wenhuan, who was in charge of hosting on the stage, was a little moved by it. This sentence not only highlights the preciousness of this sword, but also reveals a hidden meaning, that is, this sword was obtained by killing an epic star. Everyone couldn't help but be a little curious as to who Su Yuan was. Judging from his clothing and figure, he looked quite young, and he could actually take out such a thing casually. When the man in the squirrel mask heard that it was the sword of the epic star, he was even more excited. He immediately handed the water mirror sword to Su Yuan, and both parties inspected it together. Water mirror sword. Quality, blue. Introduction: a long sword with some reflective power can reflect an attack within 5 times its own star power. The maximum counterattack strength driven by non-water energy is twice as high. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Good. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, but his face remained calm. Although the cooldown time is a bit long, it can withstand attacks with 5 times the strength of the star power. There is no doubt that this is a unique technique for dealing with enemies. The reflection can catch the opponent by surprise, and he might even be able to directly kill the opponent in one fell swoop. Although this defensive counterattack style is not suitable as Su Yuan's main weapon, it is perfect for Ruan. After checking out the sword of the Shining Guards, the squirrel-masked man was obviously more satisfied than expected. The squirrel-masked man accidentally obtained the water mirror sword in a secret realm. For the squirrel-masked man without water star power, it is not as useful as the ordinary blue star weapon of the light system. In Great Yan, it is difficult to find a light-type ultra-blue star weapon. Although the sword of the Radiant Guard in front of me is a cross sword, it is still a sword that I am good at, and it is better than an unused stick. Spears and the like are good. The squirrel-masked man thought for a while and made his decision, but he planned to ask Su Yuan to subsidize some other things. But Su Yuan was the first to speak, to change or not to change, in a word, I don't want to waste more time on this kind of thing. The man in the squirrel mask suffocated, hearing that the other person's tone was so strong that he might really be a second-generation celebrity. For the other party, as long as they have enough money, it is not difficult to find a water-type super blue star device. But for me, once the opportunity to exchange for a light-based ultra-blue sword is missed, it will be difficult to get it again. The man in the squirrel mask gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, change." Su Yuan nodded and put away the water mirror sword. The squirrel-masked man also returned to his position with the sword of the shining guards. The transaction on the stage continued. Su Yuan and the two completed the transaction without attracting much attention. One after another, people came forward to introduce the items they wanted to exchange. Most of the trade fair was over in the blink of an eye, and only 7 or 8 transactions were completed in total, the best of which was the exchange of 2 epic purple cards. However, in casual trading, it is considered good to have this transaction rate. And not long after, it was Su Yuan's turn. Su Yuan stood up and went to the stage and said, "Thunder-type purple cards, we can exchange for fire-type, water-type, space-type star cards, and star cores can also be discussed. Thunder-type purple card. I don't know how effective it is." Many people's eyes lit up and they showed interest. The Thunder system is also one of the 10 permanent systems. Although it is slightly less than the 5 elements, it is still numerous. Someone asked, "Can I buy the star stone directly? Or can I replace the 4th level materials of the fire and water systems?" Su Yuan turned his hand and took out a 4-foot-long golden patterned bamboo branch wrapped with green electricity. Blue God's Thunder Bamboo Branch. Someone immediately recognized this material. Su Yuan said, "Thunder-type purple cards are only exchanged for star cards and star cores. If there are fire-type and space-type materials, I can exchange them for the Qing Shen Yao Lei Bamboo Branch." This section of Green God's Thunder Bamboo Branch was naturally cut by Su Yuan from the Green God's Thunder Bamboo. It is 4 feet long, which is basically enough to build various types of star weapons. Most people have no idea about Qing Shen Yao Lei Bamboo Branch. Super Blue Star device is also for transition. If you have money, it is better to spend it on Epic Star card. Su Yuan was not depressed at all. This kind of transaction was casual. If you can exchange it, just exchange it. If you can't exchange it, don't worry. Just when Su Yuan thought he had gained nothing, a man wearing a white tiger mask raised his hand. Su Yuan nodded and immediately walked off the stage. "Let's talk in the private room." The man in the white tiger mask said something and took Su Yuan into the private room next to him. "Forget about super blue star weapons, it's better to be more careful when it comes to epic star cards. This package is soundproof and insulated from detection, which is quite good. It can be seen that the Aurora Consortium has put some thought into it. Let's exchange it." This person didn't do ink either, so he turned over his hand and took out a purple star card. When Su Yuan saw this, he immediately took out a star card. This star card is extracted from the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake. It is called Ringing Thunderstorm. It is a range-type thunder attack spell. Both parties placed the cards on the table and each looked at them carefully. The Realm of Sea and Sky. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Water. Introduction, domain-like illusion skills. The sea and the sky are connected, the yin and yang are at odds, the universe is reversed, positive and negative are transposed, and can change the enemy's perception of positive and negative, including vision, in a mysterious realm. It's actually a field or illusion type skill. Su Yuan was slightly surprised, but his face remained calm as he continued to examine the card carefully. After seeing it, the man in the white tiger mask quickly regained his composure and shook his head. "This is just an ordinary star power attack skill, and if I read it correctly, this move may be more powerful in combination with wind skills." Awesome! Su Yuan also stopped exploring and secretly praised him. Indeed, this sky-ringing thunderstorm itself is a skill that can be used in conjunction with another epic skill of the Wind and Thunder double-ringed snake Eye of the Storm. The man in the white tiger mask picked up the sea and sky realm, stood up and was about to leave. However, Su Yuan took out another card with a bright purple light and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, will you look at this card again?" "Hey!" The man in the white tiger mask did not expect that Su Yuan actually took out another purple card. Surprised, he sat down and looked at the card again. Upon seeing this, I was immediately moved. Thunder and Fury Gaze. Quality, Epic. Introduction, Eye Technique, uses the majesty of thunder to shatter the enemy's heart, causing intense fear, controlling the opponent for a short time, and weakening the target's attack and defense. It's actually a pupil technique. This time, the man in the white tiger mask was really surprised and happy. If you look closely, this card has the effects of controlling, reducing attack, and reducing defense. This is perfect for me. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, the man in the white tiger mask was still uncontrollable in his excitement. I wonder what you think of this card. Su Yuan chuckled. This thunderous gaze is naturally extracted from the star core of the purple-eyed thunderhorn beast. The purple-eyed thunderhorn beast has two epic skills, the other one is the thunder combination fist. At this moment, the man in the white tiger mask only reacted when he heard the inquiry, and realized that his performance might have been seen by the man in the black cat mask in front of him. The man in the white tiger mask simply stopped covering up and said immediately, "Change." Su Yuan smiled and said, "The pupil technique is rare and unusual. Your water domain card is still a little less practical." The man in the white tiger mask also knew that it was because he had acted a little out of control just now. Although Sea and Sky Realm and Thunder and Fury Vision were of similar value, it would be difficult for him to win them without adding some extra points at this moment. After just thinking for a moment, the man in the white tiger mask turned over his hands and took out a piece of black-red metal and a dark purple stone. "You just said that you need fire-type materials. I'll give you this piece of ash gold and heavenly meteor purple iron. You can exchange 2 pieces for 1 piece. How about replacing it with the green god's thunder bamboo branch you just had?" "Oh!" Su Yuan's eyes lit up. It was just gold from ashes. Tens of thousands of star stones could be bought. But Tianyun purple iron is a good thing that has a price but no market. This is the core of a meteorite. Only meteorites with sufficient strength will have a chance to form. Otherwise, only leftover products like meteorite sand will be formed. Putting it away when it was ready, Su Yuan immediately took out the green god's thunder bamboo branch from before, and then put away the Sea and Sky Realm and the 2 fire-based materials with a wave of his hand. The man in the white tiger mask also put away the Thunder and Fury Gaze and the green god's thunder bamboo branch. Chapter 334 Extradition. Field illusion skills are really an unexpected surprise. After exchanging purple cards with the man in the white tiger mask, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel much happier. However, unlike the last time he exchanged the Super Blue Star device, this time when Su Yuan came out of the private room, he clearly felt several rather intense gazes coming from the surroundings. Among them, there are several lines of sight from people who were previously interested in Thunder Star cards. Of course, these eyes not only fell on himself, but also on the man in the white tiger mask next to him. Although the face and voice are indistinguishable, judging from the figure and clothing, the man next to him in the white tiger mask does not look very old. Judging from the results, regardless of whether the transaction between Su Yuan and Su Yuan was successful, both of them must have epic purple cards. The previous person didn't seem to attract so much attention. Oh, new face. Su Yuan quickly realized that it was probably because he and the man in the white tiger mask both looked new faces, so they were particularly attractive. But Su Yuan didn't mind either, not to mention that he was in Arctic City now, and the star-level master couldn't attack others at will. Even if someone dares to come to your door, I don't mind punishing him. The trade fair continued, but until the end of the trade fair, Su Yuan did not see anything satisfactory. And because the man in the white tiger mask had already made a deal with Sir Yuan, he didn't go on stage to propose a deal again. The trade association hopes that you can help each other. If you didn't gain something this time, I hope you can gain something next time. Then, everyone can leave in an orderly manner. As Wu Wenhuan said this, he asked everyone present to put down their masks and leave one by one. Dear guest, please. A waiter took Sir Yuan to the entrance of the nightlight pavilion and took back the animal mask. Sir Yuan touched his face, but there were still some animal shadows that were gradually dissipating, and they could still cover his face for a while. It's a pretty good auxiliary device. I can buy something similar in the future. Maybe it will come in handy. Sir Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, his omniscient vision expanded, and he didn't notice anyone spying on him secretly. Isn't anyone following you? I don't know whether it was because of being in Arctic City, or because of what I said about the Sword of the Shining Guards, but in the end no one had any idea about me. Sir Yuan smiled, then jumped out in a flash and returned to the hotel. Back at the hotel, Sir Yuan called Ruan out of the beast-controlling space. Ruan, take these two things. Sir Yuan handed over the water mirror sword and sea and sky realm he had just obtained to Ruan. Ruan reached out and took the two items, and after a brief inspection, her eyes widened. Pfft! After seeing these two items, Ruan was so surprised that she even made her own voice. After following Sir Yuan for so long, Ruan has seen a lot of treasures and knows which ones are good. The water mirror sword is second, this sea and sky realm is definitely a good thing. Thank you, Master. Ruan hugged Sir Yuan's arm tightly with excitement. Sir Yuan smiled and nodded, and then said, you can go to Qingming realm and practice by yourself. Good. Sir Yuan raised his hand and took Ruan into the Qingming realm, and then started practicing by himself. After reaching the glory star level, there is no time to practice. Although the star can directly extract high concentration star power from the star stone, absorb and refine it, and the cultivation speed is faster, it takes an unknown amount of time for Xingai to grow to its limit. But no matter what, accumulation over time is indispensable. In addition to star power training, there is also meditation that Dean Cai specially instructed. Sir Yuan closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the soul card in the sea of stars. Qiang. Sensing Sir Yuan's consciousness coming, Qingming Xianfeng suddenly became active, and a deeper and deeper black light circulated on his body. It was not obvious step by step, but it was slowly growing. Sir Yuan practiced star power during the day, meditated at night, and took more than 4 hours to sleep. Originally, she would go to Qingning realm from time to time to check on Ruan's cultivation progress, but it turned out that Ruan worked harder than herself. Because the thunder accumulating bamboo sea will absorb star power and convert it into a large amount of thunder elements to accumulate, Ruan can recharge by swallowing the thunder elements of the bamboo sea and convert them into star power to become self-sufficient. Although the efficiency is lower than directly absorbing star stones, it can save a lot of star stones. Ruan continues to practice almost as soon as she has energy. Now she mainly practices the 3 heads and 6 arms and the realm of sea and sky she just obtained. Both of these skills require operation. They require hard practice and sufficient combat talent, otherwise they will not be used well. In this way, Sir Yuan never left the hotel again, spending a few days practicing like this with one person and one pet. At noon that day, just after 12 o'clock, the talisman on Sir Yuan's body lit up again. Here we come, Wangchao Tower. The talisman conveyed a location, which was the Wangchao Tower in the west of the city. Sir Yuan nodded, glanced at Ruan who was still practicing in Qingning world, and immediately took out his mobile phone to locate it and rushed over. This Wangchao building is one of the landmark buildings in Arctic City, with a height of more than 20 stories. In Arctic City, where the buildings are generally flat, this height can be said to be quite high, and it can just see a large green lake to the west, as well as the scenery outside the city. This Wangchao Tower is quite lively. Su Yuan looked at the tall building in front of him, walked in directly, went up to the designated private room on the top floor, knocked on the door, opened the door and walked in. After coming in, Su Yuan was quite surprised. Because there are actually 4 people here. Sitting at the front seat was a middle-aged man with an unpredictable aura, wearing a black robe with a mini yet majestic blue dragon pattern embroidered on the collar. Behind him stood a dark-faced middle-aged man with a calm and serious expression. As for the left and right below, there were a young man with a stern expression and a woman in her 20s, who was smartly and sexily dressed. The middle-aged man in charge said, "Take a seat first, there is one more person." Su Yuan nodded and followed the stern young man sitting next to him. However, Su Yuan felt vaguely familiar with this approach. At this time, the cold young man also looked over, with some doubts in his eyes. However, when they looked at each other, the doubts in the eyes of Su Yuan and the cold young man turned into surprise and surprise at the same time. That man in the white tiger mask. Su Yuan understood that this person was the man in the white tiger mask who had exchanged the sea and sky realm with him at the small trade fair a few days ago. Although they have animal masks, as the two are shining stars, it is not difficult to distinguish each other in such close contact. It's a coincidence that we met here again. The glances between Su Yuan and the cold young man were also noticed by the women opposite. The corners of their mouths were slightly raised, and there was a hint of thoughtfulness in their eyes. Su Yuan looked at the few people calmly, thinking secretly in his heart. There is no doubt that the middle-aged man in charge above must be a strong man from the Tianxian division, and judging from the blue dragon pattern on his collar, he is probably a member of the Blue Dragon U. I can't tell the opponent's strength at all, at least it's Huido level. As for the dark-faced middle-aged man standing behind, he should also be an official master of Dian. Since he appears here, he is probably someone related to the mission. The stern young man and woman below should be the same people who came to participate in the examination task for joining the company. However, I didn't expect it to be a team task. Su Yuan originally thought it was a solo mission, but from the looks of it, this mission should be a team mission. The Qinglongjiao master on the main seat said that there was one more person, so it was a 4-person mission. Although there are many people, this is not a good thing. First, Su Yuan has never relied much on others to act on his own. Second, the more people there are, the more difficult the mission will be. It seems that it may be more difficult. About 10 minutes later, the door of the private room opened again, and a tall man of about 1.8 meters tall came in. He was rough and had a rough atmosphere. "Hey, there are so many people." The big man walked over in a few steps and sat down next to the capable woman next to him. When the women saw this strong man, their pupils shrank, and there was a hint of vigilance in their eyes. After the strong man sat down, the powerful man from the Tianxian division who was in charge spoke, "My name is Su Fengtian, the Qinglong Royal Envoy of the Tianxian division. Since everyone has arrived, please check your identities first." In the Tianxian division, from bottom to top, there are special envoys, executive envoys, and royal envoys. At each level, you must complete promotion tasks or accumulate enough merit to be promoted. Generally speaking, the commanders are above Huido level, but Huido level may not necessarily be the commanders. After hearing this, the following people each took out a talisman. Su Yuan also took out the talisman given by Ho Wu and placed it on the table. Su Fengtian picked up the talismans one by one and verified them. "Tang Jiao, Suan Wu Imperial Preparation." The woman calmed her expression and bowed solemnly, "Tang Jiao, I have met Commander Su." When Su Yuan and others saw it, their expressions changed slightly. Because the salute she performed was obviously a military salute, and the standard was extremely high. She was obviously an elite selected from the military department to participate in the examination for joining the army. If it weren't for this military salute, Su Yuan and the others wouldn't have even thought about it. Su Fengtian nodded and picked up the talismans of the cold young man, Su Yuan, and the strong man in turn. Lin Kong Gyun, White Tiger is ready. Su Yuan, Zuk Royal Preparation. Xiang Junyang, Qing Long Royal Preparation. Su Yuan and others also bowed each other. Blue Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku Suan Yu. This time the mission happened to include everyone from the 4 Imperial Guards. I don't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. After confirming that the identities of several people were correct, Su Fengtian talked about the mission. This mission is a team mission. The goal is to assist General Manager Wu in extraditing several prisoners in custody to Yanluo Kingdom. Prisoner extradition? Su Yuan and others immediately started thinking. There are indeed various cooperations between the southern countries such as Dian, Yanluo, and Black Snow. Wanted mutual aid is one of them. Chapter 335 Departure. If Yanluo issues a new wanted order, under the cooperation agreement, Dian will also review it and put it on the wanted list. However, the extradition of prisoners is a very troublesome matter. There are too many variables in the process of leaving the country. If they are ordinary prisoners from other countries, they will be arrested and they will stay in Dian from now on. Only special prisoners may be extradited to the country where they were originally wanted after the exchange. Su Fengtian raised his hand and said, "General Manager Wu, please tell me." The dark-faced middle-aged man behind him responded, and then introduced the mission to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Wu Jianghao, the General Manager of the Arctic Prison. This time, we are going to extradite several prisoners to the Yanluo Kingdom. Some of these extradited prisoners once held high positions in the Yanluo Kingdom itself, some were members of gangs in the north, and some were notorious evil card masters. So if this time passes, I'm afraid it will cause quite a disturbance. We have deployed enough force. In addition to me, there are several other shining stars in the team escorting us. However, in order to avoid accidents along the way, we still need to apply for help from experts from the Sky Patrol Division, and we will have to rely on you then." Xiang Junyang laughed and said, "Mr. Wu, you are too polite. I, old Xiang, should do my best." Tang Jiao asked, "General Manager Wu, do you have the specific information on these escorted prisoners?" "Certainly." Wu Jianghao turned over his hands and took out the information and handed it to Su Yuan and others. "It's all documented in detail." Su Yuan took a few glances and found out that the identities of the prisoners were roughly as Wu Jianghao said before, but he didn't know the details. Next to them, Lin Kong Gyun and Xiang Junyang also looked around casually. But Tang Jiao didn't know what she saw, but she frowned slightly. Wu Jianghao explained the details to everyone again. "Any questions?" Su Fengtian finally asked. Lin Kong Gyun's eyes narrowed and he asked, "Envoy, our mission is just to ensure that the prisoners are successfully delivered to Yanluo Kingdom, right?" When Su Yuan and others heard this, they couldn't help but look sideways. Lin Kong Gyun's words were nothing more than asking whether he needed to care about the safety of other escorts in the team, including Wu Jianghao. After all, if the power is limited in a crisis, there may be a trade-off between protecting the prisoners and helping other members of the team. Now that Wu Jianghao is here, Lin Kong Gyun is quite upright when he says this. But Wu Jianghao smiled heartily and replied without Su Fengtian saying anything, "Envoy Lin does not need to worry about us, as long as he ensures that a few prisoners are delivered." Lin Kong Gyun nodded, "Okay, I understand." Xiang Junyang also grinned, secretly thinking that this was the best. However, Tang Jiao frowned slightly. She was a soldier, so she was naturally unwilling to give up on her teammates easily. Su Yuan didn't say a word and sat quietly alone. Xiang Junyang asked, "Chief Su, General Manager Wu, when will we set off?" Su Fengtian said, "If you are well prepared, you can set off now." Xiang Junyang chuckled, "There's nothing to prepare, so without further ado, let's go now." The other people also meant the same thing. Su Fengtian said, then I wish you all a smooth journey. Mr. Wu, let's take action. Okay. The escort team is ready. Envoys, please follow me. Wu Jianghao took Su Yuan and others down from the restaurant and went directly to the gate of Zikan. General Manager Wu, we are ready. One of the star-level supervisors came over to greet him. Su Yuan turned around and saw that the 7 prisoners on the side had their hands and feet bound by the prison's special loose spirit locks. They were placed in groups of 2 or 3 and imprisoned in rigid rock cages on the backs of 3 rigid rock dragons. These rigid rock dragons are all shining star beasts controlled by the Beast Control Talisman. They have excellent defense and physical fitness. They are usually used as a means of transportation to carry important prisoners. At this moment, the detention team with 3 solid rock dragons attracted the attention of many pedestrians in the surrounding area. General Manager Wu nodded and said to Su Yuan and others, "Envoys, let's go then." Good. A group of more than a dozen people and 3 steel-headed rock dragons left the west gate of Arctic City and headed northwest. With the speed at which everyone was traveling, it didn't take long for them to have traveled more than 10 kilometers. As everyone moved forward, Tang Jiao also greeted Su Yuan and others together. "Guys, since this is a team operation, let's at least get to know each other, right? I'm afraid the next mission won't be easy, and communication and cooperation between them are inevitable." After all, Tang Jiao was from the military and she was very particular about teamwork. Xiang Junyang was the first to join in, and said with a grin, "I am Xiang Junyang. I used to hang out in the West Desert, but now I finally returned to Dian for some reasons. By chance, I received the admission test of the Sky Survey Division." Tang Jiao looked at Xiang Junyang and said with a slightly condensed expression, "The 12 evil stars in the Western Desert, the furious and raging Xiang Junyang." Xiang Junyang scratched his head and said cheerfully, "Hey! I didn't expect you to recognize me, big sister. What an honor." Su Yuan and Lin Kong Gyun also looked at Xiang Junyang, who seemed to be a famous figure. Su Yuan was not familiar with the gangs in the West, only the Quicksand sect. A force like the Lia Sha sect with only 1 or 2 ordinary shining stars would not be able to get on the stage, otherwise it would not be wiped out by the evil killing operation. And this Xiang Junyang, the title of 12 evil stars is not simple at first sight, and he is probably a relatively powerful character in the West Desert. In fact, it is not only powerful, but to the gang members in the Western Desert, this name is definitely a thunderous one. The 12 evil stars are the 12 most fierce shining stars in the entire Western Desert region. Xiang Junyang first became famous when he fought 7 shining stars alone in a gang brawl, 2 of which were epic shining stars. Although he was seriously injured in this battle, he still killed 4 people and became famous in one battle. After that, it became even more uncontrollable, fighting all the gangs and sects and finding no opponents. The records of battles with 2 other malefic stars are also indistinguishable. Xiang Junyang took out a cigarette, lit one, and asked casually, "Sister, where are you? Judging from the salute you just made, you should be from the military region, right?" Tang Jiao nodded, "Northern Military Region, Tang Jiao." Tang Jiao turned to look at the remaining Lin Kong Gyun and Su Yuan, and asked, "Where are these 2? Lin Kong Gyun said, "Zikan Mountain, Lin Kong Gyun." "Oh, are you from the Hidden World sect?" Tang Jiao had a bit of surprise on her face. Xiang Junyang looked at Lin Kong Gyun with great interest. Hidden World sects are sects within the territory that are recognized by Dian. They are basically sects that have made great contributions in ancient times and have the qualification to pass them on. After the academy became popular, these sects within the territory no longer widely recruited disciples, and they secluded themselves one after another, keeping a much lower profile than the aristocratic families. Of course, there are still some descendants of the hidden sect coming out from time to time. Today, there are mainly 4 hidden sects that are still being passed down throughout Great Yan, and Zikan Mountain is one of them. Finally it was Su Yuan's turn. Su Yuan from Demon Capital College, he just graduated and left the academy, Su Yuan said casually. A college student? Xiang Junyang suddenly narrowed his eyes and grinned. Did you also participate in the evil killing operations organized by the college in the past 2 years? Su Yuan shook his head. That's not true. Xiang Junyang looked at Su Yuan and saw that he didn't look like he was lying, so he nodded. It's good if you don't, otherwise I will really have to show off to you. Xiang Junyang was once a member of the West Desert Gang and a witness to the execution of evil. Although he was not killed because of the distance, Xiang Junyang still felt very unhappy with this group of college students who relied on their teacher's prestige. As for Tang Jiao and Lin Konggyun, one was from the military region and the other was from the hidden sect. They had also never heard of Su Yuan. I just feel that Su Yuan is a little too young. After the introductions were completed, Xiang Junyang asked again, Sister, your expression seemed a little strange when you saw the list earlier. Why, is there anything wrong with this trip? Tang Jiao said seriously, if nothing else, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble within 2 days. Oh? Tell me. Tang Jiao pointed at one of the many prisoners in front of him, a middle-aged man with a black beard. That man's name is Wei Jingxiang, he is an epic star card master. It took a lot of effort to capture him last year. At the same time, he is also the brother of Wei Jinrui, the president of the Bian Society in the Sunyang domain. The Bian Society is a very powerful organization in the Sunyang domain in the north, bringing together many star-level fire practitioners. At this time Wei Jingxiang was escorted over, I'm afraid. Bai Yanhui might take action. Isn't this an opportunity for us to show our strength? Xiang Junyang laughed, if this mission is not difficult, then I will really look down on the Great Yan Patrol Division. Tang Jiao frowned and said coldly, be careful with your words, don't be rude to the Tianxuan Division. Xiang Junyang grinned nonchalantly and said, I, Xiang Junyang, only joined the Tianxian Division after learning that it was full of challenges. Don't let it be a smooth journey. Hurry up and make it more difficult for me, old Xiang. Seeing what Xiang Junyang said, Lin Konggyun also frowned. Completing the mission is the first goal, don't look for trouble. There was a hint of ferocity in Xiang Junyang's eyes. It's not enough to say anything. Xiang Junyang grinned, and then ran forward alone. Tang Jiao sighed secretly and shook her head. Several of them are masters of the Glory Star, each with their own temperament. Su Yuan didn't say much, but turned his attention to the prisoners on the Ganjian Dragon's back. Since this trip is a mission arranged by the Sky Patrol Division, even if nothing goes wrong, something will definitely happen. Otherwise, what else is the assessment? It's nothing more than soldiers coming to block it, water coming to cover it up with soil, and then sending these people to the Yan Luo Kingdom. Chapter 336 Entering Sunyang. Wang Chao Tower, the top floor. A young man in black robe approached the private room by the window. Old Su, it seems that everyone has set off. The young man asked as soon as he came in. Su Fengtian nodded and said, well, Wang Su, you came a little late. Haha, it's not too late, it's not too late, as long as you have something to eat. Wang Chao Tower's braised duck with cinnamon is a must-have, paired with Chao Ming wine, tisk tisk. Anyway, I already told the store to cook it when I came up, so I'll be here soon. When Su Fengtian heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but shook his head. There is a seedling prepared by Yu Suzaku. It is said that Suan Yu also fell in love with this seedling. Are you not curious at all? Wang Su waved his hand. Hey, anyone who can join our Tianxian division is a good candidate. That's true. Su Fengtian nodded, secretly saying it made sense. Wang Su suddenly came over and asked with a smile, but since I've met old Su, tell me how he is. Su Fengtian was speechless, then thought for a moment and said, I can't see anything, and I don't say much. Compared to the other people with distinctive personalities, they seem very ordinary. Oh! Wang Su became more interested, this makes it even more extraordinary. Su Fengtian nodded. This time, several seedlings were carefully selected and placed in this assessment task. Their expected scores were much higher than those of ordinary seedlings. How could they be ordinary? To appear ordinary among a group of extraordinary people is probably even more extraordinary. The food is here. At this time, some voices came from outside. Wang Su said, "Send it up." Braised duck with cinnamon, Zitting Lake hairy crabs, glutinous rice cake, all the fresh dishes were carefully brought in by 3 waiters, covering half of the table. "Dear guest, please use it slowly. If you have any orders, just call us," the waiter said politely. Wang Su waved his hand, "Okay, let's go down." Su Fengtian looked straight at him, "Are you serious?" Su Fengtian tore a duck leg and ate it. That is, in this world, enjoyment is the word. Of course, you have to enjoy good wine, good meat, and good scenery. Otherwise, what is the point of working hard to practice? Su Fengtian looked solemn and said seriously, "Of course it is to pursue the case. Higher realm." Wang Su shook his head slightly, "Even if there is hope for Zhou Yang, the king-level position in the back is not so easy to fight for." Su Fengtian said, "The earthly calamity is coming. It is a calamity, but it is also an opportunity. Maybe you and I will have a chance in the future." Wang Su chuckled and said, "For this extra chance, I don't know how many people will die. Lao Su, if you want to fight, you have to be mentally prepared. Even if we don't fight, we and the people in the Tianxian division can't stay out of it, so we might as well fight for it." Being unable to stay out of the situation and being at the center of the whirlpool are completely different things. Su Fengtian was suffocated when he heard the words and fell silent for a while. Indeed, everything is about degree. If you are really in the center of the whirlpool, for ordinary people, 10 lives may not be enough to waste. Wang Su smiled and poured wine for Su Fengtian, Come, eat and drink well, don't think too much about it now. I know that your cultivation has improved in recent years, so let's advance to the burning sun first." Su Fengtian nodded and started to eat quickly, then eat quickly. "After you finish, you have to keep an eye on those little guys." Wang Su took a leisurely sip of wine, "No hurry, no rush. Only after entering the Sunyang territory tomorrow will you encounter the first wave of people blocking the way." Su Fengtian looked thoughtful, "Speaking of which, the difficulty of this mission is a bit too high. The escort list was leaked early. I'm afraid not all the people who are supposed to come will come, especially at the end." Wang Su shook his head and said seriously, "If you can't even complete this escort task, how can you handle that thing?" Speaking of this, Wang Su looked a little more solemn. Several people participated in the mission this time, whether it was Xiang Chunyang from the 12 Evil Stars of the Western Desert, Tang Jiao who was the best of the year in the Northern Military Region's Special Service Force, Lin Kong Gaiun, a contemporary disciple of Zikan Mountain, or Su who is now regarded as the #1 student in Dian. Yuan, they are all extremely outstanding talents. The reason why these elite recruits were gathered together and assigned this task was actually to find the right person to do another task. The Sunyang region is an area that stretches to the north and west of Dian. This large area is bathed in the scorching sun all year round and has a high concentration of fire elements. A large amount of fire-based materials are produced every year, ranging from high to low. In addition, there are many various fire element secret realms. In this area, more than 50% are fire element related star card masters. To go from Dian to Yanluo Kingdom, you must pass through the western region of Sunyang territory. At this moment, more than a day has passed since departure. Even with the prison van, the detention team moved forward at a very slow pace. After all, the people coming were all high-profile stars. In the advancing detention team, the escorts from the Arctic prison chatted with each other from time to time. As for Su Yuan and the other 4, there was nothing to say. If not for this mission, these people would still be strangers. And after yesterday, Xiang Chunyang was running alone at the front of the team. Su Yuan, Tang Jiao and Lin Conggyun were all at the back of the team. After crossing the plains and entering the rugged mountains, Su Yuan clearly felt that the air around him was a bit hotter. This place already belongs to the Sunyang domain, so be careful. In addition, the sky is getting dark, so everyone should be more vigilant. Wu Jianghao ordered his men loudly, and then came to Su Yuan and the others behind him. Everyone, this is the Sunyang domain. Wu Jianghao's voice was slightly condensed. If there is any trouble, please take action. Wu Jianghao spoke loudly so that Xiang Chunyang at the front of the team could hear him. Xiang Chunyang, who was alone in front, suddenly grinned and looked a little more excited. Tang Jia responded seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Wu, we will do our best." Lin Conggyun also increased his vigilance, and immediately opened his senses to scan everywhere around him. Wu Jianghao cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you all." Tang Jiao came from the northern military region, and Wu Jianghao were both from the Great Yan officialdom. The two of them had the closest relationship, and Wu Jianghao inevitably had more trust and intimacy with Tang Jiao. After Wu Jianghao reminded him, he went to the front to instruct his men one by one and arranged for the investigators to serve as outposts at night. In the cage on the back of Ganjian Dragon on the right, Wei Jingxiang, whose hands and feet were tied, looked at Su Yuan and others behind the team, and then looked at the direction the team was heading, his eyes full of complexity and anxiety. Wei Jingxiang knows very well that his younger brother Wei Jinrui will definitely come to save him. So Wei Jingxiang is very conflicted at the moment. The closer he gets to Sunyang territory, the more he worries about gains and losses. He hoped to be rescued and escaped, but he also vaguely felt that this trip was not that simple. If his brother really brought someone to rescue him, something might happen. Hope it goes well. Wei Jingxiang was thinking about it when he suddenly felt a cold gaze falling on him. He turned around and saw a pale green-eyed young man in the middle cage. The other party was expressionless, but those green pupils were staring at him like cold poisonous snakes. The two looked at each other, and the green-eyed young man quickly lowered his head, curling up quietly in the Ganjian prison with his hands and knees as if in a daze. "This kid always gives me a very uncomfortable feeling." Wei Jingxiang shuddered inexplicably, shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, what happened to other prisoners had nothing to do with him. In a blink of an eye, the sun rose, the morning light shone brightly, and the night passed peacefully. For bright stars, vision will also be affected to a certain extent at night. So that night Wu Jianghao was really worried about someone coming to rob the prisoner. Wu Jianghao breathed a sigh of relief and rearranged the outpost personnel, while the escort team moved forward non-stop. With the strength of everyone in the field, this speed is enough to keep them on the road for 3 or 4 days. It was almost noon, just as everyone was walking through a forest. Lin Conggyun suddenly glanced somewhere calmly. "Everyone, we have been targeted," Lin Conggyun said in a low voice. "Hey!" Tang Jiao looked slightly solemn. Lin Conggyun said, "Low altitude in the east, about 2 kilometers away." Su Yuan's eyes condensed, and the silver lines like leaves of the world in his pupils lit up, and his omniscient vision opened with all its strength, expanding towards the distance. Soon, on a low mountain, I saw 2 fire finches flying and playing. This fire bird is just a star beast at the level of a star disciple. To Su Yuan and others, it is no different from an ant. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If there was anything unusual, it was that one of the fire sparrows was neither noisy nor fussy, but looked far away in the direction of the escort team, with a faintly human look in its eyes. Indeed, it is a technique of borrowing objects to observe. Su Yuan nodded and couldn't help but look at Lin Conggyun again. This person's perception is actually so sharp, it's not even inferior to his own. Lin Conggyun asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Tang Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Since we have been discovered, I am afraid we are not far ahead. I can go and investigate first, and you should also inform Mr. Wu and Xiang Chunyang. Okay. Lin Conggyun and Su Yuan agreed. Tang Jiao nodded and made a seal. After her body was slightly blurred, a layer of black light flowed slightly from her body and disappeared in an instant. Then, Tang Jiao's expression became dull, and she was already an avatar who stayed in place. This clone is still running at the same speed as before with Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun. As for Tang Jiao's true body, through the true seeing ability of omniscient vision, Su Yuan could clearly see the invisible Tang Jiao speeding towards the front. And Lin Conggyun actually locked onto the invisible Tang Jiao almost exactly and watched her go away. This kind of perception is really astonishing. I am afraid it is breathing at the proficiency level or above, plus the ability to passively increase perception and insight. As for the rest of the people, including Xiang Chunyang and Wu Jianghao, they didn't notice at all. Just when the invisible Tang Jiao was about to disappear from sight, in the middle of the rigid rock cage, a green-eyed young man with pale skin suddenly raised his head and glanced at Tang Jiao's back. Green light flashed in the green-eyed young man's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he realized that something interesting was about to happen. Chapter 337 Collision. 30 kilometers away from the team, on a low mountain, many people in black robes were resting here. One of the women, with a pretty appearance and a rather hot figure, stared blankly into the void in front of her, but within her field of vision was another scenery. "President, the prison van is coming." The woman spoke while observing. Next to her, a man whose face was very similar to Wei Jingxiang in the prison car was sitting on the big rock on the top of the mountain with his eyes closed and meditating. It was Wei Jinrui. Needless to say, the identities of the people around him were all members of the Bian society. "Yang Ting, are you sure my brother is inside?" Wei Jinrui still closed his eyes and asked in a low voice. Yang Ting said, "Yes, it's in the prison car on the far right side of the three rigid rock beasts." Wei Jinrui nodded, and then fell silent again. At this time, a shirtless tall man named Zhang Ping behind him asked, "President, have you thought about it? This is Dian's prison car." Before Wei Jinrui could speak, another shorter man next to Zhang Ping, Wu Lei, who was also shirtless, patted him on the shoulder. "Lao Zhang, what did you say? Of course we have to do it. The last time the people from the Yan Luo kingdom came after them, if Boss Yang hadn't fought alone to buy us time, we, the Bian society, wouldn't have been able to attack Scarlet Flame City in one fell swoop." Yang Ting, who was observing the detention team through the Firebird, also said in a deep voice, "Lao Zhang, since you have followed the president here, why are you talking about this now? After this incident, at worst, Bian, will break it into pieces and disperse first. It is not easy for Yan Luo and Dian to enter Sunyang territory and take action." Zhang Ping scratched his head and said, "I just asked casually." "Okay." Wei Jinrui opened his eyes and stood up, with fire in his eyes. "Let's go, evacuate immediately after rescuing the people." Everyone responded, "Yes." Wei Jinrui took the lead, and everyone behind him followed him and flew out. In the escort team, the invisible Tang Jiao quickly rushed over from a distance and returned to her own body. "How's it going?" Xiang Chunyang also came to the back of the team. When he saw Tang Jiao coming back, he asked directly. "Come here, there are at least 20 people on a low hill in front, and the leader is Wei Jinrui." "At least 20 people, okay." Xiang Chunyang's eyes were filled with excitement, and he jumped out immediately. "No matter what you do, I, the old bear, will get in first." Seeing Xiang Chunyang rushing out like this, Su Yuan and others didn't stop him. Tang Jiao said, "No matter what, it's best not to let those people get close to the prison car to avoid any accidents. There are also Mr. Wu and his people here. One of the four of us will stay here, and the rest will go to the front to get him." "People solved it, how about it?" Su Yuan said, "No problem." Lin Conggyun said, "Then let me stay behind the convoy." "Are you sure?" Tang Jiao said in surprise. This is an opportunity to show your strength and perform. Lin Kongyun nodded and said, even if I am on the same spot, I can still support you from a distance. Tang Jiao asked, Warlock. Lin Kongyun shook his head slightly, lightning flashed in his palm, and a thunder bow engraved with dark runes fell into his hand. The lightning on the bow danced and the purple electricity roared. At first glance, it was a super blue star weapon with astonishing power. Archer. This is the first time Su Yuan has seen an archer. No wonder Lin Kongyun has such keen perception and insight, which are important qualities of an archer. Tang Jiao said to Su Yuan, okay, let's go there quickly, lest Xiang Chunyang can't bear it alone. After all, there are more than 20 shining stars on the opposite side. Okay. Su Yuan responded casually, and then he and Tang Jiao ran after Xiang Chunyang. In the forest, Wei Jinrui and a group of people were approaching quickly. And not long after, I saw a strong man with a ferocious face rushing out from the front. He took tens of meters in one step and rushed towards me at an alarming speed. Wei Jinrui's eyes froze. Have you discovered us yet, and you dare to come here alone, Pan Lu? Yes, President. A burly man behind Wei Jinrui responded, then suddenly accelerated and rushed out. This Pan Lu is good at strength. In terms of strength alone, he ranks among the top 5 among the Bai Yanhui group. When Xiang Chunyang saw someone rushing out from the opposite side, he grinned unconsciously, stepped heavily on his feet, and accelerated his speed even more. The distance of more than 1,000 meters was just a few breaths for Yaoxing. In the blink of an eye, the two of them bumped into each other without giving in. Bang! The airwave exploded, and a heavy muffled sound and the sound of broken bones sounded at the same time. Pan Lu's pupils shrank suddenly, and then he flew back. Old Pan! Everyone in Bian Club was shocked. Wei Jinrui flew out to catch Pan Lu from behind, and backed up more than 20 meters in midair before he could relieve the huge force. Old Pan, is everything okay? Wei Jinrui asked calmly. Pan Lu covered his chest with his left hand, his face flushed. I'm fine, President, be careful, this person's power is terrifying. Wei Jinrui nodded and said without looking back, Yang Ting, give him some treatment. Yang Ting immediately walked up and started using fire therapy to treat Pan Lu. Xiang Chunyang knocked back Pan Lu with one blow, but then stopped. The reason why Xiang Chunyang was the first to rush out was that he was fierce and belligerent by nature, and secondly, he just wanted to earn performance. Although he did not see any masters from the Tianxian division following him, since it was an assessment task for entering the company, Xiang Chunyang knew that the performance of himself and others would eventually appear in the eyes of the experts from the Tianxian division in some way. It's just that Xiang Chunyang is not stupid. If he really wants to deal with so many shining stars alone, it will definitely be a dead end. Stop now and wait for the other people behind to come over. Xiang Chunyang expected that Su Yuan and others would definitely come over. Not only to earn performance, but also to not abandon your companions. At this moment, Xiang Chunyang established his power with one strike, and said loudly, "Why are you trying to rob my Dian's prison car like this?" Wei Jinrui said coldly, "We don't want anyone else, we just need one person. If you are willing to let him go, we will leave on the spot. Otherwise, you and your escort team may not be able to stop us. It's a joke, you can rob my Dian's prison car if you want." As he said this, Xiang Chunyang felt relieved. It turned out that he was a gangster in the western desert, with countless lives at his hands, and he had also been wanted. Now, after many years, he responded to the call and returned to Dian. He suddenly became an official and was able to fight against these gangsters. Wei Jinrui's eyes turned cold. Since it doesn't make sense, there's no need to say it anymore. Superior. With an order, many shining stars swarmed forward to kill Xiang Chunyang. The surging spiritual power of more than 20 shining stars exploded, and the strong aura overwhelmed the surrounding trees one after another. "You're so decisive when you say you'll do it. Why haven't those people at the back come over yet?" Xiang Junyang was puzzled, but he was not afraid at all if he really wanted to fight. With an angry shout, his muscles bulged and he rushed straight into the crowd without retreating. The attacks that hit Xiang Junyang's body were all bounced away by his amazingly defensive skin, leaving only a few shallow scars at most. "I'm tickling you all, Grandpa Bear!" Xiang Junyang shouted low and waved his fists to defeat the two men in front of him who were attacking with knives. Then with a thought in his mind, blood-red energy suddenly flowed around his body, and the surging fist power condensed at high speed on his right hand, with great power. Cannon Fist, Tiger Swings Mountain. Xiang Junyang gathered his strength briefly, and then he rushed towards Wei Jinrui behind him like a bloody cannonball. At this time, Zhang Ping and Wu Lei, who were behind Wei Jinrui, took a step forward at the same time. Red flames surged from their arms, and they moved like one body and blasted towards Xiang Junyang in front. Shuanglong Zhoutian. Bang! Bloody Chi Evil and Crimson Flames, two completely different fist powers collided with each other, and the sky-high spiritual flames exploded between the two parties in an instant. The two shirtless men groaned and backed away, and Xiang Junyang was also shocked and took several steps back. Xiang Junyang's eyes fell on the bits of flesh on his right fist that had been blown open by the force of the explosive fist. Then he looked up at Zhang Ping and Wu Lei in front of him, his expression slightly serious. "Master." Although they didn't use all their strength, the two of them were obviously able to do it with ease. After all, this Bai Yanhui is an organization that can only be joined by a star, so it is indeed extraordinary. However, Xiang Junyang didn't have much time to think. Various attacks from all directions, near and far, were already coming like raindrops, and their power was much stronger than before. Just kidding, Bai Yanhui are all fire star card masters who are good at attacking. I never expected Xiang Junyang to be so rough-skinned and thick-bodied. Now use all your firepower to blast this barbarian into a pulp. Xiang Junyang moved in unison, dodging while counter-attacking. Xiang Junyang has participated in melee battles all year round and has considerable experience in dealing with group attacks. The first is to avoid the strong and embrace the weak. It is impossible for you to dodge all the skills, so pick the ones with low power. The second is to try to get into places with many people. This makes it difficult for other people around to use long-range skill attacks. In a melee, compared to melee attacks, the long-range skills that rush in at high speed from time to time are more troublesome. Sure enough, just as Xiang Junyang thought, except for a few people who still used long-range skills, more and more people brandished swords, guns, and sticks and surrounded them at close range. Although Xiang Junyang was fierce, he could not beat 10 hands with 2 fists, and soon Xiang Junyang's body was covered with injuries of varying depths. Why haven't those people arrived yet? They really can't come over. Xiang Junyang felt that he might be a little eager for quick success, but as he continued to be suppressed and beaten by the people of Bai Yanhui, he couldn't help but feel fierce in his heart. Ah! At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded from behind and then stopped abruptly. But behind Xiang Junyang, a man who was about to kill him with a knife suddenly trembled, and a trace of blood flowed from his left chest. A faint light floated in front of the man, and a capable and sexy woman gradually emerged from the transparency, and it was the long black knife in her hand that pierced the man's chest. The visitor was none other than Tang Jiao. Tang Jiao drew out her long knife and then kicked it away with a beautiful roundhouse kick. "Be careful, he has help coming." Several people around him immediately reacted and focused their attention on Tang Jiao. The nearest person even stabbed Tang Jiao directly with a gun. Tang Jiao's body was filled with light, and she disappeared from the spot again, and was directly shot in the air by this man. "Damn it, where are the people?" Before the man could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and then the whole world spun around and fell into darkness. After Tang Jiao cut off the man's head, she escaped into the void again to escape from the people who were surrounding him. At this time, Tang Jiao suddenly discovered that two dark lines around her were drawn out of thin air to the left and right sides. In an instant, blood splashed, and the two people closest to him were cut into two pieces, while others around him also distanced themselves in fear. Chapter 338 Violent Bear. What a powerful attack! Tang Jiao's heart froze slightly, and when she looked up, she saw Su Yuan not far away, waving a long knife with black light in his hand. When the sword is swung out, it can cross the space and cut into the void in the distance, drawing arc-shaped black lines of light. It is difficult to guard against it. Once it is slashed, it will be dismembered on the spot. Even if someone blocks it in time, the blue star weapon in his hand will inevitably be cut open by the black thread. In just a short moment, 2 people died and 3 were injured under the light of the black line of swords. This is much stronger than ordinary slashes, and this wave seems to be the power of space. Tang Jiao looked at the handsome young man in the distance and was secretly frightened. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. In terms of origin, the other party is the most ordinary among the 4 on our side. He seems to have just graduated from the academy, but he did not expect to have such unexpected strength. In the distance, Wei Jinrui also noticed Su Yuan and Tang Jiao, who suddenly rushed into the battle circle and killed several people in a blink of an eye. His expression suddenly changed and he quickly gave instructions to his men. Zhangping, Wu Lei, take people to stop the man. Li Ting, deal with the woman. Yes, President. Zhangping, Li Ting, and others immediately led a few people towards Su Yuan and Tang Jiao respectively. Hey, don't go! Seeing the help coming, Xiang Junyang suddenly felt the pressure was greatly reduced. He breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time he became more ferocious and arrogant. Wei Jinrui, right? I should be the first to capture you today. Xiang Junyang's body was full of bloody energy, and he shouted angrily before killing Wei Jinrui again. The injuries he suffered earlier seemed to stimulate him at this moment, and he rushed forward even more ferociously. Xiang Junyang's style of play was very reckless. He wanted to kill Wei Jinrui first without caring about others. More than a dozen shining stars around him came to kill them one after another, but Xiang Junyang knocked them back one by one with one punch, making him unstoppable. Soon, Xiang Junyang broke through the siege and rushed to Wei Jinrui. If you are looking for death, let's deal with you first. Wei Jinrui, as an epic shining star card master, is even more talented in a short time, and his strength is not overwhelming. I saw Wei Jinrui sealing a seal, and the red fire on his body turned, and a flame clone immediately jumped out of himself and rushed towards Xiang Junyang in front of him. Xiang Junyang sneered, and when he raised his hand, the bloody energy gathered in his hand and punched out suddenly. Break it for me! The flame clone shook slightly, and was exploded on the spot by the fist power transformed by the bloody spirit. However, it did not collapse. Instead, it flickered and suddenly exploded like a highly condensed flaming cannonball. During the time when Xiang Junyang broke through, Wei Jinrui had already injected an unknown amount of energy into the flame clone. At this moment, the raging flames instantly overwhelmed Xiang Junyang, who was caught off guard, and formed a huge fireball that rotated at high speed and emitted surging heat. After the attack was successful, Wei Jinrui didn't stop yet. The fingers of his hands connected together, and little red sparks kept appearing between the fingers. A large number of sparks floated in front of Wei Jinrui like fireflies, absorbing the star power of heaven and earth, quickly growing in size and becoming brighter. In just a short moment, many sparks have grown to the size of marbles, and the temperature inside them has increased to the extreme, and frightening white flames are flowing. This is the real trump card, the Sun Flame Beads. Each one has the terrifying power to severely damage the star level. At this moment, there were dense fire beads floating in front of Wei Jinrui. Counting them carefully, there were exactly 100 fire beads. Explode, 100 fire meteor. Wei Jinrui's eyes turned cold, and hundreds of blazing white fire beads flew straight towards Xiang Chunyang, who was wrapped in flames. "You are playing dirty tricks, you want to trap me, old bear." A loud shout came from the fireball, but Xiang Chunyang was seen with evil energy flowing all over his body, tearing open the huge high-speed rotating fireball. But as soon as Xiang Chunyang came out, he saw dense white fire beads flying towards him that were flashing violently, and he also felt the terrifying fluctuations inside them that made people's scalp numb. Xiang Chunyang was slightly distracted, and then his pupils suddenly shrank into needles. "Fuck you!" Bang bang bang! Hundreds of blazing white fire beads exploded together, and the blazing white spiritual flames soared hundreds of meters high, emptying the air and burning the sky. The power was simply terrifying. Su Yuan and Tang Jiao, who were fighting in the distance, were also attracted by this amazing momentum and couldn't help but pay attention. Nothing will happen to this reckless man. He is worthy of being the president of the Bian society. He should not be underestimated. Tang Jiao was startled, looking at the blazing white flames rushing into the sky, her eyes filled with solemnity and horror. The 100-fire meteor move, in terms of power alone, is already a very terrifying killing move among the shining stars. It is extremely difficult for ordinary shining stars to take it. Tang Jiao thought to herself that she would never be able to withstand this blow. Of course, if it were him, he would not be hit by this move without any preparation. Everyone has different abilities and has different ways of dealing with the same move. Tang Jiao was startled by the 100-fire meteor, and her movements couldn't help but slow down a bit. Li Ting, who was under siege, seized the opportunity to slash her left arm with her sword. Another member of the 100-fire society cast a fireball spell behind her. "Middle. Let's seize the time and deal with these people in front of us first." Tang Jiao immediately ignored Xiang Chunyang's situation in the distance and gathered her thoughts to deal with the siege from Li Ting and others in front of her. On the other side, Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and through perspective, the energy changes in the tide of white flames were all in his eyes. The 12 evil stars in the western desert? The people on this mission are really not simple. After just 2 glances, Su Yuan retracted his gaze and continued to deal with the enemy before getting up. Seeing the blazing white flames exploding, many members of the Bian society looked happy, obviously very confident in this attack. Okay. The president is mighty. Not even the boss of Scarlet Flame City can stop the president's 100-fire meteor, and his soul will be destroyed on the spot. Finally, we got this troublesome guy under control. In front of Su Yuan, Wu Lei grinned and said, "Boy, get out of the way quickly. We just want one person. If you get out of the way now, we might let you go." Zhang Ping also echoed, "Yes, you have some strength, but you can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Now one of them is killed, and the president and the others have freed up their hands, and you can't take advantage of them." The 2 of them didn't really expect Su Yuan to stop there. He was just trying to undermine Su Yuan's confidence, shake Su Yuan's psychological defense, and let Su Yuan show some flaws. In the eyes of the 2 of them, the young man in front of them was more troublesome than they imagined. Holding 2 swords, he was obviously just one person, but he looked like 2 people. Whether it is a frontal attack or a flanking attack, the opponent can not only shoot left and right and respond freely, but also has no blind spots in the field of vision, as if there are eyes behind his back. However, Zhang and Ping were destined to be disappointed. Su Yuan never put his hope in others. All you rely on is yourself. Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he slashed at the 2 of them with Fengqi sword and Yushinyeo sword. Not only did he not hesitate at all, but the power on the sword was even more amazing. On the contrary, it forced Zhang Ping and others to retreat. "Are you so sure that he is dead?" Su Yuan raised his hand and struck out with his sword, and suddenly asked with a chuckle as the 2 men behind him swung the flaming hammer and attacked. "Of course. Can you still survive after being hit by 100 fire meteors?" Wu Lei grinned and sneered, flames surged from his fists and charged towards Su Yuan again. Roar! At this moment, as if the beasts were extremely ferocious, a heart-shaking roar came from the forest. The animals are running away and the birds are scattering. All the creatures in the forest suddenly fell into panic. Wu Lei immediately stopped in place, and everyone looked at the blazing white flames that had not dissipated after the 100-fire meteor exploded in shock. Bang! With a cannon punch, the sonic explosion exploded, and the churning flames were suddenly penetrated by the blood-colored evil spirit through a passage, revealing a strong figure shrouded in rich blood evil. His body was covered with hair and he was over 2 meters tall. His eyes were filled with blood and ferocious aura. Judging from his appearance and clothing, he could barely tell that he was Xiang Chunyang. Astonishingly, he has completely transformed into a beast. Even though he withstood the blow with his beastly body, Xiang Chunyang was obviously seriously injured at this moment. The skin and flesh were torn all over the body, and the shoulders and abdomen were blown to pieces, leaving a large piece of flesh and blood missing. Such an injury would be considered serious for most people, and it would even be difficult to get up. But Xiang Chunyang didn't seem to feel the pain. Instead, he seemed to be aroused by such an injury. His eyes were filled with blood, and Wei Jinrui's heart skipped a beat when he saw the distance. This guy actually took down the 100-fire meteor. Wei Jinrui was horrified in his heart. He could only survive by deploying his defenses, but the man in front of him clearly used his astonishing physical strength to survive. And not only was he not seriously injured or losing combat power, his aura increased instead of falling, reaching a terrifying level. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? This time we were able to get the news in advance that my brother was about to be extradited to Yanluo. Could it be that they really released it on purpose? Wei Jinrui realized that he and others seemed to have been tricked this time. Among the shining stars, it is usually difficult to see anyone with such terrifying strength as Xiang Chunyang. But now, not only the barbarian in front of him, but also the other 2 people in the distance are extraordinary. Looking around, he saw that more than half of his more than 20 men were dead or injured. This is not an ordinary escort. I am afraid that the special envoy of the Dian Sky Patrol Division is only at this level. Patrol Division? Wei Jinrui suddenly realized something, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. But at this moment, Wei Jinrui's eyes blurred, and Xiang Chunyang suddenly disappeared from sight. Not good. Wei Jinrui's heart skipped a beat, and the next moment he felt an extremely strong pressure coming from above his head. When he looked up, he saw that Xiang Chunyang had already rushed to the top of his head and struck down with his legs. Bang! With a muffled sound, Wei Jinrui was smashed directly into the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust. Wei Jinrui stood up from the pit and spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms were already numb. Before he could take a breath, Xiang Chunyang swayed in midair and charged towards him quickly. Chapter 339 Destroying the Enemy. Protect the President. Pan Lu and other members of the Bian Society rushed forward to try to block Xiang Chunyang. But at this moment, Xiang Chunyang's body was full of bloody energy, and fierce flames were surging into the sky, like a violent bear in human form, beating Pan Lu and others to the point where they were knocked off their feet. In the distance, Su Yuan saw this and knew that Wei Jinrui would not be Xiang Chunyang's opponent. This bear Chunyang has rough skin and thick flesh, and is extremely powerful. The more it is injured, the more ferocious it becomes. It really fits the title of violent and angry bear. If you don't press him to death immediately, you can just pull him until his energy is exhausted. And Wei Jinrui and the 7 or 8 people over there would probably be difficult to do it alone, unless more people gather their strength. Tang Jiao saw this situation in the distance, and immediately waved her hand, and a layer of dim light and darkness suddenly unfolded, pulling Li Ting and others in front of her who were about to step aside to help, into it, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. On Su Yuan's side, Zhang Ping and Wu Lei also saw that something was wrong with the situation. Zhang Ping said decisively, "The situation is not good. The president is not good at close combat. I have to help him first. I will leave this kid to you to stop him first. Wu Lei responded in a deep voice, okay, go quickly. With that said, Zhang Ping rushed out. It's almost time. A cold light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, and with a move of his left hand, the many airlocks that had sneaked into the void instantly rushed out and wrapped around Zhang Ping, who was flying into the air. Then a silver light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes, and he disappeared directly from the siege of Wu Lei and others. Several people surrounding him were stunned. Where are the people? At this time, one person's pupil shrank. He pointed behind Wu Lei and exclaimed in a trembling voice, behind, Lao Zhang. Wu Lei quickly turned around and saw that Zhang Ping had been locked in midair by 12 silver chains at some point. There was no injury on his body. But the only thing missing is the head. Lao Zhang. Wu Lei's pupils shrank suddenly and his eyes trembled. The two of them had been together before they joined the Bian Society. They did dirty work together, enjoyed blessings together, and went through life and death countless times for countless years. 69shux.com. At this moment, Wu Lei looked at Su Yuan, who teleported in front of Zhang Ping with blood dripping from the knife, and the bloodshot eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it, boy, die! The flame dragon eats your body! With a loud shout, Wu Lei's body suddenly burst into flames. In just a short moment, his whole body was transformed into energy, and he turned directly into a flame dragon more than 10 meters long and flew towards Su Yuan in mid-air. Su Yuan looked as usual, raised his hand and pointed, and Duan Kong stood up in front of him in an instant. The Yanlong collided with Duan Kong, and the extremely tough Duan Kong wall dented visibly to the naked eye under the attack of the Yanlong's power. The raging flames surged and exploded on the wall of the sky, and after a while, it broke through the wall of the sky. Good. When several people on the spot saw this scene, their eyes were filled with joy. But Wu Lei, who turned into a flame dragon, felt quite bad because his opponent was no longer where he was. Be careful! Wu Lei's flaming dragon spoke human words and warned loudly. At this moment, with a flash of silver light, Su Yuan had already flashed back to his original place. The power of highly compressed space filled Yushin and Fengqi's swords. Just try this trick I just developed. Black light suddenly surged from Su Yuan's body, and his two swords flashed. In an instant, 24 deep black lines crisscrossed and bloomed around him like lotus flowers and streaked in all directions. Kiri Kai Kai Black Lotus Kai. One space thread is frightening. The black lotus woven with 24 space threads contains terrifying power that makes Wu Lei's eyelids jump when he sees it in the distance. Quickly retreat! Not far away, Wu Lei's eyes were about to burst and he shouted loudly. However, it was too late. The black lotus spread so quickly that the surrounding people could not even form a defense. Everyone was caught up by the rapidly blooming black lotus in an instant, and in an instant they were cut into several pieces and fell from the air. Damn, damn! Yanlong was shocked and angry. He didn't expect Su Yuan to be so amazing. He killed everyone in a blink of an eye. He immediately turned around and rushed towards Su Yuan again. I want to die with you. Su Yuan had already put away the divine demonic sword. Looking at the charging Yanlong, he slightly bent his legs and started to draw the sword. A flash! Looking indifferently at the angry dragon charging overhead, the black flames on Fengqi's knife jumped, and then Su Yuan suddenly turned into a black flash that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. He slashed the head of Yanlong with a knife, and after a brief stalemate, the dragon's head was cut open, and most of the dragon's body was cut along the Yanlong's body. Aha! A scream came from Yanlong's mouth, and he drew his sword and struck in a flash to achieve success. But what was surprising was that the flames were blazing, and the flame dragon's body, which had been cut into two halves from the center of the eyebrow, actually came together again amid the surge of flames. I know your offensive attack is extremely sharp, but my flame dragon transformation is a fire energy body and can be easily repaired. Don't think about killing me like the others. Su Yuan put away the long knife and turned around, saying, really? As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of black flame suddenly ignited on the red flame dragon along the place where the long knife had just cut it. Ah, this is divine fire. The flame dragon transformed by Wu Lei suddenly showed fear and screamed again. In just a short moment, it was torn into two halves by this layer of overbearing black divine fire. Even the fire energy in his body was continuously burned by the divine fire. No. Wu Lei fell into despair and did not return to his human body. The flame energy on his body was no match for this black divine fire. Instead, it was continuously burned and transformed by the black divine fire, becoming more and more powerful. But after changing back, now the body has been divided into two halves, and he is going to die on the spot. The screams stopped abruptly. Wu Lei didn't have much time to suffer. The increasingly intense divine fire burned him to ashes in just a few breaths, helping him to be freed. Seeing Wu Lei turn into ashes, Su Yuan was silent for a rare moment. Then with a shake of his hand, a ball of undead evil fire flew out and burned Zhang Ping's body that was locked not far away. Let's take you away together. Su Yuan then took back the lock of the sky and took stock of the current situation. Almost all the more than 20 people in Bian society have been killed. In the dark area surrounding Tang Jiao, he didn't know what the situation was, and Su Yuan didn't use up his star power to activate his omniscient vision to force the vision. Since the dark realm has not dissipated, Tang Jiao will most likely have the upper hand. As for Xiang Junyang in the distance, his body was filled with evil energy, and he was furious and rampaging like a steel bear. Only 5 or 6 of the dozen people who originally besieged him were left. The rest of the people were beaten to pieces or smashed into pulp by his pair of iron fists. They were extremely ferocious. It should be over. Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, then looked far away in the direction of the detention team. Wu Jianghao and Lin Kongyun had led the team 10 kilometers away. It was calm over there, and there were no surprises. It seemed that Wei Jinrui had not sent out another manpower to go there. In fact, in the view of Wei Jinrui and others, since it was a transport team detaining prisoners, they would definitely stay near the prison car, so they did not think of splitting up. Who would have thought that there would be experts like Xiang Junyang, Su Yuan, and others in the team, so they took the initiative to greet them. At this moment, after confirming that the team was safe, Su Yuan also walked to the bodies of several people and collected the spatial rings that had survived one by one. As for helping, Xiang Junyang has already gained the upper hand. This man is eager to achieve success and quick success. If he takes action at this time, he will probably be jealous of him. Not long after, the dark space on the edge dispersed. Tang Jiao's face turned pale and she was dripping with sweat. She also changed into sexy and smart clothes. She had obviously experienced a fierce battle and successfully defeated her opponent. Looking at Su Yuan who was waiting quietly outside, Tang Jiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her eyes, but she still nodded first. Tang Jiao remembered that there were 7 or 8 people besieging Su Yuan, but they had been solved before she did. Looking at Xiang Junyang in the distance and then at Su Yuan nearby, Tang Jiao felt more and more that this person was unfathomable. Not long after, Xiang Junyang also pushed Wei Jinrui to the point of no return, and punched him straight into the ground from mid-air. Wei Jinrui stood up holding his chest, looking at the dead men around him and Xiang Junyang falling from the sky, feeling completely desperate. In this case, let's die together, sun burial technique. Wei Jinrui clasped his hands on his chest, and suddenly thousands of rays of sunlight shot out from his body, as if he was about to use some kind of self-destruction skill. At this moment, Xiang Junyang's instincts seemed to be astonishingly strong. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his speed increased dramatically, and he punched Wei Jinrui's body with all his strength against the scorching rays of sunlight. Bang! Just a moment later, Wei Jinrui exploded like a scorching sun, and flames and smoke swept across a radius of thousands of meters. It looked even more amazing than the previous white fire meteor. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with silver light, and through his omniscient vision, he could see that this self-destruction seemed powerful, but in fact, the energy contained in the flames may be much worse than the previous 100 fire meteor. I can't retreat, so I use a stronger offensive to force Wei Jinrui to fully charge himself and explode. Su Yuan nodded secretly. This kind of critical decision can better reflect whether a star card master is a true master. There is no doubt that Xiang Junyang was bold and decisive and made the right choice. Otherwise, if Wei Jinrui is allowed to self-destruct with all his strength, even if Xiang Junyang can retreat a little more, the injuries he will receive will be at least 2 or 3 times more than what he is now. At this moment, as the smoke and dust dispersed, Xiang Junyang stood in the air surrounded by evil energy. Although his skin and flesh were torn, it was not fatal. And below him, the place where Wei Jinrui self-destructed had turned into a huge pit more than 20 or 30 meters deep. It's really awesome, it's really fierce. Tang Jiao took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. They are indeed the 12 evil stars of the Western Desert, with amazing combat power and fierce flames. If faced head-on, my chances of winning are probably less than 30%. Shaking her head and suppressing the surprise in her heart, Tang Jiao flew up to meet him, preparing to use the healing technique to treat Xiang Junyang first. But halfway through the flight, Xiang Junyang, who had lowered his head slightly, suddenly turned around and looked at her, blood surging in his eyes, and a fierce light appeared. Chapter 340, Cure. Seeing the ferocious flames in Xiang Junyang's eyes, Tang Jiao's heart skipped a beat and she secretly thought it was bad. The next moment, Xiang Junyang stepped on his foot, the air exploded, and in an instant he was already hundreds of meters away and punched Tang Jiao in the chest. Suddenly, Tang Jiao only had time to cross her arms in front of her. Bang! His arms felt like being hit by a heavy hammer, and then hit his chest hard. The huge force suffocated Tang Jiao's breath, and she was directly punched and flew hundreds of meters away before she barely managed to stabilize her body in mid-air. Well! Tang Jiao's throat sweetened, and a mouthful of blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Her outer right arm was drooped by her side, and her arm bones were cracked. The pain caused cold sweat to break out on Tang Jiao's forehead, and she bit her silver teeth. Roar! Xiang Junyang's face was ferocious, and his eyes were full of violence and murderous intent. He seemed to have entered some kind of irrational and chaotic state. He stepped forward and rushed towards Tang Jiao again. Tang Jiao had chest tightness and shortness of breath, and her face turned pale. She suppressed the discomfort and turned invisible to move back. However, Xiang Junyang had astonishing instincts and perceptions like a wild beast at this moment. He was looking for scent and locked onto Tang Jiao, and in the blink of an eye he was about to rush in front of Tang Jiao again. This guy! Tang Jiao looked ugly, and took out a long knife with her left hand to defend herself, but suddenly a large silver light flashed in front of her, and a spatial wall blocked the front. Boom! Xiang Junyang bumped into it, and the huge force immediately caused the wall of space to tremble. This! Tang Jiao's expression moved slightly and she turned her head to look to the other side. It was Su Yuan who took action. The spiritual light in Su Yuan's hand moved, and 5 space walls appeared one after another in all directions of Xiang Junyang, forming a gap in the air that completely sealed him inside. The sky is seamless, and the star power can be moved appropriately on each wall of the sky to strengthen the power of a certain wall in a targeted manner, sealing Xiang Junyang inside. Thank you. Tang Jiao finally took a breath, patted her chest, and immediately thanked Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded, and then looked towards the middle of the sky. Xiang Junyang became even crazier after being trapped. A large amount of bloody energy gathered on his fists, and he punched the wall in front of him one after another. The punch was fierce, but after a while, the entire Duankong was shaken to the point of collapse. Clang! As if the mirror was broken, Xiang Junyang suddenly punched the wall of the sky and jumped out of it. He looked at Tang Jiao fiercely, who was retreating to distance herself. Not good. Tang Jiao felt a shiver in her heart. Since she couldn't hide even if she was invisible, she had no choice but to force herself. Dark light surged from Tang Jiao's body, and she was about to expand her territory to pull Xiang Junyang into it. However, at this time, Xiang Junyang looked away and suddenly turned to look at Su Yuan in the distance. Roar! Opening his mouth and roaring, Xiang Junyang stepped on the air and shot out. In just 1 or 2 breaths, he rushed in front of Su Yuan, and punched him with blood all over his body. Tang Jiao suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, he is very powerful." Bang! Before Tang Jiao had time to finish her words, a loud noise and a violent explosion of air sounded in the air. Tang Jiao's pupils shrank, her lips opened and closed slightly, but she didn't say anything, she didn't finish. High in the sky, Su Yuan's body was covered in green flames, and he was able to block Xiang Junyang's fist with just one hand holding a knife. He didn't take a step back, the long knife in his hand didn't move at all, but that thin body seemed to contain unimaginable amazing power. Su Yuan looked indifferently at Xiang Junyang, who was crazy and mentally ill in front of him. "If you get mad again, I'll have to treat you." Roar! Xiang Junyang roared, and immediately punched with another fist. There was a trace of coldness in Su Yuan's eyes, and his body seemed to be emptied, passing over Xiang Junyang's fist and coming behind him. Then the knife was filled with black light, and he turned back and slashed Xiang Junyang on the back. It is the application of local transfer. Xiang Junyang didn't react at all to this sudden mysterious change, and Su Yuan immediately cut out a foot-long wound. Blood lines were rising, but the wounds were neither deep nor shallow. "Oh, it's really hard. No wonder so many people can't do anything to you. And is the blood-colored chi evil on your body getting stronger? It seems like it's the result of pain." Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light, and under his omniscient vision, he could clearly see a strange invisible energy emerging from Xiang Junyang's wound, and the blood-colored energy on Xiang Junyang's body became more intense. When watching the battle before, Su Yuan had already seen it closely, and now he understood the opponent's power after just a few attempts. It is somewhat similar to Huangxiang's boiling blood, in that it becomes more powerful the more seriously it is injured. It's just that Xiang Junyang's power is more pure, obviously the power of the soul. The degree of increase is also stronger, and the 4 physical qualities of strength, agility, defense, and physical fitness have been greatly enhanced. At this moment, Xiang Junyang was hit in the back with a knife. He roared in pain and turned around to punch down. However, Su Yuan made a false grab with his left hand, and several airlocks rushed out from all around to wrap around Xiang Junyang, locking him in place. After transforming into a beast, Xiang Junyang's brute strength was astonishing, and the many chains of the sky locks immediately began to tremble, and they might not be able to hold on for a few seconds. But a few seconds were enough for Su Yuan. He held the knife in both hands and stabbed Xiang Junyang in the chest. Wisps of black flames surged up the long knife, and the golden flares on the blade also lit up quickly. "Don't want!" Tang Jiao, who was in the distance, exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect that the situation would take such a big turn in the blink of an eye. Xiang Junyang, who was originally extremely arrogant, was actually restrained by Su Yuan with a flip of his hand. Seeing this posture, he seemed to be about to kill him. However, Su Yuan did not stop. The Fengqi knife penetrated Xiang Junyang's body, but it could not pierce him at once. However, Su Yuan looked as usual and whispered, "Yangji Divine Spear." The temperature on the Fengqi knife rose sharply, and the black and red brilliance was extremely bright. It suddenly penetrated thousands of meters in a flash, and even completely penetrated a mountain peak behind it. Xiang Junyang's body trembled and he stopped struggling. This! Tang Jiao was stunned for a moment, never expecting that the situation would turn into this. Could it be that Su Yuan really wanted to kill Xiang Junyang? Colleagues killing each other is a taboo in the Tianxian division. Anyone who kills his colleagues without permission will be punished by the White Tiger Emperor. But soon, Tang Jiao noticed something unusual. Although the aura on Xiang Chunyang's body slipped a little, it did not weaken or disappear as quickly as expected. Obviously, the blow was not fatal. Tang Jiao's heart moved and she quickly flew over. At this time, the lock of the sky had been put away by Su Yuan, but Xiang Chunyang was still motionless in mid-air. Looking carefully, the fierce light in Xiang Chunyang's eyes disappeared, and he suddenly regained his clarity. At this moment, Xiang Chunyang looked at the fenqi knife that had pierced his left chest. The violence and ferocity in his eyes had turned into panic and fear, and a lot of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It turned out that Su Yuan's anode divine spear did not stab Xiang Chunyang's heart. Instead, it just missed the edge of Xiang Chunyang's heart and penetrated through it. The distance between it and the heart was probably not even an inch. When Xiang Chunyang's heart was beating, he almost hit the long knife. Although Tang Jiao, who rushed over in a hurry, could not see the specific situation inside Xiang Chunyang's body, she could roughly guess from Xiang Chunyang's condition and the position where the long knife pierced that the knife did not hit his heart. Looking at Su Yuan in confusion, Tang Jiao felt a little relieved with her throat raised. In fact, Su Yuan just thought of 3 ways to wake up Xiang Chunyang who had lost his mind. First, it is to restore his sanity through skills such as the heart-clearing curse and purification technique, which Su Yuan does not know how to do. The second is to try to exhaust his power and let him gradually wake up. For example, let him vent his anger and exhaust his energy. Or bleed him and cause weakness to speed up the process. But this was too slow, so Su Yuan chose the third method. Throw him suddenly into a situation where he is afraid of death, and he might be able to wake up suddenly. And there is no doubt that now that Su Yuan has succeeded, Xiang Chunyang has completely sobered up. Not only did he wake up, he didn't dare to move, he didn't even dare to take a breath, for fear that his chest would expand and his heart would shift and hit the long knife. If there is a problem with the heart, even a powerful person like Yaoxing won't be able to eat and walk around. Are you awake? Su Yuan asked. Well. Qing, wake up. When his eyes met Su Yuan's indifferent silver pupils, and now his life was in his hands, Xiang Chunyang, who had always been vicious and arrogant, couldn't help but feel a cold chill in his heart. Although it made no sense, Xiang Chunyang always felt that if the other party was unhappy, he might cut his heart out on the spot. Tang Jiao's heart was pounding in her heart. Although she understood Su Yuan's intention, she had to admire how brave Su Yuan was. The heart is on the left chest, but everyone's body structure is more or less different, especially Xiang Chunyang is still in the state of beast at this moment. If the stabbing were to hit the wrong side, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Tang Jiao naturally didn't know that Su Yuan's silver eyes could see through Xiang Chunyang's body. Su Yuan looked at Xiang Chunyang, with a hint of warning flashing in his eyes. Then with a thought in his mind, the black and red brilliance of Fenqi's sword lit up, and the entire blade retracted again. Slow down. Cold sweat dripped down Xiang Chunyang's forehead, fearing that Su Yuan's small hands would shake and send him to the sky. However, Su Yuan's movements were clean and neat. After putting away the anode divine spear, he withdrew the fenqi knife. The reason why Su Yuan did this was not just to wake up Xiang Chunyang. Xiang Chunyang is very powerful, but he is also too arrogant because of it. He loves success and acts recklessly. He doesn't take the other members of the team seriously. If it was just by Yan Hui's level, then Su Yuan wouldn't care, he would just let him go as he pleased. However, it is precisely because Xiang Chunyang and Tang Jiao showed strong overall qualities that Su Yuan found this task even more difficult. If we encounter a situation that is more difficult or even several times more difficult than this later, Xiang Chunyang's reckless and his own way of doing things may put the entire escort team into a dangerous situation. That's why Su Yuan decisively took action to shock. Chapter 341 Daejiang. Call. Seeing Su Yuan withdraw the long knife, not only Xiang Junyang, but also Tang Jiao next to him breathed a long sigh of relief. Xiang Junyang's blood-colored energy circulated, and he slowly released his beast transformation and returned to his original form. He suddenly became much weaker, and he staggered and almost lost his balance. Xiang Junyang was the first to meet the enemy, and he was seriously injured even though he was one against many. Although Su Yuan's blow just now was not fatal, it still penetrated his body and caused considerable damage. Now that Xiang Junyang has transformed and returned, the intense physical exertion and numerous injuries naturally make him uncomfortable. Tang Jiao formed a seal with her hands, and dark lights continuously intertwined from between her hands and wrapped around Xiang Junyang's body. Xiang Junyang subconsciously wanted to avoid it. Shadow's Embrace, Blue Healing Skill. Tang Jiao snorted coldly. When Xiang Junyang heard this, he also stopped his body and let the black light fall on him. Tang Jiao was injured by Xiang Junyang's punch earlier, and now she repays kindness with kindness and comes to treat him. It can be said that they are quite a team. Under the treatment of Shadow Embrace, most of Xiang Junyang's injuries scabbed and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and those that could not recover did not continue to worsen. Sharp. Su Yuan on the side nodded secretly. This healing technique was probably at the perfect level. Now it seems that Tang Jiao is a relatively versatile star card master. Proficient in investigation, treatment, and combat, he is worthy of being an elite from the military region. Tang Jiao shook her head slightly, it's just a healing technique. Each of you is more amazing than the other. Speaking of this, Tang Jiao took a deep look at Su Yuan. Tang Jiao was originally in the military region and had also performed support missions in the Western Desert. So I knew a little about the situation in the West Desert, and as Xiang Junyang was one of the 12 evil stars, Tang Jiao could still accept it if he had such strength. But what Tang Jiao didn't expect was that this plain-looking graduate could restrain Xiang Junyang, who was going berserk in just a moment. This time is not the graduation season. The other party is still a shining star, so it can only be a student who graduated early. Although outstanding students who graduate early are rare, they occur almost every year, but they are not as capable as the person in front of me. Let's go back and check again. Such a student is probably very famous in the college. With this thought in her mind, Tang Jiao also put away the embrace of shadows. Xiang Junyang felt the state of his body and grinned. Hey, thanks, big sister. After thanking him, Xiang Junyang couldn't help but look at Su Yuan, with a bit of discomfort flashing in his eyes. A fierce Jianghukaman like Xiang Junyang is not afraid of anything. If you say nice things to him, he will only become more aggressive. Even if you use knives or guns against him, he will never give up and fight with you to the death. But the sudden breath of death just now left Xiang Junyang with a deep fear of Su Yuan. Tang Jiao said, take it up and return to the team immediately. Good. Xiang Junyang immediately packed up. Whoever kills the enemy will get it. If Xiang Junyang kills Wei Jinrui, he will get a lot of good things from him. After the group dealt with the scene for a while, they returned to the team. 10 kilometers away, high in the sky, Lin Kongyun had a flash of light in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he put away his big thunder bow and dropped it from the sky. Messenger Lin, how are you? Wu Jianghao asked. Lin Kongyun said, it's solved, I guess I'll be back soon. Oh! Wu Jianghao's eyes lit up, as expected of you, envoys, you are really powerful. But in the cage on the back of the Ganjian dragon on the right, Wei Jingxiang's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of something bad rushed into his heart. Could it be that, my younger brother, Zhangping, Wu Lei, they all? Although the distance was far away, 1 or 2 distant sounds could be vaguely heard just now, but now there was no movement at all. Wei Jingxiang's heart trembled and he didn't dare to think any further. He could only hope that things would not be as he thought. After a while, Su Yuan, Xiang Junyang, and Tang Jiao returned. Except for Xiang Junyang, who seemed to be in poor condition, Su Yuan and Tang Jiao were fine. Wei Jingxiang's face turned pale, and his last hope was shattered. He suddenly waved the chain in his hand wildly and hit the cage. "You, who are you? It's the Tian division, isn't it? What did you do to my people?" As soon as he started asking 3 questions in a row, it could be seen that Wei Jingxiang was really panicked. "Be honest with me." A shining star supervisor next to him immediately stepped forward and took out a talisman to activate it. Immediately, a lot of electric current surged out of the chains on Wei Jingxiang's hands and feet, electrocuting him to pieces. "Ah, how is my people doing, ah?" Wei Jingxiang asked, still struggling. Xiang Junyang came to the cage and looked at Wei Jingxiang. He made a gesture of wiping his neck and said with a ferocious smile, "We have all been slaughtered." "All, killed?" Wei Jingxiang's pupil shrank. Xiang Junyang grinned and said, "Yes, more than 20 people, leave no one alive, kill them all." Wei Jingxiang sat down, the brilliance in his eyes quickly faded, and his whole person seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Since he dares to rob prisoners, there are only 2 situations. One is to kill all the people in the detention team and successfully rob the prisoner. The other one is, of course, being killed by people from the detention team. You are loyal and I am responsible. Both sides have their own opinions. There is no right or wrong. It is just to see who is stronger. Whoever is weak will die. Wei Jingxiang naturally understands these principles. But when he heard that all his brothers were killed, Wei Jingxiang still showed strong hatred in his eyes. In the cage in the middle, the green-eyed young man looked at the hateful and angry Wei Jingxiang, but there was a glimmer of light in his eyes, getting brighter and brighter. Except for the 3 Su Yuan people who participated in the battle, the others were not injured. So without much rest, the group continued on the road. After this experience, although Xiang Junyang still had suspicions about Lin Konggyun, he got closer to Tang Jiao, who was healing him. As for Su Yuan, thinking of the previous situation, Xiang Junyang now thought about it, but a little shame and anger gradually rose in his heart. Xiang Junyang, the majestic 12 evil star, was restrained by a little student? But firstly, it was impossible to attack Su Yuan, and secondly, the fear in his heart was still there, so Xiang Junyang didn't want to provoke Su Yuan. In this way, the group traveled over mountains, across plains, and through cities for 3 days, which was quite smooth. But on this day, after the escort team climbed over a mountain, they saw a large river not far away. The mist on the river is like a dragon, the water is shining in the sky, the current is surging, and the waves are loud, spanning countless miles. If you don't know how to fly to the sky, it will be difficult for ordinary people to survive. Chapter 342 Illusion. Wu Jianghao came to the side of Su Yuan and others, envoys. The Zik River is in front of us. Zik River is so spectacular. Looking at the rushing river in the distance, Tang Jiao's eyes lit up and she immediately took out her mobile phone to take a few photos. Su Yuan and others also looked at it from a distance, seeing Zikujiang for the first time. Zikujiang is a large river that runs from east to west all the way to the West Sea. It is surrounded by water and mist all year round, making it quite magnificent. Wu Jianghao said to a few people, if most people want to cross the Zik River, they usually have to take a detour to Huicheng in the east. For our team, we can just fly there directly. There must be a way for ordinary people to cross such a large river. For example, some cities in the east have ports or bridges where the river width is narrow and the river flow is gentle, allowing access to the other side. But if the escort team also takes this detour, the entire trip will take at least 3 or 4 days longer. Since the escort team are all star-level experts with the ability to fly into the sky, there is no need to detour because of this. Although there is some water and mist, there is no danger in it. Level 3 masters traveling from north to south usually fly directly there. Wu Jianghao politely said to Su Yuan and others, envoys, let's rest for a while before preparing to move forward. Flying across the Zaiqijiang River will take a lot of time. As an official veteran of Yaoxing, Wu Jianghao is very aware of the power of the Sky Patrol Division. But in the last Bianhui attack, Su Yuan and these preparatory newcomers to the Tianxian Division were stronger than Wu Jianghao expected. This made Wu Jianghao even more convinced and did not dare to neglect. Anything is fine. Xiang Junyang said nonchalantly. Tang Jiao nodded and said, it all depends on General Manager Wu's orders. Su Yuan and others naturally had no objection. They were indeed a little tired after traveling for several days. Shining stars are not gods, so proper rest is still necessary. Okay, let's rest where we are. I'll take a few people to the river to have a look first. Tang Jiao said, Mr. Wu, I'll go with you too. Okay, I'll trouble Ambassador Tang. Wu Jianghao agreed with a smile, and then took Tang Jiao and a few of his men to the river to investigate. The rest of the people were resting where they were. Su Yuan and Lin Kongyun sat down on the spot. Xiang Junyang looked at Su Yuan and the two of them and wanted to walk away, but after thinking for a while, he also sat down. While Su Yuan was resting and recovering, he looked up the river with his far-sighted vision. The water and mist filled the sky, slightly blocking the line of sight, but Su Yuan had omniscient vision and could see everything at a glance. I think the skills you use seem to be fire and space. Was that skill last time for someone else? Lin Kongyun asked Su Yuan casually. Xiang Junyang next to him immediately pricked up his ears. Hearing this, it seemed that the two of them had crossed paths before. That's right. Su Yuan nodded, then asked, as a lightning archer, it's no wonder you were so satisfied with that skill at the beginning. From this point of view, I just won't take out the blue god's thunder bamboo branch. You should also change, right? Lin Kongyun nodded calmly and said, that's right. Su Yuan smiled, but he didn't feel it was too pity. I had already made a lot of money from the last transaction, and unexpectedly gained the heavenly meteor purple iron, which may be an important material for refining the star weapon in the future. The bamboo branches of Qing Shen Yao Lei bamboo are still regenerable items for me. Speaking of this, Su Yuan thought of the situation in Qingming realm again. Although the green underworld has established a connection with the main world using itself as a transit, it can absorb the star power of the outside world. But after all, it is absorbed from the main world, and the speed is limited. This results in the concentration of star power in the Qing netherworld being never high, at least not exceeding the concentration in the outside world. Affected by the concentration of star power, the growth rate of various thunder bamboos in the bamboo sea is also very slow. There are some ways to solve this problem, such as decomposing a large number of star stones, such as establishing a barrier. But these methods only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If you want to fundamentally solve this problem, there is only one way. That's Xing Mei I. If there could be a star vein in the green underworld, even the lowest dog vein among the 4 star veins of dragon, tiger, wolf, and dog would be more than enough for me in the green underworld now. The last time the Qingning realm absorbed the bamboo sea in the center of Jilei Ridge, Su Yuan was not only able to sweep away the bamboo sea, mountain peaks, and rivers through the Qingning realm, he could even faintly feel the star veins underground. Perhaps it might be possible to plunder the star veins through the blue underworld, but this is not a simple matter. Star veins are the foundation and are extremely precious. Almost all places where there are star veins are occupied by forces. Although I have ideas, I still have to think about it in the long term. Not long after, Wu Jianghao and Tang Jiao returned and found nothing unusual. So, after everyone rested in place for 2 or 3 hours, they prepared to cross the river. According to the method mentioned before, everyone should stand up and set off. Wu Jianghao greeted. There was fog on the river. In order to avoid accidents, Wu Jianghao asked the 3 Ganjian dragons to stay close together. The other supervisors of the Yaoxing star all formed a circle around the 3 Ganjian dragons and flew across the Xique River in this way. Everyone stood still, and soon, Wu Jianghao and a group of supervisors from the Arctic prison were the first to move. Lin Kongyun suggested, "The line of sight is blocked. For safety reasons, let's separate and guard in each direction." Tang Jiao nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's divide it according to the 4 corners of northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast." Su Yuan and Xiang Chunyang didn't have any objections either. The 4 people immediately dispersed and scattered in the 4 corners of the team in addition to the supervisors who were surrounded by 3 steel dragons. Among them, Su Yuanfei was in the southeast corner. Su Yuan opened his omniscient vision. Although it was filled with fog, he could see everything in all directions. The team moved forward step by step, and soon disappeared into the fog. Not only was the body submerged in the mist, but even the sound became weaker as if it was blocked. This is also the characteristic of water mist. Time passed little by little. As the team moved forward, the fog became thicker as they approached the center of the river, but it did not have much impact on Su Yuan. Su Yuan turned around and saw that Tang Jiao, Lin Kongyun, and Xiang Chunyang were all on guard. Then Su Yuan opened his long sight and looked into the distance, still quite far away from the river bank. "At this speed, we have to go forward for a while." Su Yuan withdrew his gaze, glanced around again, and then continued to move forward with the team. It's just that the white mist is endless, and time seems to be stretched unconsciously in this wisp of mist. I don't know how long it took, it seemed like just a moment, and then it seemed like a long time. Su Yuan turned around and saw that Tang Jiao, Lin Kongyun, and Xiang Chunyang were also on guard. Then Su Yuan opened his long sight and looked into the distance, still quite far away from the river bank. "At the current speed, I'm afraid we'll still have to move forward for a while." Su Yuan withdrew his gaze and glanced around again. Pigs, people. But at this time, there was a slightly familiar voice that seemed to be vaguely ringing in the surrounding void. "Pigmen." Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. What was that? But the voice was very familiar. "Owner. Owner." Pfft. Su Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank. "Ruan Ruan." Puff. 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 An increasingly clear voice rang in his ears, and the world in front of Su Yuan suddenly collapsed into darkness. The next moment, Su Yuan opened his eyes, suddenly woke up, and immediately looked around. The fog ahead is like a dragon, and the water is shining in the sky. He and others were actually still by the river, and everyone around him was standing there with his eyes closed. Even the 3 steel dragons hadn't gathered together yet, as if time had gone back to when everyone had not set off. On his shoulder, the slime was soft and kept shouting, "Puff! Puff! 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 Illusion!" Su Yuan's heart trembled. When Ruan Ruan saw Su Yuan wake up, she was immediately overjoyed and pressed her body tightly against Su Yuan's face. "Puchy puchy, master master!" Su Yuan squeezed it. "Ruan Ruan, thank you." Ruan Ruan was extremely excited. Pfft. Su Yuan squeezed it softly and quickly scanned the field. Apart from being lethargic, everyone in the team seemed to have no change. They were breathing evenly and there were no injuries. But Su Yuan immediately noticed the difference. "There's someone missing." Su Yuan's eyes froze. There were originally 3 prisoners in the middle cage, but now there were only 2. One was missing. Since it was an escort mission, Su Yuan had already memorized the information of the 7 prisoners, and a figure of a green-eyed young man suddenly appeared in his mind. Qianjing. Qianjing seems to be an evil card master from the north, and her specific background is unknown. According to the information given by Wu Jianghao, in order to practice secret techniques, this person captured a large number of star card masters for sacrifice, including several star masters from the Yan Luo kingdom. Even a team of more than 60 people sent to arrest, including 4 shining stars, were all slaughtered and sacrificed by him, and finally escaped all the way to the east. Yan Luo asked Dian and Black Snow Nation to assist in intercepting it. The Sky Patrol Division attached great importance to it and, considering its threat, directly sent a Huiyou-level envoy to pursue it. Even so, it took a lot of effort to catch him. Su Yuan went to the nearest Tang Jiao to check, but raised his eyebrows. Brilliant illusion. Normally, if someone is under an illusion, others can try to force the target to wake up. But some illusions are more special, such as the illusion that everyone in the team is currently using. It is not offensive in itself, it just makes people fall into an illusion. However, if an outsider forcibly wakes the person up, it may cause mental damage to the subject. Of course, it wasn't that Su Yuan had the foresight to see this, but that the caster deliberately showed this trait. So after Ruan discovered this just now, she didn't dare to use extreme methods. She could only keep calling to try to make Su Yuan aware of the abnormality and wake up. What the other party wants is to restrict the escort team as much as possible. As for how he fell into the illusion, Su Yuan guessed that it was probably related to the Zik River and even the fog, but now was not the time to think too much. Ruan, how long have we been parked in place? Pft, 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 a few minutes. Su Yuan had a quick exchange with Ruan and understood the situation at that time. According to Ruan, it forcibly came out of the beast control space after noticing that it had stopped moving, probably within a few minutes. And after it came out, the situation around it was already like this. How many minutes? Su Yuan looked into the thick fog, activated his omniscient vision with all his strength, spread out his long sight and searched continuously towards the other side of the Zik River. But even to the limit of his omniscient vision, Su Yuan couldn't see anyone else or anything unusual. With no results ahead, Su Yuan changed the direction of his gaze and carefully looked around to the left, right, and behind him, but still found nothing. It's only a few minutes, where can we go? Is there a skill similar to Space Gate? Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. In terms of displacement and teleportation, space skills are the strongest. Even if other non-space star card masters get skills like Teleportation Gate, they cannot fully unleash its power. It is almost impossible to fly out of the range of your own farsightedness within a few minutes. Where will that go? Pfft. Ruan had an idea and transformed into a pair of small hands pointing towards the water. Su Yuan's expression moved slightly, and he immediately walked to the shore and searched carefully under the water. At first, nothing was seen. However, when Su Yuan searched for more than 10 kilometers westward along the Zik River, he suddenly discovered something. I really almost let you go away. Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands. Silver light gathered in front of him, and soon a door to space opened. Looking at the people on the shore, Su Yuan turned his hand and took out his long knife, slashed with it, and left the word on the shore. Then Su Yuan put away his pillow, stepped into the door of space, and disappeared in place. Chapter 343 Stop. More than 10 kilometers away, a faint blue eel several meters long was swimming slowly at the bottom of the river. Within the body of the giant eel, there is a huge cavity, and 4 people are sitting in it. One of them was clearly Cang Yan, who had disappeared from the Ganjian prison with loose spirit chains on her hands and feet. Kuizasi, a woman with long green hair and an arrogant look, said coldly, "You were not caught by the knights, but you were caught in the south? The organization also ordered us to come and rescue you. Cang Yan, you are really funny." Cang Yan looked as usual and said, "It's the Huiyou level as soon as I take action. The people in the Great Yan Kingdom are much smarter than the group of idiots in the north who lined up to send them off." Smart? Bane, the thin man next to him, chuckled. "If you were smart, would you be transferred out? Would you be defeated by my miasma of water dreams so easily? Compared to Qi Guang, these people seem to be worse. It's quite a lot." Among the 4, the last man, a tall man with only a bunch of short red hair sticking up on top of his head, grinned but said nothing. However, Kuizasi sneered mercilessly, you calculated mentally and unintentionally, and you used these mists to dissolve the miasma of water dreams. Bane, if you can't deal with those people, there is no need to stay in the organization. Trish, you. What do I do? Trixis turned her head and looked directly at Bane with sharp eyes. Bane's tone was choked, and his face was uncertain. At this time, the sturdy man with short crimson hair just now laughed and said, "Don't argue, we are all our own people. This trip went so smoothly thanks to Bane, right?" Kuizasi glanced at him, then withdrew her gaze, crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "That's true. Bane used the miasma of water dreams and used the water mist on the Zyke River as a catalyst to bring everyone into the illusion in one fell swoop. Only this trip could he rescue Cang Yan so easily." Although Bane felt a little suffocated, the strong male Reventon said so, and Bane snorted coldly without saying anything more. Cang Yan thought for a while and suddenly said, "There are a few people who are quite capable. A bit powerful." Kuizasi said casually, "How about comparing with us? We can fight." Oh! This time, not only Trixis, but also Bane and Revington became interested. 6. Kuizasi said calmly, "If the priority of rescuing you wasn't too high, I would really like to see you." As soon as Kuizasi finished speaking, Cang Yan suddenly noticed something and immediately raised her head to look at the sky above the river ahead. But seeing the spiritual light gathering, a silver door suddenly appeared in mid-air, and a young man holding a long knife walked out of it. As soon as the young man came out, the black light on the long knife struck downwards. The huge black line flashed away, and suddenly the waves piled up and the river stopped flowing. The blue eel underwater couldn't slow down enough, so its head was chopped off and then it turned into water element and exploded. "Damn, what the hell?" Bane rushed out of the water and yelled. Kuizasi and others also rushed out and stepped on the water. Everyone looked at Yuan in the air in front of them and at the space gate slowly dissipating behind them, and they were all a little surprised. "Did you catch up so quickly?" Kuizasi looked at Yuan, and she said she was disdainful, but if she was hit by Bane's water dream miasma, she would have to sleep for a while to get rid of it. "And there is also the skill of space transfer, Cang. Is this person one of the people you are talking about?" Kuizasi asked Cang. Cang Yan said, "That's right." Kuizasi sneered and nodded slightly. Yuan lowered his head and looked at the people standing underwater, and said slowly, "Everyone, this is the end of it." Bane said loudly, "You woke up from my water dream miasma so quickly. You are quite powerful. But what I didn't expect is that you dare to come here alone." Yuan smiled and said, "As someone who is responsible for escorting, if the prisoner escapes, I naturally have to follow him and take him back." Bane seemed to have heard some joke and sneered, "Just you?" Kuizasi said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to come, just come directly." Bane glared at her, "Okay, then leave this person to me, but I will take 80% of the mission reward." Kuizasi said calmly, "Deal with him and give it all to you." Revington smiled and said, "I don't have any objection, but Bane, in that case you have to rely on yourself. You have to be careful." Bane snorted coldly, "Then just watch." As he spoke, Bane raised his hands, and the entire river and sea suddenly surged violently. A large amount of sea water turned into a giant sea monster with barbs and jumped out of the water, and suddenly bit Yuan. Yuan looked at the brutally bitten head, but his expression was as usual, and he didn't seem to have any intention of evading. The next moment, the sea beast's head bit Yuan, but the huge body suddenly exploded from front to back, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. Bane looked at Yuan's silver pupils, which were like leaves in the world, and raised his brows. "Have you seen through my illusion? You are quite capable." It turned out that there was no sea beast just now, but it was just an illusion by Bane. And Su Yuan easily saw through such an obvious illusion through the true vision effect brought about by the omniscient vision state. At this moment, Su Yuan raised his hand and slashed with his sword, and another deep black line slashed through the void beside Bane. Bane had also felt the power of this blow before, and he immediately dodged to the side as the water on his body flowed. The black line cut through, and even the sea water it touched was annihilated, and there was a momentary cut-off again. Bane's expression became serious as he dodged, not daring to let Su Yuan attack casually. He immediately raised his hand to form a seal, and the river below him suddenly emitted bursts of intense blue light. Piranha! Bane shouted low, and the water surface surged. Countless blue piranhas with big bloody mouths rushed out of the water. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of them, and they rushed straight to Su Yuan in the air like a torrent. And go! Are they all illusions? Su Yuan was quite surprised. In Su Yuan's omniscient vision, these piranhas are all illusions. But it stands to reason that since he was able to see through the illusion just now, the opponent should not use such an obvious illusion again. Unless, the other party is sure that this illusion is still useful. Using his full power to activate his omniscient vision, Su Yuan soon discovered that these piranhas had other energies that were difficult to detect. It's really different. Su Yuan formed a seal at high speed, quickly opened the gate of hell, and summoned a giant frost dragon. You even practiced the summoning technique? This guy is really interesting. From a distance, Reventon rubbed his chin and smiled. Kuizasi said, it's just an ice dragon of master quality. If you pull it out, it's just cannon fodder. In the field, as soon as the giant frost dragon came out, a six-pointed star barrier spread out at its feet, and a large number of ice crystals shot out. It was an explosion of ice crystals. A large number of ice crystals burst out from it, blasting countless piranhas below. But there are simply endless piranhas rushing out from the water. Under the turbulent current of fish, the frost dragon's ice crystal explosion cannot kill them all. Soon, many piranhas broke through the bombing and bit the frost dragon, and there were more and more of them. The giant frost dragon showed a look of pain. It was obviously not injured, but it was struggling crazily in midair as if it was being eaten. Roar! The giant frost dragon roared, and the surging cold air began to simmer for a while before it directly launched the frost killing, cleaning up all the piranhas in the surrounding area. But this was only temporary. More piranhas swarmed up and covered the frost dragon's body in just a few moments. In Su Yuan's perception, the breath of the frost dragon became weaker and weaker, and then with a cry, it suddenly fell from midair and fell straight into the sea. Bane laughed loudly and said, "Illusion is reality, reality is illusion, boy, just die." Hundreds of piranhas suddenly rushed towards Su Yuan behind like a storm of locusts. It's obviously just an illusion, but it's still able to kill the giant frost dragon. I guess it's the effect of that strange energy. It should be his soul power. Turning it into reality? It's interesting. Su Yuan looked at the school of fish in front of him without panicking at all. But it has been confirmed that illusion creatures containing this kind of strange soul power will be hit by normal attacks. This is not difficult to solve. Su Yuan thought, and suddenly raging black flames swept out from under his feet, covering all directions. All the rushing fish were like moths rushing to the flame, rushing into the black fire and melting in the blink of an eye. What a strong flame! Bane was quite frightened, but on this river, no matter how strong the flame is, I will extinguish it. Bane squatted down and clasped his hands on the sea, and the vast star power in his body was poured into it crazily. In an instant, the river surface with a radius of 1 kilometer suddenly began to sway violently. This kind of movement was far greater than before. Secret skill, whale fall! Bane shouted loudly, and the dim light above the water surface flourished. The river surged and swirled. Suddenly, a beautiful blue whale over 100 meters tall jumped up from the water surface, opened its big mouth and suddenly swallowed Su Yuan into his belly. The blue whale jumped hundreds of meters high, drew a gorgeous arc in the sky, and then fell back to the water. Seeing this move, even Kuizasi and others in the distance showed solemn expressions. Whale Fall, an extremely special epic water-based skill that Bane got by chance. Summon the undersea blue whale from the deep sea, jump out of the water, and then return to the water. Above the water is the main world, and below the water is the unknown deep sea. So when the blue whale jumps out of the water, everything it swallows and brings back to the sea will go with it to the unknown deep sea and disappear forever. Moreover, once it is swallowed by the blue whale and is completely sealed by the power of the deep sea, all displacement skills and substitute skills will be unusable, and the effect is even stronger than the airlocked golden cicada. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The best way to deal with this move is not to be hit, otherwise you will escape death. Seeing Su Yuan being swallowed by the blue whale, Kuizasi said calmly, "Is it a trick from the beginning? But it's over now, it's really boring." Seeing that the blue whale was about to fall back to the water, it suddenly made an extremely painful sound. "What's going on?" Bane was shocked. He had killed more than 24 enemies with Whale Fall. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Kuizasi and others also frowned, unable to imagine what made the blue whale make such a sound. But a few people soon knew why. A black flame sword tens of meters long was seen piercing out of the blue whale's body, and then the knife was pulled horizontally to cut it open. Then, a black giant that looked like a demon tore open the blue whale's body, got out of it, and stepped on the sea. It's just Su Xie showing his sage. Chapter 344 Fighting Alone. Seeing the heretic incarnation tearing apart the blue whale and bursting out of its body like a demon, Kuizasi and others could not help but be stunned. Just breaking the whale fall is enough to surprise people, let alone doing it in such a visually impactful way. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with silver light. The Su Xie Sheng was blurred for a moment before he teleported and appeared in front of Bane. The 40-meter-long black flame sword was suddenly slashed down. Bane looked shocked and seemed to have no reaction at all. He was cut in half on the spot. But the next moment, Bane's body that was cut in half turned into a piranha and exploded as the water flowed. "Oh? Did you get away?" Su Yuan turned around and saw that one of the scattered illusion piranhas in the distance suddenly turned into Bane. "Ha ha ha!" Bane laughed wildly, "This is really an amazing incarnation of heretics. But in the water, you still can't do anything to me." Bane's soul power is called illusion turning into reality, which has two meanings. The first meaning is that illusion can be used to cause real damage. Through this ability, Bane can create unique illusion products. The injuries caused by these illusion products can actually affect the target. As long as it reaches a lethal level, the target can be truly killed. This was the reason why a group of piranhas were able to kill the frost dragon before. The power of this ability is not only that it is unexpected and hard to guard against, but also that it can save a lot of star power. The difference in star power consumed between actually using star power to condense thousands of piranhas and using illusions to present thousands of piranhas that can cause real damage is hard to estimate. That alone is strong enough. But turning illusions into reality has another meaning besides attacking, that is, Bane can transform illusion products into his true self. In this way, Bane can transfer to the illusion product to escape danger in times of crisis. Of course, this has limitations. To complete the transfer, one needs to project one's own power into the illusion product. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption of one's own mental power and star power, and the slower the transfer. However, if there is water as a medium between oneself and the illusion product, then this consumption will be greatly reduced, and the transfer speed will be several times faster. Now on the river current, the transfer within 1,000 meters is just a breath for Bane. At present, there are many piranhas scattered in the river. Bane can move wherever he wants, and he is almost invincible. This is Bane's confidence. It is indeed a very flexible ability. Su Yuan nodded in mid-air. As soon as he raised his long sword, the Suxi Sheng outside his body suddenly turned into large swaths of black flames that converged on the long sword. Kui Zisi and others raised their eyebrows when they saw this. They didn't expect Su Yuan to be so decisive and directly dismissed this amazingly powerful heretic skill. In fact, Su Yuan would be invincible by launching the Suxi manifestation. No matter how Bane created illusion products, it would be impossible to break the Suxi manifestation. All the bells and whistles are useless unless there are powerful enough moves to crush the evil head-on and reveal the saint. But what Su Yuan wants is not to be undefeated, but to kill everyone here and bring back the prisoners. In this case, Su Xian Sheng is not suitable for dealing with such a flexible opponent who can constantly move. So Su Yuan dispersed it. As for how to kill Bane, Su Yuan thought for a while and quickly came up with two methods in his mind. First, using the Lock of the Sky, under the effect of the Lock of the Sky Golden Cicada, neither the substitution technique nor the transfer technique can be used. Second, bringing the opponent into the green underworld will cut off his geographical advantage, at least making it impossible for him to move so easily. In addition, the attack must be clean and neat, lest the few people watching the battle leisurely behind realize that something is wrong and need to help. Su Yuan bent his legs slightly and unfolded his sword-drawing stance. As countless black flames merged into the long knife, the knife was completely black, and the power faintly emanating from it was simply making people's scalp numb. Kui Zisi and Reventon watched Su Yuan's eyes glancing across the two of them, and couldn't help but feel a little shuddering in their hearts, and they stepped back slightly. Bane can really escape by transforming into a phantom, so he shouldn't be afraid. Is he going to attack us suddenly? But at this moment, Su Yuan moved. A flash. Black light flew past, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had already passed Bane's body with his knife. What a speed! Everyone was shocked. The speed of this sword was too fast. In addition, the terrifying power was probably an epic quality skill. Fortunately, Bane was well prepared, and almost at the same time Su Yuan took action, he had already started to exchange with a piranha in the distance. It's really easy to transfer my illusion, but you wasted a big move. Bane, who had just transferred to the piranha, couldn't help but feel secretly proud, but at this moment, several silver chains rushed out of the void and locked him in the blink of an eye. Bane's expression changed, and he was about to move again. However, during this transfer, it felt like there was a restraining force coming from these silver chains, but they couldn't be transferred out. Not good. Bane was shocked. It turned out that Su Yuan didn't want to hit Bane with the first blow, but wanted to find the target he planned to transfer first. Although Suxi Xianshen's sword failed to kill Bane just now, Su Yuan discovered that he was not traceless when using the illusion transfer. The illusion piranha that has been customized as a transfer target will definitely change the energy in its body because it accepts the transfer and transforms from illusion to reality. Although this energy change is not strong, it is not difficult to detect under the omniscient vision that is fully activated. Therefore, Su Yuan first forced Bane to use transfer with one strike, then found the target he wanted to transfer to and urged the Lock of the Sky to rush over and lock the opponent. The second strike was the real killing move. At this moment, the Lock of the Sky successfully locked the enemy, and the flash of black light transformed by Su Yuan suddenly deflected, and then passed over Bane's body in the blink of an eye. But Bane only felt a sharp pain shooting through his waist and abdomen, and Su Yuan had already stopped beside him. One flash, two companies. Su Yuan stepped into the void, dissipating the black flames on the knife, and turned around to look at Bane. Blood spurted from Bane's waist, and he was cut off at the waist. Although the body was locked by the lock of space, the blood still flowed out uncontrollably. How can it be? Bane stared at Su Yuan in shock with wide eyes, unable to imagine how the other party locked onto him. However, Su Yuan naturally would not give him an explanation, but in just a few seconds, Bane became silent. Su Yuan took off the space ring from his hand, and then put away the lock of space. Bane, dead. Trixus and Ravington in the distance were shocked. Although the chasing man was handed over to Bane to deal with, if Bane was really defeated, he and the others would not just watch helplessly. It was just that he never expected that Bane, who was almost unbeatable in the water terrain with illusion and reality transfer, would be suddenly killed like this. It's so dreamy. Yuan looked up at the remaining people. There are 2 more, or is it 3? The sound was not loud, but it made Quizzy and Revington, who were not far away, inexplicably feel a chill in their hearts. Cang Yang's expression was also slightly condensed. His hands and feet were bound by the scattered spirit locks, and he just stood there quietly. Quizzy turned over her hand and took out a black and green thin sword, frowned and said, "Revington, this guy is a bit weird, come on together." "Okay." The relief on Revington's face disappeared, and he took out a giant lava sword. Before the 2 of them could take action, Yuan teleported in front of Quizzy with a flash of silver light, and struck down with a preemptive strike. Quizzy swung her sword to meet the attack, but was knocked back several steps. At this time, with a flash of fire, Rewington came behind Yuan and slashed with his sword, with unparalleled strength and brave momentum. Green flames ignited on Yuan's body, and with a flash of his hand, a long sword fell into his hand again. He used his backhand to control the giant sword coming from behind, without even shaking it. What an amazing power! Rewington's heart was slightly frightened, and he immediately unleashed all his strength. The aura on his body was as violent as a volcanic eruption. Revington's skin quickly turned black and his aura surged. And Quizzy did not dare to neglect. She stabilized her body and raised her hand to form a seal on her chest. As if something had been liberated, a series of ferocious and vicious shadows of resentful spirits suddenly appeared on her body. While they bared their teeth and claws, they also brought Quizzy additional increase. Swords danced wildly, auras exploded, and the 3 of them engaged in a dizzying high-speed fight in the air. With the left and right fighting each other, even if Yuan didn't need to cooperate with his left and right hands, it would be easy to deal with them both at the same time. Rewington and Quizzy were also aware of this problem. This opponent was obviously very young, but he had extremely rich combat experience. After a fight, he did not reveal any flaws. If this continues, the situation will become quite unfavorable for the 2 of them. It didn't matter at first, but now Yuan alone is so difficult to deal with. If the others wake up and rush over, let alone completing the mission this time, it may be difficult to escape. Rewington and Quizzy looked at each other, stepped back, and exploded their star power to use their special skills. Revington gathered his strength, and the big sword was suddenly filled with lava. He held the sword with both hands and pulled out a large piece of raging flames that jumped high and struck Yuan. The resentful spirits on Quizzy's body roared loudly, and after arranging the stabbing sword stance, they stabbed out like a green aurora. Lava avalanche. Qianling 2. The 2 people were attacking from the left and right. Yuan originally took a posture to fight, but when the 2 people approached, there was a faint flash of light on his body, but he started a phase shift and suddenly disappeared from the place. The expressions of Trixus and Revington, who were about to meet, changed, but at this time, it was too late to turn and stop. They could only decisively weaken the offensive in their hands and attack the opponent's weapons. With a dang sound, the lava fire and the ghost light exploded. The 2 men groaned and were shocked to take a few steps back. At this time, Yuan returned from the subspace, black light surged from his body, and his 2 swords cut out a large number of black lines in an instant. The Black Lotus blooms. Chapter 345 Kill them all. The Black Lotus bloomed, and both Quizzy and Revington were startled, and they retreated backwards with a flash of spiritual light. However, the 2 of them suffered a loss due to the duel. At such a close distance, it was impossible to avoid the rapidly blooming Black Lotus. Revington strengthened his body with all his strength, and when he was touched by Black Lotus, several deep blood lines suddenly appeared on his body. Fortunately, Reventon's own defense was indeed far superior to that of ordinary people. Although he was embarrassed, he was able to block Black Lotus's cutting. But the dark light surged around Kuizasi, and the shadows of miserable green resentful spirits exploded one after another. Kuizasi's body was actually unscathed. It seemed that the exploding resentful spirits blocked the blow for Quizi. Not far away, Cang Ying looked at Su Yuan, who had retreated from the two men, her green eyes flashing with brilliance, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Using a resentful spirit to take punishment on your behalf, to pass on the harm. Seeing this, Su Yuan ignored Rewington and appeared behind Kuizasi with one step, and suddenly slashed at the opponent's head with a knife. The other party's ability seems to be somewhat special, so he should take the opportunity to force him again. Facing the long sword slashed from behind, Kuizasi was stunned for a moment, but she did not dodge, but turned around and stabbed it with the sword. Both attacks hit the other at the same time. Trixis was hit in the head, and several shadows of resentful spirits exploded on her body, but Trixis blocked the damage from this blow. At the same time, Kuizasi also seized the opportunity and stabbed Su Yuan with a sword. The evil spirit curse! Kuizasi shouted low, seizing this rare opportunity, and a large amount of resentful power rushed into Su Yuan's body along with the sword. Wow! Click! Click! Ja. As if a resentful spirit was eating away at his brain, all kinds of voices seemed to explode in Su Yuan's mind. Su Yuan's whole body froze, and even the raised sword stopped involuntarily, making it difficult to cut it down. Revington! Trixis shouted. Flames burst out from Revington's body, and he put away his heavy sword, and rushed out like lightning and flint. His right arm was red and ploughed directly into Su Yuan's head like a broadsword. Explosive skills of fists and feet, explosive plough. The fire burst out, and after a brief stalemate, Rewington lifted off Su Yuan's neck, and a large amount of blood suddenly surged out. Pretty! After killing the enemy in one blow, Quizi and Rewington were overjoyed and relaxed a little. This guy is too tricky. If I hadn't been decisive, it would have been a problem whether I could have solved the other party's problem. But soon, Kuizasi felt something was wrong. She pulled the rapier in her hand, but it didn't move at all and was still held in the opponent's hand. Not good! Kuizasi shouted violently, and the headless Su Yuan on the spot, the long knife in his hand was filled with black light, and he chopped off again without mercy. Kuizasi didn't care to put away her rapier and quickly retreated. However, this strike was too sudden. With one slash, although 3 or 4 more resentful spirits exploded on Kuizasi's body, it seemed that they could not completely block such injuries. A huge wound cut across Kuizasi's body, blood spattered, and the bones were visible. How come? Kuizasi's eyes widened and she was puzzled. She didn't understand why the other party could still wield the knife even though his head was cut off. Kuizasi covered her wound and was about to retreat. At this moment, there was a faint spatial fluctuation behind her. Before Kuizasi had time to turn around, she saw a bright red long knife piercing through her left chest, and wisps of blood were streaked along the long knife. At this time, the Su Yuan whose head was ploughed off by Revington's arm knife in front of him surged with red light, and actually grew another head, and his pupils also turned red, showing a strange and evil look. Feeling of charm. Separate, body. Kuizasi's pupils trembled, and she suddenly understood. At this time, behind Kuizasi, Su Yuan clenched his long knife and twisted it suddenly. Heart-wrenching pain came, and Kuizasi couldn't help but scream. After a moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes quickly blurred, and even the rapier in her hand slipped from mid-air. In fact, just now, when Quizi and Rewington broke out at the same time and attacked Su Yuan together, Su Yuan could see that the two of them were unwilling to continue to delay the battle and seemed to be going all out. So after entering the subspace just now, Su Yuan summoned the demon incarnation and handed him the Fenqi knife, allowing the demon avatar to disguise himself and take action. When dealing with evil card masters, especially the abilities displayed by Trixis are quite strange, it is better to be safe. Even if the demon incarnation can't deal with the two of them, they can still test it with all their strength. Therefore, after coming out of the subspace, those who use the Black Lotus are already the incarnation of the monster. Yuan himself entered the green underworld directly from the subspace. At this moment, Yuan took away the space ring and put away the long knife, letting Kuizasi's body fall into the river below. One left. Yuan looked up at Rewington in front of him, while Cang Yan was still standing on the water below. Rewington took a deep breath, glanced at Cang Yan, then at Yuan and the demon incarnation, and fled north as soon as his body was filled with fire. Damn it, how could someone from Dian be so strong? This person is so terrifying, maybe even stronger than Cang Yan. Rewington felt a little scared. Although Bane's normal strength is not among the best in the organization, his strength in fighting on the water is obvious to all. Not to mention Trixis, the power of the resentful spirit is strange and powerful, making it difficult for people to guard against. However, two people who each had powerful means of saving their lives were killed one after another at the hands of the other. This man's strength was definitely higher than imagined. The reward for this mission to bring back Cang Yan is an epic skill, but he doesn't have to risk his life for an epic skill. If I had known earlier, I would have unlocked Cang Yan's loose spirit lock first. No matter how crazy he gets, the result will be better than what he has now. Rewington sighed, but without stopping at all, he ran at full speed across the distance, never forgetting to look back. Fortunately, I didn't catch up. It seems that Guy also gave priority to escorting Cang Yan. Seeing that Yuan didn't catch up, Rewington couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had shown extremely strong defense before, so it would probably take some effort for the other party to kill him. Just as Rewington was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Not good. Rewington was horrified, and he had no doubt that this bad premonition in his heart was accumulated after many times of struggling to survive on the verge of life and death. Lava Titan! Rewington shouted violently, and the star power in his body surged out like magma erupting. His entire body continued to rise, and became as hot and powerful as volcanic rocks. At this moment, a silver light suddenly appeared on the back of his head, the space was distorted, and powerful space power gathered here. No! Rewington, who was still growing in size, trembled all over, and then his entire head was suddenly annihilated by the terrifying power of space. With his head gone, even Yao Xing cannot survive. The headless titan, which has not yet completed its transformation, will fall into the water. At this moment, a large amount of silver light shone under Rewington's feet, and then his entire body exchanged with the demon incarnation and appeared in front of Yuan. Several airlocks rushed out from the void and locked it in mid-air. Yuan glanced at the headless corpse, and with a thought in his mind, he waved out several spatial threads without hesitation. Seeing that many space threads were about to fall on the headless body, a half-human-sized crimson fire suddenly rushed out from it, rushing towards the distance like lightning and flint. Yuan sneered and grasped with his left hand. A large silver hand dozens of feet wide suddenly appeared from the void in the distance, grabbing the red flame in his hand. That was a miniature version of Rewington, a fire energy body. Damn it! How did you know that I was hiding something? Rewington didn't seem to have much strength at this moment, and he had no choice but to struggle wildly when he was caught by the void monument breaker. Yuan looked at him calmly, because my eyes can see through you. Rewington was startled and stared blankly at Yuan's silver pupils. The silver light flowing on the leaf-like lines of the world seemed to contain the mystery of insight into everything, and all means could not hide it. With all his thoughts in despair, Rewington also gave up struggling, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Yuan raised his hand and cut the energy-enhanced Rewington with a black line. With another force of his void monument breaker, he crushed the two remains of his body, turning them into little sparks and dissipating into the air. This time, there was really nothing left. Until now, all enemies that come are killed. Su Yuan lowered his head to look at Cang Yan on the water below, and he was in front of him in a flash. Wonderful, really wonderful. Cang Yan clapped her hands and praised. It seems that you have no feelings about the death of your companion. Companions. Cang Yan shook her head slightly. There is no such thing as companions. They all came to rescue because of the mission reward. Su Yuan asked again, won't you take the opportunity to escape? Cang Yan gestured to the loose spirit locks tied to her hands and feet. I don't think these things can escape from the hands of a star card master who has space teleportation skills. You mean you can run away without these things? Cang Yan didn't expect Su Yuan to ask this, and couldn't help but be startled. Then, Cang Yan looked directly at Su Yuan and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Then, it's hard to say. Chapter 346 Investigation. Then, it's hard to say. Following Cang Yan's words, the atmosphere in the venue seemed to become slightly tense. But soon, Su Yuan smiled and said, you saw my incarnation before, right? Cang Yan was quite surprised. She did realize that Su Yuan who came out from behind was not his real body. But at that moment, his expression changed for a moment. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan, who was dealing with Reventon and Quixis, could even catch this. When Su Yuan saw him like this, he knew that he was right. In addition, they don't unlock the soul-scattering lock for you, not because they can't open it, but because they don't want to open it for you. The reason why they don't open it to you can only be because they think you are troublesome, or more specifically, they are afraid of you, right? Cang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly laughed when she looked at this man from the Great Yan Kingdom who was younger than herself. Not only are you strong, your insight is really sharp. Su Yuan sneered and said, I know you are not simple, but I hope you can behave as calmly as before. Otherwise, we also have the right to deal with special circumstances. When Su Yuan said this, he certainly didn't mean to talk nonsense to Cang Yan, but he increasingly felt that this Cang Yan was not simple. For the safety of the escort team and Cang Yan's own safety, it was necessary for me to give a friendly reminder. Otherwise, according to Su Fengtian's instructions, if the prisoners show signs of clearly threatening the convoy, they can be removed. It seemed that because Su Yuan had just killed 3 people, Cang Yan could feel the faint murderous intention in Su Yuan's words at this moment. That was not a murderous intention that was pretended to scare people, but a murderous intention that meant what he said and drew the sword to see blood. Cang Yan thought seriously for a moment, then smiled and said, don't worry, I don't want to escape from you. Compared with emotions and moral rules, people like Cang Yan are more constrained by their own life and death. Su Yuan glanced at him and said, that's the best. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly came from a distance and stopped next to Su Yuan and Cang Yan. The electric light dissipated and then transformed into Lin Kong Gyun. What's going on? Lin Kong Gyun asked quickly. Someone kidnapped the prisoner. Lin Kong Gyun looked around, where are the people? Su Yuan said, kill them all. Lin Kong Gyun's expression froze, and he looked at Su Yuan, and then at the silent Cang Yan beside him. He was indeed the missing prisoner. Then he quickly looked around, transformed into thunder, flashed and jumped in the field, and began to investigate carefully. Not long after the battle, Lin Kong Gyun quickly noticed some remaining aura and star power fluctuations around him. One of the 4 auras is Su Yuan. And the remaining auras don't seem to be weak. Lin Kong Gyun's expression was slightly condensed. He turned to look at Su Yuan, and returned to Su Yuan with a flash of lightning. Lin Kong Gyun nodded, we have indeed fought. This time it is really thanks to you. Su Yuan smiled, how are the others? I haven't woken up yet. After I woke up, I saw the carvings on the ground and hurriedly followed the river to the west. In the absence of interference from external factors, the ability to resist illusions mainly depends on the individual's will and mental aptitude. Su Yuan nodded and said, "Then let's go back first." Good. Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun took Qian Jing back to the shore. At this time, Tang Jiao also woke up. "What's going on?" Tang Jiao was startled and asked the two of them quickly. Lin Conggyun looked at Su Yuan, and Su Yuan said, "Someone robbed the prisoner, but it has been solved." Prisoner robbery. Tang Jiao looked at Qian Ying. At this moment, the other party consciously returned to the Ganjian cage on the back of Ganjian dragon. Lin Conggyun even went up to check it carefully. Su Yuan said, "For the specific situation, let's wait until everyone wakes up." Tang Jiao looked at the people around her who were still awake and thought for a moment, "I'll give it a try." Tang Jiao raised her hand to form a seal, and dark light surged from her body, directly expanding the dark realm to include everyone. Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun also felt that their eyes were dark, they could not see their fingers, and there was no light at all. Erosion of the dark realm. Waves of dark energy were generated from the dark realm and headed towards all the people in the field who had not yet woken up. Although they didn't rush towards Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun. But the two of them took a closer look and discovered that this seemed to be a kind of spiritual energy that could inspire people's fear, that is, a spiritual attack. It's just that the power is controlled to a limited extent, almost to the point of frightening. Fighting fire with fire. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Tang Jiao wanted to use the power of the dark realm to interfere with and disrupt the water dreamland through mental intimidation. This method really worked, and it didn't take long for everyone else to wake up. "Where is this? What's going on? Were you dreaming just now?" Everyone was a little panicked when they woke up and saw the darkness around them, but they were all star-level experts, and they quickly realized the situation and calmed down one after another. After everyone woke up, Tang Jiao unlocked the dark realm. Wu Jianghao asked, several envoys, "What is this going on?" Su Yuan then told everyone about the previous attempts by several people to rob Qian Jing. "Is it an illusion? It's really a fancy thing. If I catch him, I won't beat him to a pulp." Xiang Junyang sneered disdainfully. Obviously, Xiang Junyang likes muscular men with strong frontal strength and disdains illusions. It is a despicable means to think that only people who do not have enough confidence in their own hard power will engage in such things. Everyone around them could understand Muscle Style's disdain for Genjutsu style, but most people didn't agree with it. The fact is that illusions have a very high upper and lower limit, and masters who are truly good at illusions are definitely the most terrifying opponents. Xiang Junyang asked curiously, "How strong are the prisoners?" Su Yuan thought for a moment, so, okay. Xiang Junyang curled his lips when he heard this, "It's boring." From Xiang Junyang's point of view, Su Yuan alone had solved everyone and brought back the prisoners, so it seemed that the prisoners were no more than that. Although he and others were mesmerized by illusion, his strength was just that. As expected, those who wanted to use illusion were not very good at it. Everyone else in the escort team basically thought so too. Only Lin Conggyun, who had felt the residual fluctuations of the battle, glanced at Su Yuan and knew that the few people who came to rob the prisoner were probably not ordinary people. Out of caution, Wu Jianghao said, "I will take people to the scene to check it out. I will also investigate the surroundings and ask the envoys to wait a moment." Good. Su Yuan also happened to take a rest. Tang Jiao also followed Wu Jianghao to investigate. Although they were on the river, some remaining star power fluctuations could still be felt, and there was indeed a fierce battle. After another investigation, Tang Jiao and Wu Jianghao also returned. The aftermath of the battle had dissipated, and it was possible to vaguely distinguish that it was indeed from a few people. Apart from that, there was no other discovery, so Wu Jianghao, Su Yuan and others discussed it briefly, then increased their vigilance and continued on their way. "I don't know how many miles away from Zaiqijiang River, in a quiet tea house in Huicheng, Wang Su and Su Fengtian were quietly drinking tea. There was a bronze mirror placed in front of the two of them. The brilliance in the mirror was flowing, projecting the scene along the Zik River. Watching Su Yuan kill Bane and others and return to the team with Jones, Wang Su couldn't help but nodded. This reserve member named Su Yuan is really good. Su Fengtian was also full of admiration, nodded and said, the observation ability, action ability, and combat effectiveness are all excellent. His performance in the battle with Bai Yanhui last time was quite satisfactory. I didn't expect him to be so outstanding this time. Wang Su smiled and said, this kind of performance is worthy of the qualifications of the reserve members appointed by His Majesty the Throne. Su Fengtian was shocked, you mean he was nominated by the Suzaku throne? That's right. Su Fengtian suddenly realized, no wonder Suan Yu was so easily accepted. It turned out to be Suzaku Yuzu who named him. At this rate, we will be able to arrive in Yanluo Kingdom for handover in 2 or 3 days, right? Wang Su asked. Su Fengtian turned over his hand and took out a map. Well, after crossing the Zikujiang River, you will mainly reach Mount Ozuri. After crossing Mount Ozuri, you will soon reach the border of Yanluo Kingdom. Wang Su said, according to our intelligence, some people may not want to see these prisoners return to Yanluo smoothly. After all, there are key figures among them who have important information. Su Fengtian snorted coldly when he heard this. These people are in the south, but they are actually connected with the north. Wang Su smiled and said, then we will wait and see which force in the north we have contacted. Isn't the reason why I came here this time to investigate this matter. Even within the Tianxian division, the number of Huiyou-level masters is limited. How could there be so many to keep an eye on the 4 shining-level newcomers? The person responsible for supervising this mission is only Su Fengtian, and Wang Su came here to investigate other matters. Chapter 347 The Man in Star Robe. Mount Ozuri is a mountain forest that runs east-west, extending from the west of Yanluo Kingdom to the edge of the West Sea. Various high-level star beasts emerge endlessly within it, making it a well-known dangerous area around Yanluo Kingdom. At this moment, the escort team has arrived in front of Mount Ozuri. Wu Jianghao came to Su Yuan and others and said, messengers, in front of us is Mount Ozuri. Although we are at the end edge of Mount Ozuri, we usually won't encounter any powerful star beasts, but we still have to be careful. After crossing Mount Ozuri, we will soon reach the border of Yanluo Kingdom. If everything goes well, we can arrive in a day or 2. Okay, everything will follow General Manager Wu's instructions. Su Yuan and others responded. Wu Jianghao smiled and nodded, and then began to rearrange the investigation tasks for his men, and then led the team into Mount Ozuri. This mountain is quite rugged and steep, but Wu Jianghao also chose the route in advance, and everyone and the Ganjian dragon can fly, so it is not difficult. And indeed, as Wu Jianghao said, the section of Mount Osaka where the escort team is located is the eastern corner of Mount Ozuri. Along the way, we only encountered 2 gold-level star beasts, and they were easily dealt with by everyone. The escort team traveled smoothly and finally crossed Mount Ozuri smoothly. It was unexpectedly smooth. After crossing Mount Fear, Wu Jianghao let out a sigh of relief. After the previous incident between Bianhui and Zikujiang, Wu Jianghao not only felt uneasy, but also became even more worried, fearing that something would happen again. Xiao Ke, Zhouan, you two will go to the front to investigate. Although we are out of Mount Fear, don't be careless and be careful. Wu Jianghao ordered the 2 of them. Okay, brother Hao. The 2 men responded and then continued their investigation ahead. Su Yuan and others continued to move forward with the escort team. In the team, Su Yuan glanced at several prisoners. Qianjing has been extremely quiet until now, squatting in the cage without saying a word. Other prisoners, like Wei Jingxiang, are also very honest. Tang Jiao took out the map and said, further ahead is the Yun's Valley. Beyond the Yun's valley is a plain that leads directly to the southernmost city of Yanluo Kingdom. I'm not happy. Xiang Junyang smacked his lips. I thought this trip would be a little fun, but it turned out to be a Bian club. Lin Kong Gyun frowned and said, isn't it best to complete the task smoothly? Last time in Zaiqijiang, if it weren't for Su Yuan, people would have run away. I just haven't woken up. I can solve it if I wake up. Xiang Junyang said carelessly, but he turned to look at the expressionless Su Yuan. Thinking of the knife that pierced the chest, he suddenly felt a little lack of confidence in his heart. Lin Kong Gyun shook his head and said, some things may not be as simple as you think. At this moment, Lin Kong Gyun suddenly noticed something and looked up into the distance. There seems to be movement ahead. Lin Kong Gyun's perception was extremely sharp. When Su Yuan heard this, he immediately opened his omniscient vision and explored the distance. But after this investigation, Su Yuan's expression changed slightly and he narrowed his eyes unconsciously. It seems that going to Yanluo won't be so smooth. In the Yun's valley ahead, Xiao Ke and Zhou who were sent out were no longer visible, but deep in the valley, there was a blonde young man sitting on the back of a monster. This blonde young man has a handsome appearance and bright hair. He is wearing a white uniform with many golden stars painted on it, making him look like an elegant noble. The monster under him was extremely ugly, with half a human leg hanging out of the corner of his mouth. Judging from the clothing on this half of the leg, it is the clothing of several supervisors of the escort team. Be careful. There is someone ahead. If I read correctly, the two investigating supervisors have been killed by him. Su Yuan quickly informed everyone in the team of the detected situation. Everyone was shocked. What? Xiao Ke and Zhou are dead. Wu Jianghao was also shocked and quickly contacted through the communication talisman. As expected, there was no reply, and his face suddenly darkened. It seems like a powerful character. Xiang Junyang suddenly became excited. Old Xiang, will go take a look first. While he was talking, Xiang Junyang had already stepped out and rushed out. Xiang Junyang is too reckless. Tang Jiao frowned. Although there was only one person on the opposite side, how could he be Yi if he dared to stop here alone? But Xiang Junyang was thinking that during the 100 Flames meeting, he had killed the most enemies and had the greatest military exploits by killing the guild leader Wei Jinrui. However, Su Yuan killed the enemy and brought back the prisoners in the middle, which was a great achievement. Seeing that he was about to arrive in Yanluo Kingdom, he had to seize the time to make another great contribution. This opponent obviously has some strength, which can be used to take credit. Besides, the other person is just a person, so what are you afraid of? I have been in the Western Desert for so long, I am not afraid of group fights, and I have never been afraid of anyone when fighting alone. Tang Jiao was a little worried, so she immediately jumped up and said to Su Yuan and Lin Kong Gyun at the same time, I'll go help him first, you guys check around first. No problem. Su Yuan and Lin Kong Gyun responded. Xiang Junyang and Tang Jiao are both strong, so there shouldn't be any big problems if they join forces. For the mission, guarding the prisoners is the most important, and the safety of the team must be ensured first. Su Yuan and Lin Kong Gyun used their own methods to look around carefully. Seeing that the situation seemed to have changed, Cang Ying in the cage also raised her head and looked around, seeming to be somewhat interested. Wu Jianghao gathered the 3 Ganjian dragons together, and a group of supervisors under his command stood guard around the Ganjian dragon on guard. Not long after, Su Yuan suddenly noticed a strange distortion under his omniscient vision. Something is wrong. Almost at the same time, Lin Kong Gyun on the side suddenly took out his thunder bow, bent the bow and pulled the string. Thunder automatically gathered on it, and he shot an arrow in the air behind him. The arrow of lightning instantly crossed hundreds of meters, as if it hit something invisible, and brilliant silver lightning exploded in mid-air. Crack! The lightning exploded and the silver lightning surged, shaking everything around into powder. What a powerful power! Everyone in the team was shocked by Lin Kongyun's sudden powerful blow, but everyone knew that they must have discovered something, and they all turned to look at the roar of thunder and lightning behind them. The lightning gradually dissipated, but a figure suddenly walked out of it. This is a young man with black hair and black eyes. He is thin and has an ordinary face. It can be said that he is the kind of person who would not be found in a crowd. His eyes were dark and dull, and the bags under his eyes were deep, as if he hadn't slept well for a long time. But what is surprising is that the sudden thunder arrow just now did not leave the slightest injury on his body, or, not even the slightest trace. It was as if Lin Kongyun's offensive just now had not hit him at all. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you really the same as the person in front? This man's clothing was the same as that of the man sitting on the monster before him, a white uniform with gold stars painted on it. However, upon closer inspection, the Venus patterns on the two bodies are different. This pattern looks familiar. Su Yuan didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he noticed that the patterns of their clothes were different, and when he took a closer look again, he felt that they were somewhat familiar. By the way, it's the constellation. Su Yuan thought about it. The Venus pattern on the white uniform seemed to be the star chart of Pisces. Why are you following us so secretly? Lin Kongyun asked loudly. The black-haired young man turned the origin pearl blankly, glanced at the escort team, and then flew over without saying a word. Lin Kongyun frowned and drew the bowstring again. Thunderstorm. With a low shout, countless 3-foot-long electric arrows shot into the air like a rainstorm, covering half of the sky in the blink of an eye. Not only Lin Kongyun, but also Wu Jianghao and others were not idle, and everyone launched long-range skill attacks. Great Pyroblast. Fire Gold Cannon. Flying Shining Light Slash. Even Su Yuan raised his hand to form a seal and launched the 18-in-1 Hell Flame on the spot. Attacks all over the sky roared away, but what surprised everyone was that all the attacks, including the flames of hell, the rain of thunder and arrows, fell on the black-haired young man wearing the Pisces star robe. They only caused some ripples and then penetrated straight through. Passed. After the aura attack, the black-haired young man was not harmed at all. Isn't it strong enough? Lin Kongyun's eyes turned cold, the ring in his hand flashed, and he took out another arrow glowing with cyan thunder and lightning and put it on the bow. Su Yuan's expression changed slightly when he saw this arrow. This arrow was made of his own Qing Shen Yao Lei bamboo. At this moment, Lin Kongyun put the arrow made of Qing Shen Yao Lei bamboo on his bow, stepped on it suddenly, and a surging silver current suddenly shot up. Thunder roared, and lightning surrounded it. A large amount of electric current converged on the bamboo arrow. In the blink of an eye, the bamboo arrow turned into an extremely restrained silver arrow. Countless thunder runes were spread all over it, exuding a heart-stopping and terrifying aura. Lin Kongyun looked at the black-haired young man flying in the air with wide eyes, and thunder suddenly filled his eyes. The black-haired young man felt as if 9 days of thunder roared and exploded in his mind. His whole body trembled and he froze in place. It is the sight of thunder and rage. The pupil technique worked, and Lin Kongyun immediately loosened the fully drawn bow string. Flying Thunder God's Arrow. Flying thunder vibrated the string, the sunny sky suddenly darkened, and the arrow shot out from the bow like an aurora, instantly piercing the body of the black-haired young man and flying into the sky. What an amazing attack! Su Yuan secretly praised. Thunder is known for its destructive power, but Lin Kongyun's attack uses the green god's thunder bamboo as an arrow and the thunder and fury vision to break armor. They themselves seem to be purple quality bow skills. When combined with each other, the power is so powerful that it is so powerful. It's outrageous. Su Yuan estimated that the power of this arrow might be comparable to Dongxiu, and in terms of overall destructive power, it was even better. Everyone was amazed by this arrow and looked at the black-haired young man whose chest was filled with silver lightning. This blow should be enough to kill him. Everyone, including Wu Jianghao, thought so. However, after a few seconds, the lightning gradually dissipated, and a layer of black light flowed in front of the black-haired young man. His whole body was intact, and even the star robe on his body was not damaged at all. Hiss! Sounds of gasps came one after another, and everyone stared at the star-robed young man in midair in horror. Why is this okay? It's impossible. It's obviously been pierced. Even the Huidol level can't catch this arrow without being injured. Is it an illusion? Yes, it may be an illusion. After a brief moment of horror, there was terror. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. And the enemy who couldn't be killed, or rather, the enemy in front of him who couldn't even inflict any injuries, filled the hearts of many supervisors with fear. At this time, the black-haired young man also completely woke up from the thunderous gaze. After glancing at Lin Conggyun, the black-haired young man took one step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Lin Conggyun. Using his hand as a knife, he penetrated his chest. Chapter 348 Fight. Seeing the black-haired young man using his hand as a knife to pierce Lin Conggyun's chest, everyone's expressions changed. Envoy Lin! Wu Jianghao exclaimed and was about to step forward to help. But soon, things changed again on the field. Suddenly, a large number of silver lines lit up on Lin Conggyun's body, and then the pierced body turned into a ball of thunder and wrapped around the black-haired young man. The black-haired young man was tethered by the lightning current, unable to move for a moment, and his eyes quickly moved around to sense his surroundings. And the next moment, the ground exploded with lightning, and surging silver thunder tore through the ground and rushed out from the ground under the black-haired young man's feet and shot up into the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Lin Conggyun holding a thunder sword. Su Yuan, who was not far away, nodded secretly. This Lin Conggyun not only has extremely keen perception, but also has impeccable combat thinking and execution ability. Just now, after the flying thunder god's arrow failed to work, Lin Conggyun had left a phantom thunder body in place. Because Lin Conggyun realized that no matter how strong a frontal attack was, it could not hurt the opponent, at least for himself. So after the first attack failed, Lin Conggyun immediately began to think about the next combat strategy. If the front was not working, then he would try to surprise. Since the black-haired young man was previously frightened by the thunderous gaze, it means that the opponent will also be controlled if he is hit by the control skill. Combining the known information he had just obtained, Lin Conggyun decided on the strategy for this series of raids in the blink of an eye and immediately executed it. It can be said that he is quick in thinking and full of adaptability on the spot. If it were an ordinary person, if he saw that his successive attacks and even his special moves had no effect on the enemy, he would probably feel hesitant on the spot and even his will to fight would be shaken. But Lin Conggyun calmly thought out the next action strategy in a moment and executed it perfectly, which was really outstanding. Omniscient vision can see through energy changes, and Su Yuan was already aware of Lin Conggyun's plan when he left his thunder phantom body and hid underground. Otherwise, if the black-haired young man could suddenly kill Lin Conggyun with one blow, Su Yuan would naturally come to his aid. Pretty. The situation changed drastically in a moment. Lin Conggyun, who was shot through the chest, turned from defense to attack and succeeded in a surprise attack. Although most of the supervisors in the field have considerable combat experience, they have never seen such a wonderful battle. They were surprised and couldn't help but secretly cheer for Lin Conggyun, and at the same time, some hope arose in their hearts. But Lin Conggyun stared at the black-haired young man closely, but after a moment, his expression became a little more serious. But when the lightning dissipated, the black-haired young man who was attacked was still unscathed. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan's expression became serious. Isn't a sneak attack useless? Su Yuan looked at the black-haired young man. There was no doubt that the other party was using a rule-based soul power, which seemed to be able to completely avoid the damage he suffered. But this evasive ability is too strong and comprehensive. For a star card master, all competitions of means will eventually turn into a competition of star power. Even the ability of the rules system is also based on one's own realm and star power. Just like a star-level person using rule-based abilities against Huio-level and Burning Yang-level people, facing the huge gap in star power, the effect of rule-based abilities will be greatly reduced or even be brutally destroyed and rendered ineffective. Lin Kong Gyun's Flying Thunder God's Arrow just now can be said to be far more powerful than most star card masters can perform, but it was unable to hurt the black-haired young man at all. The current raid has not had the slightest effect. This shows that either the black-haired young man has powerful star power far beyond the shining star, and combined with his own abilities, he can easily block the Flying Thunder God's Arrow. Or, the black-haired young man's progress in meditating on the soul card and cultivating the power of the soul is far beyond that of ordinary people, and his ability itself is stronger. Judging from the star power fluctuations of the opponent's shining star, it is probably the second point. Is it far beyond the soul power of ordinary people? Su Yuan couldn't help but think of Qi Guang's experimental subject, which could use soul power at the lower third level, which could definitely be described as far beyond ordinary people. However, it is useless to think too much, and now we still have to find a way to deal with the enemy in front of us. It can neutralize all attacks. Although it is disappointing, it is not absolutely invincible. At least, skills in control and sealing can effectively deal with the opponent. It's just that Su Yuan himself is not good at sealing, and he doesn't have any long-term control skills. At this time, the black-haired young man took action again. As soon as he raised his hand, a black light shot out of his hand and flew straight towards Lin Kong Gyun in the air. Lin Kong Gyun did not dare to neglect and immediately opened the lightning barrier for defense. The black light hit the lightning barrier, and the lightning barrier suddenly became distorted and dented. Bang! With a loud sound, the lightning barrier burst apart. Lin Kong Gyun grunted and was immediately knocked backwards. The black-haired young man stepped forward, instantly rose into the air and rushed in front of Lin Kong Gyun, who was knocked back, and punched out. But at this moment, a faster figure flew out, chasing behind the black-haired young man first, and slashed at the black-haired young man's back with a long knife agitated by black flames. It's Su Yuan! A flash! The black flames surged from the sword, and it was a flash driven by divine fire. It was impossible for anyone in the shining star to be able to withstand it. But at this moment, the slash on the back of the black-haired young man only stirred up some flowing black brilliance. Is this it? The ability to avoid harm. Su Yuan looked at these black brilliance and narrowed his eyes slightly. The black-haired young man turned his eyes and glanced at Su Yuan behind him, ignoring Lin Kong Gyun. He turned around and reached out to grab the long knife that was filled with immortal evil fire. He turned over his hand and took out a jet black blade and slashed at Su Yuan with extremely fast movements. Su Yuan immediately launched a partial transfer, and the pitch black blade passed through his body, but was dodged by the partial transfer, leaving no trace. A trace of surprise flashed in the black-haired young man's eyes. He didn't expect Su Yuan to have similar abilities. The green flames on Su Yuan's body ignited, and his strength and speed increased greatly. He stepped forward, gold and fire intertwined with his left hand, and a gold burning hand hit the black-haired young man's face hard. Bang! There was a sound, a wave of air exploded, and the black-haired young man was punched and flew dozens of meters away. The two sides fought for only a moment, and Lin Kong Gyun beside him said in surprise, "Hit." Su Yuan shook his head, "It hit, but..." Su Yuan didn't finish his words, because the black-haired young man in front quickly stabilized his figure in mid-air. Although he was hit firmly by Su Yuan's punch, he still didn't suffer any injuries at all. Lin Kong Gyun frowned, this man's soul power is truly inexplicable. But it's not like there's nothing gained at all. Su Yuan said as he dispersed the flames on his left hand. Lin Kong Gyun looked at the black-haired young man who was steadying his figure in the distance. You mean he was knocked back by your punch? Su Yuan responded, "That's right." Lin Kong Gyun's eyes flashed, and he understood what Su Yuan meant. All the previous long-range attacks by himself and others directly passed over the opponent's body. At this moment, whether it was Su Yuan's dodge slash or a punch from Burning Gold Hand, although the black-haired young man avoided the damage, the knockback and other effects were unavoidable. At least you can limit the opponent's movements through similar melee attacks. Su Yuan said, but besides this, there is another bad news. Without Su Yuan opening his mouth, Lin Conggyun said in a deep voice, when using his evasive ability, he can also attack. Su Yuan glanced at Lin Conggyun, nodded and said, that's right. So far, the black-haired young man had only attacked Lin Conggyun after evading the attack. So Su Yuan wondered if the black-haired young man would be unable to use his abilities to avoid damage when he attacked. Judging from the results just now, the black-haired young man's ability obviously does not have this drawback. Perhaps the other party deliberately exposed himself to lure him to take the opportunity to attack. If it weren't for the phase shift, he might have been hit by the opponent's backhand sword. Due to the close distance and the opponent's astonishing speed of swinging the sword, he may not even have time to use teleportation. It's really tricky. Su Yuan also felt the difficulty, but Su Yuan was not desperate. Yang Yifeng once said that there is no absolutely invincible ability, and all abilities have flaws. As long as you understand its rules, you can find a way to crack it. Now that the close attack is effective, at least it is not impossible. Su Yuan's body was burned with green flames, and he immediately jumped out and struck him with a knife. The black-haired young man raised his hand and pointed at Su Yuan, and an inexplicable energy seemed to appear on Su Yuan's left foot. Su Yuan's omniscient vision could see clearly, and he suddenly stepped aside as soon as he stepped on it. A hint of surprise flashed in the black-haired young man's eyes. At this time, Su Yuan stepped forward and appeared in front of the opponent, wielding his long sword and slashing him down continuously. The black-haired young man let Su Yuan's long knife strike him, and struck at Su Yuan with the same speed, one after another with his backhand. One used a special rule-based ability to avoid damage, and the other used phase transfer to avoid damage. After a fierce close combat, neither of them suffered any injuries. Lin Conggyun also came to help with a thunder sword. Archers have been good at close combat since ancient times, and Lin Conggyun was no exception. His swordsmanship was as fast as lightning, fast and powerful. Su Yuan was responsible for suppressing the black-haired young man with his strength, while Lin Conggyun tried to find a flaw similar to covering the door from the opponent. However, Lin Conggyun was disappointed. The long sword even stabbed the black-haired young man in the eyes, but it had no effect at all. After a fight, no one could do anything about it. It's just that Su Yuan's strength was obviously greater, forcing the black-haired young man to keep retreating. Interesting, interesting. When did the North have such a powerful and strange shining star? Even I don't know. On the ground, Qian Ying looked at the black-haired young man in mid-air, but her eyes showed extremely strong interest. But who does such a master come for? Qian Jing glanced at all the prisoners and soon landed on a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. There was a faint light in Qian Ying's green eyes, and she could clearly see the strong purple lingering on this person, which represented the emotion of panic. Is it him? Chapter 349 Zodiac Envoy. A fight in the sky was fruitless, and the black-haired young man seemed unwilling to tangle with Su Yuan. Allowing the two attacks to hit his body, the black-haired young man put away his long knife and put his hands together in front of him, and black light immediately surged. The forest of distortion. The black-haired young man murmured, and then the black light suddenly expanded to form a huge twisted field, wrapping both Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun inside. At this time, the black-haired young man rushed out of the distortion field and came to one of the Ganjian dragons. The Ganjian dragon seemed to feel the crisis, and looked at the black-haired young man roaring, but he did not dare to move. The two supervisors in front of Gang Yanlong were even more shocked. Seeing that Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun were trapped, and a powerful enemy suddenly appeared in front of them, they subconsciously moved away. But then they thought of their responsibilities, gritted their teeth and pulled out their swords to kill together. Swift wind slash. Autumn water sword. The two of them hit the black-haired young man almost without distinction. However, the result can be imagined. The black-haired young man did not move. A little black light flowed from the place where he was struck, and he easily blocked the two people's swords. Then before the two of them could react, the black-haired young man stretched out his hands and grabbed the sword-holding arms of the two, and strange power spread from his palms. The next moment, the flesh and blood on the arms of the two supervisors were twisted and the bones cracked, as if they had been forcibly broken by some invisible force. Aha! Screams suddenly sounded, and the flesh and bones were broken one after another. Just looking at this kind of pain made people's scalp numb. The black-haired young man ignored the two of them and raised his hand to hold it in vain. A strong force enveloped the cage on the Ganjian dragon's back. The Ganjian cage suddenly twisted and collapsed, and so did the people inside, whose bodies seemed to be twisted by some invisible force. At this moment, a large amount of silver light rose from the black-haired young man's feet, and in a flash of brilliance, he transformed into Su Yuan. It's the transposition. Su Yuan looked at the two supervisors in front of him who were pale with pain, and frowned slightly. He was just a little slow when he came out, and this happened. Looking back at the cage behind him, a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s was looking frightened. Are you here for him? Su Yuan frowned and quickly recalled this person's information. Lu Chengcheng turned out to be the city lord of a certain city in Yanluo Kingdom. At this time, the black-haired young man rushed out of the distortion field again. Just as Su Yuan was about to fight, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes lit up with silver light and he looked into the distance. But in the distance, they saw Tang Jiao and Xiang Chunyang retreating towards this side, being chased by a star beast with an astonishing aura. Have you been defeated so quickly? Su Yuan raised his eyebrows. The black-haired young man is already troublesome enough now, but if the other person comes together again, it will be even more troublesome for the two of them together. Looking at the black-haired young man rushing towards him, Su Yuan made a decision in his mind. Throne of Heaven. As Su Yuan thought, a layer of dark black light swayed from Su Yuan's feet, instantly covering the black-haired young man rushing towards him. But when the black light dissipated, the black-haired young man had disappeared, and was apparently taken into the green underworld by Su Yuan. This is the first time that Su Yuan has dragged outsiders into the Qing netherworld. Where are the people? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Everyone in the field, including Wu Jianghao, was shocked. Why did the enemy disappear in a flash of black light? I have him under control for the time being. Su Yuan ordered Wu Jianghao, General Manager Wu, take the people back and retreat first. Good. Wu Jianghao was not a sloppy person. Knowing that his opponent was mysterious and powerful, he immediately led his men to retreat to the rear. Soon, Lin Kong Gaiyun also broke free from the twisted field in mid-air. Lin Kong Gaiyun also saw what happened in the field just now. At this moment, he didn't ask any questions and instead looked in the direction of Yun's valley. He took back his long sword and replaced it with a thunder bow. Lin Kong Gaiyun drew his big bow, and a thunderous arrow was already standing on the string. At this moment, two figures flew over from the distance like rag bags. They were Tang Jiao and Xiang Chunyang. Behind the two of them, there was an ugly star beast chasing after them quickly. It was this star beast that sent Tang Jiao and Xiang Chunyang flying over. Su Yuan raised his hand and summoned the Void Monument Breaker to catch the two of them calmly. Lin Kong Gaiyun loosened his bowstring, and with a burst of lightning, the thunderbolt shot directly at the monster behind. Bang! The thunder exploded with astonishing force, and the monster was stagnated in place by the strong force of thunder. Su Yuan, on the other hand, used the Void Monument Breaker to bring Tang Jiao and Xiang Chunyang in front of him. Seeing their state, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Tang Jiao was covered in wounds and looked pale. Xiang Chunyang was even worse. He had turned into a beast and had several bloody holes in his body. Su Yuan looked solemn and immediately summoned 2 rays of holy light to shine on the 2 of them. But the injuries on the 2 of them had some dirty energy residue, and they couldn't be cured at all. It stands to reason that holy light baptism has a dispersing effect, but holy light baptism is only a green quality skill after all. If you want to dispel the filthy power from the injuries of these 2 people, it can only be said to be like a fly on a tree. It's okay, I can't die. Xiang Junyang stood up and swayed to stabilize his figure. More bloody energy surged around his body, but he could not dispel the filthy power quickly, so the blood holes in his body could not be healed. Tang Jiao also gritted her teeth and said, "Be careful with that person, his beast control is very strong." At this moment, the thunder light dissipated, and in mid-air above the monster, a handsome blonde young man smiled and said, "The people of the Great Yan Kingdom are really vulnerable to a blow at this level." Su Yuan looked this man up and down, and then his eyes fell on the star beast below him. With a ferocious and bloated body, a wide head and densely packed sharp teeth, the epic star beast Darkborn Demon Kun. And that's not all, this Demon Kun is just the leader, followed by the blonde young man. There are Chaos Behemoth and Hell's 3-headed dog with equally amazing auras. A Beast Master, and a Beast Master with 3 epic star beasts. Su Yuan looked solemn. Unlike a half-hearted Beast Master like himself, a real Beast Master is very powerful in cooperating with Beast Masters. Lin Kong Gyun asked, "Who are you? Are you asking who we are?" The handsome young man looked down at the embarrassed people below, with the corners of his mouth raised. "Temple, Zodiac Envoy." Zodiac. Su Yuan and others frowned. They had never heard of this organization. However, the blonde young man didn't mind at all and instead smiled gracefully. "Soon, you, Great Yan, and even the entire continent will know the names of our star envoys. Because we, the 12 Palace Star Envoys, are the strongest shining stars in this continent." Chapter 350 Against the Star Envoy, 1. The strongest shining star. After hearing the words of the handsome blonde young man, Tang Jiao and Xiang Junyang looked very ugly. Although Tang Jiao is a girl, she can stand out from the northern military region and be valued by the Tian Patrol Division, so she naturally has her own confidence and pride. Not to mention Xiang Junyang, the 12 evil stars of the Western Desert are even more arrogant, and have never obeyed anyone. However, now that the 2 of them joined forces, they were still seriously injured by the handsome young man opposite. Maybe, if the other party hadn't meant to play, neither of them might have been able to retreat here. Xiang Junyang and Tang Jiao never thought that there would be such a disastrous defeat, which shattered the confidence they had accumulated in the past, and they even couldn't help but have some self-doubt. Is this Beast Master wearing a star robe really the strongest star? This is not the strongest, so what is the strongest? The strongest? Arrogant. Lin Kong Gyun shouted loudly, "Even if there is really the strongest shining star, it is from my great flame, you and the people in the north still dare to scream. By the way, Bail Lu has disappeared." The blonde young man looked past Lin Kong Gyun and looked at Su Yuan, and said with interest, "I can faintly feel that he seems to be on top of you." Su Yuan said calmly, "Looking at you, you don't worry about his safety at all." "Worried about his safety? Ha ha ha." As if hearing a joke, the blonde young man held his forehead and laughed gracefully. "Not to mention that we and other star envoys will not be defeated by outsiders, even if they are, it will not be Bail Lu. Absolute avoidance, his sole power, is absolute avoidance. As long as he is aware of the attack, he will not be able to harm him. Even people like me, who are the star messengers, have super abilities that cannot be harmed, let alone subordinates like you? I don't think you even hurt him a hair. And just because there was nothing we could do to him, we had no choice but to trap him first, right?" Lin Kong Gyun's expression became a little more serious. Indeed, the blonde young man had basically guessed what he said. There was nothing he could do against the invincible black-haired young man. If it weren't for Su Yuan, who had amazing melee abilities, he would have been unable to resist him by himself. Absolute avoidance. Will no detected attack be able to harm him? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Unexpectedly, he got some information from the enemy. As for whether he said it casually because he didn't take himself and others seriously, or whether it was just to mislead, you need to confirm it yourself. But it can be seen that this blonde young man wearing a star robe and calling himself the Star Messenger is extremely confident, or arrogant. Of course, correspondingly, the opponent's ability to defeat Xiang Chunyang and Tang Jiao in such a short period of time is indeed quite astonishing. Leaving aside the black-haired young man, we must deal with this blonde young man as soon as possible. Su Yuan didn't mean to talk nonsense anymore, and glanced at Lin Conggyun beside him. Lin Conggyun was startled, and then he thought of something and understood immediately. He nodded and immediately opened his bow and pulled the string. Thunder light. As Lin Conggyun spoke, the sound of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and an astonishing beam of thunder and lightning suddenly landed on Lin Conggyun. The power of the sky is so powerful that it crushes a large area of the surrounding ground. The raging lightning current converges on the thunder bow, forming a 4-foot-long thunder spiral arrow that emits astonishing fluctuations. Lin Conggyun bent his bow and pulled the string, pointing directly at the blonde young man high in the sky in front of him. This posture seemed to be a posture that determined the outcome with one arrow. The star card master of Dian is really young. He opened it up as soon as he came up. Didn't he think that he would fail without success? The blonde young man smiled elegantly, and as soon as he thought, the huge dark descendant demon Kun flew in front of him. Then let me teach you a lesson. The dark descendant demon Kun of the blonde young man has the power of filth and corrosion, and can almost swallow up most of the energy attacks in the radiant star. Seeing Lin Conggyun getting ready to go, Su Yuan also moved. He took a few steps forward and raised his hand to form a seal. Then, streaks of silver light rose up from under his body. At the same time, the same silver light rose from under the blonde young man in front. This is the power of space. The blonde young man's expression changed slightly, and before he could make any move, he suddenly changed his position with Su Yuan. Then a strong thunder force came from the side. When the blonde young man looked, he saw that Lin Conggyun was standing next to him, and the 4-foot-long silver lightning bolt on his bow was pointing directly at him. Such a sudden change caused the blonde young man's complexion to change suddenly. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Conggyun had already loosened the bow string. Demon-breaking arrow. Thunderbolt and shock. The silver lightning bolt shot out in a burst, and at such a distance, it hit the blonde young man not far in front of him without even blinking. The thunder exploded, and the dazzling thunder light rose into the sky, sweeping up and down in all directions like a coral tree, and in an instant it turned into a sea of thunder. Hit! Tang Jiao and Xiang Chunyang watched the roaring thunder sea drown the blonde young man, feeling surprised and happy. Under the joint efforts of the three powerful beasts, Xiang Chunyang and the two men had previously been unable to even get close to the blonde young man. But I didn't expect that Su Yuan actually had the ability to change places. Now, just by meeting Lin Conggyun, he and Lin Conggyun set up a killing trap. The battle begins with a decisive battle, and the first move is the killing move. The method is really mysterious and decisive, and this is simply not suitable for dealing with a beast master. Su Yuan and Lin Conggyun also stared at the sea of thunder without blinking. Thunder light breaks the magic arrow, one of Zikanshan's signature skills. If it were in the past, Lin Conggyun would have been extremely confident in his own thunderous demon-breaking arrow. Any opponent who was hit would be reduced to rubbish. But after dealing with barrier before, Lin Conggyun now put away his impatience and treated the enemy in front of him more cautiously. But along with the bursts of screams, in the eyes of the two of them, the blonde young man was actually turned into dregs in the thunder. Success! Lin Conggyun felt a burst of joy in his heart. But Su Yuan, who was in the air, immediately felt that something was wrong, because looking at it, the three-headed beasts such as the dark descendant demon Kun did not show any obvious abnormality. As a half-beast master, Su Yuan knew very well that once the beast master died, all the beasts would be buried with him under the power of the contract. At this moment, the dark descendant demon Kun in front of him let out a high-pitched scream, and his whole body trembled violently. Then his flesh and blood dissolved, turning into a mass of rotten meat that gathered somewhere in the middle. After that, a naked and handsome young man walked out of the flesh and blood. It was the blonde young man from before. Parasitism and death. It's really not that simple. Su Yuan's eyes froze, but he wasn't too surprised. Generally speaking, most of the beast master's energy is spent on cultivating beast masters, so the beast master itself is a weakness. To make up for this, powerful beast masters usually have a variety of life-saving skills. Although the life-saving skills of the blonde young man at the expense of a beast are a bit cruel, the power and mystery are not comparable to ordinary skills, and he can survive intact. No matter what, at least we have defeated one beast first. Lin Kongyun nodded secretly. Although it was a pity, he was not too entangled. The blonde young man grabbed the star core of the dark descendant demon Kun in front of him, took out another star robe and put it on. Different from the previous relaxed and calm look, the blonde young man's face now looked a bit gloomy and ferocious. You can actually make me so embarrassed, then prepare to die for me. As soon as the blonde young man raised his hand, two more dark summoning barriers appeared in front of him. Dark light surged, the magical beast descended, and two humanoid star beasts walked out of it. One is a demon queen armed with a long whip and a short sword, and the other is a blood moon elf with 8 wings. Both of them are sexy, charming, and extraordinary in appearance, but more importantly, the aura of both of them is no weaker than that of Chaos Behemoth and Hell's three-headed dog. Are there two more epic summoned beasts? Xiang Junyang and others gasped, and then they realized that the blonde young man before had not used his full strength at all. Due to limited energy, in order to ensure the strength of the Beast Master after breaking through the Shining Star level, the Beast Master usually does not contract more Beast Masters, so it is usually about 5 Beast Masters. The 5 beasts of this blonde young man are all epic star beasts, and demons, elves, behemoths, kuns, are all star beasts of advanced races. Just Mo Kun and 3 other star beasts were able to hold Xiang Junyang and Tang Jiao down and beat them, and now there are 2 more. This wasn't over yet. A large area of dark light surged between the blonde young man's hands, turning into a 4-legged vat. There were various monster patterns on this large vat, which looked extremely weird. The blonde young man threw the dead dark descendant demon Kun star core into it with a wave of his hand. Along with the strange fluctuations, many monster patterns on the vat began to surge. And inside the large vat, a large amount of black liquid surged out, submerging and dissolving the star core of the dark descendant demon Kun just now, and it continued to flow like a whirlpool. What's this? Su Yuan's eyes were filled with silver light, and he could tell that this vat was the product of soul power. His heavenly throne can even evolve into space, so he is not too surprised by the soul power of artifacts. It's just that although Su Yuan could see that the dark demon Kun star core was dissolved by the liquid energy in the vat, he couldn't see what effect it had. But it's definitely not a good thing. Su Yuan immediately jumped out and killed him. The blonde young man smiled darkly, "Go, my servants, tear everyone in front of you into pieces." The 4 beasts all took action individually. The demon queen flapped her wings and rushed to Su Yuan like a ghost, wielding a short sword to kill him. Such a fast speed and not weak in strength. He is worthy of being a demon. Su Yuan thought to himself. After a moment of fighting, Su Yuan immediately teleported away from the demon queen and stood in front of the blonde young man, slashing him with a knife. But as soon as the black light flashed, the demon queen actually appeared next to her, waving her short sword to block Su Yuan's long sword. Su Yuan was quite surprised. This was the first time he encountered a displacement skill comparable to teleportation. Teleportation? It's really thrilling. The young man in gold robe smiled and backed away a little. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a large black light poured out from in front of him to set up a defensive barrier. At this time, the three-headed hell dog also rushed over from below, attacking Su Yuan with the Demon Queen. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.